In the twilight of Blue Star, the entire populace transcended into the realm of the ruins. Chun Si, endowed with the gift of synthesis, garnered both wealth and beauty, emerging as a beacon of success. However, he soon discovered that this so-called survival was merely a trial for the selection of a lord, heralding a future filled with the tribulations of lordly existence. Fortunately, he possessed an abundance of treasures, marvelous equipment, the gluttonous bone whip, the eye of fear, the secretive turtle shell rare flora, bamboo house Hihuan tree, 10,000 insect tree, wooden puppet fruit, and the talisman's fairy tree. Blessed lands and secret realms, gourd blessed land, Jixia Academy. Life transformations, phantom scout, two-tailed tiger, holy light beetle. While others toil in the fields, Chun Si has already galloped far ahead. My remarkable development is solely attributed to my exceptional vision, clever intellect, and diligent spirit without any external assistance whatsoever. Trials of survival, the filling of the Lord's lines, the void of the starry sea. Chapter 1. First steps into the ruins world. Welcome to the ruins world from this moment forth. Your existence shall be spent in this realm. With nothing to your name, there is no time for idleness. If you wish to survive in this world, please keep the following points in mind. 1. Quickly locate a suitable position to place the core of your shelter. A good location will significantly enhance your chances of survival. 2. The wilderness is fraught with both danger and opportunity. Perilous mutated creatures lurk, as do the materials necessary for your survival. 3. This world is beset by ceaseless calamities to endure. One must heed warnings and upgrade their shelter promptly. 4. Search for resources as diligently as possible if you wish to live. 5. Once activated, the shelter cannot be relocated. Losing your shelter means forfeiting your identity as a survival lord and the protection of this world. 6. In 3 days, the day of reckoning shall arrive. May you be prepared. Chun Si stood bewildered amidst the grass, the luminous screen fading away as he felt a weight in his hand. A transparent crystal materialized in his grasp, emanating a gentle glow. Has the world truly met its end? The dissipating screen, the crystal in his hand, and his memories before the transition all served as reminders to accept reality. Approximately a month prior, the Blue Star Federation had abruptly issued an apocalyptic announcement. According to the measurements and calculations of the Academy of Sciences, the sun was on the brink of helium flash, and the ensuing solar winds would ignite the surface of Blue Star, leading humanity into a countdown of civilization's demise. The world of Blue Star was spiraling into chaos on its final day at that time. Chun Si stood by the window, observing the streets as fear-driven mobs wandered aimlessly, resembling zombies. Shops lay in utter disarray, with blood, refuse, and filth strewn about as the city descended into ruin. Explosions and flames intertwined, embodying madness and purging sin. No one remained to maintain order, and the Federation's leaders had long since fled into the cosmos aboard hastily constructed spaceships. Those still holding onto their sanity spent their final moments with loved ones. Even a poor transition is preferable to the inferno of Blue Star. Returning to the present, Chun Si scrutinized the crystal ball. Core of the shelter. Level 0. Quality perfect. Description: choose a location to place can create a shelter of 100 square meters. The initial shelter has extremely weak disaster resistance and protection capabilities. As he concentrated, a few lines of text appeared beside the shelter core. The shelter is of utmost importance. I must deliberate carefully. Taking a deep breath, he noticed a small rise to his left, slightly elevated for better observation, and promptly sprinted up. Standing atop the incline, he surveyed his surroundings. To the left and right stretched the wilderness, with sparse trees entwined in waist-high grass flourishing in abundance, rendering the horizon indistinct. Behind him lay a vast forest, a verdant ocean of greenery, lush and thriving, its extent unknown. The rightward wilderness glimmered with the reflection of water, a river flowing from the mountain toward the forest, though its size was indiscernible from afar, indicating a broad expanse. That I currently face 2 choices. One is to place the core nearby, to establish a shelter. This location is close to the forest, rich in resources, yet perilously close to potential threats. The alternative is to venture to the mountains near the river, which offers the advantage of proximity to water and an elevated position, albeit with an uncertain resource availability. Chun Si's gaze flickered as he weighed the pros and cons. Establishing the shelter at my feet means facing numerous beasts in the forest, necessitating defenses on all sides difficult to protect. Conversely, building near the mountains would alleviate defensive pressure, yet may limit resource growth. No choice is devoid of flaws, merely a preference lingers in his heart. Ultimately, Chun Si clenched his teeth and declared, survival is paramount. Slow development is preferable to risking safety. His experiences before the apocalypse trained him to anticipate the worst. With his decision made, Chun Si wasted no time. glancing at the sun. It's nearly noon. I must set down the shelter before nightfall in the wilderness, which is fraught with danger. Resolute, he set off toward the right, remaining vigilant as he traversed the terrain. Before long, he felt as though his lungs would burst. He was accustomed to a sedentary life, venturing out only weekly to gather supplies. I'm utterly exhausted. Running is certainly not meant for the likes of me. He paused to catch his breath at the edge of a thicket. Previously, Chun Si had observed that the thicket was extensive, but fortunately, the edge was not far to the right, allowing him to circumvent it. I shall take the detour. Traversing through that thicket without tools is a daunting prospect, and my physique is ill-suited for such a passage. And even if I don't get lost, I'd risk being preyed upon by venomous insects and beasts. After a brief rest, he turned right and continued at a brisk pace, intent on bypassing the thicket to reach his destination swiftly. Suddenly, he noticed what appeared to be a wooden box at the thicket's edge. A box? Are there other humans here? As he approached to investigate, it was indeed a wooden chest, though it was only the size of an adult's fist, akin to a watch box. Discovered treasure chest wooden. A prompt materialized before him, and Chun Si paused, remarking, "Is this truly a game world? Am I merely an NPC? The initial resources indicated by the prompt are merely treasure chests." Complaints aside, the benefits must be seized. He bent down to lift the wooden treasure chest to eye level. The chest was unlocked, yet after a vigorous attempt, he found it utterly resistant to his efforts. Must I defeat monsters to obtain a key? With a sigh, Chun Si stowed the treasure chest in his pocket and continued on, planning to investigate it further once his shelter was established. His pace shifted from running to brisk walking. On one hand, his stamina was depleted. As a homebody, he was unaccustomed to such exertion. He feared that if danger arose, he would be unable to flee. On the other hand, he wished to search for treasure along the way based on his over a decade of gaming experience. The initial treasure chest spawn rate was at its highest. This journey lasted 3 hours. Chun Si was accustomed to public transportation and had never traversed such distances on foot, that he felt both fatigued and parched. Yet fortune smiled upon him as he discovered another wooden treasure chest along the way, slightly easing his restless spirit. At last, and near my destination, thought he could see the foothills and the river below. However, it took another half hour of arduous trekking before he finally arrived. Before him lay a sheer rock face. The cliff, akin to a knife's edge, loomed steeply upward, as if cleaved by an immense axe. Before the cliff was a vast expanse of flat land, littered with weeds and scattered stones, perfectly suited for placing the shelter core. Chun Si eagerly approached and, after contemplation, set the shelter core down 50 meters from the cliff. Confirm activation of shelter core, requesting survivors to maintain distance. He obediently retreated, his gaze fixed on the core. Before long, a virtual wooden house materialized above the shelter core, which quickly solidified into a tangible wooden structure. The house's entrance faced the forest, flanked by windows on either side, though they remained empty. Cracks, wide as a fist, snaked from the ground to the roof of the wooden walls. Truly a drafty abode. Ding. Shelter established. Survivor panel features unlocked. Attributes panel, chat panel, trading panel, crafting panel unlocked. Received newcomer gift pack 1. Although his surroundings were barren and desolate, Chun Si felt a significant alleviation of his unease indeed. A house could impart a sense of security. He refrained from hastily inspecting the panel and instead took a moment to circle around the shelter, conducting a cursory examination of his surroundings. While journeying earlier, Chun Si had determined his bearings by observing the sun's trajectory, drawing upon his previous experiences. The mountains loomed to the north, the forests sprawled to the south, rivers flowed to the east, and to the west of the wooden cabin lay vast expanses of wilderness. The wooden cabin is approximately 40 meters from the rock face. Once enclosed, it could serve as a backyard. There is a river to the east, ensuring a reliable water source. The nearest resource point is the thicket to the southwest, which should offer both timber and wild fruits. The more he surveyed, the more satisfied he became, particularly since he had not discerned any signs of large animal activity nearby. Let us take a look inside the cabin. Pushing open the door, he entered the wooden structure, which was predictably empty and devoid of furnishings. The roof bore several large holes, allowing beams of sunlight to filter through, casting dappled patterns upon the floor and preventing the cabin from feeling overly dark. The floor remained as it had been, overgrown with grass, scattered stones, and weeds. Chun Si procured a stick and swept it across the ground, ensuring there were no unwelcome surprises such as snakes or hedgehogs. A drafty wooden cabin, akin to an empty pocket, truly destitute. I wonder what functions the system panel possesses. I hope it offers some benefits and spares me the burden of repairing the house. Chun Si believed his manual dexterity to be nearly non-existent. The likelihood of making things worse during repairs was high. He activated the system panel, which divided into 5 sections: attributes, chat, manufacture, trade, and items. In the upper right corner of the panel, a countdown timer displayed 3 days. As he focused his thoughts on the days remaining, An automatic system prompt materialized. Newbie protection countdown. 3 days. Chun Si's gaze flickered, a sense of urgency welling within him as he hurried to examine the chat panel. Can I interact and communicate with others here? The page transformed. The chat panel was segmented into 3 sections: World Channel, Regional Channel, and Friend Channel. Ding! Notification. 1 message per day in the World Channel, with each message accompanied by a real avatar, ID number, and real name. 10 messages per day in the Regional Channel, also accompanied by a real avatar, ID number, and real name, and no limit on messages in the Friend Channel. Chun Si paused momentarily before entering the World Channel. I'm not dead. I'm not dead. Ha ha. I survived the apocalypse. Am I not on a spaceship? Who knows what just happened? How did I suddenly arrive here? Damn, the upstairs is filled with human traders. I'm an official, everyone. Exercise caution when venturing out. Try to craft weapons before exploring to guard against wild beasts. Ha ha, this is fantastic. I love it here. Messages scrolled by, predominantly filled with excitement, pleas for help, and complaints, with little useful information to be gleaned. What was currently known was that, apart from the elderly and children, individuals aged between 16 and 60 for Blue Star had all been transported to the ruins world. There were no discernible differences at the outset. Everyone began with a shelter core. Indeed, a true universal transit to the ruins world. Chapter 2. Awakening Talent. Chun Si exited the World Channel and entered the Regional Channel. Region Channel 199-2620, 997 out of 1,000 people. Currently, there were only 997 participants in the channel. It was unclear whether the missing 3 had perished or if the channel had never reached full capacity from the outset. Chun Si glanced at the ongoing conversations within the channel. Xiaohuo 1. I have traversed worlds. I am the protagonist. My fate is mine to command, not dictated by the heavens. Ha! Chun Si felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, utterly speechless. Lu Yong 2, who woke him up with a yellow stream. You're not alone. The entire globe of 5 billion has crossed over. Chun Xin 38. You should not shatter the dreams of a young dreamer. To be young is to embrace the whimsical. Wang Lei 96. Are you all the same person? Where are you? In a region, we should not be far apart. We could gather in one direction. Lu Song 1107. Stop dreaming. Here, we don't even know which way to go, let alone gather. Xiaohuo 1. I am the protagonist. Behold my otherworldly flame. Attached image, a floating fireball in his hand. Lu Yong 2. Damn. Wang Lei 96. Damn. Lu Song 1107. Do you truly possess extraordinary abilities? Are you an ability user? How impressive. Lu Igui 8. Everyone can open the novice gift pack. It contains a talent stone, which can awaken extraordinary abilities. Chun Si was momentarily taken aback, quickly shutting the chat channel and turning to his inventory. The novice gift pack lay quietly within, and according to the prompt, there were 10 slots in the inventory, with no restrictions on stacking similar items. He focused intently on the novice gift pack. Ding. Would you like to open the gift pack? Open. Congratulations. You have received 7 rations. 7 bottles of mineral water, 1 flint, and 1 talent awakening stone. Though the rations and mineral water were crucial to him, his attention was firmly captured by the talent awakening stone. Talent awakening stone level, none quality, perfect description, the final gift from the will of Blue Star. It can assist Blue Star humans in awakening extraordinary abilities, with a success rate of 50. A 50% failure rate? Is this not rather unkind to those lacking luck? Chun Fei Chio Ci felt a twinge of anxiety. In his usual card games, he would not say he had poor luck, but he certainly had little in common with the fortunate ones. Whether early or late, he would not believe that despite traversing realms, his luck remained so dismal. Glancing at his grimy hands, he meticulously wiped them on his clothing, praying as he did so, "May the Mother of Blue Star grant me favor. Would you like to use the Talent Awakening Stone? Here goes." As soon as the words left his lips, the Talent Awakening Stone emitted a gentle white light, enveloping his entire being in an instant. Just as Chun Si was immersed in the experience, a beam of golden light burst forth from his chest, rapidly enveloping him like the white light. The 2 lights gradually merged, ultimately retracting into his mind. Talent awakening successful. Instinctively, Chun Si reached for his neck, only to find a red string, realizing that the pendant he once wore was gone. Chun Si was an orphan. His parents had worked in an archaeological team, often needing to travel together. At the age of 13, following the conclusion of an archaeological mission, the airplane carrying his parents met with disaster, resulting in no survivors among the over 100 souls aboard. After the untimely demise of his parents, the unaccompanied Chun Si was sent to the Tomato Orphanage. The immense blow rendered him taciturn, accustomed to solitude and reluctant to socialize. As an adult, he retreated further into the confines of his home, fortunate only for the presence of a few friends online to converse with. The pendant around his neck was a birthday gift from his father, the last present he ever received. Discovered during his father's archaeological pursuits, it was the size of a peanut, exquisitely crafted in the likeness of a jade furnace. Congratulations, survivor. You have awakened the talent synthesis. Level 1 Quality, None. Description: a product born from the fusion of the will of Blue Star and an unknown primordial rule. With stringent awakening conditions, irreplicable, and uniquely bestowed. Ability Introduction: it allows the summoning of a synthesis furnace, utilizing one item as the primary material, alongside 2 to 9 auxiliary materials, to merge into a new item. A unique talent? Shinsei was somewhat astonished. Although he was yet to comprehend the full extent of this ability, according to the conventions of novels, a unique talent was a hallmark of the protagonist, often referred to as a golden finger. Moreover, based on the information in his mind, his original talent was not synthesis. It was the combined effect of the furnace pendant and the talent stone that transformed it into synthesis. Upon awakening, Shinsei instinctively grasped the usage of his talent, enabling him to amalgamate several items into one new creation via the synthesis furnace. The new item could either enhance the original items or mutate into other types. With a high degree of randomness, it was akin to a real-world card draw in a post-apocalyptic setting. He hoped for a favorable draw from the pool. A smile graced Shinsei's lips as the pendant did not vanish but instead transformed to assist him. Regrettably, he found himself utterly impoverished, lacking resources for synthesis at that moment. Shaking his head, he collected all the items from the novice gift pack into his inventory, subsequently opening the attributes panel to further explore the system's functionalities. The attributes panel was divided into 2 sections: personal attributes and shelter attributes. Personal attributes: level 0, physique 4, mentality 6, perception 5, energy 0, skills none, talent synthesis. Average adult attributes 5. Shinsei possessed attributes akin to an ordinary individual, with his physique even falling below that of a typical adult. This was unsurprising, as he seldom exercised, frequently stayed up late, and indulged in junk food, rendering him part of the sub-healthy demographic. The only unexpected aspect was his mental attribute exceeding the average, possibly linked to his nightly gaming and novel reading habits. After all, staying up late could also be considered a form of cultivation. He then turned to the shelter attributes panel. Shelter, level 0, a rickety wooden hut, urgently in need of upgrading. The current structure offers no protection. Facilities, none. The shelter is utterly bare. Upgrade, 0 100 wood, 0 10 stone, 0 1 iron. Upon accessing the shelter attributes panel, Shinsei automatically received relevant information. Constructing buildings required blueprints and materials. Blueprints could be obtained from chests, while materials necessitated foraging in the wilderness, transforming into standard units once placed in the inventory. A round of applause was in order. Those with less dexterity struggled with home repairs. Shinsei felt quite pleased with the game-like mechanics of the world. He then proceeded to sequentially examine the trading panel and the crafting panel. The trading panel can only be activated after establishing a level 1 shelter, and it remains inaccessible for now. The crafting panel allows for the creation of items, yet currently, only 4 can be produced. Other items require the construction of a workbench to unlock. 1. Stone knife, crafting materials, 1 stone. 2. Stone axe, crafting materials, 1 stone, 1 wood. 3. Stone pickaxe, crafting materials, 1 stone, 1 wood. 4. Workbench, crafting materials, 2 wood, 2 stone. Upgrading the shelter and crafting items necessitates materials. It is time to eat something and then venture out to work, with hopes of completing the wooden house today. Shinsei retrieved a bottle of water from his inventory, drank half of the mineral water in a few gulps, and consumed a portion of dried rations. Just as he stood up, 2 boxes fell to the ground. The very treasure chests he had found on his way. Treasure chest discovered. Would you like to open it? It turns out the condition to unlock the treasure chest is to have constructed a shelter. Shinsei was overjoyed, being destitute. Anything he could obtain was useful. He opened them all. Gained 10 bread, 10 mineral water, 20 wood, 20 stone, 1 fence blueprint. A blueprint. Shinsei curiously examined its attributes. Fence. Level 0 quality. Ordinary description. A defensive structure for the shelter, capable of repelling enemy attacks. Construction materials, 1 wood. Goodness. To enclose a yard would require at least 100 units. That is beyond his means. He would have to tuck it away for now. He stored the blueprint in his inventory and continued to tally the remaining materials. With sufficient materials for crafting the stone axe, stone pickaxe, and workbench, he decided to create the stone axe first, as he needed tools for gathering wood. He opened the crafting panel. Stone axe, ordinary 11 wood, 11 stone. Materials are adequate. Confirm crafting. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining 1 stone axe. An axe, the length of an adult's arm, appeared on the ground. The handle was made from a piece of wood as thick as a wrist, while the axe head was polished from an unknown stone, remarkably smooth and sharp. Stone axe. Quality. Ordinary description. A brand new axe, an effective tool for chopping wood. You are the most stylish individual in a primitive society. Unexpectedly, the system reveals a playful side. Shinsei was speechless, picked up the stone axe, and swung it a few times. The feel was quite satisfactory. The craftsmanship of the axe was exquisite. Even if he were to try and polish one himself, he could never achieve such a result. With a logging tool in hand, He planned to head out to gather trees, aiming to collect the necessary materials for upgrading the shelter as soon as possible. Turning southwest, he set his sights on the thicket. Earlier, he had noticed some small trees in that direction. The edges of the forest posed limited danger, making it an ideal location for collecting wood. After a prolonged trek, Chen Xiai finally arrived at the thicket. Without further ado, he rolled up his sleeves, grasped the stone axe, and began his lumberjack duties. After nearly 10 minutes of relentless chopping, he finally felled a small tree, adding 3 units of wood to his inventory. Goodness, this is exhausting. He anticipated that chopping wood would be so tiring. The yield from the wood indicated that the tree he felled was small. Yet even such a modest tree was no easy feat for him. Chen Xiai had never engaged in logging before and had no understanding of how to wield his strength. He simply swung away blindly. Nevertheless, he did not lose heart or complain, taking breaks as he worked. As the sun began its descent, I toiled until twilight, ultimately gathering a total of 24 units of timber. This was my inaugural experience in tree felling, and my technique was rather unrefined, resulting in numerous blisters upon my hands and a weariness that rendered my arms weak and feeble. The hour was late, and I deemed it prudent to conclude my endeavors for the day. I was wary of lingering outside after dusk. The path back to the cabin was tranquil. Perhaps due to my novice status, I had yet to encounter any wild beasts, let alone the mutated creatures hinted at by the system. According to the novice guidance, for a duration of 3 days, wild animals would automatically disregard shelters and refrain from attacks at night. Thus, even with the cabin's dilapidated state, I would remain safe under the cover of night. Thanks to a gaping hole in the roof, there was still some light filtering into the cabin, preventing me from being engulfed by darkness. Seizing the opportunity to see, I resolved to construct a workbench and explore the possibility of crafting some useful items. Opening the crafting panel, I discovered the requirements for the workbench: 22 units of timber and 22 units of stone. The materials were sufficient. I confirmed the construction. Positioned to the right of the cabin's entrance, a virtual structure materialized as the materials on the ground gradually vanished, solidifying into the workbench. Ding! Workbench construction successful. Chapter 3. Bronze Treasure Chest Workbench Quality. Ordinary description: the core for crafting items within the shelter, equipped with basic blueprints for creating everyday essentials. Approaching the workbench, I focused intently as a transparent virtual panel emerged before me. To the left of the panel was a list displaying the items that could currently be crafted at the workbench. I scrolled through, discovering the ability to create basic living necessities such as wooden beds, tables, stools, and barrels. This is quite the furniture factory, I mused. In addition to various wooden furnishings, there were wooden utensils, yet disappointingly, there were no torches or bedding among the options. Closing the panel, I observed an array of tools laid out on the workbench: a wood rasp, a hand planer, and a saw, tools of the woodworking trade. I recognized only a few, having never wielded them before. Nonetheless, this did not hinder the crafting process, as I had learned that the workbench could operate in both automatic and manual modes. Automatic production would yield only ordinary quality items, and the dimensions were rather rigid. I first called forth the wooden bed from the list. Confirming the production, while I could manage without a sleeping companion, a bed was essential. Wooden bed, ordinary 22 timber materials sufficient, production time required, 2 hours. I confirmed the production. I refrained from assigning further production tasks, as timber was limited and I needed to reserve some for upgrading the shelter. Retrieving a portion of rations and water from my inventory, I leaned against the wall and sat on the ground. As I ate, I opened the chat panel and glanced at the World channel, where some seasoned players had shared their survival experiences. Chiang 388. Here are some personal insights and conjectures that I hope will assist everyone. 1. Based on the initial prompts, the 3-day novice protection period seems designed for us to acclimatize to the world of ruins. After 3 days, we are likely to encounter the mutated creatures mentioned in the prompts, so it is imperative to gather resources to upgrade our shelters as swiftly as possible. Of course, if you happen to uncover a gold mine from your novice gift pack, then disregard my words. Today, I scoured a 2-kilometer radius, yet encountered no other survivors, indicating the vastness of this otherworldly realm, where survivors are distanced from one another. At present, we must fend for ourselves. The silver lining is that the wilderness is replete with natural resources, including treasure chests. These chests may yield supplies, though it remains uncertain whether they will refresh like in the game. Those capable should venture forth in search of them. Before upgrading the shelter, the trading function remains inaccessible, necessitating that we personally gather initial resources. Upon upgrading, we can access the trading channel to procure supplies and facilitate exchanges. Furthermore, there is another piece of good news. Wild animals are exceedingly scarce, and no large creatures have been sighted, presumably due to the novice period. We are all aware that our original world has perished, and the reasons behind the existence of this wasteland, which seems to have salvaged humanity, remain enigmatic. However, it is evident that we hold some value and will not be discarded heedlessly. Our foremost priority must be to ensure our own survival. Survival is a formidable challenge. Below are some wilderness survival tips that I hope will aid everyone, and I encourage the sharing of knowledge so that we may assist one another and thrive together. I am grateful for the contributions of others. Haha. Today I stumbled upon 2 treasure chests. Finally, someone has begun to share strategies. I bow to their wisdom. The shared insights are commendable, and I too have a few pointers to share. The knowledge and experiences exchanged in the World Channel have greatly inspired me. There are indeed talents among my peers. I mused, hastily jotting down the insights with the intention of experimenting tomorrow. Upon opening the regional channel, I found messages continuously refreshing, though the few individuals who spoke during the day seemed to have exhausted their message quota. Upon reviewing the chat history, most entries were either pleas for help or displays of awakened abilities. However, Luigwa had forwarded several survival tips from the World Channel, revealing him to be a benevolent elder. After satisfying his hunger, he rose and approached the workbench, where the wooden bed had already been crafted. The bed, a single size measuring 1.8 meters, was sufficient for his height of 175 centimeters. Chun-Si stepped forward to relocate the wooden bed to the north side of the hut, placing it against the wall away from the door. After a brief stretch, he set the stone axe at the bedside, massaged his sore arms and thighs, and leaned back against the bed, lost in thought. Gradually, drowsiness enveloped him, and soon he fell into a deep slumber. In his dream, he was reunited with his deceased parents in this world, together constructing a luxurious shelter and living in bliss. As the sun rose and the moon set, a pale light appeared on the horizon. Since the passing of his parents, Chun-Si had suffered from insomnia, often waking in the middle of the night and experiencing poor sleep quality. The exhilarating yet exhausting ordeal of this apocalyptic journey allowed him to finally experience a profound sleep. And upon waking, much of his inner turmoil had dissipated. In the early morning, the light within the wooden house remained dim. Chun-Si groped his way out of bed. Addressing his personal needs, he nibbled on bread and drank bottled water, then retraced his steps towards the thicket. He needed to gather wood again this morning. Only 61 pieces of wood and 1 iron were required to upgrade the shelter. As he walked, he contemplated the necessity of prioritizing the shelter upgrade, as both the Wasteland and the World Channel emphasized that the shelter is paramount. The collection of timber proved to be a simple task, while the search for iron blocks remained a daunting endeavor. In the afternoon, he resolved to wander around in hopes of discovering some. Instead of wielding his stone axe with fervor, he gathered leaves and twigs, meticulously stacking them in an open space to attempt adding them to his inventory. Acquired wood 1. It was a success. The method from the experience guide was indeed effective. Time slipped away gradually, and before he knew it, half the day had passed. Chun-Si wiped the sweat from his brow and glanced at his inventory. Wood 115, wild fruits 30, plant fibers 20. He had amassed enough wood for an upgrade. While the wild fruits and plant fibers were mere byproducts of his foraging, the wild fruits were quite sour, their taste rather disappointing, yet Chun-Si collected them nonetheless. Recognizing their value as a source of vitamins, he had no intention of further timber collection that afternoon. Instead, he planned to venture west along the mountains. For timber alone would not yield any iron blocks, hindering the upgrade of his shelter. Chun-Si opened the crafting table interface. Stone knife, common stone 11. He confirmed the crafting. Moments later, a stone knife materialized on the crafting table. This knife, a blueprint provided by the system, measured approximately 30 centimeters. Its surface smooth and honed. Preparing for exploration of the new environment was essential, especially after chopping so much wood. His stone axe was on the verge of breaking. With determination, Chun-Si set off, wielding the stone knife as he explored westward along the foot of the mountain, his eyes darting about in search of treasures. The chests were compact, easily overlooked if one were not attentive. After walking roughly 2 kilometers, he stumbled upon a pile of rubble and approached to add it to his inventory. Stone 14. Indeed, gathering resources proved to be far more efficient than mere collection, albeit with greater uncertainty regarding the potential rewards. Continuing onward for another 3 kilometers, he discovered a small grove ahead, with sparsely distributed, diminutive trees. He approached, hopeful to find some fruit. After all, the novice gift pack contained only provisions, and any fruit might serve as a means for barter. As he stepped into the grove, his gaze was drawn to a glimmer of metallic sheen amidst the grass beneath the trees. If he was not mistaken, it was a bronze chest. Excitement surged within him. A bronze chest. This could be his fortune. Eagerly, he advanced and reached out towards the bronze box. Suddenly, Chun-Si's expression shifted dramatically, and he instinctively stumbled sideways. Chapter 4. Upgrading the shelter. Just before his fall, he caught sight of a triangular head darting past his side, his hand grazing the slick scales of a creature. Had he not maintained a modicum of caution, his peripheral vision might have failed him, and he would have had to contemplate his fate over a bowl of mangpo's soup. Upon hitting the ground, he rolled to the side and pushed himself up, his face pale as he gazed downward. There lay a grassland assassin, a snake coiled on the ground, approximately 50 centimeters long, with a large triangular head and an open mouth revealing its fangs, its body adorned with emerald-hued scales. It was a bamboo leaf viper, which had just lunged from the grass, attempting to strike him. Recognizing the threat, Chun-Si inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure. He slightly bent his knees to lower his center of gravity, gripping the knife in his right hand as he inched closer to the viper. With all his focus directed on the venomous serpent, he swiftly swung the knife downward just before it could spring forward with its tail. With a resounding crack, the stone blade struck fiercely against the viper, sending it sprawling through the air. Chen Xiai deftly relinquished the stone blade, retrieving a stone axe from his inventory. With both hands gripping the axe, he brought it crashing down upon the serpent's head, delivering blow after blow until the creature's skull was utterly obliterated. "Let us see if you still dare to bite me," Chen Xiai muttered vehemently, his heart still racing with fear. It was no exaggeration to say he had been hanging by a thread. In this wilderness, a single bite from the venomous snake could spell the end of his story. The stone blade had proven to be a mere facade of strength. Upon closer inspection of the serpent's body, he realized that his earlier strike had merely grazed its scales, inflicting minimal damage. Had he not acted decisively and switched to the stone axe, the outcome of their encounter might have been quite different. Now regaining his composure, Chen Xiai stowed the lifeless snake in his inventory, musing to himself, "Though I have little fondness for such meat, it may serve well in trade. There are surely those who relish snake." Bending to retrieve the stone blade, he had learned his lesson. He refrained from directly reaching for the treasure chest. Instead, he fashioned a long branch, using it to cautiously probe the underbrush, a practice commonly referred to as stirring the grass to startle the snake. After thoroughly confirming there was no danger, he finally bent down to collect the chest. Acquired chest, bronze, 1. Yesterday, he had gleaned from the chat channel that 2 types of chests had emerged, wooden and bronze. The wooden chests typically contained basic supplies such as food and water. Survivors who had discovered the bronze chests had not shared their findings in the channel, but their rarity promised something invaluable. Chen Xiai, driven by curiosity, approached this first bronze chest with eager anticipation. A radiant blue light emanated from within the chest. He squinted slightly, peering inside as the glow gradually faded, revealing 3 luminous orbs. Truly, the bronze chest exuded a sense of ceremony, Chen Xiai reflected. He grasped the orb on the right, noticing that its essence resembled a blade. As he crushed the orb, a horizontal sword materialized in his hand. As expected, a smile spread across Chen Xi's face as he focused intently on the sword's attributes. Tang horizontal sword. Level 0, quality, ordinary. Description, forged from fine iron through countless hammerings. Could this be a novice village artifact? Chen Xiai fondled the horizontal sword, reluctant to part with it. Few men are untouched by an affinity for blades, akin to how women often cherish their handbags, barring a few exceptions. This shall be my primary weapon henceforth. Once more, he seized the right orb and crushed it, revealing a piece of parchment covered in indecipherable symbols. Torch blueprint, ordinary. A tool for illumination, dispelling darkness, essential for nighttime travel. Materials required: 1 wood, 1 plant fiber or cloth. To his surprise, it was a blueprint for a torch, a promising venture indeed. Chen Xiai mused that he had refrained from igniting the fire pit with flint the previous night, fearing he might inadvertently set his wooden shelter ablaze. Those who frequently kindle fires may not appreciate the difficulties faced by novices. Maintaining a fire is no simple task. Thus, should the trading channel be activated, torches could very well become a staple commodity. He lacked a means of illumination, and surely others did too. If torches sold well, he could avoid the arduous labor of gathering wood. After all, capitalists lead far more comfortable lives than laborers. Chen Xiai believed that the probability of a successful sale was exceedingly high. With nearly 5 billion survivors worldwide, there would inevitably be individuals in need of torches. And even a modest profit would suffice to satiate his hunger. The sole issue lay in the materials. Relying solely on gathering plant fibers would yield minimal results, necessitating trade. After deliberating for a while, Chen Xiai picked up the last luminous orb, which revealed an item in the form of a scroll. He focused intently on its attributes. Arrow tower, common. A defensive structure capable of automatically launching wooden or stone arrows, or allowing defenders to stand atop a watchtower to shoot, thereby safeguarding the shelter. Required materials: 100 wood, 100 stone, 1 iron. Chen Xiai felt a mix of excitement and frustration regarding the arrow tower. This was a blueprint for a defensive structure, and as long as the materials were complete, it could be constructed immediately. The presence of an arrow tower would significantly enhance the safety of the shelter. However, the materials were insufficient, and he could not afford to prioritize the arrow tower over upgrading the shelter. It had to be relegated to the bottom of his inventory like a forgotten relic. Chen Xiai organized his belongings, only to discover that his inventory was completely full, containing 14 units of food, 14 units of water, 1 flint, 115 units of wood, 30 units of stone, 20 units of plant fibers, 1 stone axe, 1 stone knife, 1 arrow tower, and 1 torch. He left the wild fruits in the shelter, armed himself with his knife, and, taking advantage of the remaining daylight, meticulously searched the nearby woods, for he was just 1 unit of iron away from upgrading the shelter. As he pondered this, Chen Xiai began his search within a kilometer radius of the forest. Perhaps the previous bronze chest had exhausted his luck, for after wandering for over 2 hours, He had only managed to collect 15 units of wood and 10 wild fruits. As for treasure chests, not a trace was to be found. This would have to suffice for today. It seemed upgrading the shelter was out of the question. Tomorrow, he might venture up the mountain to seek better prospects. Disappointment was certainly present, but more pervasive was a sense of frustration. Chen Xiai had a touch of obsessive-compulsive disorder. This situation felt akin to downloading a film, with the progress bar stubbornly stuck at 99, inciting irritation. After a final fruitless wander, he reluctantly made his way back to the shelter. He entered the wooden cabin just before sunset. The pale blue sky was adorned with clusters of crimson clouds, draping the cabin in a warm hue. Chen Xiai set aside his stone knife and axe, then approached the workbench, spending a unit of wood to craft a wooden bucket. He then grasped the bucket and headed towards the river to the east. Despite being single, he felt it unbecoming to be unkempt. He intended to fetch some water, having perspired considerably over the past few days, leaving him with an unpleasant odor. Although he considered himself a rather odorous man, he took pride in cleanliness. Had he not been pressed for time to gather resources, he would have bathed by the riverside at noon. The river to the east spanned approximately 40 meters in width, its waters crystal clear and flowing gently, though no fish or shrimp were in sight. Chen Xiai used a stick to probe the smooth pebbles along the riverbank, searching for a sturdy spot to fill his bucket. He also tested the water's depth with the stick, finding it to be roughly 1 meter. With no one around, he decided to remove his clothing and stood on the pebbles to enjoy a refreshing bath. He tossed his discarded garments into the water to wash them, not aiming for perfection, merely seeking to eliminate the odor. Fortunately, there were no fish or shrimp. Otherwise, he would have been quite embarrassed had he disturbed them. In the midst of his self-deprecating humor, his peripheral vision inadvertently caught sight of a corner of a wooden box, partially hidden beneath the distant pebbles. Chen's heart raced as he hurriedly pushed aside the pebbles, revealing a wooden treasure chest beneath. A premonition stirred within him. This time, success was undoubtedly within reach. With a blend of excitement and trepidation, he extended his hand to open the chest. Congratulations. You have acquired 20 units of wood, 20 units of stone, and 5 units of iron. Ha ha ha, splendid. Chen exclaimed joyfully, his laughter echoing as he beheld the resources at his side, feeling his previous unease dissipate. Swiftly gathering the materials and clutching his water bucket, he strode purposefully toward the shelter, eager to commence the upgrade without delay. Upon entering the wooden cabin, he eagerly retrieved 100 units of wood, 10 units of stone, and 1 unit of iron. Materials are sufficient. Would you like to confirm the upgrade of the shelter? Confirm, he replied, requesting survivors to vacate the shelter in preparation for the upgrade. Hearing the prompt, Chen stepped out into the clearing before the door. Before his eyes, the shelter radiated a brilliant white light. Moments later, the glow receded, revealing the cabin in all its renewed splendor. A series of notifications appeared. Ding! The shelter upgrade was successful, unlocking trading capabilities, personal gathering functions, and personal exploration features. Trading functionality unlocked. Currently, trades can only be conducted within the shelter, not in the wilderness. To utilize the trading feature, items for sale must be placed in the inventory, and upon transaction completion, the system will automatically transfer them. Purchased items will be temporarily stored in the system and must be confirmed for withdrawal within the shelter. Chapter 5. Resource Trading. Shelter, Level 1, Basic Shelter. In the form of a wooden cabin, with limited defensive capabilities, caution advised due to dry conditions and potential fire hazards. Facilities, Tool Bench. Upgrade requirements, 200 units of wood, 200 units of stone, 10 units of iron, 2 units of glass. Chen carefully surveyed the newly renovated cabin. The fissures that once marred its structure had vanished, and 2 additional windows adorned either side. Stepping inside, he noted that the large hole in the roof had been repaired, and the floor had transformed into stone slabs. The wooden walls were thick and sturdy, producing a satisfying thud when he tapped them, unlike the hollow sound of before. The interior of the cabin was partitioned into 3 sections. Upon entry, he found a square space where his miscellaneous items were piled in the center. This area could serve as a storage room for easy access or accommodate a table for strategic maneuvering should a beast intrude. Chen mused privately, reflecting that although this was meant to be a living room, with several kilometers around him devoid of company, guests were a rarity indeed. To the right of the main door was a wooden door. Upon opening it, he discovered the tool bench, indicating this was the workshop. The tool bench was positioned beneath a window, allowing for observation of the outside while he worked. Crossing the hall, he entered the innermost rectangular room where a wooden bed rested in the corner, a bedroom, and a welcome sanctuary at that. After examining the layout of the cabin, he accessed the system to explore the new functionalities. First, he turned his attention to the trading system, pondering whether he could become a capitalist today. The trading panel was divided into 2 sections. The left side displayed the marketplace, filled with diverse offerings from fellow survivors, ranging from ants and butterflies to tables and chairs. After a brief glance, Chen shifted his focus to the right side, where his personal store awaited. In the personal store, survivors can list items for sale, placing them into the inventory and confirming the price. Upon completion of a transaction, the system handles the delivery. It seems that the trading store cannot be utilized as a warehouse, and the variety of items for sale should not be excessive, lest it occupy valuable inventory space. Shinseai shook his head, contemplating whether he could exploit the system, but currently, it appeared unfeasible. He decided to experiment with gathering and exploring. He retrieved a viper and focused intently on his investigation. Bamboo leaf green, common grade, level 0. A venomous snake of the colubrid family, adept at concealment, possessing potent venom. Collecting yielded 1 snake meat, common, 1 snake skin, common, 1 snake venom, common. This skill proved to be quite advantageous, akin to a novice's divine technique. It was only after leveling up that the system's functions became fully operational. Prior to that, one could be likened to a mere tourist. Shinseai remarked with a hint of sarcasm. The skills of gathering and exploration were exceptionally practical, particularly for those lacking wilderness experience. With exploration, he would neither overlook treasures nor mistakenly consume poisonous substances. Moreover, disassembly could aid him in tackling the intricacies of dissection. Seated by the bedside, Shinseai opened the chat channel, consuming rations while perusing the messages. Upon opening the regional channel, the system promptly issued a notification. Regional channel speaking restrictions have been lifted. There is no longer a limit on the number of messages. Astonished, Shinseai pondered how many features had been restricted previously. He blinked, realizing that the world of Su was indeed urging them to upgrade their shelters. Advancement was integral, while stagnation relegated one to the status of a temporary laborer. It was quite a challenge. Previously, in games, I would level up within 10 minutes, yet now, after a day of chopping wood, it barely suffices, exhausting indeed. My water supply is dwindling. Without it, I shall perish from thirst. Is there a benevolent soul who could spare some water? To the residents above, I have an abundance of lake water, but I cannot share it. You must upgrade swiftly. I have not ventured outside. What leveling is there to achieve? I have requested water and food multiple times. Why have I encountered not a single creature? I remain unaware of the potency of my abilities. Haha, I have successfully leveled up. After upgrading, there are no restrictions on message frequency. Let us converse for half an hour. Bowing to the great ones. I still require 1 iron. Where can I find it? I am in the same predicament. 10086. This iron is as elusive as the coveted red envelope. Shinseai felt fortunate for his good luck. He had been lurking in the regional group for some time, gathering little useful information. He then opened the trading channel to examine item prices. Given the brevity of time, most items for sale were personal belongings of little utility, such as nose rings and necklaces, all quite affordable. Clothing, on the other hand, had prices starting at 100 units of wood. This was to be expected. Anyone possessing knives or firearms would surely refrain from selling them. No one is foolish. Even the sale of iron blocks was scarce, with only currently undefined yet easily obtainable materials listed. In truth, food and water should be the most scarce resources for survival. However, the novice package directly provides sustenance, depriving some water-adjacent shelters of unexpected fortune. In the trading market, 1 unit of water could be exchanged for 3 units of wood, yielding a modest profit. Shinseai pondered this carefully, realizing that the price of water was excessively low, still earning only meager returns. There were indeed many individuals near water. With hundreds or thousands of liters being sold, one wonders if they do not simply linger in the water. In contrast to water, food prices were considerably higher, with 1 unit of food capable of trading for 8 to 10 units of basic resources. In the current scenario, food is predominantly acquired from treasure chests, rendering the supply channels erratic. It is only natural for individuals to fear a scarcity of provisions, especially with soaring prices. This situation is somewhat alleviated by the presence of beginners' gift packs. Otherwise, the cost of food would have skyrocketed, making an exchange of 100 units for a single item a plausible reality. Shinseai, of course, refrains from selling food, at least until he has a reliable source. He is even inclined to procure some if possible. He has come across merely 2 blueprints, one for a knife sheath and the other for a trash bin, both of which are of little utility and priced rather exorbitantly. Essential items such as medicine and bedding are scarce and costly, often requiring hundreds of units of wood, with some even demanding 500. It is hardly reasonable to expect early survivors to muster such quantities. The survivors possess limited resources, and the number of individuals upgrading their shelters is also constrained, leading to inflated prices. However, upon reflecting on this, Shinseai realizes the course of action he must take. He opens his personal store. Seller, Shinseai 997. Trade item, wild fruit 1. Required item, 5 units of plant fiber or cotton. Note, edible wild fruit with a sweet and sour flavor. Rich in vitamins, serves as nourishment, don't miss out. Lighting tools are scarce in the market and thus command high prices, making the torch business a viable opportunity. With food prices soaring, it is the perfect time to exchange wild fruit for raw materials. Before long, Shinseai receives a flurry of private messages. Some wish to trade wood, others seek friendship, while some engage in haggling. Although he is asking for 5 units of resources in exchange for wild fruit that even pigs would shun, the current high food prices make it a tempting offer. Moments later, he finally comes across a useful message. Lu Xiaoya 11. Hello? I have 45 units of cotton, and I am looking to exchange it for 10 units of wild fruit. If you agree, we can trade immediately. The profile picture features a refined young woman with short hair, exuding a sense of confidence. Chen Xi's gaze flickers as he contemplates. The fact that she can offer 45 units of cotton at once suggests a low probability of luck from treasure chests. There is a significant chance that wild cotton fields are located near her shelter. If a steady supply of cotton can be secured, a reasonable price can also be negotiated. Lu Xiaoya 11. Since you are collecting cotton in bulk, you must possess relevant blueprints. I have a cotton field nearby, which can provide you with a stable supply of raw materials. Moreover, as you mentioned, cotton is of limited use at present, and I also require your procurement. So I will not backtrack. This individual is quite straightforward. Chen Xiai responds, you will continue to provide me with cotton tomorrow. We can negotiate the price. Lu Xiaoya 11. No problem, but I will need other resources tomorrow, such as wood or stone. I will trade wood at a 1-to-1 ratio, and stone at a 2-to-1 ratio. After a moment of consideration, Chen Xiai agrees to the trade. The risk of 5 units of materials is manageable. The transaction is swiftly completed. Record, lost 10 wild fruits. Record, congratulations, you have acquired 45 units of cotton. The wild fruits in his inventory vanish, replaced by a pile of cotton on the ground. Meanwhile, in a similarly styled wooden house, a finely featured woman clad in sportswear exclaims with delight, with the wild fruit obtained, all the materials are gathered. I will begin crafting and put them on display right away. She is Lu Xiaoya. Indeed, there exists a field of wild cotton surrounding the shelter. Yet there are no stones nearby. Fortunately, she discovered several treasure chests, successfully gathering enough materials for an upgrade, and even obtained a blueprint. Qingwen tea, common this beverage can prevent influenza, enhance bodily immunity, and is both delicious and affordable, making it a staple drink. Required materials, Banlangen 1, wild fruit 1. Lu Xiaoya acquired Banlangen from the treasure chest, but could not find any wild fruit nearby, which is why she decided to trade with Chen Xiai. If she could establish a reliable channel for collecting cotton, she would no longer need to depend solely on luck, treasure chests, for gathering supplies. Lu Xiaoya pondered silently. Chapter 6, The First Synthesis. After concluding the trade with Lu Xiaoya, Chen Xiai collected all the cotton on the ground into his inventory. Glancing at the trading shop, he pondered and set the price for snake meat at 10 units of cotton. I do not consume snake meat, with the current high grain prices. It is the perfect time to dispose of it. Once listed, he proceeded to the workshop and retrieved the torch blueprint. Utilizing the torch blueprint, a flash of white light enveloped him. The blueprint vanished into the workbench, and a torch option appeared at the top of the left side list. He extracted the materials from his inventory and selected to craft. Torch crafted successfully. Torch, common, a simple lighting tool, an essential for nighttime excursions, wind-resistant and difficult to extinguish. It can burn for 2 hours. The torch measures approximately 1 meter in length, with a stick diameter of 6 centimeters, proving to be quite sturdy. Chen Xiai lifted it for a test. Without the need for kindling, he struck the torch head against the stone surface, and with a resounding pop, it ignited. Remarkable. This seemingly simple torch embodies advanced technology. He felt immense satisfaction. The more straightforward and effective an item, the greater its value, promising a bright financial future. Opening the trading channel, he listed both the snake meat and wild fruit for sale. He currently possessed 49 units of wood, alongside a total of 214 units of plant fibers and cotton. Producing 49 torches, he decided to test the waters by listing them. Contemplating, Chen Xiai swiftly organized the torch production. Half an hour later, the torches were completed, and he promptly listed them all. Seller, Chen Xiai 997. Items for sale, 49 torches. Trading items, 5 units of wood. Note, a miraculous lighting tool, with self-ignition functionality, can be used as a fire starter, igniting on demand, and burns continuously for 2 hours. Why not prepare a torch for the wild outdoors? Limited stock available, first come, first served, with a purchase limit of 1 per person. Currently, most survivors lack lighting tools. Accustomed as they are to the brightly lit modern world, finding it difficult to navigate in the pitch-black night. As a lighting tool, the torches should sell without issue. Regarding the purchase limit, Chen Xiai had his own strategy. Torches are consumables, and there will be a constant need for repeat purchases. He aims to expose more people to his products, cultivating and nurturing loyal customers. Once his small shop gains a reputation, he could then list other items without concern for sales. This resembles the live streaming culture of Blue Star. The higher the reputation, the greater the fortune. In the World Chat channel, someone noted a sale of torches in the trading channel, questioning how they were crafted. What else could be done? This technique must surely be a product of the system. Identifying a lucky player. Too late. I snagged the last one myself. It truly is effective. Wow. I've traversed to another world, and still, I need to compete in speed? Soon, this wave of news was submerged by the remaining information. Chen Xiai was momentarily taken aback. He had intended to capitalize on the momentum, but to his surprise, everything sold out so quickly. The demand for lighting tools was indeed high. Record, lost 49 torches. Record, congratulations on acquiring 245 units of wood. Engaging in commerce truly proves more lucrative than mere labor. This is the essence of primitive resource accumulation. Shinsei laughed heartily, realizing that this round had surpassed the efforts of tirelessly gathering wood all day. There were still 165 units of cotton. Seizing the opportunity, he decided to produce all torches. 2 hours later, 165 torches were completed. During this time, Shinsei also indulged himself with 10 units of wood, rewarding himself with a set of tables and chairs along with a cabinet. Gazing at the plethora of torches scattered around, Shinsei decided against trading wood for the moment, as he had sufficient reserves. For the next shelter upgrade, he still needed stone materials, planning to trade 50 torches for stone while reserving the rest. Tomorrow marked the final day of the novice period, and survivors would likely seek to acquire valuable items to prepare for the impending challenges. For sale, Torch 1. Exchange, Stone 5. Once the torches were listed, they swiftly sold out, yielding 250 units of stone. I now possess 80 units of wood, 290 units of stone, and 4 units of iron, and with the torches, the prospect of upgrading the shelter is tantalizingly close. Tonight's bounty was substantial, and among the survivors, I could be considered to have amassed a modest fortune. With a little more effort tomorrow, the likelihood of another shelter upgrade seems promising. As I pondered, the torches burned out, plunging the wooden house into darkness. The enforced darkness brought on a wave of sleepiness, and soon the sound of snoring filled the air. The next day, as dawn broke, Shinsei opened his eyes to find the system panel automatically appearing. System notification: today is the last day of novice protection. We hope all survivors strive to upgrade their shelters. Increased treasure chest refresh rate, increased resource availability in the wild. Seeing these two significant notifications first thing in the morning jolted Shinsei awake. He opened the chat channel, where the discussions were indeed focused on these updates. Today, treasure chests are refreshed. I hope to find several more so I can upgrade my shelter. Oh no, another reminder to upgrade the shelter. This must indicate considerable danger. What should I do? I haven't ventured out in the past few days. I must go out today, right? It's exhausting to go upstairs. Allow me to express my sentiments with a song. 666. There really are some fools hiding in the shelter without venturing out. It's not surprising. Many refuse to accept reality, and their demise is of little consequence. Messages in the chat channel kept refreshing, but Shinsei had no inclination to continue reading. Every minute in the early stages of survival was exceedingly precious. He got out of bed, washed up, and ate bread. Everything was streamlined. With his inventory cleared, he placed his belongings at home, determined to make significant strides today. His goal was to upgrade the shelter once more. As he retrieved the stone knife and stone axe, he paused. I possess the Tang saber. The stone knife is of no use to me. It cannot be sold, and discarding it seems a waste. Listing the stone knife and axe in the trading channel would likely invite ridicule. Perhaps I should experiment with my synthesis furnace. Shinsei was curious about his abilities. But previously, with resources scarce and basic materials insufficient for upgrading the shelter, he had been hesitant to experiment freely. Now, however, he was inclined to repurpose his surplus materials. Indifferent to the outcome, he concentrated his mind to summon the synthesis furnace, which flew forth from his consciousness. The furnace contained 10 spatial compartments, with 9 auxiliary material slots arranged in a circle, leaving the central slot for the primary material. Shinsei experimented by placing materials sequentially into the spatial compartments. Primary material, stone axe. Auxiliary materials, stone knife, stone blocks x5, success rate, 100, mutation rate, 1 synthesize. When he replaced the stone blocks with wood and iron, the success rate significantly diminished while the mutation rate escalated. For the first attempt, he decided to pursue a high success rate. With this thought in mind, Shinsei initiated the synthesis using the initial plan. In the next moment, he felt something flow into the synthesis furnace within his mind. The furnace emanated a blue light, and in less than 2 minutes, a stone axe materialized in his hand. Was this truly successful? Shinsei's gaze flickered as he waved his hand to activate the detection skill. Stone axe, rank 0, premium quality. A superior stone axe, an artifact from the primitive society, with an additional attribute of sharpness, increasing sharpness by 30. The previously chipped blade was now flawless, and the entire stone axe was revitalized, intermittently shimmering with blue light. This was indeed a premium-grade stone axe. The synthesis of identical materials resulted in enhancement, as the primary material transitioned from a common white quality to a premium blue quality. How remarkable this ability is! It resembles creation itself. While a premium-grade stone axe may not hold significant value, other materials certainly promise vast potential. Alas, it was not an infinite synthesis. Otherwise, processing for others would also be a viable option. During the synthesis, Shinsei sensed something entering the furnace in his mind. Upon checking the attribute panel, he noticed his mental energy had decreased from 6 to 5 points, indicating the consumption of 1 point of mental strength for this synthesis. He possessed 6 points of mental energy, suggesting he could perform a maximum of 6 syntheses. Uncertain of the recovery rate of his mental energy, he pondered whether the stone axe synthesis consumed 1 point or if all syntheses incurred such a cost. Shinsei shook his head, deciding against further experimentation for the moment. The slight depletion of mental energy left him feeling somewhat fatigued. Continuing to experiment today would mean he wouldn't venture outdoors again. Clearly, this ability is more suited for resource-rich environments. For now, he needed to focus on searching for treasure chests. Without further delay, Chen Xiai stored the stone axe in his inventory and grasped the Tang Hung Dao as he stepped outside. His agenda for the day was already brimming. In the morning, he planned to gather plant fibers from the bushes to craft torch materials, and in the afternoon, he would seek out treasure chest supplies. Chen Xiai navigated effortlessly to the thicket he had visited yesterday. Drawing forth the premium stone axe, he randomly selected a small tree and began to swing the axe. In just a few strikes, the small tree came crashing down. The premium quality indeed proved formidable, nearly doubling his woodcutting speed. It seemed he had underestimated the value of the stone axe. The synthesis experiment was highly successful, yielding excellent results. Chapter 7. The mind is more important. The morning swiftly passed, and the diligent Chen Xiai was already drenched in sweat, his clothes marked with salt stains from the dry and wet patches. However, surveying the bounty in his inventory brought him immense satisfaction. Hard work yields rewards. The thrill of reaping the benefits of his own labor was captivating. Congratulations. You have harvested 260 units of wood, 80 units of plant fibers, and 10 wild fruits. Chen Xiai casually found a shaded spot to sit, taking out his provisions and mineral water, savoring small bites and sips. He had planned to spend the entire day outdoors, with time pressing and tasks abundant. As long as his body could endure, he was determined to persevere. In the afternoon, preparations were made to venture southward into the forest, circling the periphery of the thickets, with the sanctuary as the intended destination. Having nourished himself, he set forth. Chen Xiai stretched his limbs. Fatigue was inevitable, yet youth invigorated him, allowing for swift recovery and endurance. He even sensed that the more he toiled, the more exhilarated his body became, as if some latent attribute had been awakened. After a solitary kilometer of trudging southward, the first resource point came into view. It was an apple tree, laden with bountiful fruit, standing conspicuously amidst the grass. He was certain that this tree had not been there on his first day. Was it the acceleration of time, or a form of instant transportation? Chen Xiai mused, albeit his actions were unhurried as he utilized his exploration skill. Red Fuji apple tree, common. A fruit-bearing tree abundant with red Fuji apples. The flesh is crisp and succulent, sweet and tangy, and fragrant, of superior quality, with an exquisite appearance and flavor. Suddenly, he found the apples rather appealing. Chen Xiai swallowed hard, refraining from hastily plucking the fruit. He cautiously swept through the underbrush with his knife, ensuring no danger lurked before approaching to gather all the apples. With a satisfying crunch, he harvested 31 apples. As he indulged in the fruit, his gaze flickered back to the apple tree. After a moment's contemplation, he placed his hand upon it. Collect. In an instant, the apple tree vanished, leaving behind a deep pit. Harvested apple tree seed X1. To his astonishment, it had succeeded. He had merely been experimenting. Previously, he had been unable to collect directly when chopping wood. Could it be due to the apple tree being a resource point? Chen Xiai pondered, lamenting the scant information available, rendering any conclusion speculative. He had previously tested that shrubs could not be harvested directly. They required felling first. He decided to inspect the seed's attributes. Activating his exploration skill once more. Apple tree seed, level 0, common. Can be planted and propagated. A standard tree species capable of yielding sweet fruits. Oh, merely a tree seed. He had anticipated something more exotic. Chen Xiai shook his head, finishing the apple in hand, and continued onward. Based on prior experience, he surmised he would need to walk a while longer to reach the forest. After approximately an hour of trekking, he encountered nothing but grass. Not a single treasure chest in sight. The prolonged fruitless search began to gnaw at his patience, stirring anxiety within him. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of a tantalizing aroma, food. It was the scent of roasted meat. Following the fragrance, he hastened forward, parting the grass. There it was. Quanjued roast duck. World-renowned dish, Beijing roast duck. With a crisp skin and tender meat that melts in the mouth, golden in hue, crispy on the outside and succulent within, leaving one drooling. Goodness gracious. Freshly roasted duck. Encased within a luminous orb, steam and aroma emanated enticingly. It was a renowned roast duck he had only heard of but never tasted. His mouth watered in anticipation. Eagerly, he shattered the orb, tearing off a piece of duck meat to savor. Ouch, it was still hot. Yet the flavor was exquisite. No wonder it came at such a high price. As the delectable morsel graced his palate, Chen Xiai found no inclination to critique this absurd world. His recently reconstructed worldview shattered once more. What kind of bizarre realm was this? Divine game? Virtual reality? Despite the silence of his emotions, the meat tasted exquisite. After 2 days of rations and labor, even ordinary roasted meat was delectable, not to mention the world-renowned delicacies. Once everything was tidied up, Chen Xiai surveyed his surroundings. Was this not the very spot where I first discovered a treasure chest? What a stroke of fortune. Glancing skyward, he realized time was insufficient for a venture into the forest, so he decided to search nearby instead. With a flexible mind, he adjusted his plan, noting that the probability of resources appearing around the roasted duck was quite high. Furthermore, he recalled a vital point. The forest might harbor venomous snakes, and he was still clad in summer quick-dry attire, which offered little protection against their fangs. With a firm resolve, Chen Xiai promptly turned eastward to search. Something was afoot. Before long, he spotted 3 towering trees, each over 2 meters high, standing closely together as if forming a familial unit. Yet, Chen Xi's envy was not directed towards their arrangement. Rather, between the trunks lay a bronze chest. His eyes sparkled with excitement, yet he refrained from rushing towards it, instead approaching cautiously to observe the surroundings. Yesterday, some well-meaning individuals had conducted a survey revealing that survivors encountering bronze chests had invariably faced dangers, leading to the conclusion that these chests were guarded. This hypothesis was soon validated when Chen Xiai drew nearer and discovered a significant detail. Beside the chest was a beehive the size of a human head, cleverly concealed behind the leaves, with countless wasps fluttering ominously nearby. Investigation revealed: yellow-legged wasp, rank 0. Common grade, known for nesting atop trees, harboring grudges, possessing venom, and exhibiting strong territorial instincts and aggressiveness. It is advised not to provoke them. Chen Xiai examined the beehive, then glanced at the chest in the tree, scratching his head in contemplation. To obtain the treasure, he would either need to climb the tree or chop it down, both of which would necessitate dealing with the swarm. He was not willing to gamble on whether the wasps would take issue with his attempts. Surveying his options, he found that his sword was of little use in this scenario. He could not transform into a master swordsman and dispatch them effortlessly. A long wooden stick was at his disposal, but childhood experiences had taught him that poking a beehive was a reckless endeavor fraught with peril. After some time, an idea sparked in his mind. He recalled a patch of mugwort near where he had found the roasted duck. Previously, at the orphanage, the old headmaster often used mugwort to ward off insects, and he was eager to give it a try. With a gust of northwest wind, he retreated. Witnessing the rising smoke from the burning pile, he hastily distanced himself, watching the unfolding drama from afar. An inexplicable thrill coursed through his veins, reminiscent of his childhood when he would disturb bird nests. Ha ha ha, let us see if you survive this. The smoke billowed towards the beehive, triggering a furious response as countless enraged wasps surged forth from their nest, far exceeding the initial number he had observed. Yet, despite their overwhelming numbers and fierce demeanor, the wasps found themselves helpless against the billowing smoke. Just as Chen Xi's sword proved ineffective against the swarm, the situation was now reversed. In the scorching flames, an interesting fact emerged. The majority of lives lost in fires succumbed to smoke inhalation rather than flames. The same fate befell the beehive. Before long, the wasps suffered significant casualties, plummeting to the ground like rain, with some even diving into the fire, producing a cacophony of explosive sounds. Success! Chen Xiai chuckled to himself. Now to deliver a fatal blow. He cautiously approached the tree, glancing up at the beehive, which had seen a significant reduction in wasp activity. Silently, he raised a long stick and dashed beneath the hive, meticulously calculating his angle. With a swift motion, he struck the hive, dislodging it and sending it tumbling into the fire before swiftly turning and fleeing. The entire maneuver was executed with remarkable speed and precision. Numerous wasps emerged from the hive, succumbing to the flames with a crackling sound. Chen Xiai waited until no more wasps ventured forth before he stepped forward and used a wooden stick to retrieve the hive from the fire. Simultaneously, a notification chimed in his ear. Congratulations, survivor. You have achieved victory in battle and obtained a battle chest. A battle chest? Chen Xiai felt a surge of joy. Though uncertain of its contents, a chest was undoubtedly a valuable prize. Moreover, he could inquire with the system, a new feature unlocked upon upgrading his shelter. In personal combat or territorial warfare, victories achieved against stronger foes or in greater numbers will yield a battle chest post-conflict. What is territorial warfare? Chen Xiai pressed further. War? Territory? His ears perked up with interest. Survivor permissions insufficient. Chen Xiai felt a twinge of disappointment but bore no anger. Since learning of this feature yesterday, he had probed numerous questions, such as the reasons behind Blue Star's destruction and the true nature of the ruins world. Yet, all inquiries had been met with the same response of insufficient permissions. After repeated refusals, he had gradually grown indifferent. Unable to glean further information, Chen Xiai stored the battle chest away and proceeded to gather from the hive. Congratulations, survivor. You have obtained 200 grams of honey and 1 elite wasp queen corpse. No wonder the system had mentioned victories against the odds. This wasp queen was indeed a blue elite. Chen Xiai beamed with satisfaction. Battles required intellect as much as strength. He set about chopping down trees and soon acquired another chest. Gazing at the 2 chests side by side, he exclaimed with excitement, "Open chest." Chapter 8, Mysterious Blade Techniques. Upon opening the bronze chest, he was greeted with the message, "Congratulations, survivor. You have acquired 1 wind chaser bow, blue, 1 gold wound medicine, white, and 1 small round shield blueprint." Opening the battle chest yielded further rewards. Congratulations, survivor. You have obtained 1 blood lingji, blue, and one skill book on mysterious blade techniques. Techniques, equipment, blueprints, a bountiful harvest. Subsequently, Chun Si journeyed eastward to the riverbank, continuing north along the water, primarily searching within 200 meters west of the river. Perhaps it was due to an unusually favorable day or the ruins world generously bestowing resources upon him. But he soon discovered 3 wooden chests along with a solar power bank. He set to work, producing torches. Chun Si placed his findings down and hurried to the workbench, extracting the plant fibers he had gathered that day, setting the production of 80 torches in motion. Under the flickering yellow light, he began to organize his day's haul, starting with the 3 wooden chests. Opening the 3 chests yielded, "Congratulations, survivor. You have obtained 150 wood, 100 stone, and 15 iron. Decent enough, basic materials." The novice period's rewards were indeed fitting. Any survivor brave enough to venture out could surely find chests and upgrade their shelter. Chun Si placed the basic materials in a corner before retrieving the afternoon's findings for inspection. Wind Chaser Bow. Level 1, Quality, Premium. Attributes, arrow initial speed increased by 30. Description, composite bow, 1 meter in length, with a maximum range of 300 meters, named Chasing the Wind, capable of riding the winds. Healing Ointment, level, rank 0. Quality, Ordinary. Description, primarily treats cuts and bruises from blades and falls, alleviates pain, and stops bleeding, an essential medicine for wanderers in the martial world. Small Round Shield Blueprint, level, rank 0. Quality, Ordinary. Crafting materials, 2 wood, 1 iron. Blood Spirit Mushroom, level, rank 0. Quality, Superior. Attributes, permanently increases constitution by 2 points. Description, an extraordinary plant from another realm. With a 10-year growth cycle, sweet in flavor, it nourishes the body and heals hidden injuries. Mysterious Blade Technique, level, rank 1. Quality, Superior. Attributes, increases strike speed by 30. Description, a foundational blade technique from the otherworldly Wudong, with grand and unpredictable moves upon mastery. It can enhance constitution by 2 points. According to the system's prompt, item quality is classified into 5 levels: white ordinary, blue superior, orange rare, red perfect, and gold mythical. Ordinary, superior, rare, and perfect items bear 0, 1, 2, and 3 additional attributes respectively, while mythical items possess a randomly determined number of additional attributes. Additional attributes of items only take effect on creatures equal to or lower than the item's level. Thus, even a second-tier human practicing the mysterious blade technique cannot enhance their strike speed. Blood Spirit Mushroom. Mysterious blade technique. Chun Si's breath quickened. Like all Chinese, he harbored a dream of martial arts in his youth. Now, this dream seemed within reach. The world of the market could elevate individuals to the extraordinary, granting immortality. It was unfathomable to imagine how splendid the future would be. Chun Si murmured to himself. After a moment, he regained his composure. The Blood Spirit Mushroom was a precious herb for enhancing constitution, and it was undoubtedly meant for his own use. However, should he consume it now or wait until his attributes were higher? Survival was paramount. He could not be a mere stepping stone for others. With this in mind, Chun Si took a small piece of the Blood Spirit Mushroom, savoring it in his mouth. The flavor was unexpectedly pleasant. He had anticipated bitterness, but instead, he found a hint of sweetness. After a long afternoon of searching, hunger struck him, and encouraged by the taste, he began to eat heartily. After all, it was a 2-point enhancement. In less than 3 minutes, he had consumed the entire Blood Spirit Mushroom. Why was there no reaction? Chun Si pondered, feeling a warm surge rise from his stomach, coursing through his entire body in an instant. Under its influence, his skin began to flush, and he felt his blood pulsing uncomfortably. Oh no, had he overeaten? A pang of anxiety gripped Chun Si. He could not panic. He needed to remain calm and think of a solution. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to keep his composure, and suddenly struck by inspiration. He grasped the skill book on the table. As he opened the skill book, a white light filled with a wealth of information surged into his mind. It was as if he transformed into a stranger, diligently practicing the mysterious blade technique day after day, year after year. In reality, Chun Si found himself involuntarily standing up, drawing the Tang-hung knife, and began to execute the blade technique in sync with the imagery in his mind. Once, twice, thrice he lost count of how many times he practiced. Ha! Out of misfortune comes fortune. I feel as if I could take on 10 opponents. With a wild grin, Chun Si called out, Attribute Panel. Personal attributes. Name, Chun Si. Level, Tier 0. Physique, 6. Mental Strength, 6. Perception, 5. Energy, 0. Skill, Mysterious Blade Technique. Proficiency 76. Talent, Synthesis. Average attributes for adults are 5. Skill levels are categorized as Novice. Proficient, Mastery, Great Achievement. Control. As Chun Si caressed the Tang Dao, a wave of familiarity washed over him. The grip of the blade and the execution of force felt instinctual, a vast improvement from his prior clumsy hacking. Although his physique had only increased by 2 points, it felt as though both his strength and agility had doubled. He felt remarkably lighter, and the small paunch he had developed from staying indoors had vanished, revealing faint traces of abdominal muscles. With the novice phase behind me, I am undaunted, Chen Ci mused cheerfully. The system's incessant reminders had indeed weighed heavily on him. Ding. You have obtained 80 torches. With the system's notification, the torches were completed. Chen Ci approached the workbench, placing the torches into his inventory, and began preparing the items for today's trade. He could sell 180 torches, keeping a few for personal use. Additionally, he had 10 wild fruits, 30 apples, and 1 roasted duck available for exchange. And the small round shield. Chen Ci suddenly recalled he could craft one. With 19 units of iron blocks on hand, he needed 10 to upgrade, leaving him with 9 units to create the round shield. With determination, he input the small round shield blueprint into the workbench and commenced production. The crafting process for the small round shield took a while. If automated, 1 would require 5 minutes, while 9 would take 45 minutes. After arranging the production, he opened the chat channel to explore any fresh news. World channel. At this moment, the chat channel buzzed with activity. Most survivors had discovered treasure chests today, upgrading their shelters. Although the regional channel no longer restricted conversations, the world channel remained the most vibrant and informative. There were exchanges, banter, and many shared their bounties. Xiaohua, let me show you my haul. Apprentice staff, level, tier 1 quality, blue, premium, attribute, increases fire damage by 30. Description, do you need a magical broom? Chen Ci recalled this Xiaohua, from his region, the one who had boasted about awakening the fireball ability on the first day. Soon after, several others shared their finds. Dimensional ring, level, tier 1 quality, blue, premium, attribute, contains a 3 cubic meter dimensional space, cannot store living beings. Description, want a ring? I can't accept it. My husband disagrees. Bond of Brotherhood scroll, level, tier 1 quality, blue, premium, attribute. 2 survivors form a bond as brothers or sisters, merging shelters. Description, we may not share the same birth date, but may we die on the same day. I take the leap. You do as you wish. Wow, wow, wow. There are so many lucky ones. Bowing to the great ones. I have yet to encounter a bronze treasure chest. Esteemed one, do you require a loyal follower? Greetings, everyone. I am a former high-ranking official from the province. In light of the challenges faced by many in survival, I have taken the initiative to contact former government staff and armed police comrades. I intend to establish a survivor alliance, named the Summer League, where resources will be exchanged and shared among its members, providing a safety net for the populace. We are currently recruiting survivors possessing unique items, crafting scrolls, or abundant resources. Our roles are clearly defined, and those interested are welcome to reach out privately. I hope everyone can persevere through these trying times. This announcement seems to serve as a starting signal, as numerous similar recruitment messages follow, such as the Eagle League, the Free Association, the Brotherhood Alliance, and the Skull Society. Among others, is a former government official spearheading the formation of a survivor alliance? Chen Ci reacted with indifference. He had grown accustomed to living alone and felt quite capable of surviving even in this desolate world. Moreover, he had no desire to be led by others. As a man who cherishes his mental freedom, the notion of working for someone else was utterly unfathomable to him. Chapter 9. The initial emergence of the Blood Fiend Alliance. Chen Ci perused the world channel for a while, only to find that the information had gradually transformed into an overwhelming barrage of recruitment messages from various survivor alliances, rendering practical information nearly invisible. As the new player protection period drew to a close, anxiety gripped the hearts of many, and all manner of strange entities began to surface. Switching to the regional channel, Chen Ci discovered an atmosphere thick with tension. The catalyst was not solely the world channel. Even within his own regional channel, a survivor alliance had been established, known as the Blood Fiend Alliance, led by a scarred man named Zhang Biao. He was vigorously recruiting members, promising that as long as they followed his command, all members would have their needs met without worry for safety. This did not sit well with the ability user Xiaohua. A bunch of fools. Zhang Biao is nothing but a villain, a ruffian. How can he possibly fulfill his promises? Those who fear not for their lives may join him. Zhang Biao retorted, you little brat, do not slander me. If you have the capability, ensure the survival resources for everyone. If you cannot, do not undermine others with your sinister intentions. Exactly. Zhang Biao is genuinely concerned for everyone's well-being and makes sacrifices for us. Others chimed in. Yes, this Xiaohua has abilities, yet does not assist the weak. He is selfish and a petty individual. In an instant, Xiaohua found himself the target of public scorn. In an unknown location, within a wooden cabin nestled among trees, a burly man with a face full of flesh reclined languidly on a solid wood bed. A scar extended from the corner of his mouth to below his ear, his muscular physique exuding strength. This was Zhang Biao. Humph, a mere boy with no experience thinks he can thwart my plans? A few swift moves, and he will be outmatched. Zhang Biao toyed with a round stone, regarding Xiaohua with disdain. Over the years, he had encountered many like Xiaohua, self-righteous individuals spouting ideals and morality, utterly disconnected from the needs of ordinary people. Public opinion could be manipulated to serve one's purposes. Wouldn't you agree? Zhang Biao turned his gaze towards the floor, where someone was kneeling. Indeed, how could that brat possibly compare to you, Zhang Biao? You need not lift a finger, we can handle him ourselves. Ha ha ha, such cleverness. Yet, why have you failed to complete your task today? Zhang Biao, with a cheerful demeanor, observed the flustered individual on the ground and remarked, considering this is your first mistake, I shall let it pass. Just remember to rectify the deficiency by tomorrow. After a brief pause, he tempered his smile and adopted a serious tone. Do not hold it against me for being strict. Our shelter is impoverished and cannot afford idleness. The bespectacled man trembled as though pursued by a ferocious beast. I assure you, boss, I will complete it by tomorrow. Thank you, boss, thank you. He hurriedly responded. Get back to work, Zhang Biao instructed, rising and disregarding the man as he strode toward the window. Outside, a group of individuals gathered around a fire. It appeared that this shelter housed more than just two people. The accusations against Xiao Hua continued to reverberate in the regional channel, though a few voices urged calm amidst the chaos. Among them were Lu Yang and Lu Aigua, whom Chen Xiai had seen earlier, but their attempts to speak were soon drowned out by the flood of messages. Meanwhile, Xiao Hua sat vacantly at a wooden table, a flicker of flame in his palm emanating from a pulsating fireball. The light cast eerie shadows on his face, alternating between hues of blue and white. At around 20 years of age, he gritted his teeth and muttered, Is Zhang Biao truly a good person? Unable to endure the torrent of insults on the chat channel, Xiao Hua impulsively hurled the fireball out of the window. With a resounding explosion, he shouted, Zhang Biao, may I never lay eyes on you again. I swear I will kill you. The verbal skirmish in the regional channel concluded with Xiao Hua's ominous declaration. The Bloodslaughter Alliance welcomed newcomers, promising that anyone could join and would receive protective treasures upon entry. I assure you, upon joining, Boss Zhang Biao will provide you with defensive artifacts. Humanity is a social creature that thrives on unity. Brothers and sisters, we await your arrival. Chen Xiai observed the entire exchange with a detached curiosity, doubting the authenticity of Zhang Biao's promises. After all, we're the saints in this world. There must be ulterior motives, akin to a pyramid scheme where brothers and sisters share meals and beds, ultimately seeking profit. Even if he sensed something amiss, he would not confront it directly as Xiao Hua had done. Those who joined the Bloodslaughter Alliance and placed their hopes in others were beyond awakening. The concept of a benefactor was dubious. Yet, Chen Xiai pondered how Zhang Biao intended to fulfill his promises and exert control over those who joined the Bloodslaughter Alliance. What, indeed, were these protective treasures? Not only he, but many other discerning individuals harbored similar doubts. Before obtaining clarity, none wished to incur Zhang Biao's wrath. As the regional channel became increasingly uniform in its tone, Chen Xiai decided to close the panel and entered the workshop. The small round shield had been completed. Small round shield, level, 0 quality. White description, a wooden arm shield, with a diameter of 90 centimeters. Wield one in hand, and a blade in the other. And you shall be the most dazzling sword-and-shield warrior. A sword-and-shield warrior? Chen Xiai donned the small round shield on his left arm, retrieving a Tang broadsword with his right. Feeling a surge of momentum, he still required armor and resolved to check the trading channel for potential acquisitions. Despite this intention, he felt the prospects were dim. As everyone was in need of protective gear, a brief search revealed a fellow trader. For sale, 1 torch for 8 units of wood. It seems I am not the only fortunate soul. However, this seller had limited stock, which sold out as soon as it was listed, clearly also in need of materials. The increase in torch prices is quite normal. As the clock strikes midnight, the novice period concludes, and various lighting tools will provide more assurance during the night. The price of iron blocks among the basic materials has surged, likely due to several survivors intending to upgrade to level 2 shelters, thereby inflating iron prices. After reviewing the market prices, Chen Xiai decisively listed 180 torches for sale. Items for sale, Torch X1. Exchange items, wood X8 or stone X6 or iron block X1. Chen Xiai found himself at a loss. Despite searching through the trading channel, not a single person was selling glass. After some contemplation, he sent a private message to Lu Xiaoya. Beautiful lady, how much cotton have you gathered today? Shall we trade? Lu Xiaoya replied, Not quite. I promised you. And I cannot go back on my word. Furthermore, I am looking for a long-term ally. Yesterday, I noticed your torch limit of 1 per person, which gave me the impression that you have a good heart. She misunderstood, thinking that the limitation was intended to assist more individuals. Chen Xiai found this unfamiliar yet admirable lady quite agreeable. She was straightforward and efficient, and most importantly, she recognized his merits. He continued, How about this? We establish a daily trading price based on the current market value of basic materials. Today, I will purchase 1 unit of cotton at the price of 3 units of wood or 2 units of stone, and I will take all 120 units. After careful consideration, Chen Xiai arrived at this offer. Although the cost was relatively high, he could still engage in the torch business for a few more days and needed a stable source of raw materials. Shared profits would ensure longevity. He also planned to allocate time to practice the mysterious sword technique, thereby compressing the time spent collecting plant fibers, making suppliers exceedingly important. Lu Xiaoya was thoroughly satisfied with Chen Xiai's quote, which exceeded her initial expectations. Initially, She had intended to test the waters, not only as a cotton supplier, but also in search of a long-term ally. She replied, "No problem, then I'll take a small advantage. I need 120 units of wood and 160 units of stone. I will send you the order." Ding. An order has been received. Items for sale: cotton X120. Exchange items: wood X120, stone X160. Do you confirm the transaction? Chen Ci reviewed the order and found no issues, promptly agreeing to the trade. Acquired cotton X120. After completing the transaction, Chen Ci pondered for a moment before sending Lu Xiaoya another trade request. Items for sale: small round shield X1. Exchange items: wood X1. Note: here as a shield for your protection, consider it my investment. During his time on Blue Star, Chen Ci possessed a substantial inheritance, relying on generosity to others to secure assistance and protect most of his wealth. He learned then that relying solely on emotional ties was unreliable. Appropriate investments were essential. And one should not place too much weight on money. The key lies with people. Chen Ci aimed to maintain a good relationship with this raw material supplier. This modest investment would not only enhance Lu Xiaoya's chances of survival, but also garner her gratitude and recognition. As for misjudging someone, he was indifferent. A single round shield was a low-cost means to discern a person's character. Lu Xiaoya, clad in sportswear, wore a complex expression on her face. From childhood, she had never experienced such concern from anyone. Her parents regarded her as a burden, bestowing all their affection upon her younger brother. At times, she even questioned her own parentage. After graduating from university, due to her appearance and physique, she faced considerable harassment and gossip, lacking genuine friendships, where everyone seemed to have ulterior motives. Yet, the care exhibited by Chen Ci provided her with a glimpse of gentle kindness. "I shall forego pleasantries. Thank you." She agreed to the transaction, a light laugh escaping her lips as she thought, this partner was indeed a wise choice. Chapter 10. A small chat group. Upon completing the transaction, Chen Ci did not dwell on it further. He merely took a step forward, believing that regardless of the outcome, it was not worth investing excessive energy, as he had many other matters to attend to. Ding! The system notification chimed. Chen Ci opened the panel to find that someone in the regional channel had tagged him. Chen Ci 997. Many in our district lack torches. As we are all in the same area, we should assist one another in overcoming challenges. Here's the deal. I will provide you with 50 sets of torch materials. Please trade the torches from your shop with me, and I will supply the remaining materials tomorrow. The message was from Zhang Biao of the Bloodslaughter Alliance. Many survivors chimed in following his message. Zhang is right. Many in our area still don't have torches. As the protection period ends, having one for self-defense would be beneficial. We would appreciate your assistance. Chen Ci 997. Indeed, I too will contribute some materials. It shouldn't fall solely upon Zhang. Anyone needing torches should provide materials to Zhang for unified distribution. Chen Ci, you merely need to use the crafting table. It's not laborious, thus contributing to the group. Count me in. I have already supplied materials to Zhang. Support leader Zhang. Speak up. Chen Ci 997. Upon reading this, Chen Ci couldn't help but let out a chuckle, realizing they were attempting to morally coerce him. According to their implication, he was expected not only to spend time, but also to furnish the materials, as if they intended to exploit him. At that moment, Zhang Biao sent another message. Thank you all for your trust. Chen Ci, we will not allow you to work for nothing. How about this? Join the Bloodslaughter Alliance, and I'll grant you a vice leader position, with additional rewards for crafting torches. You stand to gain greatly, achieving a swift rise. As our Bloodslaughter Alliance boasts over 500 members, there's no need for such grand gestures, Zhang. I believe Chen Ci is not so superficial as to repay kindness with ulterior motives. Exactly. The members of the Bloodslaughter Alliance continued to flood the chat, while other survivors joined in the commotion. After all, if they succeeded, they would receive torches for free, and if they failed, they would incur no losses. Are they trying to pressure me? A cold smile crept onto Chen Ci's lips as he began to understand Xiaohua's sentiments. This group was not foolish, but rather malicious. He had no intention of engaging with them. The Bloodslaughter Alliance monopolized the discourse, and with the instigators stirring the pot, there was no room for his voice or preferences in the regional channel. Yet, the number of survivors tagging him continued to grow, rendering him unable to ignore them. The Bloodslaughter Alliance, what a disreputable organization to even consider recruiting me. I advise everyone to rely on themselves. Depending on such unscrupulous methods will eventually lead to their downfall. Ding! Another system notification interrupted his thoughts. Chen Ci furrowed his brow, sensing the relentless nature of the situation. Opening the panel, he discovered a private message. Wang Zixuan 38. Hello, Brother Chen. We are from the same region. I am a classmate of Xiaohua. Chen Ci felt a stir in his heart and inquired, is there something on your mind? Wang Zixuan replied, Brother Chen, the regional channel is in disarray, with the Blood Fiend Alliance exerting total control over the discourse, rendering it nearly ineffective. Xiaohua and I have established a small chat group to exchange resources, without any organizational involvement. Would you be interested in joining? Wang Zixuan's avatar depicted a handsome young man in his 20s. Chen Ci did not respond immediately, but countered with a question. A small chat group? How was it formed, and who are its members? Wang Zishuan explained. The tools were acquired during my recent foraging for supplies. Besides Xiao Hua and myself, there are 3 others, all trustworthy individuals with their own specialties. He then sent a brief description of the group. Small chat group, attribute. Create a small group within the chat channel. Description, you can establish a small chat group to gather like-minded friends, with a maximum capacity of 10 members. Very well, please add me, Chen Xiai replied. Finding no reason to decline, if it proved unmanageable, he could always withdraw. Additionally, he hoped to connect with a few fellow survivors for resource exchanges. Wang Zishuan welcomed him, stating, "Welcome to the group, Brother Chen." Xiao Hua chimed in, "Another newcomer?" Lu Aigua added, "Welcome, Chen Xiai." Lu Yang exclaimed, "Welcome, esteemed one. Are you an ability user?" Chen Xiai furrowed his brow, finding the inquiry rather intrusive. Was it not akin to sharing personal photographs upon entering the group? Wang Zishuan reassured him, "Please don't mind Lu Yang. He is the only one in the group who has not awakened his abilities, and he asks about it every time a new member joins. It was best to maintain a superficial relationship, and even among acquaintances, he preferred to keep his synthesis talent concealed, as it was a matter of significant consequence." Lu Yang remarked, "Brother Chun, you are truly a comrade. From now on, we shall be like brothers, though of different mothers." Chen Xiai found Lu Yang's antics rather amusing. Wang Zishuan continued, "Allow me to introduce the others. Xiao Hua, whom you may have encountered, possesses the fireball ability and is quite formidable. However, his territory lacks special resources, so we will focus on hunting and trading meat. Then there's Lu Yang, who has an open-air iron mine nearby. If you require iron blocks, he is the one to consult. Uncle Lu Aigua is a retired soldier with the ability of explosive strength. He has coal and stone resources. Lastly, there is Sister Song Yaru, a doctor with the ability called Heart of Nature. She herself has yet to fully comprehend its utility. She possesses a blueprint for vine armor, which can be traded." Chen Xiai felt quite pleased with the resources available within this survival group. Iron blocks, coal, meat, stones, and vine armor. Wang Zishuan added, "My ability is Eagle Eye, which aids in searching for supplies in the wild. Now, Brother Chen, would you care to introduce yourself?" Chen Xiai chose to downplay his attributes, saying, "I have a river nearby, ensuring ample water resources, and I possess 2 blueprints for crafting torches and small round shields." He then shared the attributes of the small round shield in the group chat. Lu Yang exclaimed, "Brother, I wish to trade. I am desperate. What do you need?" Wang Zishuan explained, "Our group promotes mutual assistance. If anyone has valuable items, we can trade internally first at market price without requiring significant discounts." Lu Aigua concurred, "Indeed. Chen Xiai, you may charge market price for your goods. We will do the same when we have items to offer. If there are particularly good resources, we will first utilize them internally before placing any surplus on the market." Chen Xiai initially intended to exchange a small round shield in the market for either 5 iron blocks or 50 pieces of wood. He remarked, "It's normal to sell for 5 iron blocks. Lu Yang, you can trade me for," considering it a gesture for joining the group. Lu Yang expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Chun. The transaction is complete." Subsequently, Lu Aigua traded 5 units of coal, while Wang Zishuan and Xiao Hua each exchanged 4 units of iron. And Song Yaru used vine armor to obtain a small round shield. Prior to Chen Xiai joining the group, they had already conducted trades for the day's harvest. As the protection period ended, everyone was quite busy. Following a familiar round of transactions, they each logged off without engaging in idle chatter. Chen Xiai had numerous matters to attend to as well. He first visited the tool bench to initiate the production task for torches. Produce 120 torches. He then opened the trading channel to check the status of torch sales. Torch 1, wood 8. Torch 1, stone 6. As soon as he opened it, a flurry of successful transaction notifications appeared. The torches he had listed were already sold out, and many purchase requests were flooding in. "Big boss, could you notify me before your next listing? I am particularly eager to buy. Boss, if you give me just 1 torch, I'll acknowledge you as my leader and follow your commands henceforth. Ah, brother, do you think I'm good looking?" Accompanied by an image. In addition to the purchase inquiries, there were also recruitment messages from the Survivor Alliance, appealing through moral obligation or sugary temptations, which he chose to ignore. Chen Xiai proceeded to withdraw his earnings. Received 800 wood, 480 stone. Without any iron blocks or glass, and with iron prices still climbing, it was clear that no one would trade glass for torches. Currently, he possessed 953 units of wood and 705 units of stone. With the additional 120 torches he planned to list later, his basic resources would soon exceed 1,000. Chen Xiai intended to produce a batch of small round shields after finishing the torches for trading either iron blocks or glass. As he meticulously reviewed the list of items for sale, he noted the variety available today. Iwu small desk lamp. Level 0, quality, ordinary. Description, a household desk lamp. With it, mother no longer needs to worry about my homework time, with a battery life of 812 hours. Trade items, self-defense tools, others need not disturb. This lamp only lasts for 8 hours. How do you recharge it after it's used? He continued to browse through other items. There were also iron knives for sale. Though he was unsure if they were blueprints or generated by a survivor's ability, weapons were certainly sold only if there was a surplus. Soon, he came across another intriguing item. Personal water purifier blueprint. Level 0, quality, ordinary. Description, an essential for outdoor survival. If you wish to avoid gastrointestinal distress, you either need to boil water or require a purifier. Trade items, other blueprints, or weapons, highest bidder wins. Not only did Shinsei notice this, but several other survivors also left comments below. I can't believe someone is selling blueprints. It's my first time seeing what they look like. Desperately seeking the source of the blueprint, I am willing to trade one piece of wood. It must have been discovered in a treasure chest. Who needs to ask? Is the purifier even useful? There's no shortage of water now. Rivers and lakes are everywhere. You foolish person upstairs, can river water be consumed directly? Hello. I am Richard from the American Alliance. I can offer you a long knife in exchange for the blueprint. Food 10 units, iron blocks 20 units. Glass 2 units for trading blueprints. Food 15 units, 5 torches, a complete set of bows and arrows, along with the core position of the Summer Alliance for trading blueprints. Numerous buyers have made offers. These blueprints represent former technologies, each one akin to a golden goose, particularly for these alliances. Shinsei found himself coveting the splendid items within the offers, especially the glass. He attempted to place a bid, but it seemed futile. The Wind Chaser Bao and Tanghung Dao were impossible to part with, and he lacked sufficient small round shields. He also perceived that the Survivors Alliance was amassing quality goods through abundant resources. An individual survivor could hardly contend against such a force. This scarcity of valuable items in the market was a contributing factor. Survivors were not foolish, as many items could serve future needs, even if they were not immediately useful. Unless absolutely necessary, blueprints and extraordinary weapons would remain untouched. A single shield was insufficient. Adding 10 iron blocks would not suffice. Shinsei shook his head, countering. Your desk lamp can only function for 8 hours before becoming worthless. My shield, however, can be utilized indefinitely. With a shield in hand, crafting a wooden spear would suffice for most dangers. You ought to compensate me for the price difference. The workbench contained weapons, currently limited to 2 types, wooden spears and stone knives. After a round of haggling, the seller resignedly stated, if the small round shield does not increase in price, we can finalize the deal. If not, then so be it. Deal. Shinsei replied decisively. Acquired Iwu desk lamp 1. He promptly retrieved the lamp and switched it on. The bright light illuminated the wooden cabin, far superior to the glow of torches. Most importantly, the lamp required no expenditure for illumination, and he possessed a solar-powered charger. In his possession, the desk lamp was not a disposable item. Chapter 11, Synthesis Again. Shinsei quickly approached the workbench, trading 25 torches to Wang Zishuan and the others for 25 units of iron blocks, while placing the remaining 95 into his inventory and listing them in the trading channel. Items for sale, torches, stock 95. Trading item, iron block 1. Note, private messages welcome for glass purchases. I hold 47 units of iron blocks, all designated for the production of small round shields. With production arranged, Shinsei found himself suddenly idle. Time to acquire more materials and test the synthesis furnace. As for the synthesis ingredients, he had already formed an idea while browsing the trading channel earlier. Soon, 5 snake skins were acquired, consuming 5 units of stone. Finding a bargain in the trading channel proved unrealistic. Reliance on oneself was paramount. Many clever individuals existed among the survivors, alongside various survival alliances, without spending considerable time. Any overlooked opportunities would not fall to him. It was better to delve into studying synthesis talents. Summoning the synthesis furnace, he prepared the main material as a small round shield, and with the snake skins he had previously gathered, he had precisely 6 in total. Synthesis success rate 81. Mutation rate 77. The mutation rate was remarkably high. Could it be that the differing qualities of materials led to such a high mutation? He noted this hypothesis and silently activated the synthesis furnace. In the next moment, a surge of mental energy was drawn from him. Shinsei felt a wave of dizziness wash over his mind, and his body grew increasingly fatigued. An orange light flickered above the synthesis furnace, and the entire process lasted nearly 15 minutes. With a clatter, a shield fell onto the table. Shinsei focused his gaze. Snakeskin shield. Level, 1st tier. Quality, rare. Attribute, increases block success rate by 60. Grants the user 1 constitution. Description, where did you procure this snakeskin? It is so smooth and sturdy. Rare quality. 2 attributes. Shinsei was filled with elation. System, how is the quality classified? The quality of items at each tier is divided into common, white, fine, blue, rare, orange, perfect, red, mythical, gold. Common items have no additional attributes. Fine items possess 1. Rare items have 2. Perfect items boast 3, and mythical items have no restrictions. Fortune has truly smiled upon me, for I have managed to synthesize an orange item. This snakeskin shield is perfectly suitable for the 1st tier, and the synthesis furnace is nothing short of miraculous. The front of the snakeskin shield is leather, with a serpentine pattern exuding an eerie beauty, remarkably exquisite. Shinsei donned the snakeskin shield, and the one constitution effect was immediately palpable. Even the sword in his hand felt considerably lighter. The success of the snakeskin shield bolstered his confidence, prompting him to spend a significant amount of wood acquiring several lackluster blue items in the trading channel for synthesis. Wedding bed set, level, tier 0. Quality, fine. Attribute, enhances sleep quality by 30. Description, will you marry me, in poverty or in poverty? The primary material consists of a miniature playhouse toy set, which the synthesis furnace enlarges into real items. Can the synthesis furnace transmute the fake into the genuine? Chen Ci anticipated the emergence of a fine toy set, smiling as he tossed the 3 pieces onto the bed. He initiated another synthesis. He retrieved the queen bee carcass he had collected during the day along with several newly purchased items, placing them into the synthesis furnace. Primary material, beehive, white. Secondary materials, queen bee, blue, ants, blue, X6, banyan tree seed, blue, X1, butterfly carcass, blue, X1. Synthesis success rate, 80, mutation rate, 60. Would you like to continue? Confirm synthesis. As Chen Ci confirmed, a substantial portion of his mental energy was drawn forth, comparable to that of the snakeskin shield. His mind became exceedingly foggy. A sensation of prickling coupled with drowsiness washed over him. Chen Ci struggled to maintain his focus, summoning the panel. His mental energy was reduced to a mere flicker. This synthesis consumed 2 points of mental energy, and the synthesis furnace glowed orange. It must be a rare level. Subsequently, he found himself drowsing as if in a classroom, forced to pinch himself to stay awake. I must witness the finished product. Thus, he endured the agony for an hour before the equipment was finally completed. Goo King Beehive, level, tier 2. Quality, rare. Attribute, bee attraction, possesses immense allure for bee swarms. Queen bee level 1. Description, this is the arena for bee swarms. Upon gathering 1,000 bees, the nurturing mode can be activated, with the victor becoming the queen bee. If the queen bee perishes, the nurturing mode must be restarted. A grand explosion. His weary mind was momentarily invigorated by this stimulation. This is a tier 2 orange item, a strategic level of equipment, allowing control over swarms of bees. If I had a plethora of venomous bees, how delightful. Chen Ci could not help but indulge in fantasies. If I were to possess a first-tier bee swarm, such thoughts are too bold to entertain. He grinned as he stowed the beehive into his inventory. Then, he mustered the strength to rise and placed all the small round shields from the tool station on the market. Items for sale, small round shield X47. Each exchange for 6 iron blocks or 1 glass. Note, 1 item per person. Upon completing the listing, Chen Ci could no longer endure the fatigue. He staggered to the bedside and plunged into the covers. I must not be so reckless in my next synthesis. This is the final thought before slumber. A loud thump, followed by a scratching sound. The wooden door reverberated with a tremendous noise, startling Chen Ci from his deep sleep. He fought against the sharp pain in his head and rose to investigate the source of the commotion. After several deep breaths, his mind cleared. He had not removed his vine armor before sleeping, nor had he sheathed his tang horizontal blade or secured his serpent skin shield. Stealthily, he approached the door. Outside, the darkness prevailed, pierced only by a faint light. Through the window, he beheld a leopard, a 2-meter-long beast, crashing against the door and clawing at it. In the next moment, as if sensing his gaze, the leopard turned to look at him. Their eyes met, 1 man and 1 leopard, locked in a stare. Hungry leopard, level, 0 rank, elite attribute, beast roar description. It has been confined by a mysterious force for 3 days, ravenous and desperate. Upon discovering you, it has made a choice. What about you? With a resounding roar, Chen Ci stood frozen, paralyzed by fear. The leopard, with powerful hind legs, leapt toward him with fierce intent. Just as its gaping maw threatened to crush his skull, he suddenly jolted awake. Instinctively, he kicked off the wooden wall and leaned back. With a thud, he fell flat. Ignoring the pain in his back, he rolled over and sprang back to his feet, focusing intently. The window was shattered. Yet the leopard had not entered the room. He spat out a mouthful of blood, having bitten his tongue in the panic. Fortunately, this minor injury ensured he would not become a headless knight. Such a creature reacts swiftly. It spotted him with just 1 glance. Chen Ci muttered to himself. He spoke aloud to combat the sensation of impending doom, his heart still racing. Outside, silence reigned, but he knew the leopard had not left. It had set its sights on him. It was cunning, restraining its hunger, refraining from leaping through the broken window. The wooden cabin was filled with supplies, should the leopard enter. Its agility would certainly be compromised. The 2 adversaries stood in silent confrontation. No, I must lure it inside. Out there, it has too great an advantage. Regaining his composure, Chen Ci began to devise a plan. He coated his blade with serpent venom and strode purposefully to the door. He stowed the iron block from the entrance into his inventory, abruptly swung open the door, and swiftly retreated. The leopard stepped forward cautiously, revealing its form, poised to pounce. Come on, Chen Ci bellowed, lowering himself, shielding his chest with the serpent skin shield, and gripping the tang horizontal blade in a provocative manner. After a brief moment, he slowly advanced toward the leopard. When they were 2 meters apart, he suddenly charged forward with his blade. The leopard, startled, took a half step back before launching itself at him. Anticipating the move, Chen Xiai braced himself and used the serpent skin shield to block the incoming claws. Crash! The claws collided with the shield, creating a thunderous sound. Chen Xiai was jolted backward by the immense force, yet he remained unflustered, swiftly slashing with his tang horizontal blade. With the mysterious sword technique, he executed 2 rapid strikes. The blade carved deep gashes into the leopard's back, blood gushing forth. The leopard let out a cry, seemingly undeterred by the wounds, continuing to swipe its claws. Thud, thud, thud. They exchanged blows repeatedly. Chen Xiai defended with the serpent skin shield while employing the mysterious sword technique. By the time they parted, the leopard bore 7 fresh wounds. Chen Xiai bore 2 distinct claw marks, the result of the cheetah's fierce assault. He gradually retreated, re-establishing a safe distance from the predator. With the advantage of superior equipment, victory was assured. Chapter 12, A Bounty from the Silver Treasure Chest. Maintaining his distance, Chen Xiai and the cheetah ceased their movements, locked in a tense standoff. He waited patiently for the snake venom to take effect within the cheetah's body. The beast, having detected its prey, found itself unable to strike effectively, trapped in a precarious position. After a moment, Chen Xiai keenly observed a slight alteration in the cheetah's movements. A surge of joy filled his heart. He held his composure and waited a little longer, until he noticed the cheetah's form begin to sway. No longer hesitating, he swiftly closed the gap and unleashed his blade. The cheetah's adaptability had indeed diminished. Chen Xi's technique became increasingly fluid, and within a few strikes, he severed a substantial portion of the cheetah's head. With the battle concluded, a wave of exhaustion washed over him as he relaxed his mind. He gestured to employ his gathering skill on the cheetah's remains. The creature vanished, leaving the room in disarray. Acquired beast hide, 0 blue, 1, sharp fong, 0 blue 1. Meat, 0 white, 5. Congratulations survivor Chen Xiai for passing the first trial with a perfect evaluation. You have received 1 silver treasure chest. Before him, a radiant white light flickered, revealing a silver chest. Chen Xiai set the treasure aside and opened the chat channel. Ignoring the private messages from 99, he turned to the system notifications. Survivor notice. The novice protection period has officially ended. Seals on flora and fauna, as well as weather phenomena, have been lifted. Monthly trials will commence, testing the siege against wild beasts, with a countdown of 27 days. Random trials will emerge during the survival period. Survivor notice. Acid rain trial detected. Countdown of 7 days. After reading these grave notifications, Chen Xiai pondered for a considerable time before opening the newly added group chat. Xiaohua 1. In ancient times, there was Wu Song who fought tigers. Today, there is Xiaohua who vanquishes them. Poses for a photo with the tiger's corpse, grinning. This individual had rekindled his fervor. Lu Yong 2. Incredible. As expected of the protagonist, your combat prowess is off the charts. Lu Yong 2. Why was my trial a black-backed creature? Wang Zixuan 38. I faced a hyena. Uncle Lu, what was your trial? Lu Igua 8. I encountered a python. Perhaps the trials are based on combat strength. Song Yara 5. That is quite possible. I came across a wolf, albeit a feeble one. It nearly terrified me to death. This female netizen, previously inactive, was now quite engaged, evidently fueled by a mix of fear and excitement that amplified her desire to communicate. Lu Yong 2. My combat strength is even lower than Sister Rue's? How tragic. By the way, where's Brother Chen? Chen Ci 997. I just finished. It was a cheetah. Lu Igua 8. Brother Chen's prowess is remarkable. With such strength, we can surely celebrate our successful passage through the trial as a group. Lu Yong 2. Look, the number of people in the world channel has plummeted. In stark contrast to the small group's comfort, the world and regional channels were rife with despair. Cries for help and pleas for mercy inundated the screen. Many had passed their trials but bore grievous injuries. Who has healing medicine? Please help me, and I shall repay you. Help. I'll trade supplies for healing medicine. I am in desperate need. Having narrowly escaped the apocalypse, I refuse to perish in this world. I am unwilling to accept my fate. What is all the commotion about? I am missing an arm. Did I call for help? It is not a matter of great significance. We shall meet again in 18 years. If one were to describe the prices of medicines, they resemble a towering bullish candlestick. The trading channel is constantly inundated with healing supplies. Yet they are snatched up in an instant. The supply is vastly inferior to the demand. Within just 3 days, how many medicines could the survivors possibly possess? This ordeal, dubbed a test, is merely a process of elimination, a ruthless culling. Those with poor physical condition or those unwilling to accept reality will inevitably be discarded. With medicines in short supply, self-interest prevails. Injured survivors are hastily offering their most prized possessions, desperately seeking healing salves in exchange. Crafting blueprints, attribute gear, and rare materials are all on the table. Chen Ci is also scouring the market and soon discovers a blueprint. Item for sale, backpack blueprint. Item for exchange, healing salve. Upon examining the blueprint's attributes, it proves to be practical. Chen Ci 997. I have gold wound medicine. What kind of injury do you have? This medicine is effective for external wounds, particularly lacerations. Song Yuan 6. Yes, it's an external injury, a claw scratch. Chun Ci 997. Alright, can you check the attributes? If they suit you, let us proceed with the trade. Chun Ci does not haggle further. The value of healing salves is undoubtedly lower than that of the blueprint, especially under the current exceptional circumstances. The Survivor Alliance is also amassing wealth. Any delay could lead to unforeseen changes. After reviewing the description of the gold wound medicine, the seller promptly sends a trade request, fearing that prolonged waiting may lead to complications. Acquired Backpack Blueprint X1. Backpack, common. Materials required, Beast Hide X1, Rope X2. I have the Beast Hide but lack the rope. Chun Ci is exceedingly pleased with this acquisition. Not only can he save a life, but he also possesses a blueprint, truly a double victory. As for the minor injuries he bears, they have already scabbed over, posing no significant threat. With no medicines at hand, he refrains from further perusing the trading channel and instead opts to collect the spoils from the small round shield. Acquired Iron Blocks X240, Glass X7. Excellent. The materials for upgrading the shelter are complete. He can upgrade at dawn. Outside, darkness envelopes the land, and wild beasts may still be lurking. He has no desire to risk venturing out for the upgrade. A few hours of patience is manageable. With some free time, Chun Ci opens the regional channel, which has dwindled to nearly 300 participants. The entire region now has just over 700 survivors, with a quarter having failed to endure the trial. Everyone should avoid unnecessary risks. If one cannot pass the test, they should use the life-saving artifact provided by Boss Zhang. Boss Zhang is reputable, unlike those selfish individuals. The regional channel has essentially transformed into a chat forum for the Bloodslaughter Alliance. What exactly is this life-saving artifact? Chun Ci ponders. Yet information is scarce and must be set aside for now. He looks down, realizing there is still an important task to undertake, opening the treasure chest. A flash of red light signals the opening of a silver chest. He reaches in, grasping the orb on the right and crushes it. Acquired Flower X200. Description: high-quality specialty flour, superior in quality, rich in nutrition, visually pristine and delicate, with a chewy and smooth texture and a strong wheat aroma. Flour? While it cannot be termed a surprise, it is undeniably practical. Chun Ci finds himself in the market world, subsisting on dry rations daily. He yearns for noodles and steamed buns. As a northerner, going days without noodles or buns feels akin to starvation. Moreover, in the desolate world, food is an indisputable form of hard currency, and no one can ever have too much of it. Currently, the survivors lack the ability to cultivate their own crops. They primarily rely on foraging and scavenging treasure chests for sustenance. In the future, hunting may become an option, yet relishing the exquisite dishes of your remains exceedingly arduous. At this moment, the mere thought of noodles and steamed buns brought tears of longing to Chun Ci's eyes. Safeguarding the flower, he once again grasped the luminous orb on his right and activated it. Acquired Diamond Breathing Technique 1. Diamond Breathing Technique. Level: First Tier. Quality: Perfect. Attributes: Enhanced Physique. Immunity to Malevolent Forces, Diamond Body. Description: a foundational cultivation technique for disciples of the Buddhist sect from another realm. It lays a solid groundwork for future training, requiring a base physique of over 8 points to commence. The added attribute of enhanced physique allows for a permanent increase in physical strength. The attribute of immunity to malevolent forces provides substantial resistance against charm and control skills. The Diamond Body attribute is an active skill that generates an all-encompassing protective shield upon activation. Technique. Chun Ci exclaimed with exhilaration. This was undeniably a stroke of extraordinary luck. The Diamond Breathing Technique promises a permanent enhancement of physical strength, bolstering mental resistance, while also bestowing a defensive skill, truly a life-saving marvel. At this moment, Chun Ci still felt a lingering dread from the beastly roar of the cheetah, but with successful cultivation, similar encounters would become trifling matters. In games, he favored tank characters, robust and resilient, rather than fragile ones requiring precise maneuvers. He believed that stability equates to damage output. However, with a current physique of merely 6 points, and the snakeskin shield not counting as a basic attribute, he required an additional 2 points to utilize the technique. Thus, it must be stored in his inventory. Relegated to the bottom for now. How splendid it would be to possess a few extraordinary fruits. Chun Ci couldn't help but wish. Finally, he picked up the luminous orb and crushed it to inspect its contents. Acquired Charcoal Blueprint. Charcoal. Level: 0 tier. Quality: Superior. Attributes: Long-lasting burn. Description: a barbecue essential. Everyone adores barbecuing. Indeed, everyone does. Required materials: 1 wood. Charcoal. Its utility seems rather limited. Chun Ci felt this blueprint to be somewhat superfluous. The weather was scorching, making it impractical. He had little inclination for barbecuing in such heat. Shaking his head, he casually added the blueprint to the tool bench. Having tallied his gains, a wave of fatigue washed over him. His already depleted mental energy had not fully recuperated, compounded by the fierce battle, leaving him with a profound sense of exhaustion. He retrieved the iron block to secure the wooden door, laid the Tang broadsword beside him, and, without shedding his vine armor, simply reclined onto the bed. Chapter 13, Level 2 Shelter. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight had yet to penetrate the wooden cabin, leaving the interior shrouded in dimness. Chen Xiai, still bleary-eyed, pushed open the bedroom door, and a gust of wind rushed in, jolting him awake and dispelling his drowsiness. A chill lingered in the air. Was autumn approaching? When they first descended into the desolate world, it was the cusp of late summer and early autumn. During the novice protection period, the weather remained comfortably temperate. But with the conclusion of that phase, the morning breeze now carried a distinct chill. Skillfully accessing the chat channel, he had cultivated the habit of chatting with the group each morning, a routine formed in just 3 days. In the past few days within the realm of the ruins, he had been consuming sustenance while observing other survivors engaging in idle chatter. Although there were no new discoveries to be made, there was still amusement to be found. However, today proved to be an unexpected turn of events. Upon opening the interface, he encountered a familiar figure prominently displayed in the world channel. Qiyang 388. Greetings, everyone. In light of yesterday's trials, many of our compatriots have departed from us. Yet, we must not dwell in sorrow, for more challenges await us. Below are my summarized observations. Firstly, after the conclusion of the novice protection period, the ruins have lifted the restrictions on wild beasts. Previously, no wildlife roamed within a kilometer radius of my sanctuary. However, before dawn, I explored the area surrounding my shelter and encountered a plethora of creatures, including rabbits, squirrels, wild dogs, and goats, alongside formidable predators such as lions, tigers, and black bears. Many of these species should not coexist, and the environment around me is ill-suited for their survival. I suspect they, like us, originate from Blue Star, and we shall compete with them, thereby forging a new biological chain. Fortunately, we possess a sanctuary. I remind everyone to exercise caution when venturing outdoors. Secondly, the system has relinquished climate control. Autumn has now set in. Based on the current temperature, the winter here will undoubtedly differ from that of the southern regions, and even from the northern winters of Blue Star's Huazone. Everyone must prepare adequately and stockpile supplies, particularly warm clothing and food. Lastly, and most importantly, an acid rain trial is scheduled for 7 days hence. Given the anticipated difficulty of this trial, the challenge posed by acid rain will be substantial. I urge everyone to stock up on water, food, and weapons, as prolonged acid rain may lead to famine and increased animal aggression. I have good news to share. The second-level sanctuary is constructed of stone and is equipped with heating facilities such as a fireplace. The third level should be even better. Upgrading the sanctuary is crucial for survival. I hope that everyone will assist one another in our quest to endure. Teacher Chi speaks wisely. He is an expert in wilderness survival with a wealth of experience. I am deeply moved. The esteemed individual is genuinely aiding us. His words resonate profoundly, especially as I find myself at a loss for what to do next. Oh, please. Ultimately, the focus is still on upgrading the sanctuary. That is common knowledge. To the one above, you're not even facing me. Otherwise, I would teach you some manners on behalf of your parents. Look at you. Failing to summarize and merely leeching off others, while being so brazen about it. The comments below quickly veered off topic, transforming from a sharing of insights into personal attacks. Nevertheless, some individuals expressed curiosity regarding how to have a message pinned in the World Channel, prompting an eager participant to provide a brief explanation. World Bulletin. Brief. Have your message pinned in the World Channel for a day, and become today as headline. Upon reading this, Chen Xiai comprehended the situation and searched for further useful information, but found none. Having finished his rations, it was time to upgrade the sanctuary. Level 2 Sanctuary. Upgrade materials required. 200 wood, 200 stone, 10 iron blocks, 2 glass. His current inventory, 859 wood, 700 stone, 335 iron blocks, 7 glass. System. Confirm the upgrade to Level 2 Sanctuary. Level 2 Sanctuary upgrade in progress. Sufficient materials detected from the survivor. Please confirm if you wish to additionally enhance the sanctuary as facilities. Bedroom. Features a wooden floor and a double bed, with reserved power outlets. Required materials, 50 wood, 5 iron. Living room. Includes a fireplace, solid wood table and chairs, wooden flooring, and reserved power outlets. Required materials, 50 wood, 50 stone, 5 iron. Kitchen. Equipped with iron utensils, a stove, and reserved water and electricity interfaces. Required materials, 50 stone, 5 iron. Workshop. Upgrades the quality of the workbench, enabling the production of items made from other materials and of superior quality. Required materials, 50 wood, 50 stone, 5 iron. Warehouse. Provides 2-dimensional shelves, each capable of storing 20 items. Required materials, 50 wood, 50 stone. Bathroom. Includes a shower setup and a stone water tank on the roof. Required materials, 50 stone. 2 glass. All facilities can be optionally upgraded. However, the cost will increase after upgrades, so please choose wisely. Who is this from? Chen Xiai stared at the prompt before him, dumbfounded. These items evoked the sensation of a developer selling houses. It appeared that a basic upgrade was akin to a bare shell of a house, and to enjoy a more comfortable living space, one had to invest in renovations. As Chen Si reflected, he suddenly felt that the system had become more relatable. Confirm all. Although some items might not be urgently needed, he no longer cared. With 4 blueprints in hand and sufficient funds at his disposal, and considering the system's prompt to upgrade these facilities, they surely held significant utility. The shelter, once again, was enveloped in a cocoon of white light. The materials on the ground diminished steadily, and after approximately 10 minutes, a brand new stone house materialized before Chen Si. The stone house covered an area of about 200 square meters, doubling the previous size, constructed entirely from azure stones with seamless joints, appearing as a singular entity. Atop the stone house sat a square water tank, also made of stone, integrated seamlessly with the structure. The exposed windows were encased in protective iron bars, rendering them impervious to ordinary beasts. Stepping into the stone house, both the living room and bedroom were adorned with wooden floors. The living room boasted a complete set of table and chairs, transforming from his previous furnishings to ones that harmonized with the room. At the center of the living room stood a fireplace occupying approximately 3 square meters. According to the prompt, internal conduits within the stone walls distributed the warmth generated by the fireplace throughout the various rooms. The kitchen was equipped with a stove, iron pots, and an array of dining and cooking utensils. He could finally enjoy warm meals. The scattered resources from before had been automatically organized onto the shelves in the warehouse. Approaching the workbench, he opened the crafting panel and discovered that, in addition to daily necessities, the workbench had also introduced 2 new weapons, a wooden-handled iron knife and a wooden-handled iron spear. Wooden-handled iron knife. Crafting materials, 2 iron blocks, 1 wood. Wooden-handled iron spear. Crafting materials, 1 iron block, 1 wood. The system appeared to encourage survivors to develop and engage in combat. It did not treat survivors as mere entertainment tools, nor was it designed to relish in their struggles at the brink of survival. Chen Si contemplated the system's intentions. If it were for entertainment, it would likely relish seeing them grapple with life and death, rather than providing such quality living conditions. Chen Si pondered for a moment before conceding defeat. The information was insufficient. For now, he could only forge ahead, striving to survive. He examined the requirements for upgrading to a level 3 shelter, contemplating if he had enough materials to proceed. Chen Si accessed the shelter panel. Level 3 shelter, upgrade materials, 500 wood, 500 stone, 50 iron, 20 glass, 1 defensive structure, 1 altar, 1 resource building. Defensive structures include fences, arrow towers, companion beasts, and protective shields. Resource buildings encompass various minerals, farmland, salt flats, and medicinal fields. As for the altar, there were no indications provided. Fortunately, he possessed some defensive structures. He had previously acquired blueprints for fences and arrow towers from chests, yet he still required the core altar and resource buildings. After reviewing his supplies and searching the trading channel, he found no relevant items. Once he organized his belongings, he refrained from immediately constructing the fences and arrow towers. Although his resources were sufficient, he needed to reserve some for crafting torches and small round shields. Patience was essential. Moreover, the defensive capability of fences might not surpass that of the stone walls of a level 2 shelter. That evening, he received a message from Lu Xiaoya. She had experienced a stroke of luck. The creature that attacked was a wounded beast, having been starved for 3 days by the system, and she dispatched it with relative ease. Lu Xiaoya, Brother Chun, there are too many beasts outside the shelter. Gathering cotton might be challenging today. Chen Si was unsurprised upon reading this. The beasts had been starved for 3 days, making the wilderness exceedingly perilous. No worries, proceed within your limits. I have upgraded to level 2 and can craft iron daggers and wooden-handled iron spears. What do you require? I can trade it to you. Lu Xiaoya was touched by his words. She had not anticipated that Chen Si would not only refrain from blaming her, but also think of preparing weapons for her. Brother Chen, thank you. Please let me know what materials are needed for the crafting. I cannot let you bear the burden of the materials, or I cannot accept it. She did not refuse, merely committing this to memory. Chen Si did not decline. Being benevolent indeed requires boundaries, as excessive kindness may impose burdens on others. Harvested 5 wood, 5 iron blocks. Along with the notification came another message from Lu Xiaoya. Brother Chun, my abilities are suited for ranged weapons. I plan to craft 5 as throwing spears. After completing the trade with Lu Xiaoya, Chen Si issued a production task for 200 small round shields. Earlier, while searching for upgrade materials, he noted that many individuals were selling wooden-handled iron daggers and wooden-handled iron spears, with torches also in abundance. It seemed that after the trials, numerous individuals had unearthed blueprints, leading to a decline in the profitability of torches. Chen Si reflected quietly. He had anticipated the decrease in torch profits, but had not expected it to occur so swiftly. However, the profit from small round shields remained substantial and would not adversely affect his income for the time being. After arranging for the tool station to produce automatically, he decided against venturing outside today, as the recent beast rampages had rendered the environment perilous. It was an opportune moment to practice the Xuanxu blade technique. Striving to elevate his proficiency to the mastery level. Resolute in his decision, He moved to the open area before the shelter and began his training in the swordsmanship. Chapter 14, Collecting Hornets. Chun Si dedicated an entire morning to the focused practice of the Xuanshu blade technique before the shelter, achieving a proficiency level of 88. He developed a deeper understanding of the technique. During his cultivation period, he encountered wild beasts near the sanctuary, likely due to the area's remoteness and sparse vegetation. However, he observed numerous animals heading towards the river in the east. Chun Si contemplated hunting the beasts that came to drink, yet the open terrain heightened their alertness, and his long-range attack capabilities were rather lacking. Although he possessed a fine bow, he had never practiced archery, and with no time to train, his mastery of the Xianshu blade technique remained uncertain. It was time for a meal. Rubbing his stomach, Chun Si felt the pangs of hunger after a morning of intense cultivation. The dry rations he had consumed earlier had long been digested. He had 10 portions of dry food, 10 bottles of water, 10 wild fruits, 30 apples, 200 grams of honey, 1 roasted duck, 5 portions of leopard meat, and 200 grams of flour, not much at all. As he contemplated this, he took the roasted duck out to heat it. Originally, he intended to trade this duck for blueprints or other valuable resources, but it seemed that the survivors were not easily fooled. Not even a mediocre blueprint could entice a trade. As for basic materials, he had no shortage, so he decided to indulge himself today, replenishing his energy for cultivation. Before long, Chun Si leaned back in his wooden chair and let out a satisfied belch, using a stick to pick his teeth, shaking his head with a wry smile. His appetite had increased significantly. In the past, he could never have consumed an entire roasted duck. Was the consumption from the blade technique truly that great? Just moments after eating, he felt as though his body was demanding more energy. Unbeknownst to him, it was not solely the blade technique at work, but rather the energy fruits he had consumed earlier, which had yet to be fully digested, contributing to his rapid cultivation. The issue of food had become urgent. He had not planned to venture out today, but it seemed he would have to take a risk in the afternoon. Chun Si had not anticipated the extent of his consumption from the morning's training. If he continued to train in the afternoon, the small amount of leopard meat would barely suffice, and by tomorrow, he would face a shortage of meat. Resolute in his decision, Chun Si did not rest, but proceeded to the tool shed to place the 200 small round shields he had crafted that morning into his personal shop. Items for sale, small round shield 1, exchange for 20 units of wood. Items for sale, small round shield 1, exchange for 4 units of iron. He divided the small round shields into 2 transactions, each consisting of 100 shields. He had enough stone for the time being, and most of the materials required for the blueprints in his possession were wood and iron, which he needed for initial accumulation. After attending to these matters, Chun Si stored the Bee King's hive in his inventory, secured the door, and set off towards the west along the foot of the mountain. Unlike his previous excursions, he could not advance at full speed this time. A few days ago, during the protection period, wild beasts were scarce, but now he needed to be vigilant of his surroundings as he traversed the area, inevitably slowing his pace. After a good half hour, he discovered a gentle slope that would lead him into the mountain range behind. Looking up from the foot of the mountain, he beheld a forest blanketed in dense foliage, with lush green trees shading the ground beneath, where shrubs thrived in abundance. Chun Si hesitated. After all, a forest represented a certain degree of danger. Yet, he knew he would have to face it sooner or later. He needed the ability to procure meat, as relying solely on purchases for such resources was far too unstable. After a moment of contemplation, Chun Si resolved to proceed, his expression returning to tranquility as he gradually melded into the forest. As he ventured deeper, the vegetation thickened, with the surrounding trees predominantly comprising elms and poplars, towering and straight, their lush canopies obscuring much of the sunlight, casting scattered patches of dim light upon the ground. He found himself expending greater energy to remain vigilant in the murky surroundings. The ground was blanketed with a thick layer of humus formed by fallen branches and withered grass. And with each step, his footprints sank deeply into the earth. The woods were oddly quiet, with only the occasional chirp of birds. The crisp sound of Chun Si stepping on twigs resonated clearly in the stillness. Strangely, there was a scarcity of wildlife, despite his time spent here. He had only glimpsed a few sparrows and a couple of squirrels, while larger animals were notably absent. Nevertheless, Chun Si was unconcerned, for his primary purpose today was not hunting, and the lack of encounters meant less likelihood of conflict. That said, he tread carefully with each step, wary of the potential for a beast to leap forth from the shadows. A distant buzzing sound caught his attention, and his expression brightened. It was coming from the right. Redirecting his path towards the source, he navigated around several large trees and soon beheld a swarm of wasps flitting in and out of a tree hollow. He had found what he sought. Chun Si's face lit up with joy, for his primary objective was to replenish the gladiators in his Goo King Bee box. The wasps near the hollow sported yellow heads and black, hairy thoraxes. Their abdomens were banded in yellow and black, tapering into a conical shape, with 3 venomous stingers at the rear. These were indeed the hornet species. Chun Si carefully discerned the details, recognizing that the hornet, also known as the three-eyed sting, derived its name from the 3 venomous stingers on its abdomen. He approached the hive cautiously, stopping approximately 2 meters from the tree hollow. Aware that the hornets were highly aggressive, getting too close could provoke an attack, and any retaliation would summon the wrath of the entire nest. Chen-si retrieved the Gu King Bee box from his inventory and gently placed it on the ground. He poured the 200 grams of honey he had previously acquired into the bee box as bait, then placed his hand atop the box, focusing his mind to activate its special properties, enhancing its allure to the swarming bees by 60. After activating the feature, he quickly retreated, drawing the wind chaser bow he had yet to use. Knocking an arrow, he observed that the arrowhead was not the conventional metal but rather a cloth bundle soaked in peppermint essential oil, a preparation he had made before setting out. Taking a deep breath, he released the bowstring, aiming for the tree hollow. In an instant, the arrow flew forth, grazing the tree trunk and embedding itself into the grass behind the hollow. A hint of embarrassment crossed Chen-si's refined features. His intention had been to shoot directly into the hollow. Thankfully, no one had witnessed his misfire, or he would have been quite humiliated. He chuckled at himself, then nocked another arrow, adjusting his aim. This time, he succeeded. The arrow accurately penetrated the tree hollow, the scent of peppermint wafting forth. Before long, a cloud of bees surged out, surrounding the hollow with a deafening buzz, evidently disturbed by the aroma. Soon, the hornets noticed the Gu King Bee box nearby, which radiated a warm, orange glow. The swarm, as if entranced, began to flock to the box one by one, unable to resist the allure of the second-tier rare beehive. A temptation far beyond the reach of these first-tier ordinary hornets. After 10 minutes, Chen-si noticed that no wasps emerged from the tree hollow, while the external wasps had all entered the Gu Wang beehive. No longer hesitating, he rose and approached the tree hollow, retrieving his long and used exquisite stone axe. With a few decisive strikes, he felled the large tree, unveiling the beehive hidden within the hollow. The hive lay flat atop the hollow, resembling a cap, and the densely packed cells no longer released any wasps. Chen-si leaned in and sliced open the beehive with his tang broadsword, revealing a plump queen bee inside. His Gu Wang beehive operated on a breeding model, capable of producing new queens, rendering this one unnecessary. After dealing with the queen, Chen-si employed his gathering skill on the hive, acquired 500 grams of honey. As he completed the gathering, a wooden treasure chest materialized from the tree hollow. Can defeating foes yield treasure chests? It seemed the system was intentionally encouraging combat and hunting. Chen-si nodded thoughtfully at the chest. With a casual tap, he opened it. Acquired 10 rations, 1 pair of ordinary mountaineering boots, 1 beekeeping manual. A beekeeping manual? Chen-si felt a surge of excitement, quickly picking up the book to examine its attributes, only to be met with disappointment. It was merely an ordinary reference book, not the skill tome he had hoped for. The back even stated a suggested retail price of 99 yuan. He tossed it into his inventory, donned the new mountaineering boots, discarded his tattered sneakers, and approached the Gu Wang beehive. The hive now displayed over 8,000 wasps inside, having automatically activated the breeding mode to select a new queen, a process that would take 24 hours. Tomorrow he would see the new queen. He wondered what attributes she might possess. A slight smile crept across his face, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Chapter 15. Snatching food from the tiger's mouth with one hand carrying the beehive and the other gripping his tang broadsword, Chen-si, unencumbered by a snakeskin shield, found his physique had reached 6 points, surpassing the average of an adult. Although he seldom traversed mountain paths, he felt no strain now. His stamina ample. A plump wild hare darted past not far ahead, stopping abruptly upon spotting Chen-si, likely startled, before swiftly bolting to the left. Chen-si yearned for spicy rabbit head, yet with his hands occupied, he could not draw his bow in time, even if he had the opportunity to shoot. His current archery skills rendered the likelihood of hitting a moving hare akin to winning the lottery. His gaze followed the leaping hare, when suddenly it caught sight of a vivid color. Curiously, he approached to discover a cluster of bright red wild mushrooms, pale red, brick red, and orange red, standing out vividly amidst the green grass. Surely, these are poisonous mushrooms. I recall reading online that the more vibrant the mushroom, the greater its toxicity. Chen-si hesitated, eyeing the mushrooms scattered around, yet he remained undeterred and activated his detection skill. Red umbrella mushroom, ordinary. Edible, rich in nutrients, delicious in flavor, uniquely aromatic, a rare delicacy. Truly edible. Chen-si's face bore an expression of astonishment, yet it was swiftly replaced by a radiant smile. This was the Sioux world, not Blue Star. Thus, he could not rely on his usual experiences to navigate this realm. Reminding himself once more, Chen-si set down his beehive, crouched down, and began to gather mushrooms. Fearing he might collect the wrong type, he carefully examined each specimen before proceeding, for caution is the mother of safety. Harvest, 56 red umbrella mushrooms. Having collected the red umbrella mushrooms, Chen-si felt quite pleased and continued to search for another half hour, yet his findings were scant. Just as he was about to descend and conclude his exploration, a sudden thunderous sound echoed from approximately 500 meters to his left rear. His body tensed, and his expression turned grave. He glanced around, found a large tree, and quickly ascended, securing the Goo King beehive to the trunk. Once hidden, he swiftly descended, retrieved his snakeskin shield, and stealthily approached the source of the noise, intent on assessing the situation. The distance of 500 meters was not far. Although the forest obscured his path, Chen Xiai soon arrived nearby. As he drew closer, he could hear the heavy panting of a beast. He crouched low, moving silently behind a banyan tree with a trunk thick enough to accommodate 3 people, carefully peering forward. Before him stood a brown mountain boar, over 2 meters long. Its rotund body covered in bristly fur resembling pine needles, as it huffed and patrolled an open area centered around a half-wilted elm tree. The elm bore a noticeable gash, likely the result of the mountain boar's collision. Chen Xi's gaze extended beyond the boar to the surrounding trees, where he soon discerned that he was not alone in his observations. To his left, perched on a branch, a bobcat crouched, its eyes fixed intently on the elm tree. From a distance, the bobcat appeared robust, measuring approximately 1.5 meters in length, with long limbs and a short, thick tail, its body a reddish-brown adorned with dark spots. Looking skyward, he spotted a shadow gliding overhead. A brown hawk circled above, repeatedly poised to swoop down. All 3 creatures were fixated on the half-wilted elm tree. However, it became evident that their true interest lay not in the tree itself, but rather in the small red fruits nestled among its branches. After scrutinizing the scene for a considerable time, Chen Xiai noticed the red fruits, small in size, which he had previously overlooked. They seemed to be quite a find, albeit too distant to discern clearly. Intrigued by the commotion they incited among the 3 beasts, he yearned to partake in the bounty. Contemplating how to seize the opportunity, he observed their positions and, with a sudden flicker of inspiration, began to retreat cautiously until he felt he was beyond their sensory reach, then sprinted backward. After covering over 50 meters, Chen Xiai veered to the right, making a semicircular detour to approach from a less conspicuous angle. He stealthily positioned himself behind a large tree not far from the half-wilted elm. He had no intention of confronting the beasts directly, if it were only the bobcat. He might have had confidence in a contest, but against the mountain boar, he would refrain. He had heard tales that in the wild, mountain boars and black bears were of comparable prowess as predators, and he, in his slight frame, was no match for the boar. In comparison, he was but a fragile assassin, lacking agility. Perhaps once he mastered the Xuanchu blade technique, he might stand an even chance. Chen Xiai harbored a sense of uncertain anticipation. Time slipped away amidst the standoff, until a sudden burst of fruity fragrance enveloped the area. It turned out that the red fruits were not yet ripe, which explained why none dared to approach for the harvest. As the scent wafted through the air, the atmosphere grew tense. The beasts, visibly alert, fixated their gaze on the red fruits hanging from the tree. The eagle, too, ceased its circling and settled atop a nearby tree, closest to the elm. Its eyes locked onto the fruits, poised for action. Now, the 4 corners were occupied. Chen Xiai faced the wild boar across the elm, with a lynx perched on the tree to his right and the eagle on the tree's apex to his left, all awaiting the moment the fruits would ripen. Were they not ripe yet? The aroma was intoxicating. Crouching behind the tree, Chen Xiai felt his legs growing numb. He inhaled deeply, the rich fragrance flooding his senses. Invigorating him, his eyes began to redden with excitement. Just as he pondered, the wild boar suddenly surged towards the elm. The lynx and the eagle, witnessing this, followed suit, lunging towards the tree. However, their targets differed. The lynx and the eagle aimed directly for the red fruits, while the wild boar charged at the elm itself. The boar was the first to act, its speed remarkable, and in the blink of an eye, it collided with the elm. Crack! The elm, already bearing cracks, splintered violently upon impact, the trunk splintering with a resounding crash. The wild boar's weight, several tons, pressed down upon the tree, hastening its fall. Meanwhile, the lynx and the eagle had just reached the spot where the fruits had hung. They intersected in midair. The eagle soared upward, its claws raking 3 deep gashes across the lynx's back, exerting its power to force the lynx down to the ground, while the eagle propelled itself once more towards the fruits. Whoosh! The sharp sound of 2 arrows slicing through the air resonated as they shot straight towards the area above the red fruits, precisely the path the eagle would take. These arrows were, of course, fired by Chen Xiai. He had observed carefully. There were no beasts near his current position, and the wild boar's initial collision with the elm was directed this way. He wagered that the boar's first strike was not merely to intimidate other beasts, but rather a preparation for a second, more forceful collision to bring the elm down. By repeatedly striking the weakened point, the wild boar could control the direction of the elm's fall. Chen Xiai had previously noted that the creatures of this world were cunning. They could not be underestimated. Thus, he had stealthily evaded the boar, positioning himself here to avoid detection, while the wild boar ruled the land, to obtain the red fruits. It must topple the tree, otherwise, it could not outpace the eagle. Chen Xiai gambled that the boar would indeed bring the tree down, and it would fall in his direction. He was right, as he witnessed the elm toppling towards him and the lynx and eagle lunging for the fruits. He swiftly nocked 2 arrows and released them towards the space above the fruits, aiming to obstruct the eagle's access. After loosing the arrows, he rapidly stowed away his bow, drew out his snakeskin shield, and sprinted towards the location of the red fruits. Meanwhile, the eagle, indeed evading the arrows from the wind chaser bow, failed to seize the fruits and soared upwards, veering away. At this moment, Qinsei had already reached the base of the red fruit tree. Utilizing his snakeskin shield to protect his head, he exerted a powerful push off a nearby tree trunk and leapt into the air, his right hand reaching for the red fruit. The instant he grasped the branch that bore the fruit, his 7-point physique, snakeskin shield level 1, surged with energy. And with a tremendous effort, he snapped the branch as thick as his arm. Gathering, item added to inventory. As soon as Qinsei secured the fruit, he swiftly activated his gathering skill, immediately depositing it into his inventory without even glancing at the system notifications. At that moment, a dark shadow sped towards him, revealing itself to be an aggrieved wild boar. While airborne, Qinsei caught sight of the boar's enraged, crimson eyes, which were fixed on him with fierce intensity. Chapter 16, Orange-Red Mistletoe. With a thunderous crash, Qinsei was sent flying, landing several meters away on an open patch of ground. His face contorted as he quickly rose to his feet, rapidly retreating while deftly altering his direction. Meanwhile, the mountain cat, having been knocked to the ground, recovered and pursued Qinsei closely, despite the 3 deep gashes on its back that marred its agile form. The eagle soaring above had not abandoned the chase either. Yet Qinsei skillfully navigated through areas dense with foliage, denying the bird any opportunity to swoop down. After a few evasive maneuvers, the eagle ultimately relinquished its pursuit, unwilling to descend to the ground. The enraged wild boar chased after Qinsei with relentless fervor, crashing through trees without losing speed, carving a straight path through the forest. However, it too was flesh and blood. After several collisions with the trees, it could no longer maintain its rapid pace. Qinsei continued to switch directions, deliberately threading through dense patches of trees to hinder the boar's pursuit. After about 10 minutes, he noted the thunderous sounds of the boar crashing into trees gradually receding into the distance. After running for a while longer, Qinsei sensed that he had likely evaded the boar and came to a gradual stop, leaning against a large tree to catch his breath and recover his strength. This was the first time in his life that he had engaged in such prolonged, high-speed running, especially in the twisting paths of the forest. He had not realized it before, but now he felt as though his lungs were about to burst. As Qinsei gradually steadied his breathing and sensed he was out of danger, his mind relaxed. However, he soon felt a sharp, piercing pain radiate from his left arm to his brain, causing his face to pale momentarily. Tentatively, he pressed his hand against his left arm. It seemed there were no fractures, but perhaps a hairline crack. The pain was excruciating. Damn it, Qinsei muttered through gritted teeth. Yet he could not suppress the smile on his face. Successfully snatching food from the jaws of 3 wild beasts exhilarated him. He relished this thrilling sensation. Crack. To think it could pursue him from such a distance, truly a testament to the prowess of a jungle predator. With a glimmer of surprise in his eyes, Qinsei swiftly drew his Tanghang knife with his right hand. While enduring the pain in his left arm, he raised the snakeskin shield. Keeping a vigilant eye on the approaching mountain cat, he noticed the 3 deep, visible wounds on its back, with blood staining the fur around them. No wonder it had made a sound. It turned out that the cat had also been injured. Qinsei realized that the mountain cat had been severely wounded by the eagle, explaining its inability to navigate stealthily and break branches without alerting him. According to reason, the bobcat, bearing such grievous wounds, should have sought refuge to recuperate, fearing encounters with other predators. It was greed that compelled it to pursue Qinsei despite its injuries. Qinsei, fixated on the bobcat, noticed its reluctance to attack immediately and felt a surge of anxiety. He wished to avoid a standoff, fearing that prolonged confrontation might attract other creatures. Should the bobcat flee, he would be left vulnerable, particularly concerned about the potential arrival of wild boars, which would undoubtedly assault him given his current weakened state. At that moment, the bobcat's eyes glimmered with a fierce determination, and it could no longer restrain itself. It lunged at Qinsei. Just waiting for you, Qinsei bellowed, swiftly sidestepping the assault. With his right hand, he wielded the Tanghang Dao, executing the profound techniques of the Xuanshu blade art, delivering a mighty slash towards the bobcat. In a flash, the blade struck the raw wound on the bobcat's back, aggravating its injury. The creature emitted a harrowing scream, collapsing to the ground, unable to rise after several attempts. Qinsei stepped closer, witnessing the bobcat's agony. Its back was a gruesome sight, flesh and blood intertwined, with its alabaster spine shattered in two. Although Qinsei's physique fell short of that of a wild boar, he possessed sufficient strength to overpower the bobcat. Without hesitation, he advanced and swiftly wielded his blade to end the creature's suffering. In the aftermath of this victory, Qinsei felt no particular exhilaration. The battle had not drained much of his energy, yet it provided him with a clearer understanding of his own capabilities. With a grave demeanor, he gestured to the bobcat to activate his gathering skill. Acquired, damaged beast hide, white, X1, sharp fangs, blue, X2, meat chop, blue, X3. Concurrently, he noticed a wooden treasure chest materializing beside him, but he refrained from opening it, opting instead to stow it in his inventory. He needed to depart swiftly. The earlier commotion and the scent of blood could attract other predators. Injured and at a disadvantage, he could not afford to emulate the bobcat. On his descent, Chen encountered various sounds and resource points, yet he stifled his curiosity and resolved to investigate later, once adequately prepared. The trees rushed past him as he safely reached the foot of the mountain. Chen sent a message. Dr. Song, are you there? I have something to consult you about. Indeed, he was reaching out to Song Yaru, the only doctor he could think of who was accessible within his survival group. Presumably, she was occupied and had not seen his message. He remained unhurried, calming himself to open the trading channel, where he checked the sales of the small round shields, and was immediately inundated with messages. Lost small round shield X1, gained wood X20. Lost small round shield X1, gained iron X4. All listed small round shields had been sold, yielding 2,000 units of wood and 400 units of iron. Numerous purchase inquiries flooded in, the contents ranging widely. Brother, I have a set of original flavor lingerie. I'll trade it for a small round shield. Boss, I only have 2 units of iron. Could you extend credit? I will repay you promptly once I have the means. Greetings, I am the leader of an alliance. We currently have nearly 20,000 survivors, and I sincerely invite you to join us. Based on your abilities, we can offer you a position commanding 1,000 individuals. Please consider it earnestly. Big brother, your round shield is priced too exorbitantly. The materials are comparable to the wooden-handle iron knife. This is outrageous. The creation of a wooden-handled iron knife requires 1 unit of wood and 2 units of iron ingots. Currently, 1 unit of iron ingot can be exchanged for 5 units of wood, making the total cost of the wooden-handled iron knife equivalent to 11 units of wood, while its market price hovers around 15 units of wood. Conversely, a small round shield necessitates 1 unit of wood and 1 unit of iron ingot, resulting in a cost of 6 units of wood, yet it is priced at 20 units of wood, yielding a profit margin exceeding twofold. However, Chen has chosen to disregard the private messages complaining about the high prices. Presently, there are numerous sellers of wooden-handled iron knives, yet few offer shields, rendering the latter a rare commodity. Most shield sellers maintain this price in accordance with market trends. After tallying his gains, Chen closed the trading channel and retrieved the red fruit he had previously acquired during his adventures. The moment of revelation was imminent. Filled with anticipation, Chen had delayed his examination of the fruit earlier due to his heightened anxiety. He feared that excessive excitement might overwhelm his heart. A radiant light emerged, revealing orange-red mistletoe berry. Level 0, quality, rare. Attributes, slightly enhances physical constitution, mildly increases mental potential. Description, a precious mistletoe berry, fortifying bones and muscles, benefiting both physical and mental health. Consumption limit of 10 berries at the same level. An extraordinary fruit. Chen Xi's complexion flushed with excitement, finally unable to contain his exhilaration. He exclaimed, Chapter 17, Water of Life. Although the orange-red mistletoe berry does not provide the direct attribute boost of the extraordinary fruit he previously obtained, its abundance is noteworthy. As Chen has acquired a total of 16 berries, he carefully stored the precious berries in his inventory, feeling reassured only when they were safely contained there. For the time being, he refrained from consuming them. Based on his previous experience, he planned to ingest them while practicing the mystical sword technique, allowing for rapid absorption and enhancement of his swordsmanship proficiency. Chen then unveiled his final bounty, a wooden treasure chest obtained after vanquishing a mountain cat. Upon opening the chest, he discovered, gained, braised beef noodles, common, X24, rain cloak X1, human X1. The braised beef noodles represented an entire box of instant noodles of the Hongxiang brand, which Chen deemed the most valuable item he had uncovered. This sustenance was of exceptional quality, far superior to the previous rations of dry food and bread. Instant noodles are high-calorie foods, easy to prepare, and quite palatable, making them well-suited for wilderness survival. Furthermore, the accompanying seasoning packets contain salt, powdered sugar, monosodium glutamate, and star anise powder, all of which constitute a significant fortune in a world devoid of industrialization. Spices are more precious than gold. In truth, Chen had not consumed salt for several days and had intended to procure some in the trading channel that evening. The previous days had imposed constraints, forcing him to make do. The rain cloak and cumin were of lesser significance. The rain cloak may not adequately protect against the impending acid rain, and the cumin had limited utility. He decided to store them away, placing the rain cloak in the warehouse and the cumin in the kitchen for later use during his meat roasting. Chen messaged, I went out this afternoon to search for supplies and accidentally injured my arm. Wang Zishuan mentioned you are a doctor, and I would like to request your assistance. Chen continued, I was carrying a shield when I was charged by a wild boar, resulting in swelling on my arm. Song Yeri examined the images Chen sent. Her heart filled with astonishment at the fact that he had managed to escape unscathed after provoking the wild boar. Song Yaru, based on the images, there should not be any major issues. Gently press around the swelling and let me know how it feels. Chen followed Song Yaru's guidance and delicately pressed his arm. describing his sensations to her. Songyaru, Shinsei, it appears that you do not have a fracture, but there may be a bone crack. Unfortunately, we cannot take an X-ray at this moment to confirm further. She added, Shinsei, do not take the bone crack lightly. Please refrain from lifting heavy objects with your left hand and avoid any combat. A second injury could exacerbate your condition. Shinsei's heart, which had just begun to settle, sank again upon hearing Songyaru's two cautions. The restrictions on using his left hand for lifting and engaging in combat would undoubtedly heighten the difficulty of his survival, potentially causing him to lose his current advantage and even face elimination. Contemplating this, Shinsei's expression darkened like the ominous clouds before a storm. Damn it. I hadn't anticipated that a bone crack would be this severe. It seems I will have to venture into the trading channel shortly to purchase some medicine at a high price. Despite these thoughts, Shinsei was aware that the trading channel was likely devoid of supplies at this hour, as the early morning trials had left many injured, and healing medicines would have been quickly depleted. Even if there were any remaining, they would likely be priced beyond the means of the survivors. Meanwhile, Songyaru sat gracefully at a wooden table, her figure curving elegantly, her delicate face betraying a hint of hesitation. Her enchanting eyes gazed blankly at her hands, one of which held a transparent vial containing a gently swirling red liquid. Should I give it to him? This is my only vial. I must wait for the flower of life to bloom again before I can create a new one. Subconsciously biting her red lip, she pondered for a long while before ultimately resolving to offer it to him. After all, he is someone I know. If he doesn't receive help, it would be a tragedy to watch him face elimination. Although accustomed to the cycle of life and death in the hospital, Songyaru still felt a pang of sorrow each time she encountered critically ill patients, always yearning to assist them in any way possible, no matter how small. Her kindness endeared her to her colleagues and patients alike. On the day of the apocalypse, she remained steadfast in the hospital, caring for those confined to their beds. Shinsei furrowed his brow, contemplating a solution. An injury to his left arm was akin to losing a hand, severely impacting his chances of survival. Ding! A trade request has been received. Water of life, level 0 quality, rare attribute. Instantly heals minor injuries, increases recovery speed from severe injuries by 60. Description: you read that correctly. This is a small red vial, crafted from precious materials through a complex process, a rare artificial creation. A healing potion? An instant recovery potion? Shinsei possessed many items, yet he had never encountered such a life-saving artifact. With this vial of water of life, it was as if he had gained an extra life. Songyaru, please accept this vial of water of life. Heal your injury first, and you can return me something later when you have it. Just apply it externally to your arm. Having made her decision, he sent Songyaru a new trade request. Offering items: 6 orange-red mistletoe berries. Requesting item: 1 water of life. Each person could only consume 10 berries. The remaining 6 were originally intended for trading for something valuable. Upon receiving a new trade request, Songyaru, without bothering to discern the nature of the orange-red fruit, hastily clicked to accept. It was only after completing the transaction that she turned her attention to the crimson fruit in her hand, inspecting its attributes. Upon reviewing the details, her mouth fell agape in astonishment. The rarity of these 6 fruits was undoubtedly on par with the essence of life, perhaps even exceeding its worth for the majority of survivors. Additionally, possessing these 6 fruits would allow her to utilize the previously frozen blueprint she held. Songyaru remarked, the orange-red fruit is exceedingly precious, its value surpassing that of the essence of life. I have taken advantage of this opportunity. I possess several potion blueprints. Should you require herbs or plant seeds in the future, do not hesitate to offer them to me, and we shall share the harvest. Shinsei responded, certainly. Are potion blueprints crafted at the workbench? Songyaru clarified, no, I have a unique structure known as the alchemy table. I've heard there are also pill furnaces and talisman chambers. Shinsei was previously unaware of these specialized structures, nor had he seen any references to potions or talismans in the trading channel. He speculated whether their scarcity led to private consumption or if no one had yet mastered their creation. From Songyaru's situation, it appeared to be the former. Recalling that he had an apple tree seed he had never utilized, Shinsei promptly traded it to Songyaru. After exchanging some additional information, they closed the chat window. Shinsei needed to tend to his injuries, as his arm throbbed painfully, causing a headache. Chapter 18. Fences and arrow towers. Upon closing the chat window, Shinsei immediately grasped the essence of life and applied it evenly and cautiously to his left arm. The potion seeped into his skin, and an intense itching sensation radiated from his arm. For a fleeting moment, he contemplated severing the limb. However, warmth soon enveloped him, penetrating through the skin to the very bone. Before long, the discomfort vanished, as if the earlier pain and itchiness had been mere illusions. Testing his strength, Shinsei clenched his fist. There was no pain whatsoever. He then pressed his right hand against the previous injury site with considerable force. Remarkably, there was no pain left. He was truly healed. Upon further examination, he confirmed that his left arm was entirely restored, and a smile broke across his face. Today had been fraught with peril, yet ultimately safe. Moving forward, he resolved to exercise caution, avoiding overestimating his capabilities and to stockpile healing potions. Reflecting on healing potions, he recalled the essence of life. Regrettably, the life flower in Song Yaru's possession would not bloom for another fortnight, and he lacked sufficient materials to concoct the essence of life. Now that his arm was healed, Shinsei dismissed such thoughts, for he had numerous tasks awaiting him. Rising, he pushed open the door of the shelter and stepped into the clearing before it. He circled around the shelter, which measured approximately 50 meters in length and 40 meters in width. He planned to construct a fence to enclose the entire area. He intended to leave a 20-meter space between the fence and the shelter for a courtyard, which would facilitate future planting endeavors, with a larger area reserved to the north. Approximately 45 meters, extending the fence down to the base of the mountainside. After considerable deliberation, he settled on this plan, mindful of leaving room for future upgrades to the shelter and cultivating farmland. As Shinsei called forth, the core of the shelter slowly rose to his chest height. He retrieved the fence blueprint and placed it above the core, focusing intently to confirm its use. In an instant, the fence blueprint transformed into a brilliant white light, merging into the core of the shelter. Before Shinsei, a virtual image materialized, revealing a three-dimensional aerial view of his sanctuary, with the surrounding landscape vividly captured. Please select the area for fence construction. Shinsei gazed at the virtual depiction and, adhering to the previously determined plan, he controlled the selection of the construction area with his thoughts. Upon his confirmation, the system promptly responded. Please confirm the height and thickness of the fence. Shinsei quickly learned that the standard height of a fence was 1 meter, with a thickness of a single layer. However, there was an option to utilize additional timber to elevate the height to 2 meters and the thickness to 2 layers. He opted for both height and thickness enhancements. The selected installation area will require a total of 1,200 units of timber. Do you confirm the construction? Confirm construction. Once he confirmed, 1,200 units of timber vanished from the warehouse, and simultaneously, white light illuminated 3 directions of the shelter. A long fence gradually materialized, ascending from the ground. And after approximately 10 minutes, the white light dissipated. As Shinsei stepped outside, he beheld his shelter enveloped entirely by a 2-meter-high fence, which bore a deep brown hue. Upon closer inspection, he noted the fence's thickness was 20 centimeters, with a 10-centimeter gap between the wooden boards, allowing glimpses of the outside world. Flaws do not diminish the beauty, he reassured himself. It is worth mentioning that architectural blueprints are single-use. They either allow an individual to learn and construct manually, or enable the system to build directly, after which the blueprint disappears. If one wishes to build again, a new blueprint must be provided. Please confirm the location for the construction of the Arrow Tower. Another virtual, 3-dimensional view appeared before him. Following his prior design, he placed the Arrow Tower in the southwest direction of the shelter, adjacent to the right side of the fence gate. After confirming the location, the system sent another prompt. The construction of the Arrow Tower requires 100 units of timber, 100 units of stone, and 1 unit of iron. Confirm construction. This construction was swift. After the appearance of white light, the Arrow Tower seemed to accelerate through time, evolving from nothing to form, rising gradually. The Arrow Tower was completed. Shinsei approached the tower. Its base was a square stone platform measuring 3 meters by 3 meters. The tower itself was wooden, approximately 3 meters tall, and he ascended via a staircase to find a platform from which he could shoot outward. The top of the tower featured an automatic firing port, which, when filled with timber, would autonomously shoot at enemies within a 200-meter range. He accessed the Arrow Tower's attributes. Arrow Tower, level 0, quality, ordinary. Description, an automated defensive structure, which converts each unit of timber into 1 wooden arrow. When an enemy enters within 200 meters of the tower, it automatically launches wooden arrows. With a firing rate of once every 30 seconds. He could produce charcoal himself, and he had meat and a bottle of cumin. Yet he still required salt and a barbecue grill. Shinsei contemplated the tools necessary for grilling meat and instructed the tool station to produce 1 unit of charcoal. He then opened the trading channel to search for salt and a barbecue grill. The items were quickly located, but the salt was rather expensive. A small bottle of salt required 4 units of iron for trade, equivalent to a small round shield or 20 units of timber. Such extravagance. One can scarcely afford salt anymore. Shinsei casually purchased 4 units of iron blocks, believing that with certain conditions, he could improve his quality of life. After all, one cannot thrive without salt. In contrast to the exorbitant price of salt, a barbecue grill was quite affordable, merely 2 units of iron blocks. Noticing from the comments that it had been available for 2 days without any transactions, it seemed that most people had no immediate use for it. So he seized the opportunity to buy it at a low price. Once he had gathered all the necessary items, Shinsei ventured into the kitchen to retrieve the leopard steak he had prepared in the early hours. He placed it on the grill, added the freshly made charcoal, igniting it with a flint, and soon the steak began to sizzle, releasing its flavorful juices. As he eagerly watched the meat cook, a new message notification from the system interrupted him. Shinsei had set his system to silent mode, as the notifications typically came from his few friends. He opened the chat window to find a message from Lu Xiaoya. Chapter 19. Zhuge's repeating crossbow. Lu Xiaoya, Brother Chun. I harvested 50 units of cotton this afternoon, and I'm sending it over to you. In her wooden cabin, Lu Xiaoya was covered in dirt, rendering her pink sportswear a muted gray. Earlier that afternoon, while collecting cotton, she had been ambushed by a jackal. Fortunately, she had remained vigilant, rolling away from the creature's attack just in time, and with the wooden-handled iron spear that Chen Xi had traded her, she managed to kill the jackal from a distance. Chen Xi was somewhat astonished upon reading Lu Xiaoya's message. Having ventured outside himself that day, he was acutely aware of the dangers lurking outside, and it surprised him that she had the courage to brave the elements. Many people had begun to craft torch blueprints, and the current market price for a single torch was 4 units of wood, while 1 unit of cotton was roughly equivalent to 1 unit of wood. Lu Xiaoya was pleased to see that Chen Xi was willing to settle the transaction with iron blocks, although 1 iron block was equal to 5 units of wood. The reverse exchange often required a premium. Brother Chen, please try to give me iron blocks. I still need a few more for my upgrade. She had gradually begun to regard Chen Xi as a friend, thus she felt comfortable enough to express her needs directly. Items for sale: 10 iron blocks, 1 barbecue meat. Items for exchange: 50 cotton. Chen Xi, you're in for a treat. I'm currently grilling some meat. I'll send you a portion. Don't hesitate, we're partners. Lu Xiaoya stared at the dialogue box, her eyes slightly reddening. Even an ordinary person would feel touched by such heartfelt concern, let alone Lu Xiaoya, who had grown up devoid of affection from her parents, who favored boys over girls. This unintentional gesture struck a chord deep within her heart. All right. Lu Xiaoya took a moment to gather her thoughts before agreeing to Chen Xi's trade request. As she took the steaming barbecue meat, her hands were hot, her heart aflame as well. A rosy hue crept onto her cheeks, adding a touch of radiance to her countenance. After their transaction was completed, the conversation did not end. Rather, they continued to chat, mostly with Chen Xi asking questions and Lu Xiaoya responding. Chen Xi learned that Lu Xiaoya had not been favored by her parents, who were dismissive of her due to their preference for sons. She had often faced reprimands and had to work various odd jobs to save for her high school tuition, which had been a strenuous endeavor. Upon discussing the shelter, Chen Xi became aware of the circumstances surrounding Lu Xiaoya's refuge, situated amidst a vast expanse of grassland, where knee-high grass thrived in abundance. In recent days, she had only managed to clear the vegetation surrounding the shelter, rendering her unable to venture deep into the thickets. Lu Xiaoya, on the other hand, learned of the perilous events that Chen Xi had encountered that day. Although he recounted his experiences from the perspective of a successful adventurer, it did not detract from Lu Xiaoya's understanding of the inherent dangers involved. After a moment of contemplation, she sent Chen Xi a trade request: selling item, Zhuge crossbow, blue, X1, trading item, wood X1. Lu Xiaoya messaged, Brother Chun, please accept this crossbow. Your surroundings are more treacherous with that dense forest, while I can manage with my wooden spear. Chen Xi, upon receiving the trade request, felt rather bewildered. He pondered the unusual concern directed towards him. Having lived in Blue Star for 24 years, apart from his parents, he had never encountered such concern from anyone. And today he had met two. As he regarded the interface, a mixture of understanding and confusion washed over him. He sensed that perhaps he had touched Lu Xiaoya's heart. Yet he was uncertain of what had prompted such a sentiment, as their prior interactions had merely consisted of routine trades. After some reflection, an idea sparked in his mind. He approached the workbench, utilizing 5 units of wood and 5 units of iron to craft 20 Mitsubishi arrows. The level 2 workbench, upon scanning the crossbow, allowed for the production of standard arrows. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoya, noticing the trade request remained unaccepted for an extended period, felt a twinge of anxiety, uncertain if she had erred in her approach. Chen Xi reassured her, do not fret. I am aware that this place is fraught with danger. I have revised the trade proposal. Please accept it directly. Selling item, Gale Bow, blue, X1, arrows X20, trading item, Zhuge crossbow, blue, X1. Acquired Gale Bow X1, arrows X20. Gale Bow, level, tier 1. Quality, premium. Attribute, increases initial arrow speed by 30. Description, a compound bow, measuring 1 meter in length, with a range of 300 meters. Aptly named Gale, for it chases the wind. Upon reviewing the attributes, she promptly inquired, Brother Chen, why would you exchange a tier 1 bow for my tier 0 crossbow? You should retain it for your own use. Her spirits were elevated, not merely because she had traded a tier 0 for a tier 1, but because she felt a sense of mutual support. Both had aided one another in their own ways. They conversed further. And after Chen Xi shared his insights regarding the level 2 shelter, Lu Xiaoya recognized the need to upgrade hers, leading them to conclude their conversation. As Chen Xi savored a second piece of roasted meat, his appetite having notably increased, he examined the attributes of the Zhuge crossbow. Zhuge crossbow, level, tier 0. Quality, premium. Attribute, magazine capacity increased to 15. Description, a lightweight, modified single-soldier version, possessing formidable power with a range of 20 meters and maximum effectiveness at 10 meters. Now boasting a magazine capacity of 15 rounds. The Zhuge crossbow would significantly enhance his mid-range attack capabilities, and its simplicity of operation, coupled with the potential for rapid fire, was commendable. He mused with a hint of regret that if only he could equip it with a scope. Alas, he currently lacked such skills and knew no one capable of such modifications. Contentment filled the air as Chun-Chi meticulously stored away the crossbow, subsequently crafting 30 bolts. Utilizing 3 units of wood and 3 units of iron, 15 were placed into the magazine, while the remaining 15 were tucked away in his inventory. Once his tasks were completed, Chun-Chi relished a hearty meat steak before engaging in a trade with Song Yaru, who graciously accepted his offering after a brief exchange of pleasantries. After tidying up the barbecue grill and clearing the space, Chun-Chi approached the crafting table to assign 2 manufacturing tasks, as the level 2 tool station could accommodate simultaneous production of 2 items. He set about producing 50 torches and 300 small round shields, establishing an automated production system. A quick glance revealed that the torches would be completed shortly, while the small shields were projected to be finished by dawn. With everything in order, Chun-Chi made his way to the bathroom. Taking a refreshing cold shower with the remaining water in the wooden tub, he recalled having forgotten to fill the rooftop water tank, reminding himself to fetch water the following day. As he cleansed, his mind wandered, and he opened the chat channel, eager to see what amusements his fellow survivors had encountered throughout the day to lighten his spirits. Chapter 20. The Blueprint Delivered. Did you all venture outside today? There's an adorable little creature at my doorstep that has been guarding me all day. I can't go out to forage for food and am on the verge of starvation. On the brink of starvation, yet you refuse to eat meat? There's meat outside. When I lack meat, I subsist on bread. You can eat bread if you're hungry. Don't let yourself go hungry. It's likely guarding you out of hunger as well. Perhaps you should contribute something. Indeed, after your contribution, neither of you will be hungry. Chun-Chi chuckled at this exchange, noting that the survivors were gradually acclimatizing to their environment, even finding humor in their situation. I ventured out today. The wilderness is teeming with wildlife, and hunting may yield treasure chests. Is what you say true, brother upstairs? Do all creatures possess treasure chests? Indeed. I stumbled upon a nest of rabbits today and received a wooden treasure chest as a reward. The world of the marketplace encouraged exploration, foraging, and hunting bore fruitful results. Yet one must venture forth armed. Currently, many seasoned players were trading iron knives and spears at reasonable rates in the trading channel. Chun-Chi nodded in agreement. Perceiving the marketplace as akin to a corporate entity, if one diligently followed the guidelines, they would not face elimination. Exceptional performance would enhance one's quality of life, while neglecting the reminders would lead to inevitable downfall. Intrigued, Chun-Chi recalled that his previous procurement requests had revolved around glass, blueprints, and high-quality goods, all of which were essential to him. Wong Lei 96. Greetings, esteemed player. We inhabit the same region, and I noticed your procurement message. Today, I acquired a blueprint and wish to exchange it for some resources. Chun-Chi recognized the name Wong Lei, recalling an image of a scholarly gentleman with gold-rimmed glasses. Likely under 30. He remembered Wong Lei being quite active on the regional channel on the first day, but had not seen him since he lost interest in that forum. Chun-Chi 997. I am familiar with you. What blueprint do you possess, and what are you looking to trade? Wong Lei 96. The situation is as follows. I was deceived by a recruitment message from the Blood Fiend Alliance. Upon joining, all resources were required to be surrendered, and we are assigned daily tasks. Failure to complete them results in no food being distributed. During the protection period, we could gather resources to fulfill the tasks, but now, with the abundance of wild beasts outside, it has become nearly impossible to gather supplies. He paused briefly before sending. Today, I ventured out and discovered a treasure chest, from which I obtained a blueprint. I have no intention of offering it to the Bloodslaughter Alliance. Rather, I wish to trade some items to extricate myself from their clutches. However, the others in the regional channel are too fearful of the Bloodslaughter Alliance to engage in trade with me. Having observed your fearless confrontations with the Alliance in the group, I know you are not intimidated, hence I would like to exchange for some food and weaponry. After sending this, he forwarded the blueprint's description to Chun-Ci. Wooden recliner blueprint, common. A lifestyle blueprint that significantly enhances quality of life, suitable for sunlit meadows, outdoor camping, and leisurely relaxation. Required materials, 2 wood. Upon reviewing the blueprint's description, Chun-Ci deemed it far less useful than the charcoal blueprint. At this juncture, who would still wish to purchase a recliner for relaxation? He surmised that the other survivors were not merely intimidated by the Bloodslaughter Alliance. The primary reason for their reluctance likely stemmed from the blueprint's lack of utility. Chun-Ci could vividly imagine Wong Lei's elation upon discovering the blueprint in the treasure chest, only to be met with despair upon reading its contents. What a misfortunate lad he was. Recently, the market had been flooded with items of little value. He had previously seen someone attempting to sell a rickshaw blueprint, which had languished unsold for quite some time. This recliner was at least marginally more useful than the rickshaw, primarily depending on what resources Wong Lei sought to exchange. After a moment's contemplation, Chun-Ci opted for directness and inquired of Wong Lei, what specific items do you wish to trade? Wong Lei, feeling anxious, awaited a response. He feared Chun-Ci might outright reject him, leaving him with no further means to approach him. This rather useless blueprint had required considerable persuasion to obtain. Wang Lei, esteemed one, a day's worth of food will suffice for me, and I seek a small round shield and a spear, as I plan to venture out again tomorrow. Upon sensing Chun Si's willingness to trade, he began to address him with respect. Wang Lei, if I may, I must inform you beforehand that I have withdrawn from the Bloodslaughter Alliance today. They have threatened to blacklist me, and they may not take kindly to our transaction. Chun Si was uncertain how the Bloodslaughter Alliance could blacklist a survivor so far removed from them, yet he was unconcerned about their potential displeasure, as they had been dissatisfied with him for some time. Chun Si, you need not worry about that. My engagement is solely with you. The Bloodslaughter Alliance's satisfaction is of no concern to me. Wang Lei, thank you, esteemed one. I shall send the trade request forthwith. Items for sale, recliner blueprint, common. Items for trade, 5 rations, 1 small round shield, 1 wooden-handled iron spear. Chun Si, very well, please hold on while I prepare the iron spear. After responding, Chun Si emerged from his cocoon, made his way to the workshop, stored the 50 completed torches, and proceeded to craft a wooden-handled iron spear. Once he had gathered the items for trade, he approved the transaction with Wang Lei. Acquired recliner blueprint, common. Wang Lei, thank you, esteemed one. May I add you as a friend? I have valuable items to trade with you in the future, and I can assist in gathering intelligence on the Bloodslaughter Alliance. Should any matters arise, I would also like to seek your counsel. Chun Si did not refuse, although he remained indifferent towards the Bloodslaughter Alliance, given the strained relations. He would not turn down assistance in gathering information, who knows when it might prove beneficial. After reaching an agreement, Wang Lei humbly sought advice on outdoor survival skills. It must be said that Wang Lei possessed excellent eloquence and emotional intelligence. His conversational skills were commendable. Upon sensing that Chun Si was reluctant to continue the conversation, he promptly took the initiative to conclude their chat, making him quite likable. After ending the conversation, Chun Si sought out Wang Zishuan. Chun Si inquired, "What is the current situation of the Bloodfiend Alliance? I haven't kept up with the regional channel lately." He merely wished to understand the operational dynamics of the Bloodfiend Alliance, and among this small group, only Wang Zishuan and Lu Yang were well informed about such matters. Chun Si continued, "What are the self-defense items? Weapons, perhaps?" Wang Zishuan replied, "I am not entirely clear on the specifics of the self-defense items. All members have signed a fair contract under the market world, which prohibits the disclosure of information. However, they are likely not weapons, as the allure of weapons is not particularly significant." Chun Si pressed on, "Are there any members who have withdrawn from the alliance?" Wang Zishuan responded, "Very few, as most resources are surrendered upon joining. Those who leave cannot sustain themselves, and they are also barred from revealing any internal information." Upon reading this, Chun Si felt a flicker of realization, sensing that he had overlooked something, yet he could not pinpoint what was amiss. Lu Yang remarked, "The Bloodfiend Alliance has become quite enigmatic. Many resource-deprived survivors have joined through the regional channel." Xiaohua added, "This is an evil organization. I previously knew Zhang Biao, who belongs to that despicable sort. Those people do not heed my warnings, and they will eventually suffer the consequences." Xiaohua's emotions were running high as he expressed frustration over being disbelieved, while others placed their trust in a scoundrel. Lu Igua interjected, "Xiaohua, calm down. You tend to lose your temper easily. A mere provocation in the regional channel gets you riled up." From this, Chun Si deduced that Xiaohua was repeatedly engaged in feudal battles within the regional channel, embroiled in a persistent conflict with the Bloodfiend Alliance. After conversing with a few individuals in the small group and not gleaning any further insider information about the alliance, Chun Si decided to exit the chat. Chapter 21, The Frosted Crossbow. Leaning against the headboard of his bed, Chun Si focused his thoughts and opened the trading channel, filtering the search results to display blue items sorted by price from lowest to highest. 1. Electric toothbrush, blue a non-functional electric toothbrush. 2. Warm stone, blue a self-heating stone, equivalent in temperature to a hand warmer. 3. Ironwood, blue premium timber suitable for construction and weapon crafting, with a hardness comparable to wrought iron. 4. Ice crystal, blue a unique crystal from the eternal frostlands, capable of continuously absorbing heat to keep an indoor environment cool. After absorbing heat for 1 day, it must be placed in an environment below 0 degrees to restore its functionality. These were the 4 affordable materials Chun Si selected, ideal for testing his synthesis skills. He spent 44 units of iron blocks to purchase 1 electric toothbrush, 5 warm stones, 9 units of ironwood, and 6 ice crystals. Now, it was time to commence the drawing. A small experiment to lay the groundwork. Chun Si rubbed his palms together in anticipation. With a focused thought, he summoned the synthesis furnace, using crossbow bolts as the primary material and the fangs dropped by leopards and bobcats as auxiliary materials. Primary material, crossbow bolt, white. Auxiliary material, Fong, blue, X3. Noticing a success rate of 70 and a mutation rate of 20, he hesitated not and confirmed the synthesis. Obtained, piercing Fong arrow, blue, X1. Today, fortune smiled upon him, resulting in a triumphant success. With a beaming expression, Chun Si eagerly opened the notification. Piercing arrow, blue. Level 0. Quality, boutique. Attribute, penetration. Description: this is a piercing arrow, capable of penetrating armor defenses. This is quite promising. It can serve as a trump card, proving effective against scaled beasts or armored foes in the future. After securing the piercing arrow, Chun Si tirelessly prepared for a second synthesis. Utilizing the recently acquired electric toothbrush as the primary material, he experimented with wood and stone as supplementary materials, both yielding a success rate below 40, while iron blocks offered a slightly better rate of 70. Primary material, electric toothbrush, blue. Supplementary material, iron block X5. Confirmed synthesis. As a surge of mental energy was absorbed by the synthesis furnace, a loud bang resonated, followed by a plume of black smoke. A sinking feeling gripped Chen Si's heart. He promptly received a notification from the synthesis furnace indicating that the synthesis had failed, followed by another message stating that the remnants had been absorbed, and the progress of his synthesis talent upgrade had increased to 0. 1. With the incessant flow of notifications, Chun Si realized that due to the combined influence of the ruins world and the will of Blue Star, the synthesis furnace had merged with his soul, evolving into his innate skill. The synthesis furnace now existed in a state where matter and spirit intertwined, as a manifestation of his innate ability. It could absorb spiritual materials through synthesis, fostering a certain degree of growth regardless of success or failure. At last, he comprehended how to upgrade his synthesis talent. In fact, Chen Si had already learned in the chat channel that innate skills could be upgraded. However, according to the survivors' summaries, the methods of upgrading varied among individuals. Even if two individuals possessed the same innate skill of strength enhancement, their paths to improvement were not entirely identical. Although he now understood how to upgrade his synthesis talent, he observed his current progress and noted that he was still far from an upgrade, thus he did not dwell on it further. Chen Si prepared to synthesize a crucial piece of equipment, this synthesis serving as a means to validate some of his hypotheses regarding his innate skill. The hypothesis he aimed to test was that if synthesis did not mutate, the result would likely be an enhancement of the primary material. He decided to use the Juga crossbow as the primary material, complemented by ice crystals and black iron wood. After numerous experiments with various ratios of supplementary materials, he ultimately discovered that a combination of 4 units of ice crystals and 5 units of black iron would yielded the highest success rate and the lowest mutation rate. The plan was established. Synthesize Juga crossbow, success rate 85, mutation rate 20, confirm. Confirm synthesis. Chen Si, somewhat anxious, gazed intently at the synthesis furnace. As a substantial amount of mental energy was drawn forth, he felt an emptiness in his mind, overwhelmed by a wave of drowsiness that nearly caused him to topple over. A sharp pinch of his thigh dispelled the encroaching fatigue, though he grimaced in pain. Delight was evident on his face as he witnessed the brilliant orange glow emanating from the synthesis furnace, accompanied by the system prompt announcing the synthesis success. Acquired ice pattern crossbow, orange, X1. Observing the dramatically transformed crossbow on the table, he hurriedly examined its attributes. Ice pattern crossbow. Level 0, quality, rare. Attributes, magazine capacity, 15. Accompanying skill, freezing arrow. Skill, frost arrow. Consumes energy to launch an enchanted arrow that freezes enemies, reducing their movement speed by 50. Description: the Juga crossbow has been enhanced through an unknown ability, endowing it with the power of frost. Currently, the freezing energy can be utilized 5 times, and once depleted, it requires recharging or will naturally recover when below 0. Upon closer inspection, the crossbow presents a deep black hue, adorned with intricate deep blue patterns. The material has transformed from ordinary wood to black iron wood, significantly increasing its hardness. It feels substantial and exudes a chilling touch. Incredible. The additional skill, Frost Arrow, signifies this is indeed a magical equipment. As expected, synthesis is an enhancement based on the primary material. As long as the mutation rate remains low, one need not fear the disastrous fate of transforming a weapon into a mere pillow. Chen Si confirmed his hypothesis by controlling the mutation rate and increasing the success probability. The primary material is likely to be enhanced rather than transformed into something else. The patterns of material mutation can be explored further in the future. Initially intending to synthesize once more, he found himself unable to resist the fatigue. This synthesis of the crossbow consumed 2 points of mental energy, and he was utterly drained, lacking the strength for further attempts. Returning to his bed, he collapsed into sleep. The night passed in silence. On the following dawn, before the first light pierced the horizon, Chen Si stood in the courtyard, wielding the Tang-hung blade. He had enjoyed a restful night, and the morning air felt refreshingly cool, already hinting at the chill of autumn, particularly as he donned summer quick-dry attire. He planned to peruse the trading channel later for suitable winter clothing. It was time to prepare for the cold. As he warmed up, he contemplated the necessary preparations for winter garments. Once his warm-up was complete and his body was agile, he practiced the Xianyu blade technique, and after sheathing his blade, he was drenched in sweat, wisps of warmth rising from his head. At that moment, the morning sun streamed through the gaps in the railing, bathing Chen Si in its warmth. allowing him to steady his breath and feel the flow of blood within. He retrieved a red fruit from his inventory, glanced at it, and placed it into his mouth. With a bite, the juice flowed forth, exquisite in flavor, remarkably sweet and delightful. Chen felt it was the most delectable fruit he had ever tasted. After consuming the entire fruit, a wave of warmth surged from his stomach, radiating through his limbs. Yet he remained unperturbed, having previously experienced the effects of energy fruits. Armed with this knowledge, he began to practice the Xianyu blade technique repeatedly. As the warmth within him dissipated, he glanced up to find the sun nearing its zenith. Now completely soaked, he felt as if a fire burned within his belly, accompanied by a rumbling sound. An intense hunger drove him to the kitchen, where he promptly found the leftover roasted meat from the previous day, devouring it in haste. The gnawing hunger subsided, though he still craved more, leading him to reach for his rationed provisions. After consuming 2 portions, he finally felt somewhat satiated. The more he practiced the blade technique, the greater his appetite grew. Mere rations were insufficient. He required meat, preferably of superior quality. Chen cast a glance at the cabinet containing meat, where 3 exquisite meat cuts remained. The chat channel spoke of the benefits of consuming premium steaks for enhancing one's physical constitution. Whether this claim holds any truth remains uncertain. This evening, he intends to grill some for himself. However, at present, his primary concern lies not in physical enhancement, but rather in satiating his hunger. After a hearty meal, Chen felt invigorated, with renewed energy to focus on himself. A morning of cultivation had soaked his clothes multiple times, leaving an unpleasant odor that became unbearable. Resolving to remedy this, he mounted his small round shield and headed for a shower, scrunching his face in disdain. He proceeded to the workshop to display all 300 small round shields he had crafted the previous day, pricing each at 20 units of wood, 16 of stone, 4 of iron, and 1 of glass. Notably, each order was listed separately in batches of 100, 100, 80, and 20. Subsequently, Chen fashioned 5 wooden barrels, adding them to his inventory alongside the previous one. Donning his vine armor and wielding a tang saber, he vaulted over the fence. Chapter 22. Lu Xiaoya's Surprise. The journey to the riverside was smooth, devoid of any peril. His shelter, situated in a rather secluded area, was surrounded by sparse vegetation, while the south boasted lush grasslands and forests, attracting herbivores and, consequently, carnivores as well. Upon reaching the riverbank, Chen observed the water teeming with life, with small fish occasionally darting by. If only he had a fishing net. He mentally noted to keep an eye out for one in the trading channel. He retrieved a wooden barrel from his inventory and took a refreshing cold bath in the river, unconcerned about being exposed, as there was no one within several kilometers. After returning to his shelter, he spent 3 units of wood in the trading channel to procure a wooden ladder, utilizing it to ascend to the rooftop. He emptied the barrel of river water into the rooftop tank. After several trips back and forth, he finally filled the tank to the brim. Chen gazed at the tank with satisfaction, knowing it would suffice for quite some time. Having resolved the water issue, he promptly accessed his personal trading channel to monitor the sales of his listed items. A flurry of information flashed by, predominantly comprised of purchase requests and successful transactions. The small round shields had all been sold. Currently, weapons, armor, and food were the most sought-after commodities, selling like hotcakes immediately after listing. Harvested, 2,000 wood, 1,600 stone, 320 iron, 20 glass. With a sense of accomplishment, Chen dashed to the workshop and issued a new crafting order for 450 small round shields at the tool bench. He aimed to capitalize on the current high demand for these shields while stockpiling resources, striving to upgrade his shelter to level 3 at the earliest opportunity. His basic supplies were already sufficient for the upgrade. He merely required 2 more blueprints. Resource buildings were manageable, as some survivors had seen them. But the altar blueprint remained elusive, with no survivor having yet encountered it. The survivor alliances in the chat channel had posted high bounties. Though it was rumored that no one had successfully claimed them, perhaps some had, but kept their success a secret. In the afternoon, Chen planned to search for supplies near the previous thicket, hoping to encounter small animals for hunting as well. The half-day passed swiftly, as the sun gradually descended. Chen with an expressionless visage, approached the shelter. Upon reaching the entrance, he nimbly vaulted inside. Once back within the confines of the shelter, the tension that had gripped Chen nerves began to dissipate, though his countenance remained somewhat grim. Sitting at the wooden table, he muttered softly, "No wonder the trading channel has so few meat orders. Initially, I thought it was merely being reserved for personal use. But I had no idea that hunting in the wilderness would prove so arduous. After an entire afternoon of searching, I found neither treasure chests nor a single animal. I underestimated the cunning of wildlife." Throughout the afternoon, Chen had encountered several potential prey, yet these small creatures were exceedingly wary. The moment he raised his crossbow, they sensed his presence and swiftly vanished into the underbrush. After several fruitless attempts, Chen shifted his focus to gathering supplies and searching for treasure chests, only to find his luck sorely lacking today, as he encountered not a single chest. Taking a moment to collect his thoughts, Chen exhaled slowly. reflecting on his gains and losses. After all, he had previously been a reclusive homebody, seldom venturing outside, and had no prior experience with hunting or combat. His recent victories and the bountiful trades had inflated his confidence, leading him to believe that survival in the wasteland was a simple endeavor. Today's events served as a stark reminder that the wasteland was far more complex than he had assumed. Reality was not a game where one could merely click a mouse to acquire resources. This awakening prompted Chen Xiai to reassess himself. Once he had calmed his emotions, he fetched a piece of charcoal and began to jot down notes on the wall of the living room, outlining the essential tasks he needed to accomplish in the short term. Foremost was the need for food. He required a sufficient supply to endure the impending acid rain test. Secondly, he needed clothing, as the weather was growing colder and he was still clad in summer's quick-dry attire, which was now quite tattered. The trading channel did offer winter garments, but their prices were exorbitant, with what listed at $99.99, indicating a lack of sincerity in their offerings. Lastly, regarding water, he currently had an ample supply. The river water was exceptionally clear and could be boiled for safe consumption. His only concern was that prolonged acid rain might contaminate the river, but he could manage by storing extra water indoors in the coming days. The other pressing matter was to enhance his strength, a process that could be approached methodically without haste. Glancing at his list of priorities, Chen Xiai felt a newfound clarity. No longer was he aimlessly wandering. Meanwhile, as Chen Xiai was mapping out his goals, Lu Xiaoya was also tallying her own gains. She had enjoyed a bountiful day, gathering 150 units of cotton and discovering a bronze treasure chest. Upon opening the chest, she acquired a food item, a pair of exquisite speed boots to enhance her mobility, and a blueprint. Eager to share her excitement, Lu Xiaoya's thoughts instinctively turned to someone specific. Lu Xiaoya, Chen Gu, I have good news and bad news to share with you. Which would you like to hear first? Her private message caused Chen Xiai, who was arranging a barbecue grill, to pause. In his memory, Lu Xiaoya's words were always direct and crisp, so much so that he sometimes forgot her gender. Lu Xiaoya, filled with anticipation, began. The unfortunate news is that I can no longer trade you cotton. After pausing for a moment, she awaited Chen Xi's inquiry before revealing the good news. However, Chen Xiai did not perceive this as a misfortune, given that the price of torches in the trading channel was fixed at 3 units of timber. He found it far more beneficial to dedicate his time to crafting small round shields instead. The description of the exquisite cotton clothing blueprint read, "This is a blueprint for premium cotton clothing, renowned for its superior thermal properties and essential for winter." The required materials included 5 units of cotton or wool and 2 units of cloth or animal hide. As Chen Xiai examined the details sent by Lu Xiaoya, he was truly astonished. It felt as though a pillow had been delivered just as he was about to doze off. Lu Fengyue, you truly are a harbinger of good fortune, he exclaimed. Chen Xiai 997. This is not merely good news. It is an immense surprise. I was just fretting over winter clothing. Lu Xiaoya smiled, for it was true that sharing joy only doubled it. Chen Xiai extended his congratulations, envious of her luck. The two then engaged in a meticulous discussion on how to best utilize the blueprint, with Chen Xiai primarily offering strategies, for the blueprint did not belong to him, nor could he supply the necessary materials, thus he would not partake in the profits. After deliberation, they decided to capitalize on the high prices of winter apparel, opting for a slow and limited release to create a sense of scarcity, thereby exchanging for substantial resources. They planned to acquire large quantities of raw materials such as animal hides, cloth, and wool, hoarding them until the weather grew colder for sale. Lu Xiaoya's immediate task was to gather all the cotton around the shelter before the acid rain trial, while also producing clothing for modest sales to procure basic resources. Before concluding their conversation, Lu Xiaoya traded 2 sets of cotton clothing to Chen Xiai and sent a private message, urging him not to refuse, as they were friends. Unable to decline, Chen Xiai gazed at the cotton clothing on his table and mused, the more friends one has, the more paths one can traverse. It is essential to cultivate friendships. Sprinkling a pinch of salt onto a premium meat chop, Chen Xiai opened his private messages and reached out to Wang Zixuan. Suddenly struck by a brilliant idea. Chapter 23. The Horned Bee swarmed. Chen Xiai 997. Zixuan, are you free at the moment? Chen Xiai 997. I have a friend I've collaborated with a few times, and I find her quite commendable, with abundant resources. I would like to introduce you. He proceeded to provide a brief overview of Lu Xiaoya's shelter, emphasizing the blueprint for cotton clothing. Wang Zixuan responded promptly, Brother Chen, if you think she is reliable, that is all that matters. Please send me her name, and I will extend an invitation to the group. In the world of Su, everyone used their true names, and those sharing the same name had suffix numbers, so there was no fear of adding the wrong person. Chen Xiai sent Lu Xiaoya's name and number, while simultaneously messaging her about the group, to which she gladly accepted the invitation. Chen Xiai 997. Welcome, beautiful Lu, to our little group. Her shelter is abundant in cotton and pasture. Let us all introduce ourselves and reach out as needed. Chen Xiai provided a brief introduction of Lu Xiaoya, not delving too deeply, as familiarity would grow through mutual exchanges of resources. Lu Yang too. Welcome, new classmate. My resources consist of iron blocks. If you need iron blocks, do let me know. Lu, do you possess any special abilities? Chen buried his face in his hands, bemused. Some things never changed. As the cacophony of criticism aimed at Lu Yang subsided, everyone introduced themselves, and Lu Xiaoya gradually familiarized herself with the circumstances of the group, adding each other as friends. Wang Zishuan remarked, since everyone is present, let us commence today's exchange meeting ahead of schedule. I have acquired a blueprint for a water purifier. The materials required include plastic. If anyone possesses plastic, please refrain from trading it in the market, as I am willing to purchase all that you have. Lu Igua responded. That is wonderful. With Zishuan having the water purifier blueprint, we need not scour the trading channel for it. I will keep an eye out for plastic. Indeed, Chen Ci had previously searched the trading channel, discovering that a water purifier was priced at 1,000 units of wood. The price was secondary. The primary concern lay in the scarcity of supply. Lu Igua continued, I can now craft animal traps. I tested one today, but it can only capture small creatures. With a moderate success rate. If anyone is interested, please contact me. It costs 2 units of iron for one trap. Chen Ci and the others expressed keen interest. The animal trap could aid in hunting, and a lower success rate was inconsequential. Placing several traps would likely yield at least one successful catch. Chen Ci remarked, Uncle Lu, I would like 5 of those traps to try out. Lu Igua replied, certainly. The trap should perform better when paired with bait. But I do not have the blueprint for bait. You can use wild fruits as bait. Received 5 animal traps. Following this, everyone exchanged various resources. Song Yaru acquired several medicinal herb seeds, while Xiaohua sold a batch of animal skins, all of which Lu Xiaoya purchased, as she was commissioned by the group to craft a set of exquisite cotton clothing. In truth, Chen Ci also possessed a blueprint for a backpack that required animal skins. But the market prospects for backpacks were poor, so he had no plans to procure animal skins. However, he was quite astonished that Xiaohua could sell such a large quantity of animal skins, indicating that he had indeed hunted numerous animals using his special abilities. Yet, he did not sell any meat cuts, suggesting that he might not have an abundance of meat. After the material exchange, the meat cut in Chun Si's possession was already cooked. Taking a bite, he found that, as the system had described, the exquisite roasted meat tasted far superior to ordinary roasted fare, succulent, yet not greasy, fragrant, and crisp. Moreover, it imparted a warm sensation in his stomach, providing a profound sense of satiety. There seemed to be a miraculous essence within the food, exerting an incredible effect. Typically, when consuming ordinary roasted meat, he would require 2 standard-sized cuts to feel satisfied, but after consuming this exquisite cut, he felt a distinct sense of fullness. As he moved about in the clearing, a warm current flowed from his stomach throughout his body, and he sensed a slight increase in his strength. His current physical constitution stood at 6 points, surpassing the average standard for adults. Those with weaker physiques would likely perceive this enhancement even more acutely. Thus, it appeared that this might be a common method for most individuals to improve their physical condition, given the rarity of superfruit. Chen Ci gradually comprehended that without the red fruit, he would also require meat cuts of exquisite quality to practice the Xuanshu blade technique. The world of the market demands that we engage in battle. Merely scavenging for resources can ensure survival, but it is through combat that one truly gains strength. Chen Ci increasingly felt that the world of the market aimed to cultivate warriors capable of battling under dire circumstances. If that were the case, the significance of enhancing personal strength would be greatly amplified, and many individuals from the Survivor Alliance's lower echelons would likely face elimination in the future. A piece of exquisite steak sparked many thoughts in Chun Si's mind, and he silently resolved to prioritize training and hunting to bolster his abilities as much as possible. Taking advantage of the vibrant charcoal embers, Chen Ci roasted the remaining 2 pieces of fine steak, preparing sustenance for the following day. Aware that exquisite steak could enhance physical constitution, he decided to incorporate it into every meal whenever feasible. After grilling the steak and tidying up the kitchen, Chen Ci recalled that the Gu King beehive should have completed the evolution of the queen bee by now. With a sense of anticipation, he picked up the beehive from the living room. Indeed, the beehive indicated that a new bullhorn queen bee had emerged, prompting him to examine its attributes closely. Bullhorn queen bee, level, tier 1 quality, leader attributes, paralyzing venom, hive control ability increased by 60 description, an ordinary bullhorn bee that has emerged victorious in battle. Obtaining a tier 1 enhancement through the Gu King beehive, thus becoming a tier 1 queen bee. Wildlife quality, common, elite, leader, hero, lord. The first 4 types have 0 to 3 associated attributes or skills, while lord creatures have no limit on the number of attributes. Please select the evolution direction for the bullhorn bee swarm. Subsequently, Chen Ci received a prompt requiring him to determine the growth direction of the bullhorn bee swarm, which primarily divided into 3 paths: reconnaissance, combat, and logistics. Reconnaissance enhances the swarm's exploration and concealment capabilities, allowing for a degree of understanding of the hive master's intentions. Combat, as the name suggests, primarily boosts the swarm's fighting capabilities, including quantity, toxicity, and size. The logistics path focuses on enhancing nectar-gathering abilities, producing honey with various attributes. Some honey even offers permanent attribute enhancements. It is important to note that the chosen direction does not dictate the future evolution path of subsequent swarms. A Tier 2 Gu King beehive can accommodate 3 queen bees simultaneously, each able to select a different direction. Once all 3 queens are determined, switching the swarm's evolution path would necessitate the elimination of the current queen to evolve a new one. At this moment, I require a scout capable of searching for resources and beasts. Considering his experiences from the day, Chen Xiai decisively chose the reconnaissance direction, as he desperately needed assistance to explore the wilderness. Searching alone was far too inefficient. The reconnaissance swarm would not only be adept at scouting, but would also possess a certain degree of combat capability. The intrinsic paralyzing venom of the bullhorn bee would still be present, though future developments would lean towards exploration and concealment. Upon confirming the evolution direction, the beehive's lid automatically opened, and a fully grown bullhorn bee, the size of a thumb, cautiously emerged. Upon spotting Chen Xiai, it flitted to his shoulder, vigilantly surveying its surroundings. This was the bullhorn queen bee. Chen Xiai scrutinized the bullhorn queen bee. It was 2 to 3 times larger than a typical bullhorn bee, with 3 glistening venomous stingers at its tail, each significantly elongated compared to those of ordinary bullhorn bees, and its venom was far more potent, overwhelming any Tier 0 beast with ease. Apart from the queen bee, the hive contains approximately 1,000 elite hornet soldiers, the loyal battalion of the queen. Following the instructions, Chen Xiai picked up a model of a hornet from the Gu King's hive. The model was roughly the size of a glass bead, serving as the swarm controller. With this controller in hand, he could transmit his thoughts to the queen bee, who would then command the swarm. Through this device, he could also vaguely perceive the meanings expressed by the swarm. The hornet queen, leading her army, patrolled the vicinity of the shelter while foraging. Chen Xiai attempted to issue a command through the swarm controller. Upon receiving the order, the hornet queen, accompanied by her swarm, soared out of the shelter to commence their patrol. Tomorrow, they would embark on a hunting expedition. Chen Xiai gazed at the swarm, his heart brimming with anticipation for the exploration and hunt that lay ahead. Chapter 24. Shimmering Stones and Explosive Stones. Chen Xiai stored the swarm controller in his inventory, which was nearing capacity. As he ventured out, the variety of items he needed to carry had expanded, and the 10-slot inventory was proving inadequate. He recalled having obtained a blueprint for a backpack and decided to craft one, uncertain if it would suffice for the time being or if he could later expand his inventory. Resolving to act, Chen Xiai retrieved the backpack blueprint and crafting materials from the warehouse and approached the workbench, where he first input the blueprint. The blueprint transformed into white light, and a production option for the backpack immediately appeared at the top of the workbench's list. Backpack, common, required materials, 1 leather, 2 ropes. Chen Xiai possessed 2 pieces of leather but lacked ropes, which he needed to purchase. He opened the trading channel and searched for ropes, discovering a plethora of varieties, including paracord, metal rope, hemp rope, cotton rope, and polyester rope. Some ropes were crafted by survivors, such as hemp and cotton ropes, while others were obtained from treasure chests. Like paracord and metal rope, hemp rope was the most affordable, with a trade rate of 1 unit of wood for 1 unit of hemp rope, while metal rope was the most expensive, with prices varying widely. Not requiring any specialized rope, Chen Xiai decided that ordinary hemp or cotton rope would suffice, opting to procure 2 units of cotton rope. He felt that purchasing metal rope might not be recognized by the workbench, as he had never seen a backpack made of metal rope. Acquired 2 cotton ropes, lost 8 wood. Placing the cotton ropes and leather in front of the workbench, he noted that the leather he held was a cheetah skin obtained on the day his beginner protection ended, characterized as ordinary quality. He confirmed the production of the backpack at the workbench. After 1 minute, acquired 1 backpack, common. The system had produced a double shoulder bag, comparable in size to a typical backpack, crafted from leather with a leopard print. This genuine leather backpack would likely fetch a considerable price in Blue Star, though its value in the Ruins world would depend on its attributes. Backpack, common. Level, 0 tier. Quality, ordinary. Description, a crudely made backpack that can store up to 2 cubic meters of items, but cannot hold living creatures. While its volume is modest, the weight of the backpack remains unchanged. Chen Xiai picked up the backpack and placed the nearby stone axe inside for testing. Upon careful observation, he discovered that items would automatically shrink upon contact with the backpack's opening. Thus, the backpack did not possess an actual internal capacity of 2 cubic meters. Rather, it accommodated objects by reducing their volume, allowing for the storage of items totaling 2 cubic meters. The backpack can hold a maximum of only 2 cubic meters of items. Any more cannot be accommodated, and the weight of the items within the backpack does not diminish with a reduction in volume. Indeed, if one were to attempt to carry 2 cubic meters of stones, it would be utterly unmanageable. I'm curious about others' perspectives on this matter. Chen Xiai shared the backpack's attributes in a small group, seeking their opinions. The consensus was that it is quite beneficial for outings. Although it is unsuitable for storing basic materials such as wood and stone, it can be utilized for lighter items, thereby freeing up some inventory space. Upon learning that Chen Ci could manufacture backpacks, others eagerly placed orders, requesting him to create one for them, as every survivor's inventory was insufficient. Naturally, Chen Ci accepted the production commissions without charging a fee, only asking them to provide their own materials. After some analysis, he slightly adjusted his previous understanding. The backpack is not a trivial item, but holds significant utility for survivors engaged in outdoor hunting and exploration. However, he currently does not plan to mass-produce backpacks as a commodity, primarily due to the insufficient supply of animal hides, which he does not have in stock. Nor does he wish to expend considerable effort acquiring hides and ropes through trading channels. Furthermore, the current profitability of the small round shield remains exceptionally high, indicating that it is not yet time to shift focus to a new flagship product. Given his earlier misconceptions regarding the backpack, Chen Ci recorded the lounge chair blueprint he had acquired yesterday into the tool table and casually spent 2 units of wood to craft one. Acquired lounge chair 1. A solid wood lounge chair subsequently appeared, adorned in a reddish-brown hue, resembling the lounge chairs he had previously encountered in Blue Star. Upon inspecting its attributes, he found no unexpected functions. It was simply an ordinary lounge chair. He moved the lounge chair to the living room, reclined upon it, and summoned the chat channel. Suddenly experiencing a delightful sense of relaxation akin to lounging at home while scrolling through his phone. The description of the lounge chair was remarkably accurate, as lying upon it indeed fostered a sense of tranquility. The evening chat channel buzzed with its usual liveliness. Today, someone encountered a foolish rabbit that, startled, collided directly with a tree. Look at that, rabbit meat. How could one eat such an adorable creature? So tempting. To the one above? I'll trade you half a rabbit for convenience. What rabbit meat compared to mine? Roasted lamb. I'm envious. I won't gather wood tomorrow either. I'll go hunting instead. Among the light-hearted banter, there were also valuable experiences shared by other survivors. One shared a hypothesis regarding the gathering skill. If one employs the gathering skill on prey, the creature vanishes entirely, yielding meat cuts, hides, fangs, fur, and other items of varying quality. Today, I conducted an experiment with a piece of game. I wondered what would happen if I refrained from using the gathering skill. I removed the beast's teeth, hide, and meat, then utilized the system's appraisal, discovering that these could indeed be appraised by the system, yet all materials were of ordinary quality. Finally, I applied the gathering skill to the remaining bones and entrails, yielding 1 unit of premium bone, pure bone, devoid of any flesh. Thus, I surmised that the gathering skill is capable of distilling essence and enhancing quality. If one purely desires meat, it is advisable not to utilize the gathering skill. Slaughtering the animal oneself yields more. However, if one seeks premium cuts and other high-quality materials, employing the gathering skill is essential. My word, is there truly a scholar among this group of merrymakers? I find myself enriched with knowledge, as if my mind were tingling. Chiyong 388. I express my gratitude to this individual for their enlightening contribution, which is exceedingly beneficial to the many survivors grappling with scarcity. The esteemed speaker is indeed correct. Thank you for sharing. Following Chi Yang's remarks, a chorus of gratitude resonated throughout the crowd. Chen Ci, too, reflected on the matter, pondering how, in the world of Su, the line between game and reality often blurs. Previously, he had merely collected resources without ever contemplating experimentation. However, this knowledge holds little relevance for me, as I have resolved to consume only premium-grade meat. Strength is paramount. With a contemplative demeanor, Chen Ci believed in his previous assessments of the Su world, recognizing the necessity for warriors. After perusing the chat channel for quite some time without uncovering any other intriguing information, he closed the system, rose, and made his way to the warehouse to retrieve the necessary synthesis materials. Synthesizing before sleep had become a cherished routine. With a glimmer of anticipation on his face, he hoped to create something remarkable today. To begin, he casually decided to synthesize a warming stove. For the main material, he chose a crossbow bolt, and for the auxiliary materials, he added warming stones. If he could create a burning arrow, it would be splendid. He would experiment to determine which combination would yield the highest success rate. Chen Ci retrieved various items and conducted repeated trials, discovering that the success rate peaked when combining wood with coal as auxiliary materials. However, the mutation rate was also alarmingly high, likely due to the considerable disparity in quality between the crossbow bolt and the warming stone. Though uncertainty loomed, the thrill of the unknown was undeniably exhilarating. Once he finalized the synthesis materials, he concentrated his mind to summon the talent synthesis furnace. Main material, 1 crossbow bolt. Auxiliary materials, 5 wood, 1 warming stone, 1 coal. One by one, the materials were placed into the furnace. Synthesis success rate, 80. Mutation rate, 60. Proceed with synthesis? Chen Ci gazed anxiously at the synthesis furnace, uncertain if such a high mutation rate would yield a favorable outcome. With determination, he confirmed the synthesis. As his mental energy flowed into the furnace, it gradually illuminated with a soft blue glow. Had he succeeded? Chen Ci observed the blue light coalesce, revealing a red, stone-like object resting in his hand. Investigate attributes. Explosive stone. Level 0. Quality Premium. Attribute. Increases explosion radius by 50. Description. A stone containing high-intensity energy. Upon impact, it is highly prone to detonation. Normal explosion radius. 1 meter. Premium variant contains more energy, with an explosion radius of 15 meters. Goodness. Chun-Si's complexion paled slightly as he hurriedly stored the stone in his inventory. Upon noticing its propensity for explosion, he nearly fumbled and cast it aside. Seeing the stone lie quietly in his inventory, he exhaled in relief, a smile gradually spreading across his face. Was this not a fantastical version of a grenade? With the same materials, he decided to attempt synthesis once more, curious if identical materials would yield identical results. Resolutely, he retrieved another set of the same synthesis materials. Without hesitation confirming the synthesis, a flash of blue light enveloped the space, and synthesis was successful once again. This time, another red stone appeared on the table. Chun-Si refrained from immediately reaching for it, and instead employed his investigation skill from a distance. Bursting flash stone. Level 0. Quality. Premium. Attribute. Exorcism 1. Introduction. A stone imbued with high-intensity energy, prone to explosive reactions upon collision, emits a dazzling radiance that possesses certain exorcistic properties. This time, it has transformed into a flash bomb. Yet, what does exorcism truly entail? Is there truly a presence of phantoms in this world of desolation? As Chun-Si pondered the various apparitions recounted in myth and legend, an unsettling chill coursed through him. He endeavored to uphold materialism and trust in science. Repeating the tenets of democracy, freedom, and harmony in his mind, Chun-Si could only hope that the exorcistic properties mentioned were not the conventional notions held by the masses. The existence of supernatural beings, however, could not be entirely dismissed, given the occurrence of his own transmigration. Securing the explosive flash stone, Chun-Si retrieved his frequently worn vine armor, as he intended to synthesize a piece of defensive equipment. While he was not lacking in weaponry, his defensive gear consisted solely of a snakeskin shield and the vine armor, the former being of ordinary quality and thus limited in its protective capabilities. He resolved to enhance the vine armor through synthesis, ensuring greater safety during his hunting excursions. The primary material would be the vine armor, complemented by 2 units of dark iron wood and 2 units of iron blocks, both of which offered commendable defense. Additionally, he sought 3 units of warm stone. Possessing a warming attribute would be ideal. After extracting the materials and assessing the success rate, he discovered it to be reasonably favorable at 75. The highest success rate, of course, was achieved using solely wood, boasting a 95 chance. However, such an approach would yield minimal enhancement to the vine armor. Thus, if the improvement were negligible, it would be of little use, prompting him to take a gamble. Synthesis success rate, 75. Mutation rate, 40. Proceed with synthesis? Confirm synthesis. Chun-Si decisively channeled his mental energy. Chapter 25. Fiery Thornvine. Upon confirming the synthesis, the furnace began to draw upon his mental energy. Having undergone this process multiple times, he had garnered some experience. Generally, the amount of mental energy consumed correlates with the quality of the synthesized item. Items of quality below exquisite require 1 point of mental energy. Rare items demand 2 points, and he had yet to encounter anything of higher quality, leaving its consumption uncertain. This time, he expended 1 point of mental energy. Would the quality be ordinary or exquisite? Chun-Si intently observed the ebb of his mental energy, fixating on the furnace. When a glimmer of blue light flashed, he exhaled in relief. Exquisite, quite commendable. As the radiance dissipated, Chun-Si beheld the item resting upon the table. Somewhat perplexed, what is this? The synthesized object resembled an oval gem, approximately the size of a pigeon egg, entirely blood red and faintly glowing. A sight to behold. Chun-Si refrained from reaching out. What if it resembled the explosive stone? Today seemed peculiar, with each synthesis yielding unexpected results. However, having experienced the disappointments of the previous attempts, he remained unflustered and calmly employed his detection skill. Fiery Thornvine Seed. Level, 1st tier. Quality, exquisite. Attributes, growth speed 30. Description, a rare seed of a transcendent plant. Remember to drop blood to acknowledge ownership before planting. A seed of a transcendent plant. Chun-Si held it in his palm. It felt warm to the touch. Upon closer inspection, it appeared crystalline and transparent, resembling a fiery red gem. Did transcendent plants possess extraordinary abilities? Were they the legendary spiritual flora? Chun-Si scrutinized it thoroughly but discerned nothing further. He would have to plant it to uncover the nature of the plant it would become. The vine armor has transformed into a seed. And not only has it not been enhanced, but one piece is also missing. He scratched his head in mild frustration, yet refrained from voicing any complaints. This seed must be exceptionally valuable. 1 piece of vine armor is a trivial matter, and if necessary, he could trade for another with Song Yenrui tomorrow. He could synthesize it once more. The primary material would be the useless rain cloak, with the auxiliary materials comprising the pelt of a lynx, 2 units of black ironwood, and 2 units of ice crystal. There is a possibility of synthesizing a set of armor, is there not? Synthesis success rate, 70. Mutation rate. 50. Proceed with synthesis. Even if successful, there remains a 50% chance of mutation, but the loss of these materials is inconsequential. Success would yield a profit. Shinsei hesitated for a fleeting moment, but after a brief contemplation, he promptly confirmed the synthesis. His mindset was remarkably tranquil this time, harboring no excessive expectations for the creation of a complete suit of armor, as the primary and auxiliary materials were quite unrelated to armor. The probability of mutation was minimal. As the azure light from the synthesis furnace dissipated, a garment appeared upon the table. Curiously, he scrutinized the clothing. Lynx patterned combat suit. Level, Tier 0. Quality, exquisite. Attribute, water repellent. Description, this is a trendy combat suit, adorned with a spotted lynx pattern, rendering it a darling of fashion. It is truly unfortunate regarding this attribute. Shinsei unfolded the garment, regarding it with a look of disdain. This was a one-piece combat suit, somewhat reminiscent of Spider-Man's attire. He tugged at it firmly. The material felt robust, presented in a gray hue, with a multitude of spots akin to a lynx's markings. Once donned, he could easily embody the lynx. Dubbing himself the lynx hero. Disregarding its somewhat mockable appearance, the attributes of this combat suit were commendable. The water-repellent attribute ensured that the suit would remain unsoiled by mud or blood, effectively possessing a cleansing charm. He pondered whether the water-repellent quality could withstand acid rain. If it could, the value of this combat suit would significantly increase, as it would enable him to venture outside even in acid rain. A pivotal thought struck Shinsei. If it could indeed repel acid rain, the utility of this combat suit would be immense, and in an instant, he regarded the lynx patterns with newfound affection. Having completed the synthesis of the lynx pattern combat suit, Shinsei found his mental energy nearly depleted. He could only conclude the synthesis, tidying up the remaining materials and storing them away. The nights in the ruins world were exceedingly tranquil. Shinsei had been here for 5 days and had begun to adapt to the solitary life of survival. However, the evenings still bore a sense of loneliness. Apart from his daily exchanges in the chat channel, he intended to gradually enhance his quality of life to alleviate the solitude and pressure within. A hot bath today, and a change of attire tomorrow. Fresh from checking the production progress of the small round shield in the workshop, Shinsei contemplated his plans. The small round shield was still in production, and he could not retire for the night just yet. He needed to await its completion to put them all on the market. If he delayed until tomorrow morning, he would squander half a day's time, during which he could have produced several small round shields. Shinsei retrieved charcoal and proceeded to the kitchen stove, pouring river water from a wooden barrel into a pot, igniting the charcoal within the stove to begin preparing bath water. While waiting for the water to boil, he spent 5 units of wood to purchase a single-person bathtub from the trading channel. As he made the purchase, he casually glanced at the comments and discovered that the bathtub had garnered considerable sales, with many survivors, particularly female ones, opting for it. Extracting the bathtub from the trading channel, he slowly transported it to the bathroom, only to suddenly slap his forehead in realization he had been foolish, as his low mental strength would also affect his intellect. He should have extracted the tub in the bathroom itself. Drowsy from soaking in the tub, he mustered his energy to diligently scrub the dirt from his body, lamenting the absence of soap and shampoo. He had seen soap listed in the trading channel for 300 iron blocks, a price he deemed exorbitant, having no desire to be taken advantage of. Once clean, he felt significantly lighter and discarded his tattered quick-dry clothes into the tool shed, deciding not to wear them again, planning instead to use them as materials for crafting other items. Donning the previously scoffed-at cat-pattern combat attire, he no longer felt sticky, and the outfit's inherent water-repellent properties and excellent breathability left him feeling utterly refreshed. One must not underestimate the simple act of bathing among survivors. Those who can indulge in such luxury are certainly fewer than half. For the majority, the experience remains a rare indulgence, as many survivors are physically exhausted, mentally depleted, and lack the resources to boil water for a bath. At most, they manage to fill a bucket for a quick rinse. Shinsei's fortune lay in his possession of rare items for sale, liberating him from the worry of basic supplies. His current focus was on premium meat and the refinement of his combat skills, concerns far beyond those of an ordinary survivor. After draining the bathwater, the production of the small round shields was complete. Shinsei proceeded to the tool shed, where he divided the 450 crafted small round shields into 4 separate listings for the trading channel. Item for sale, small round shield, trade item, 20 wood. Total, 150 orders. Item for sale, small round shield, trade item, 16 stone. Total, 100 orders. Item for sale, small round shield, trade item, for iron blocks. Total, 150 orders. Item for sale, small round shield, trade item, 1 glass. Total, 50 orders. Once the listings were completed, Shinsei noticed that Wang Lei had sent him several messages. The gist of the messages indicated that the day's haul had been satisfactory, and he had also gleaned some intelligence regarding the Blood Fiend Alliance. A cursory glance revealed little of value, leading him to respond with a few perfunctory remarks before closing the chat window. Chapter 26. Advancement in Swordplay. Weather in the Ruins World on Day 6. Light mist turning clear, temperature 8 to 21 degrees. Countdown to acid rain trial. 4 days remaining. All survivors are advised to prepare promptly. Before dawn, Shinsei rose early, promptly noticing a new alert from the ruins world regarding a weather notification feature. A weather alert? This is quite useful. It would be even better if it could provide a weather forecast. The first task after getting out of bed was to open the trading channel and check the sales progress of the small round shields. Skipping over the flood of trading notifications, he found that all the small round shields listed the previous night had sold out, leaving him with a satisfied expression as he withdrew his earned materials. With a sense of joy, he recognized that today would undoubtedly be fruitful. After boosting his spirits, Shinsei sent a trade request to Song Yinrui, offering wood in exchange for a set of vine armor, as his own had been synthesized away the previous day. With a hunting expedition planned for today, he felt a sense of insecurity without the protective gear. Shinsei was not in a hurry. He intended to practice in the morning and had no plans to venture outside until trading before noon. After a simple wash, he took out some bread and an apple, pouring himself a glass of water. This constituted his breakfast for the day. While enjoying his meal, he casually assessed his current foundational resources: 250 units of wood, 350 units of stone, 603 units of iron, and a modest 73 units of glass. Upon finishing his breakfast, he approached the workbench to arrange the production of 600 small round shields, understanding that time is indeed a precious commodity. Stepping out of the shelter, he found the weather outside matched the system prompt, with a light mist enveloping the surroundings, visibility around 200 meters. Clad in his cat-patterned combat attire, he moved to the courtyard of the shelter, engaged in some basic warm-up exercises, and then consumed a red fruit, officially commencing his training for the day. Training was rather monotonous, yet as the effects of the red fruit took hold, Shinsei gradually immersed himself completely in his practice. His mastery of the Xuanxu sword technique grew increasingly proficient, each move resonating with grandeur. The execution of his technique accelerated, and suddenly, there was a pause in his momentum before he unleashed it once more. If there had been an observer nearby, they would have undoubtedly noticed how the Tang Hung sword in his grasp became remarkably agile, his technique evolving from a rigid formality to a fluid expression. After completing the entire sequence of the sword technique, Shinsei stood still, sheathing his sword, and upon sensing the changes within himself, he opened his personal attribute panel to check the progress of his Xuanxu sword technique. Xuanxu sword technique proficiency, mastery level 2. His technique had advanced to mastery. And compared to before, he had made subtle adjustments in certain moves, force application, and angles, making it more attuned to his personal style. Feeling the warm flow of energy from the red fruit within him, he did not cease his training even after achieving a higher mastery, continuing until the energy was fully absorbed, and only then did the sensations of fatigue and hunger wash over him, prompting him to stop. By this time, noon was approaching. The morning mist had long dissipated, and the warm sunlight enveloped him comfortably. Were he not a survivor, he would have likely fetched a lounge chair to indulge in a well-deserved nap. Returning to the kitchen, he reheated the exquisite meat steak he had prepared the previous day and took out a packet of braised beef noodles, pouring hot water over it. With his sword technique having progressed, it was essential to treat himself to a hearty meal. Reflecting on the delightful taste of the premium steak, Shinsei retrieved the fire venom vine seed he had synthesized yesterday, contemplating where in the courtyard to plant it, uncertain of how long it would take to grow. He gazed at the fiery red seed in his hand, remarking with a hint of sarcasm, having never encountered an extraordinary seed before, let alone planted one. It came with no instruction manual. Was he to simply plant it in the soil like an ordinary seed? Though uncertain about the intricacies of cultivating extraordinary plants, he recalled that one must first drop blood to acknowledge ownership before planting. He extended a finger, lightly grazing the edge of the Tang Hung sword, allowing a drop of blood to fall, slowly seeping into the seed. What is this? Shinsei observed the seed with a touch of amazement. After his blood permeated the seed, he felt an inexplicable connection with it, able to vaguely sense its needs. It yearned to be buried in the earth and required moisture. Suddenly, it dawned on him why the world of Shio did not disclose planting methods. Extraordinary plants could subtly express their emotions. Previously, I had heard that certain plants possessed the ability to sense human emotions. However, I had never encountered any flora capable of expressing sentiments, let alone engaging in conscious communication. Without further delay, Shinsei began to fulfill the requirements of the fire thorn vine. He excavated a small pit, approximately 5 centimeters deep, beside the fence gate, placed the seed within, covered it with soil, and moistened the ground with the prepared water until he sensed a wave of satisfaction emanating from the fire thorn vine. In his perception, the fire thorn vine was quite easy to nurture. It would require 2 to 3 days to germinate, during which he merely needed to keep the soil damp without any additional care. Time was of the essence. Having completed the planting of the fire thorn vine, he prepared to embark on his quest for supplies as planned. Shinsei donned the newly acquired vine armor from Song Yinrui and stowed the beehive intended for the queen bee in his backpack. This hive could nurture 2 queen bees, and he intended to look for a suitable swarm along the way. Crossing over the fence gate, He headed east towards the riverside, planning to search southward along the river. The riverbank should be teeming with wildlife, as they often come to quench their thirst. Chen retrieved the swarm controller and commanded the bullhorn queen bee perched on his shoulder. Bullhorn queen bee, dispatch the swarm to scout ahead for wild beasts and report back promptly upon discovery. While it might prove challenging for the bullhorn bees to locate treasure chests, the task of searching for animals should be straightforward. With a buzzing hum, the bullhorn queen bee, having comprehended Chen-Si's instruction, traced a figure 8 in the air, seemingly indicating compliance. She promptly divided the swarm into 2 factions. The majority were dispatched to search for animals and resources, while a smaller portion remained to encircle Chen-Si and the bullhorn queen bee for protection. Could there already be a discovery? Chen-Si's expression brightened with excitement as he hurried to follow the bullhorn bees. Not far ahead, he spotted a cluster of bees buzzing around something, encircled in a tight formation. What creature could be so small? Peering at the small circle formed by the bees, Chen-Si felt a twinge of disappointment, suspecting it might be a false alarm. After all, this was the bullhorn bee's first endeavor, and a mistake was to be expected. Approaching the swarm, he finally discerned the tiny figure trembling amidst the buzzing mass. Completely snow-white, it curled into a ball, approximately the size of an adult's fist, resembling a fluffy cotton ball. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a small white mouse. Given its size, it could indeed be considered a giant beast relative to the bullhorn bees. Chen-Si couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of the situation. Nevertheless, he proceeded without hesitation, stepping forward to disperse the swarm and gently pinching the little creature between his thumb and forefinger. He placed the small white mouse in the palm of his hand, poised to observe it closely when, as if struck by sheer terror, the mouse flipped onto its back, legs splayed in the air. Dead? So timid? Would a sting from the bullhorn bees revive it? Gazing at the mouse, now helplessly sprawled, Chen-Si summoned a few bullhorn bees, intending to administer a form of acupuncture treatment. Suddenly, the little mouse jolted upright, flipping back over and curling into a ball once more, trembling with apparent fear. I knew it was merely feigning death. Chen-Si chuckled at the mouse's revival, finding its antics quite amusing. He fixed his gaze upon the little creature to examine its attributes. Mutated white mouse, level, tier 0 quality, elite attribute, good fortune synopsis, a domesticated white mouse. Endowed with extraordinary luck, finds itself in a chaotic world where the rules have shifted, awakening its ancestral bloodline. It is also classified as an elite creature. Chen-Si gazes in astonishment at the small white mouse in his hand, pondering whether this might be the most underwhelming elite creature he has ever encountered. The attribute of good fortune is indeed rare. He wonders if keeping it as a pet might bring him luck as well. With a sense of eagerness, he contemplates the potential benefits, hoping for a stroke of good fortune himself. He forces a smile, attempting to project a friendly demeanor towards the mouse, saying, "The fact that I found you suggests a connection between us. Surviving in this broken world is no easy feat. If you choose to accompany me, I shall ensure your safety. Henceforth, you shall be my pet. Let me bestow upon you a name. Let's call you Little White." The little mouse seems either oblivious or simply does not comprehend, as it is taken aback by Chen-Si's gleaming smile, fainting in fright. The current prey is quite substantial, 3 adult zebras. They are situated by the river, approximately 200 meters away, with 2 zebras drinking water while the third stands guard. Facing away from the water, positioned to the northwest of the zebras, and lying low, Chen-Si remains undetected for the moment. However, should he rise to approach, discovery is merely a matter of time. He must refrain from movement, as any sudden action might expose him. Thoughtfully, Chen-Si assesses the situation. The surrounding grassland offers no cover, and his standing up could easily alert the zebras. Even crawling through the grass risks disturbing the vigilant zebra on watch, and his speed could never match that of the zebras. A direct attack is out of the question, as he is currently too far from them, well beyond the range of his ice-patterned crossbow. He must devise a strategy to close the distance. As he ponders, his gaze inadvertently drifts to his shoulder, and a spark of realization ignites in his eyes. A solution has presented itself. Chapter 27, The Hunt for Zebras. Chen-Si grips the Hornet Swarm controller and issues a command to the Hornet Queen, circumvent the zebras and direct the swarm to drive them in this direction. The Hornet Queen tilts its small head, seemingly grasping Chen-Si's intent, and with a flutter of its wings, it ascends from his shoulder, leading the Hornet Swarm towards the northern side of the zebras. Observing from a distance, Chen-Si notes that the zebras exhibit little reaction as the swarm approaches. Being relatively small, the hornets do not instill fear in the zebras. Upon witnessing the swarm reach the designated area, Chen-Si concentrates his thoughts on the swarm controller, remotely guiding the hornets to rush towards one zebra that is drinking at the riverbank. As the swarm draws near, the zebra lifts its head, uneasily eyeing the approaching insects, and begins to back away. The swarm accelerates towards the zebra's face, with several hornets landing near its nose, and without hesitation, they extend their stingers, delivering painful stings beside the zebra's nostrils. Thanks to the cultivation of the hornets in the witch bee hive, Their venom and the durability of their stingers far surpass that of ordinary hornets. The zebra experiences an excruciating pain, letting out a loud neigh of alarm. Its hooves kicking frantically as it begins to flee towards Chen-si, seeking refuge from the oncoming swarm. The other two zebras, influenced by the commotion, began to run alongside the lead zebra. At that moment, the hornet queen led her swarm in an arc, encircling the startled zebras and pressuring them to flee towards Chen-si. With a few long whinnies, the three zebras were driven towards him, their fear propelling them at breakneck speed, and within moments, they were within the range of his frostbolt crossbow. Chen-si, maintaining his composure, fixed his gaze on the approaching zebras and activated the crossbow's freezing arrow skill with his mind, a cerulean glow emanating from the bow. His expression remained stern as he slightly narrowed his eyes, raised his hand to aim at the two intact zebras leading the charge, and pulled the trigger. With his other hand, he swiftly reloaded and fired again. With a whoosh, two arrows, radiating an icy chill, shot forth and struck the two zebras head-on. Frost rapidly formed upon their bodies, and under the influence of the freezing arrows, their galloping pace faltered. The zebras, their limbs stiffening from the frost, slowed considerably. Chen-si rose quickly, his hands working tirelessly as he continued to squeeze the trigger towards their heads. One by one, the arrows flew, and the foremost zebra was struck multiple times, its forelegs giving way as it collapsed onto the ground, followed closely by the second zebra, which also fell, its head adorned with arrows, just 10 meters away from Chen-si. Having dealt with the leading two zebras, Chen-si turned his attention to the last one, which was surrounded by the swarm, whinnying in terror. Its fear caused it to lose its sense of direction, and as the hornet's paralyzing toxins surged within, its movements became increasingly labored. Chen-si advanced to disperse the swarm and shot 2 arrows at the unfortunate zebra, emptying the crossbow's magazine and putting an end to its fear and suffering. What a bountiful harvest. Chen-si's spirit soared. Indeed, this was a significant gain. 3 adult zebras captured with minimal effort, expending only a few arrows. The hornet queen could venture into the wild to find wasps, introduce them to her hive, and train them into a swarm. This successful experience hinted to him that he should enhance the cultivation of the hornet swarm and expand his forces. The recent battle had cost the swarm over 10 scout hornets, and if reinforcements were not promptly provided, it would not be long before the queen would be left without any hornets. Chen-si bent down to apply his gathering skill on the 3 zebras. Obtain blue meat steak X24, blue beast hide X3, blue bone X3. Bones. What purpose do they serve? Can they be used for soup? Chen-si examined one closely. It was indeed a bone, devoid of any flesh, smooth and shiny. He casually stowed the beast hides and bones in his backpack, placing the meat steaks in his inventory. He then bent down to pick up a wooden treasure chest that had dropped to the ground and opened it casually. Obtain cotton pajamas X1, saddle and bridle set X1. Vitamins X1. He retrieved the cotton pajamas, weighing them in his hands. They were about 2 pounds, of good quality, consisting of a 2-piece gray set for men, fitting his usual size perfectly. It seemed the system was quite user-friendly, as the refreshed clothing sizes were just right. These cotton pajamas were undoubtedly a valuable commodity. He had felt a chill in the shelter the previous night, and it wouldn't be long before the world would enter winter. Many astute individuals were aware of this, and all warm supplies in the trading channel were steadily increasing in price. Chen-si stored the cotton pajamas in his inventory and picked up a bottle of mixed vitamins, containing 100 tablets. According to the system prompt, it included essential vitamins. In the world of ruins, daily sustenance was a challenge. Many neglected their vitamin intake, and those in better conditions might only consume a few wild fruits. Chen-si had fared relatively well, yet he had not eaten a single vegetable in days, subsisting only on a handful of apples. This was a stark contrast to those survivors teetering on the brink of starvation. He solemnly added the vitamins to his inventory and, with a hint of exasperation, picked up his final find, a set of equipment, saddle and reins set. Level 0, quality, ordinary. Description, a saying goes, a man is known by his clothes, and a horse by its saddle. This is a fashion for horses, but first, one must possess a horse. The ordinary quality gear was finely stitched, crafted with superior materials. However, it was merely a saddle, and most critically, Chen-si did not own a horse. With this useless addition to his inventory, he tossed the saddle into his backpack without a second glance. After tallying his gains, he hastily cleared the battlefield, discovering 4 relatively intact crossbow bolts on the ground. He retrieved 11 more from his backpack, loading them all into the magazine. Once organized, he instructed the hornet swarm to continue their reconnaissance. The day still young and his stamina plentiful, he needed to keep searching. An hour later, with no new resource points found by the hornet swarm, Chen-si pondered briefly before directing them to alter their search toward the eastern thicket. During the search, he noted numerous signs of animal activity, and near some clear tracks of rabbits and birds, he set down 5 traps. He placed the last trap beneath a small tree at the thicket's edge, then stepped back to erase his traces, intending to find a place to rest when several hornets approached. They had found something. A smile spread across Chen-si's face as more hornets joined, fluttering excitedly before him. They had located prey. 2 locations? Chapter 28, The Return of the Bees. The battle attire synthesized yesterday proved to be quite commendable. As Chen Xiai navigated through the thicket, he reflected on its merits. Not only was it water-resistant, but its defensive capabilities were also impressive, leaving no marks from the branches that brushed against it. After wandering the jungle for a considerable time and taking a winding route, he finally reached the resource point discovered by the hornet swarm. This area was densely overgrown with shrubs, which the hornets could navigate directly, while he would have to either clear the obstructing vegetation to forge a path or take a longer route. After a lengthy detour, he finally arrived at the resource point identified by the swarm, a massive beehive, nearly half a meter in radius, clearly visible from a distance as the swarm buzzed in and out. A smile crept onto Chun Si's lips. This swarm would be perfect for cultivating the second queen for his royal bee box. Mutated Chinese honeybee. Level 0. Quality ordinary. Description: the industrious Chinese honeybee, enhanced by the mutation of the queen, boasts improved nesting capabilities and extended foraging times, yielding superior honey production. A perfect logistical bee species. The hornet queen will play a crucial role shortly. Chen Xiai gazed intently at the immense beehive in the distance, unfastened his backpack, and retrieved the Gu Wang bee box. He placed the 500 grams of honey he had previously acquired inside, serving as bait. Adjusting the cuffs of his mountain cat combat suit tightly, he ensured that the bee's stingers would not penetrate the fabric. Under the protection of the hornet swarm, he aimed to position the bee box near the hive. With steady steps, he approached the beehive, but the Chinese honeybees hovering around immediately detected Chun Si's intentions and responded defensively, sending a contingent to confront him. Unfazed by the approaching swarm, Chen Xiai quickened his pace, determined not to hesitate. He swiftly set down the Gu Wang bee box and calmly activated its unique properties with his mental energy before turning to flee. As he anticipated, the Chinese honeybees were unable to pierce his combat suit, and thanks to the protective hornet swarm surrounding him, most of the attacking bees were swiftly dispatched before they could reach him. The combat prowess of the Chinese honeybees paled in comparison to that of the hornets evolved from the Gu Wang bee box. Successfully evading the honeybees, Chen Xiai felt 2 painful stings on the back of his hand. Fortunately, the honeybees' stingers were non-venomous, merely causing intense discomfort. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he observed from a distance that, as the properties of the Gu Wang bee box were activated, the surrounding bees were irresistibly drawn to the honey within, akin to drunkards lured by fine liquor, continually flying into the box. The Gu Wang bee box acted like an insatiable abyss, continuously attracting Chinese honeybees. He even noted several returning bees bypassing their original hive, irresistibly drawn into the Gu Wang bee box instead. After watching for half an hour, he noted that aside from the bees within the hive, all the external bees had entered the Gu Wang bee box. Upon observing that the outer area was virtually devoid of bees, he swiftly took action. Grasping the swarm controller, he commanded, "Hornet King, lead the swarm into the hive and eliminate the honeybee queen." The hornet swarm was already prepared. The first-tier Hornet King led 1,000 elite hornets directly toward the honeybee hive. Chen Xiai did not have to wait long. The Hornet King soon emerged from the hive, followed by the swarm, which included a plump white maggot, their prize being the live capture of the honeybee queen. Witnessing the hornet swarm seize the queen, a throng of Chinese honeybees erupted from the hive, rushing to her rescue. Chen Xiai quickly directed the hornet swarm to turn back toward the Gu Wang bee box. The hornet swarm swiftly approached the box, and following Chen Xi's orders, they dispatched the honeybee queen near the bee box. The honeybee swarm, now bereft of their queen, inevitably fell into disarray, scattering before being irresistibly drawn into the Gu Wang bee box. Seeing his objective successfully achieved, Chen Xiai approached the bee box with a light step to inspect its properties, discovering nearly 100,000 Chinese honeybees densely packed inside. The breeding mode of the bee box had automatically activated. After reviewing the state of the bee box, Chen Xiai turned to the massive beehive nearby to employ his gathering skill. Obtained honey, blue, 12 pounds, royal jelly, blue, 1 pound, bee eggs, blue, 300. 3 exquisite items. Let us examine their attributes. Honey, level, tier 0. Quality, exquisite. Attributes, nourishes the spirit. Introduction. The honey produced by mutated bees possesses an extraordinarily sweet flavor and, with prolonged consumption, can permanently enhance one's mental faculties and perception. Such an item that bestows lasting enhancements is exceedingly rare, Chen Xiai exclaimed with fervor. Recognizing that treasures of this nature are perpetually in demand, one can never have too much, especially considering his innate ability, which necessitates the expenditure of mental energy to manifest. The greater his mental capacity, the more formidable his synthesis abilities would become. Royal jelly, level, tier 0 quality, premium attribute, 30 chance to permanently improve the quality of the bee colony. Description, an exceptionally rare gourmet ingredient. Its rich and aromatic flavor is utterly satisfying, making it delightful to consume repeatedly, while also boasting significant nutritional value. When ingested by the colony, there exists a chance of permanently enhancing its quality. Shinsei had heard of royal jelly before. An older brother had once shared tales of its benefits. According to that nameless elder, royal jelly is particularly beneficial for those recovering from weakness or severe injuries. However, the elder's primary interest lay not in these effects, but rather in a folk remedy he had come across, which suggested that royal jelly could augment male vitality. Thus, he fervently sought wild royal jelly. He aspired to cultivate a bullhorn bee king. The utility of such a colony is indisputable. Indeed, the bullhorn bee king is remarkably powerful, capable of slaying most Tier 0 creatures with its venomous stinger, albeit it possesses only 3 such stingers, which Shinsei hesitated to employ. Should the bullhorn bee king ascend to lordship, its combat prowess would escalate dramatically, along with a substantial enhancement for the entire colony. With thousands of elite bullhorn bees at his command, Shinsei would find himself nearly invincible among Tier 0 adversaries. Securing the royal jelly, Shinsei turned his attention to his final acquisition. Bee eggs, level, Tier 0 quality, premium attribute, 30 chance to hatch into an elite. Description: a pet egg. A premium bee egg, which can be hatched with a drop of blood, yielding a random species. Should the egg be hatched by the queen bee, the resulting species will align with that of the queen. Undoubtedly, these 300 bee eggs would replenish his bullhorn bee forces, as over 100 had perished during the recent ambush on the hive, leaving him with only 900 bees in total. A timely reinforcement indeed. In addition to these 3 treasures collected from the hive, a bronze chest had also appeared at the hive's location, which Shinsei tucked into his bag without opening. As time was of the essence, he needed to make his way to the next resource point. Grasping the cursed bee box, Shinsei followed the bee swarm, meandering through the thickets for what felt like an eternity, losing all sense of direction. Yet, he remained unperturbed by the prospect of getting lost. For the bullhorn bees would guide him. I believe I know what lies ahead. Shinsei halted, a troubled expression crossing his face as he gazed into a deep ravine before him. This chasm was approximately 80 centimeters wide and plunged straight into the forest ahead. Could this be a snake path? Shinsei murmured uncertainly. He had encountered snake paths before, but had never seen one so wide. The size of the snake must indeed be formidable. Shinsei lingered in place, torn between continuing forward or retreating. Based on the dimensions of the path, he surmised that the serpent must measure 80 centimeters in girth, and its length remained an unknown, though it surely must be considerable to warrant such a width. I must investigate. This location is not far from my shelter, and I have a premonition that even if I do not confront it today, I will inevitably face it in the future. Shinsei cast a fleeting glance at his inventory, gritting his teeth and making a resolute decision to ascertain the situation. If matters proved dire, he would retreat immediately. With newfound determination, he applied a layer of mud to his exposed skin, securing his collar and cuffs just as he had when faced with the bees. Though pythons are typically characterized by their dull eyesight and poor hearing, yet possessing an acute sense of smell, he wondered if the creatures of this world shared similar traits. His application of mud was merely a precaution. Any efficacy would be fortuitous. No longer needing to search for a path, he followed the serpentine trail directly to his objective. After a brief trek along the path, a foul stench wafted towards him, indicating he was nearing the python. Indeed, as he navigated around a tree thick enough for several men to embrace, he turned a corner and beheld a colossal serpent. Chapter 29. The rapidly growing fire thorn vines before him lay an expanse of approximately 200 meters, where the earth bore the marks of the giant snake's passage. The terrain was sparsely vegetated, with only scattered weeds, and in the center coiled a massive serpent, seemingly at rest, its abdomen swollen, likely having just fed. The creature's scales shimmered in shades of white and blue, interspersed in a pattern where each scale was the size of an adult's palm, glistening with a metallic sheen. Though its length was indeterminate due to its coiled position, it was undoubtedly over 10 meters, with its head alone measuring half a meter. Shinsei crouched within the thicket, casting furtive glances at the giant serpent. Mutated python level, 0 quality. Chief attributes, 50 increased lethality from constriction. Skill, serpent form charge. Skill description, utilizing its entire body. The serpent can launch itself forward with great force, closing the distance to devour its prey. Description, the apex predator of the jungle. A cold-blooded hunter on the verge of advancing to level 1, exhibiting an agility that belies its massive size. There was no way to defeat it. He was acutely aware of this upon glimpsing the attributes of the mutated python. Cold sweat breaking out on his forehead, he was genuinely terrified. This serpent was beyond his current capabilities. Disregarding its skills, merely considering its size and scales, the bolts fired from his ice-patterned crossbow would likely penetrate only superficially, inflicting at best a minor wound. If he could not breach its scaled defenses, it would be akin to a mere tickle. Prompted by a surge of instinct, Shinsei ceased hesitating and began to retreat slowly, preparing to turn away from this perilous vicinity. Unbeknownst to him, as he turned to leave, the python cast a fleeting glance towards the spot where he had hidden. After cautiously retreating a distance of 200 meters, he suddenly accelerated away from the mutated python, feeling an acute lack of security even at this range. through the hornet control device. He gleaned the meaning behind the scouting hornets and had already discerned the path out of the jungle, discovering a resource point along the way. He hoped this resource point would not bring further fright. With a wry smile, he shook his head, still haunted by the encounter. The hornets now only indicated the presence of resources. The danger remained solely for him to assess. Despite these thoughts, he proceeded to follow the swarm towards the new resource point, as this route promised the quickest escape from the jungle. The probability of two apex predators existing in such close proximity was quite low. 10 minutes later, guided by the swarm, Chun Si arrived at the resource point, which was a modest tree, standing at approximately 3 meters tall. Upon reaching this location, a scout hornet detached from the group and ascended to the tree's summit, where it circled incessantly, indicating that the resources lay above. Chun Si looked up and noticed only a nest nestled among the branches, failing to discern anything else. Could it be that the resource the hornet had discovered was merely that nest, containing at most a few eggs? A sense of disappointment washed over him. Nevertheless, he adeptly climbed the tree, mindful not to fell it, lest the eggs be shattered. The nest was perched on a branch 3 meters high, and Chun Si could only ascend to about 2 meters, as any higher would jeopardize its stability. Slowly rising, he peered into the nest and was pleasantly surprised to find not only eggs, but also a wooden box, a treasure chest of sorts. Who would have thought such a chest would be hidden here? With a mix of sarcasm, he collected the 3 eggs and the chest before swiftly descending, not bothering to examine the chest's contents, and commanded the hornets to continue their journey. By the time he beheld the fog-enshrouded sanctuary, night had already fallen. Upon entering the stone dwelling, Chun Si, disregarding the need for rest, spent 2 units of wood in the trading channel to procure a wooden cage, which he promptly filled with the little white mouse from his combat suit pocket. Little creature, this shall be your new home, and I shall prepare some nourishment for you. The mouse, having long awakened, had been eager to escape. Unfortunately, the puma combat suit was beyond its means to damage. After being jostled along with Chun Si all afternoon, the little rodent was nearly at its wit's end. Chun Si retrieved a wooden bowl from the kitchen, filled it halfway with water, and added a few drops of the exquisite honey he had gathered that day, fearing that the little one might perish from the ordeal. Having settled the mouse, he did not linger, for many tasks awaited him. He meticulously placed his acquisitions into the warehouse and kitchen, then proceeded to the tool shed, where he stowed away the 600 small round shields he had crafted. Next, he opened the trading channel and listed all items for exchange: 200 for wood, 200 for iron blocks, 100 for stone, and 100 for glass, maintaining the same exchange rates. He received a bounty of rice, cold medicine, and a military coat, along with a bronze treasure chest. The chest promised delightful surprises. Chun Si gazed at it with eager anticipation as he slowly opened it. A burst of light revealed 3 luminous orbs within. He picked one and crushed it. Underwater breathing potion. Level 1. Quality exquisite. Attribute: duration increased by 30. As the name suggests, this potion allows one to breathe freely underwater for 20 minutes. This potion was familiar to him, a common find in the game, serving a specific purpose. Chun Si pondered for a moment, deciding to store it away for now, as he had no immediate plans to explore the river. Crushing the second orb, he was met with yet another potion. This time, a bottle of verdant liquid appeared in his hand. Plant growth liquid. Level 0. Quality exquisite. Attribute: effect increased by an additional 30. Introduction: this is a potion developed by a master alchemist to hasten the maturity of medicinal herbs, capable of reducing the production time of plants below the first tier by 50%. However, he later discovered that the cost of using this potion to accelerate the growth of the herbs was sufficient to purchase 2 sets of the same herbs. The plants below the first tier were particularly suited for the fire-toxic thorn vine, which could directly shorten its growth time by 80%. At once, Chun Si thought of the fire-toxic thorn vine. This potion arrived just in time. Without a moment's hesitation, he ignored the last luminous orb, seized the potion, and hurried to the fire-toxic thorn vine. He gently excavated a small pit and dripped a single drop onto the seed. Chun Si focused intently on the droplet of growth liquid as it fell and was absorbed by the seed. Through the connection of perception with the fire-toxic thorn vine, a wave of information surged forth. He concentrated, discerning the seed's consciousness, which was quite naive, seemingly only able to grasp the notion of need. Fragmented awareness conveyed to him that the growth liquid would have a tremendous effect on the fire-toxic thorn vine. Instantly reassured, he sensed the vine's longing for the growth liquid and gradually poured the entire bottle over the seed. To his astonishment, the seed erupted in a dazzling blue light, and as if propelled by a time acceleration, it rapidly sprouted, growing tendrils that instinctively entwined around the fence, gradually stretching further along it. Chun Si felt a pang of regret. He should not have poured it all at once. What if the vine could not withstand it? Continuously employing his detection skill on the fire-toxic thorn vine, he could only receive the indication that it was growing. Focusing his consciousness on the vine's emotions, he sensed joy and exhilaration, which allowed him to relax gradually. Upon entering the house, Shinsei noticed a luminous orb resting on the table and recalled that he had one more to open. He approached, crushed it, and discovered it was a blueprint. Toilet paper blueprint, common. Can be used to craft toilet paper and only toilet paper. Required materials, would attribute materials 1. Shinsei felt that toilet paper would be quite popular. Although it seemed unremarkable, it was immensely useful. The discomfort of lacking paper while relieving oneself in the wilderness was an experience understood by those who had been in such situations. He decided to input it into the crafting table and soon produced 10 units to gift to Liu Yang and the others, eager to hear their opinions. Shinsei believed that gifting toilet paper to the survivors would be well received. Chapter 30, Resource Building Nursery. Private chat group. At this moment, the chat group was bustling with activity. Liu Yang and Xiaohua were engrossed in a discussion about something. Shinsei refrained from scrolling through the chat history but gathered that Xiaohua had used his abilities to hunt a mutated crocodile, boasting about the battle. Liu Yang, lacking any special abilities or martial arts techniques, primarily relied on animal traps and expensive bows for defense, unable to engage in active hunting, an unfortunate reality for most survivors. Noticing the trivial exchanges they were sharing, Shinsei interrupted their conversation. Everyone, I have come across something splendid. Would you care to take a look? Liu Yang replied. Brother Chen has logged on. What is this splendid thing? Is it something that enhances strength? I want one. Liu Yang found himself in dire need of items that could enhance his abilities. Each day, he watched as those with extraordinary powers ventured out to hunt. While he was relegated to mining iron ore, although his earnings were decent, a persistent sense of insecurity loomed over him. He too yearned for transcendence and immortality, often resorting to purchasing high-quality meat to bolster his physique at exorbitant prices. Xiaohua 1. Brother Chen, share it with us. If you deem it valuable, it must be worthwhile. Xiaohua, who hunted daily, returned each time with impressive spoils, gradually shedding his youthful naivety and emanating a newfound aura. Liu Yang felt a pang of disappointment, but it's not an equipment blueprint. Wang Zixuan, having been silent until now, chimed in. Evidently having been lurking, this has immense market potential. Brother Chen, I'll take 10 units. I've truly had my fill these past few days. Wang Zixuan, coming from a wealthy family and accustomed to a life of luxury, maintained a positive outlook and adapted swiftly to reality. Yet he loathed the harshness of the world around him, cringing at the sight of toilet paper. Xiaohua 1. Toilet paper is more valuable than equipment. Brother Chen, I need some urgently. My backside is about to crack. Liu Igua 8. Shinsei, please send some my way as well. The two ladies in the group remained silent, opting instead to send him private messages, perhaps feeling bashful. He sent each of them 10 units of toilet paper at cost price. A small gesture of goodwill for the group. With everyone present, they seamlessly transitioned into today's resource exchange. Shinsei 997. Brother Liu, how much coal do you currently possess? I could use around 100 units. This was an exceedingly favorable price. In the current market, 1 unit of coal could be exchanged for 5 to 6 units of wood. Given that 1 unit of coal burns for 6 hours while 1 unit of wood lasts just 1 hour, and coal burns at a higher temperature. Shinsei, embracing the spirit of camaraderie within the group, promptly sent a trade request to Liu Igua to finalize the coal transaction. Wang Zixuan, noticing their completed trade, announced in the group, I have produced a batch of water purifiers and plan to sell them when the acid rain test commences in a few days. If anyone needs one now, please submit a trade order at the price of 80 units of wood. Acquired water purifier 1. Description, a water purifier produced by the system. Made of ordinary materials, capable of purifying water, with enhanced effectiveness when paired with charcoal. The water purifier stood as a rectangular prism, 1 meter tall, featuring an inlet at the top for pouring in water to be purified, and an outlet below for placing a bucket to collect the purified water. There was also a window in the working area for adding charcoal. Shinsei was somewhat taken aback by the description of the water purifier, as he hadn't anticipated that adding charcoal would improve purification efficiency. However, he recognized charcoal's potential as a purifying agent. He placed the water purifier in the kitchen, poured in a bucket of river water, and intended to test its efficacy, while the Group's trading continued. Song Yara 5. Today, I acquired a seedling facility for a shelter, which allows me to cultivate medicinal herbs or grains. If anyone has seeds they no longer need, please consider trading them with me. She then showcased the attributes of the seedling facility. Seedling facility, premium. Description, equipped with a 20 cubic meter planting space. It can shorten the growth time of crops by 30. When used in conjunction with fertilizer, the effects are even more pronounced. This is a resource structure. To upgrade the shelter to level 3, one must possess a resource building. Shinsei gazed enviously at the nursery, feeling constrained by the resource structures and the core altar. Song Yeri remarked, I have crafted several bottles of antidote. Due to a lack of medicinal herbs, each person may only trade for 1 bottle, preferably using stone as currency. Each bottle requires 150 units of stone for trade. Here is a brief description of the antidote. Antidote. Level, Tier 0. Quality, Premium. Attribute, grants immunity to all toxins for 10 minutes after consumption. Description, capable of eliminating Tier 0 toxins and suppressing Tier 1 toxins. Lu Yang exclaimed, Sister Song. You are incredibly talented. You can create this? Wang Zishuan added, It truly feels like we are living in a game. Lu Xiaoye remarked. This world is rife with supernatural phenomena. Chen Xiai mused to himself, If you think this is astonishing, you would be even more amazed by the water of life. The antidote, at critical moments, could mean the difference between life and death, prompting everyone to eagerly engage in trading. They exchanged various discoveries, most of which Chen Xiai was already aware of, but Lu Igua introduced a new development. Lu Igua stated, The wildlife is evolving rapidly. I recently spotted a pack of wolves near the shelter. The lead wolf, which was previously of ordinary quality, has now become elite, and the pack's speed and strength are noticeably enhanced. Chen Xiai felt a jolt of concern, recalling the mutated python he encountered earlier that day and the wild boar he had seen on the back mountain. Their size and strength were unlike ordinary creatures. He had initially thought they were naturally strong, but now realized they might have evolved upon entering this world. Others shared his trepidation, particularly Lu Yang, whose shelter had yet to be cleared of dangers. It seemed imperative to eliminate the perilous animals surrounding the shelter to prevent future threats. Chen Xiai planned to venture to the back mountain the next day to confront the wild boar. As the group chat gradually fell silent, he exited the conversation to prepare for the following day. He first went to the workbench and issued a task to produce 2,000 units of toilet paper, noting that the demand for toilet paper would not be a concern based on the reactions of his companions in the chat. After returning, he remained busy. Having not yet dined, he retrieved the last piece of roasted bobcat meat and some provisions from the kitchen, pairing it with premium honey water to satiate his hunger. While dining, he opened the trading channel and located the survivor who previously purchased warm stones, ice crystals, and black ironwood, placing an order for 50 units of each. The prices of these items had significantly decreased, totaling 350 units of wood. These materials held little value and did not sell well. They were essentially part of their inventory, necessitating advance reservations for future trades. Chen Xiai procured these materials for synthesizing resources. He had formulated a somewhat stable synthesis recipe the previous day and planned to repeat the experiment. Chapter 31. Experimental Synthesis and Vine Walls. After dinner, Chen Xiai gazed at the materials he had assembled and focused his mind, summoning the synthesis furnace. He intended to conduct an experiment first. He retrieved the materials for synthesizing explosive stones, primary material, crossbow bolt X1, auxiliary materials, wood X5, warm stone X1, coal X1. Placing each item into the synthesis furnace without hesitation and directly inputting his mental energy to confirm the synthesis. A flash of azure light illuminated the room as a crimson stone descended upon the table. Acquired explosive stone blue X1. Success. It appears that utilizing identical materials for synthesis may yield the same item. Chen Xiai was elated. This marked his inaugural achievement in creating a duplicate item, and he felt he had grasped the principles of synthesis. However, one success does not signify a trend. He was determined to try once more. Stealing his resolve, he summoned the synthesis furnace, placed the same materials within, channeled his mental energy, and confirmed the synthesis. Once again, a flash of blue light erupted, but this time, a crossbow bolt materialized upon the table. Crossbow bolt. Level 0, quality, fine. Attribute, increases hit rate by 30. Description, a finely crafted crossbow bolt, designed for greater accuracy. This time, the primary material had been enhanced. Chen Xiai felt a twinge of disappointment. The mutation rate was not absolute, and the occurrence of reinforced synthesis or failure was certainly a possibility. Undeterred, he conducted 2 more experiments, successfully obtaining 2 additional explosive stones. He confirmed that synthesizing with identical materials indeed held the potential to yield the same item, though the probability remained a matter of chance. Synthesis could fail, or it could result in an enhancement of the primary material. After securing the explosive stones and crossbow bolts, Chen Xiai found his mental energy diminished to 2 points, rendering him unable to continue synthesizing for the day. He always left a reserve of 2 points for emergencies in his solitary existence. Low mental energy could impair his responsiveness to danger. Tidying the synthesis materials from the table, he lifted the cage containing the white mouse, which appeared to have yet to recover, looking rather listless. Was the little creature depressed? He wondered if the system possessed skills akin to beast taming. At this rate, he pondered how long it might take to tame it. Chen Xiai scratched his head. Having never owned a pet, he was uncertain of the white mouse's current state. Unlike the hornbee swarm, which had a controller for communication, he could not sense the mouse's emotions and could only offer it some food, waiting for it to acclimate before releasing it from its confines. He placed the cage beside his bed and, with a gentle gaze, said to the white mouse, "Good night, little one." Regardless of the circumstances, the shelter had gained another member, alleviating some of its solitude. He turned off the lights and drifted into slumber. The following day, Day 7 in the ruins world. Weather, light fog clearing, temperature, 9 to 20. Upon awakening, Chen Xiai did not immediately practice his swordsmanship. Instead, he first checked on the status of the fire-toxic thorn vines. At the gate, he stood momentarily entranced by the sight before him. Overnight, The fire-toxic thorn vines had enveloped half of the shelter's front fence. The fiery red leaves danced in the breeze, and the sturdy wooden thorns faced outward, forming a formidable, spiky wall in conjunction with the fence. Anyone who dared to strike this thorny barrier would meet their demise. He felt a surge of security wash over him. As he approached, the fire-toxic thorn vines extended a tendril, brushing against the vines before him, conveying a sense of need for more nourishment to proliferate and completely encircle the fence. With the plant growth liquid depleted, it would have to grow at a gradual pace. After a gentle caress of the vine, Chen-ci activated the investigation feature. Fire-toxic thorn vines. Level 0, Quality, Leader. Attribute, Fire-toxic enhancement 50, Skill mutation, evolution. Skill, mutative evolution, a passive ability that allows for evolution through environmental adaptation and energy transformation. Introduction, this is an extraordinary plant, a moving one at that. When prey enters its attack range, the thorny vines ensnare the victim, injecting them with fiery poison to eliminate foes. With the combination of the thorny vines and arrow towers, as long as the vines can envelop the entire sanctuary, I can confidently declare my fear of zero-tier enemies obsolete. They will perish in droves. Chen-ci gazed excitedly at the fence wrapped in thorny vines, envisioning the future defensive form of his sanctuary, a formidable hedgehog. The fiery thorny vines primarily require nutrients from the remains of flora and fauna, fertilizers, or growth liquids. The remains of animals and plants are scarce, as every survivor needs them, but plant growth liquid can be procured. However, most survivors likely have no use for it at present. Though termed stewing, it is essentially boiling. With only salt as seasoning in hand, he had little else, yet the ingredients were flavorful enough that the boiled dish offered a unique taste. After finishing breakfast, Chen-ci opened the trading channel to check yesterday's sales of the small round shields, preparing to collect his earnings, only to discover that half remained unsold. Even the 100 small round shields priced at glass had not sold a single unit. His expression shifted as he quickly reviewed the trading channel information, finding that several large survivor alliances had flooded the market with small round shields, large shields, vine shields, and leather shields, suddenly saturating the market. His small round shields became inconspicuous amid this influx, and with their prices not being competitive, sales plummeted. With a grimace, Chen-ci muttered to himself, "It seems the lucrative shield market is coming to an end. I must adjust the prices and clear this batch, then observe before producing more." Consequently, he revised the exchange price of the remaining 300 small round shields to 12 units of wood, while also listing the 2,000 units of toilet paper produced yesterday at a rate of 2 units of wood per unit. After addressing the trading channel, the morning light illuminated the outside world. Chen-ci had initially planned to seek vengeance on the wild boar in the morning, but upon seeing the fog shrouding visibility to about 100 meters, he decided to postpone his departure until the fog lifted. Removing his vine armor, Chen-ci wielded his tang-hung knife and stepped into the yard, warming up briefly. After consuming a red fruit, he began practicing the xuanxu sword technique. Each time he ingested a red fruit for training, he could enhance his skill proficiency by 8 to 10 points. By the end of the morning practice, his proficiency in the xuanxu sword technique had reached 14. He continued training until noon, at which point the fog had dissipated. After a quick wash, he finished the remaining stewed meat from breakfast and enjoyed a glass of honey water. Clad in his vine armor and wielding the tang-hung knife, he summoned the hornet swarm using the swarm controller and set off towards the mountain range behind. With the hornet swarm leading the way, Chen-ci smoothly arrived at the gentle slope where he had ascended before. After a brief rest, he instructed the hornet swarm to scout ahead. Returning to the forest, though still unfamiliar, he felt more composed than during his first visit. Following his previous memories, he navigated past the lush trees until he reached the spot where he had collected red fruits last time. Not much time had passed, and the traces of the previous battle had yet to be concealed by the forest. The wild boar's territory should not be far from here. He directed the hornets to disperse and search the area. The previous battle took place here, indicating that this area falls within the territory of the wild boar. The swarm of bees can expedite the search, allowing for an earlier detection of the boar, which would grant Chen-ci ample time to prepare the battlefield. Before long, Chen-ci exclaimed in delight, "Have we made a discovery?" Chapter 32, Ambush. The wild beast was not far off, having traveled approximately a kilometer, and the swarm signaled to Chen-ci that it was just ahead. "Horned bees, scout the area." Chen-ci's expression turned serious as he readied his shield in his left hand and crossbow in his right. Gently parting the branches, he held his breath to observe. But instead of the anticipated wild boar, he beheld a gray-coated antelope. At that moment, his gaze may have alerted the antelope to the impending danger, as it abruptly ceased its grazing, lifting its head to survey its surroundings. Its forehooves fidgeted nervously, as if preparing to flee. However, Chen-ci was quick. Upon realizing it was an antelope, he immediately pulled the trigger of his crossbow, sending a dark projectile hurtling toward the fleeing creature. Despite the antelope's keen instincts, it was a fraction too late, and as it attempted to escape, the bolt struck its hindquarters. Unaware of its injury, the antelope dashed into the forest. "Pursue it." and find an opportunity to deliver a sting, Chen commanded. Observing the antelope's flight, he felt no urgency, for he knew he could not match its speed. He ordered the swarm to follow in pursuit while he trailed behind, tracking its path. The antelope, weakened by continuous bleeding from its wound, began to slow. Unaffected by the forest's terrain, the horned bees swiftly closed in, several landing on the antelope's back to inject their paralyzing venom. When Chen finally encountered the antelope again, it lay powerless on the ground, blood pooling around it from its wounds. Drawing his tang-hung knife, he calmly harvested the beast, acquired 4 blue meat chops, 1 white hide. The haul was satisfactory, and the horned bee queen continued the search for the wild boar. Chen having exerted little energy, wasted no time in storing the wooden treasure chest in his inventory, commanding the swarm to keep searching while he scoured the vicinity for supplies and surveyed the environment. In the tranquil forest, Chen crouched behind a large rock, cautiously peering out, his eyes fixated on the distant cliffside. Sparse pines dotted the steep rocks, and through the lush underbrush, he discerned a cave where the cliff met the mountainside. The cave's entrance was substantial, measuring 3 meters wide and 4 meters high, tapering to a triangle shape with a broad base. A cascade of verdant vines hung down, partially concealing the entrance. Having previously accompanied the swarm to 2 locations, both yielding small creatures, this cave marked the 4th potential wild boar target identified by the bees. He had nearly concluded that this cave was indeed the boar's lair, as he observed numerous tufts of bristle on the cliffside, likely shed by the boar during its movements. Listening intently, he discerned a consistent snorting emanating from within. The horned bees ventured into the cave to investigate and confirmed the presence of a single beast inside. Chen took a moment to ponder, uncertain of when the boar might depart the cave. He could not afford to wait idly. Should it only emerge at night to forage, he would miss his opportunity. He needed to take the initiative. The advantage lies in the enemy's awareness of my presence while I remain concealed. I must first ascertain the situation within the cave. Striving for a decisive blow, Chen stealthily approached the cave entrance, cautiously peering inside. Fortunately, the cave was not deep. The sunlight refracted within illuminated the interior, revealing a gigantic wild boar, over 3 meters in length, lying with its head facing outward, snoring thunderously. Chen turned to observe the surrounding terrain. Before the cave entrance was a gentle slope, and aside from the large rock he had previously hidden behind, there were no other forms of cover. It seemed that the trees here had been cleared away by the wild boar. An idea began to form in his mind. He gently patted the head of the hornet queen and mused that he would have to resort to his trump card. He retrieved the swarm controller, directing the hornet queen to cautiously enter the cave. The wild boar remained asleep, indifferent to the presence of such a small insect, and this presented Chen with his opportunity. The hornet queen slowly descended to the boar's neck, extending her stinger. Indeed, to ensure success, Chen planned to employ the queen's venomous sting. The paralyzing toxin would have a profound effect on the still primitive wild boar. The sting gradually penetrated the boar's neck. The pain of such a minor wound was negligible, and it showed no immediate reaction. The hornet queen swiftly injected the paralyzing venom and discarded her broken stinger before hastily exiting the cave. Chen then commanded the swarm to retreat from the cave. Knowing that they would be of no assistance in the ensuing confrontation, ordinary hornets would likely be incapable of piercing the boar's tough hide. He retrieved 2 explosive stones from his inventory, carefully holding them in his hands as he concealed himself beside the cave entrance, awaiting the effect of the paralyzing toxin. Suddenly, he heard the boar's snoring falter. It had sensed something was amiss. Acting swiftly, Chen hurled the 2 explosive stones towards the awakening boar, immediately sidestepping to evade detection at the cave mouth as he drew his ice-pattern crossbow. At that moment, the boar, now acutely aware of its discomfort, opened its eyes just in time to see the 2 red stones hurtling towards its head. The instant they collided, a resounding explosion erupted. Outside the cave, Chen heard a deafening blast, followed by the tremor of the rock wall behind him, dislodging some debris. As a cloud of dust billowed forth, he peered into the cave to witness the enormous boar staggering to its feet, slowly approaching the entrance. One of its ears was missing, one eye was blinded, and half of its head was a gruesome mess, still reeling from the disorientation of the blast. Seizing the moment, Chen coordinated his actions, repeatedly pulling the trigger as crossbow bolts rained down upon the boar's head. The creature, now dizzy and disoriented, had no means of evasion. Every bolt found its mark, embedding themselves in its mangled skull. Chapter 33, Resource Building, Geothermal Hot Springs. With the boar's anguished cries echoing, Chen swiftly stowed the ice-patterned crossbow in his inventory and drew the Tang sword, advancing rapidly. He executed a mastery-level technique of the Void Blade, stepping forward to thrust directly, channeling all his strength into the blade as swiftly as lightning, penetrating the boar's skull from the side where the bolts had concentrated. The boar's head jerked upwards violently, and Chen felt a tremendous force in response, causing a painful throb in his hand. Taking advantage of the momentum, he leapt, striking the handle of the Tang sword with his left hand's serpent skin shield, driving the sword deep into the boar's head. with a piercing scream. The wild boar staggered back 2 steps before crashing to the ground, its corpulent body twitching slightly. Congratulations to the survivor for vanquishing a formidable foe and receiving a silver battle chest. The moment Shinsei heard the notification, he realized he had triumphed. As the tension in his mind dissipated, he felt his body weaken. Although the encounter had been brief, he had channeled all his focus and strength into the fight. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he approached to examine the boar's attributes. Mutated wild boar, boss. A wild boar mutated due to unknown influences. Possessing tough skin and immense strength. The boar lay lifeless, leaving only a brief description visible, with specific attributes obscured, as Shinsei knelt beside the boar's carcass. He grasped the hilt of his dagger, but to his dismay, it would not budge. Goodness, it's lodged too deep, he muttered, feeling a twinge of frustration as he scratched his head. He pondered the consequences. Would the system transform his dagger into a mere lump of iron when he attempted to collect the boar? Surely not. The market world was not that incompetent. Muttering to himself, without tools to dissect the boar, he had no choice but to awkwardly employ his collection skill. A radiant light enveloped the boar, and perhaps it was merely an illusion, but it seemed the collecting process took longer this time. Gradually, the boar vanished from sight. Acquired premium pork chops, blue, X25, beast skin, orange, X5, beast bones, blue, X10, beast fangs, blue, X2. Shinsei's heart swelled with excitement at the bounty. 25 units of exquisite pork chops, a remarkable haul, coupled with his previous gathering. He would not soon find himself lacking in premium meat. The orange beast skin sparked a wishful thought. If only he could synthesize it into armor, that would be splendid. With a hint of regret, he muttered as he stowed his spoils into his backpack. After tallying his gains, Shinsei's gaze fell upon his tang-hung knife, lying serenely where the boar had vanished. Elation quickly turned to dismay as he noticed the tip had chipped, likely from the forceful thrust into the boar's skull. For now, he would have to make do. Survivors were always in need of weapons, and he would find a way to procure a better blade later. He had hoped the tang-hung knife could accompany him through the first tier, but its early damage left him feeling somewhat distressed. The synthesis function was not entirely dependable. A failure could spell disaster. Though the damage to the tang-hung knife was minor, hastily attempting to synthesize it could lead to unforeseen consequences. Whether it transformed into another item or failed altogether, he would struggle to find a weapon as sharp in the near future. Despite minor flaws in this hunt, he had safely eliminated a significant threat to the sanctuary, marking the endeavor as a resounding success overall. Before departing, Shinsei meticulously searched the cave. Aside from some animal bones and wild fruits, there was nothing of note, indicating that the boar had not lingered long. Not wishing to tarry in the mountains any further, he took his bountiful harvest and, noting the late hour, proceeded to attend to other matters. After setting traps and binding the wild chicken with vines, he hurried back to the sanctuary, arriving just as night fell. Next time, he would be sure to heed the time. Upon returning to the sanctuary, Shinsei felt a lingering sense of unease. Yet, soon he busied himself with tasks, pushing aside thoughts of the terrifying wilderness cloaked in darkness. He first constructed a nest for the wild chicken using timber, placing some food and water inside, instructing the firethorn vine to keep a watchful eye on it to prevent any escape. Uncertain whether the chicken would lay eggs, he considered that it might only serve as a reserve food source. After setting up the nest, he provided the queen hornet with 50 grams of royal jelly, a well-deserved reward for its contributions today, and he anticipated its evolution through the jelly. He himself had a simple meal of 2 bowls of instant noodles. Adding some bird eggs, it was too late for barbecuing. Once his hunger was satiated, he retrieved 2 treasure chests dropped today, 1 wooden and 1 silver, opening the wooden chest with casual ease. Acquired 1 latex mattress, 1 sportswear set, 1 outdoor headlamp. No need for a bedboard anymore. Back on Blue Star, Shinsei had always preferred soft beds, but for the past few days, he had been sleeping on a bedboard, waking each morning with sore back and aching waist. Now, he could finally replace it with the latex mattress. The second item, the sportswear, was also quite nice, adding to his change of clothes. The last item, the headlamp, was rechargeable and came with a charging cable. It had a yellow strap at the back that could be secured to his forehead. Shinsei tried it on and found its brightness far superior to that of a torch, allowing him to free up one hand. Luckily, he had a solar power bank, so he needn't worry about the lamp running out of charge. The resources from the wooden chest were all quite practical. Shinsei looked forward to the silver chest. Having received a combat chest for the second time, he hoped to find altar blueprints or resource schematics inside. As the chest opened, a dazzling light flashed. When the glow dissipated, 3 luminous orbs appeared on the wooden table, 1 blue and 2 orange, radiating an enticing glow. Shinsei exclaimed in excitement. 1 exquisite item and 2 rare ones. Adhering to the principle of examining the lower tier first, he picked up the blue orb, which contained a small box. Its contents were unclear, so he crushed it with force. What appeared on the table was a white box marked with a red cross. He recognized it immediately as a medical supply kit. Exquisite medical kit. Level 0. Quality, exquisite. Attribute, increases medical effectiveness by 30. Description, This is a battlefield medical kit containing 10 bleeding bandages, 5 bottles of disinfectant alcohol, 30 anti-inflammatory pills, 30 painkillers, 3 adrenaline shots, 1 hemostatic clamp, and 1 bandage scissors, a must-have artifact for wilderness survival. This medical kit was indeed a delightful surprise. For survivors in the perilous wasteland, one can never escape the possibility of unexpected injuries. Placing this medical kit in the trading channel would warrant consideration even for an orange item, as it could be a lifesaver. Shinsei felt a tinge of regret. Sadly, there were no cold medicines. As the weather gradually turned colder, the risk of catching a cold increased significantly, posing a life-threatening crisis for survivors lacking clothing and medicine. Upon further inspection, the orb, once crushed, revealed a palm-sized model of a hot spring, exquisitely crafted and lifelike, with wisps of steam visibly rising above it. Now, he was even more uncertain. Geothermal hot spring. Level 1 quality, rare. Attribute, enhances recovery speed by 50. Produces 1 drop of spiritual spring milk each week. Introduction, influenced by the essence of the Earth's veins. An ordinary hot spring has transformed into a first-tier rare spiritual spring, capable of accelerating stamina and injury recovery. Every 7 days, it generates a drop of spiritual spring milk, a divine remedy for healing. This was the resource structure he had long sought. Shinsei's face lit up with joy. This model represented the coveted resource structure, a first-tier hot spring that could provide healing capabilities and a source of water. With the system's prompt, Shinsei realized that this model, akin to the core of the previous sanctuary, had been miniaturized by the ruins world. As long as he found an appropriate spot, he could place the model. And under the might of the ruins world, the hot spring would automatically connect to the Earth's veins. Gazing at the pitch-black night beyond the sanctuary, he stifled his excitement. Deciding to wait until dawn to position the hot spring, stowing the model in his inventory, he crushed the final orange orb, revealing a blueprint. Filled with anticipation, Shinsei hoped it would be a blueprint for an altar. Chapter 34, Taming Beast Scroll. Martial Arts Field Blueprint. Level, first tier. Quality, rare. Attributes, increases 50 training focus. Reduces 50 training damage. The additional attributes are only effective for first tier and below. Required materials, 1,000 stone, 1,000 wood, 200 iron blocks. Upon realizing it was not the altar blueprint, Shinsei felt a twinge of disappointment. Altar blueprints were indeed rare. He quickly adjusted his mindset. A structure that aids in training is quite commendable as well. Truly, it was a silver treasure chest. Every item was immensely practical, and he must extend his gratitude for the boon from the wild boar. Thinking about how he was merely 1 altar blueprint away from upgrading to a level 3 sanctuary, a hint of obsessive-compulsive behavior struck him, prompting him to open the trading channel in case someone foolishly had it for sale. As he opened it, the first thing that popped up were transaction records for toilet paper and small round shields, reminding him to check the sales of items listed during the day. To his surprise, both the small round shields and toilet paper had sold out, particularly the toilet paper, for which he had not imposed a purchase limit, resulting in several bulk orders of over 1,000 units. The sales of toilet paper had been exceptional, potentially becoming a flagship product in the future. He planned to produce another 7,000 units shortly. With limited time during the day, he hadn't examined the situation closely, so now he decided to delve into the unexpected plunge in the small round shield's price. Reflecting on the hasty price adjustment he had made earlier, he realized that he had lost nearly 8 units of wood on each shield, rounding up to a significant target lost. He opened the trading and chat channels, searching for any relevant information regarding shields, hoping to uncover some clues. After a considerable time, Shinsei sighed, finally piecing together the entire narrative, discovering that he bore part of the blame. The Huameng and Meimeng, survivor alliances with large populations, employed experts who studied the trading channels around the clock. They were responsible not only for acquiring rare items, but also for analyzing the profits and demand of bulk commodities. Shinsei's high-priced small round shields had caught their eye, with their ordinary production materials, high demand, and substantial profits making them particularly envious. Moreover, there was a significant internal demand for shields within their alliance. Subsequently, various survivor alliances commenced a series of recruitment and acquisition efforts, offering substantial sums for blueprints, even those capable of producing shields. There had been attempts to contact Shinsei, but he had long since blocked these individuals due to their incessant bothersome nature. Even if they managed to reach him, he would remain impervious to their advances. With the entry of large survivor alliances, those in possession of shield blueprints were swiftly bought out. Coupled with the vast foundational resources of the alliances, the production of shields surged dramatically, leading to an overwhelming increase in their market presence. As other survivor alliances entered the fray, the prices inevitably plummeted under the weight of considerable sell orders. Shinsei discerned the reason behind the plummeting shield prices. Yet there remained one question that perplexed him. How had they enhanced their production efficiency? Logically, even with abundant resources, the output of a tool station was inherently limited to a certain quantity of shields per day. Pondering this uncertainty, Shinsei continued his search for information. A level 2 shelter boasted an inherent level 2 tool station, which could only produce 2 shields at a time, each requiring a specific duration for production. The sudden influx of shields into the market suggested either an unexpected abundance of shield blueprints or that these survivor alliances had discovered a method to enhance the efficiency of their tool stations. He could not shake the feeling that the probability of a vast number of shield blueprints being uncovered from treasure chests was rather slim. The content of his findings was straightforward, a brief description of an item along with partial usage instructions. Shelter Building Expansion Scroll. This scroll allows the shelter's inherent structures to expand an additional function. For instance, facilities such as workshops, fireplaces, and bedrooms can gain extra attributes upon the application of the scroll, with each building being able to add a maximum of 3 attributes. The workshop, for example, could utilize the scroll to enhance production output. Recently, Shinsei had been preoccupied with various matters, neglecting to invest time in the chat and trading channels, resulting in missed information. However, it was not too late. He utilized the system to search for scrolls and discovered several intriguing items previously unseen. Building Upgrade Scroll. This scroll can elevate the level of shelter buildings, requiring additional resources. Building Quality Enhancement Scroll. This scroll can improve the quality of shelter buildings, necessitating the addition of precious materials. Animal Taming Scroll. This scroll can tame animals, excluding sentient beings, compelling them to obey the commands of the survivors. The first 2 scrolls had only been glimpsed in the chat channel, with no physical items available in the trading channel, while the last scroll, aimed at a niche market, was indeed for sale, priced at 500 units of wood for a level 0 scroll. Shinsei messaged the seller, "Sir, this scroll can only tame level 0 animals and requires them to be non-resistant. 500 is rather exorbitant, wouldn't you agree? I'll offer 300 units of wood. If that is acceptable, I shall take it." After several rounds of haggling, the seller remained steadfast at 400 units of wood without a reduction. Shinsei subsequently inquired with several other vendors offering scrolls, only to find similar pricing. Ultimately, he procured the scroll for 390 units of wood. Animal Taming Scroll, Level 0. Requires the target to be level 0 and non-resistant. Upon taming, the target can be understood to follow the commands of the survivor. Shinsei gazed intently at the beast taming scroll in his hand, contemplating its potential application on Xiaobai. If Xiaobai were to transform into a pet recognized by the system, surely its fortunate attributes would influence my own fortune, he mused. Indeed, Shinsei was still harboring intentions of leveraging Xiaobai's luck. He grasped the scroll and gently lifted Xiaobai from the cage in his bedroom. Observing the lethargic little white mouse, he smiled warmly and said, "Oh, Xiaobai, how perilous it is for you to survive in the wild, living day by day with uncertainty. By staying with me, not only will you be safe, but you shall also enjoy delightful treats. Look at this honey water. Where would you find such a luxury outside?" With that, he waved the honey water tantalizingly before Xiaobai before putting it away. Xiaobai's eyes widened, following the honey water's movement, but upon its disappearance, it cast a fleeting glance at Shinsei and returned to its idle demeanor. Recognizing that this little creature possessed a keen sense of understanding, Shinsei knew that coercion would not be effective. He could only entice it. He produced the honey water once more, adding a few drops of premium honey, and placed it before Xiaobai, saying, "If you do not resist, I promise to provide you with honey water every day." As he spoke, he nudged the wooden bowl closer to Xiaobai. The little mouse, seeing the honey water within reach, brightened up. It had tasted the honey water yesterday and was aware of its benefits. As it eagerly lunged towards the bowl, Shinsei silently unfurled the beast-taming scroll and directed it toward Xiaobai. A beam of white light emanated from the scroll, enveloping the little mouse. Engrossed in its honey water, Xiaobai remained oblivious as the scroll gradually faded away. The system promptly sent a notification. "Congratulations on taming the little white mouse." Upon receiving the notification, Shinsei immediately confirmed the success of the taming process. He focused his mind and began to faintly sense Xiaobai's emotions, receiving thoughts of delectable treats. According to the scroll's guidance, his ability to perceive Xiaobai's consciousness would gradually strengthen, while Xiaobai would slowly enhance its intelligence, eventually comprehending the essence of Shinsei's words, along with an increasing loyalty. After finishing the honey water, Xiaobai appeared significantly revitalized, no longer contemplating escape, and leisurely settled by Shinsei's feet. "I hope you can bring good fortune to your master," Shinsei thought hopefully. Indeed, wishing for the blessings of Xiaobai's good luck, he gently lifted Xiaobai onto his lap and resumed his previous work. He had deciphered the reasons behind the plummeting prices of shields and began to search for the current market price of shields in the trading channel. According to the listed prices, a small round shield was currently valued at 11 units of timber, with a downward trend anticipated. The production cost of the small round shield was 7 units of timber, leaving a profit margin of merely 3 to 4 units, which was significantly declining. Furthermore, the sales velocity had slowed. Previously, items would sell out shortly after being listed. Ultimately, Shinsei decided to temporarily cease the production of small round shields and pivot to a new primary commodity. He had no intention of engaging in the price war surrounding shields, as his resources did not support such a venture. With this resolution in mind, He initially intended to assign a production task for toilet paper, but at that moment, the system sent him a private message notification. Upon opening it, he discovered a message from Wang Lei, who had previously traded him the lounge chair blueprint, providing information regarding the Blood Fiend Alliance and a summary of the day's overall gains. Wang Lei, as if utterly captivated by his own commanding presence, insisted on becoming Chun Si's subordinate, eagerly reporting his achievements each day and voluntarily gathering intelligence on the Blood Fiend Alliance. His proactive work ethic delighted the capitalists immensely. Although Chen Si held no interest in Wang Lei's accomplishments and had no desire to accept him as a subordinate, he found it impossible to dampen Wang Lei's enthusiasm, which persisted as he continued to report daily in anticipation of instructions. Chen Si felt helpless in this situation. He could not simply block Wang Lei, given their acquaintance and the previous advantages he had taken from the lounge chair blueprints. Thus, he could only respond with a few casual remarks and ultimately exchanged 5 units of timber to express encouragement. Having dealt with Wang Lei, Chen Si promptly made his way to the workshop, where he first produced 100 crossbow bolts. The previous bolts had been rendered useless during the hunt for wild boars, necessitating a fresh batch. The bolts were quickly manufactured, and Chen Si then issued a production order for 7,000 units of toilet paper, which would take longer to complete. Extending into the following day, he lamented the lack of an expansion scroll, as the efficiency of the workbench was painfully slow. Upon returning to the wooden table, he gently patted the small creature, Xiaobai, and retrieved the prepared materials for today's synthesis. He decided to create a few explosive stones to replenish his stock. As these items proved exceedingly useful, Chen Si was quite pleased with the explosive stone's power, attributing half of his success in hunting wild boars to their formidable capabilities. Focusing intently, he summoned the synthesis furnace, placed the materials inside, and confirmed the synthesis. Obtained enhanced crossbow bolt 1. Chen Si was momentarily taken aback. He attempted once more. Replacing the materials, a flash of blue light ensued. Obtained explosive stone 1. That explained it. The previous outcome must have been an anomaly. Chen Si considered himself generally fortunate, and certainly not a misfortunate soul. Confidently, he proclaimed, "Though I am not a paragon of luck, I am certainly not a cursed one." After securing the explosive stone, he resolved to synthesize again to prove that he was not ill-fated. Obtained enhanced crossbow bolt 1. Cursed be it. Chen Si gazed in disbelief at the bolts on the table, feeling an odd sense of humiliation. His luck appeared average, surely. The previous consumption from opening chests had not yet replenished. He glanced at Xiaobai, sensing an odd feeling of disdain directed at him, and affectionately rubbed the little creature's head. "Xiaobai, lend me some luck, for I have expended too much in our endeavors." Xiaobai regarded him with a mild glance, extending a tiny paw to touch Chen Si's hand, as if to say, "It still relies on me." Despite being unsure of the efficacy, Chen Si was delighted by the interaction. "Today is not suited for synthesizing explosive stones. I shall try something else." He examined the main materials and decided to use the saddle reins obtained earlier, deeming them of little value. For the auxiliary materials, he opted for the 8 units of bones, assessing the success rate. Synthesis success rate 75, mutation rate 70, proceed with synthesis. A moderate success rate. Yet the mutation rate was remarkably high. This could work to his advantage. A reinforced saddle would serve little purpose in his hands. Thus, he resolved upon this plan and initiated the synthesis. Chun Si's mental energy gradually flowed into the synthesis furnace, and before long, he beheld the familiar blue light emerging. Success. What have I obtained? Chen Si was elated, having achieved yet another success. Although the materials were of little value, waste was a disgrace. The saddle on the table had vanished, leaving only a reins behind. He promptly examined its attributes. Bone reins, level, tier 0 quality, superior attributes, additional skill, charge. Upon activation, movement speed increases by 100 for 10 seconds, with a chance to stun enemies. Description, wielding the reins summons a skeletal steed as a mount. The skeletal horse is tireless, existing for 2 hours, and can be summoned once daily. Incredible. Summoning equipment. Xiaobai, you truly are my fortunate charm. Come, quickly enjoy some honey to replenish your strength. This surprise was utterly unexpected, leaving Chun Si nearly incoherent with excitement. This equipment could summon a skeletal horse, transforming him from infantry to cavalry, significantly enhancing his mobility and combat prowess. I must try it. Unable to contain his exhilaration, Chun Si felt restless. Sleep would evade him unless he tested it today, regardless of the pitch darkness outside. To let today's summoning opportunity go to waste would be a disgrace. Chen Si swiftly dashed outside the shelter, ready to summon the skeletal horse with the reins in hand. As he completed the summoning, he beheld a flash of dark mist, revealing a skeletal horse over 1 meter tall and more than 2 meters long, entirely constructed of pristine white bones. Approaching the skeletal horse for a closer inspection, he noted its eyes were 2 swirling orbs of black flame, exuding an aura of chilling desolation, devoid of warmth. The saddle, which had previously vanished, now adorned the horse's back, crafted from bone and seamlessly fused with the skeletal steed. Chen Si mounted the horse, grasping the reins, and found he could control the skeletal horse's movements through sheer will. With a thought, the skeletal horse took off in a gallop. As he jogged around the shelter, he felt no jarring bumps. The bony saddle was surprisingly comfortable. Perhaps the only drawback was its somewhat eerie appearance. Riding a skeletal horse at night would surely leave others questioning whether he was human or ghost. Though the area surrounding the shelter was spacious and devoid of obstacles, Chen Xiai refrained from urging the skeletal horse into a full sprint, opting instead to leisurely circle the shelter, savoring the experience of riding. After indulging in the experience, Chen Xiai dismissed the summoning, watching as the skeletal horse dissipated into dark mist, and he stored the reins away in his inventory. It was late, time to rest. He had lost track of time in his excitement. Chen Xiai quickly completed his evening routine and nestled into his warm bed, sleepiness soon enveloping him. Yet, just before drifting off, he sensed he had forgotten something important. Chapter 36, Construction and Bees Day 8 in the Wasteland, Fog Clearing. 7 to 15, Countdown for Acid Rain Challenge. 3 days remaining. Survivors are urged to prepare promptly. System notification, beasts in the fog will become increasingly ferocious, with heightened chances of drops upon defeat. Upon opening his eyes, Chen Xiai immediately accessed the system to check the day's weather. The fog, the beast's ferocity, and the impending acid rains swiftly dispelled his drowsiness. Opening the chat channel, he found it filled with speculation and experiments regarding the system notifications. I recently ventured outside, only to find that the mist rendered visibility to less than 100 meters, making it exceedingly easy to lose one's way. Help! There is something lurking in the fog surrounding my shelter, and all I can discern is a vague silhouette. I dare not step outside. To those above, are our supplies sufficient? Let us not perish in vain. A trial is upon us once more, and I wonder how many lives will be lost this time. A bunch of cowards. Do they not understand that fortune favors the bold? Haha, just a while ago, I spotted a plump rabbit, foolishly charging towards me. And with a swift strike, I dispatched it, even uncovering a treasure chest in the process. How fortunate, indeed. Goodness, your luck is astounding. As Chen Xiai perused the chat channel, he gleaned a general understanding of the situation outside. The fog was becoming denser by the day, and straying too far from the shelter could easily lead to disorientation. However, it seemed the animals were also affected. That foolish rabbit was clear evidence of that. The fog was intensifying. Chen Xiai shook his head, thinking it futile to dwell on it. He resolved to procure some food, to focus on his training in the morning, and to assess the situation for an afternoon excursion. Breakfast was quite bountiful. A bowl of instant noodles, a portion of hardtack, and a cup of honey water, followed by an apple for a vitamin boost. Chen Xiai downed the honey water in one go, reflecting that, in terms of refreshing the mind, it surpassed even coffee. It would surely be in high demand on Blue Star. After finishing breakfast, Chen Xiai made his way to the front yard. Before honing his skills with the blade, he needed to repair the training ground. After some contemplation, he decided to construct the training area in the left front section of the stone house, where there was ample space, allowing for vigilance during practice. The inventory stood at 2,468 wood, 5,000 stone, 393 iron, and 73 glass. The supplies were sufficient to build the training ground, but he must remember to trade with Liu Yang for some iron blocks later, as the materials were dwindling. It was essential to maintain a stockpile, for should the plans for an altar arise, he would want to upgrade the shelter without delay. Chen Xiai entered the living room, retrieved the training ground blueprint, and focused his mind to summon the shelter's core. He placed the blueprint above the core and confirmed the construction. The familiar three-dimensional overview of the shelter materialized before him. With practiced ease, he pinpointed the location for the training area on the overview, watching as the materials from the warehouse transformed into a shimmering light and gradually vanished. The chosen location for the training ground in the front yard began to take form as a phantom. Simultaneously, Chen Xiai received a notification from the shelter, explaining why this construction consumed so many materials. He had utilized only standard quality materials. Had he chosen higher quality ones, the quantity required would have been significantly reduced. As all prepared materials disappeared, the phantom of the training ground solidified instantly. Hastening to the training ground, he beheld a square plaza measuring 10 by 10 meters. Its surface paved with blue stone, partitioned into various areas, a set of plum blossom stakes for agility training, wooden dummies for practicing punches and kicks, and an armory for weapon drills, with racks displaying an array of weaponry, swords, spears, halberds, axes, and every conceivable armament. Chen Xiai approached, grasping an iron sword, its weight pleasantly substantial in his hand. At that moment, a system notification chimed, informing him that he could alter the weapon's appearance to resemble a familiar one, free of charge for the first modification, while subsequent changes would require additional materials. With a mere thought, the iron sword transformed into the likeness of a familiar saber. He swung it a few times, appreciating the feel, and suddenly an idea struck him. Gripping the sword, he strode towards the training ground. As Chen Xiai stepped out of the training arena, the iron blade in his hand disintegrated into fragments and vanished, while a broadsword reappeared on the weapon rack of the arena. Indeed, there were no shortcuts to be had. He had just attempted to take a weapon out of the training ground, and had it been successful, it would have amounted to acquiring a substantial cache of arms for free, beneficial for both trade and personal use. However, the X-World had left no loopholes. After touring the training grounds, he intended to set up the geothermal hot spring. This task was relatively simple. He had already contemplated its placement, deciding it would be positioned directly behind the shelter, adjacent to the rocky wall. Behind the shelter lay nearly 2,000 square meters of unused space, which he planned to cultivate into arable land in the future, making the hot spring a supplementary water source as well. Upon reaching the designated spot, he placed the geothermal hot spring model beneath the rocky wall, stepping aside to create space. The model transformed into a virtual image of approximately 20 square meters, which quickly solidified, revealing a hot spring pool before him. This was Chun-Si's first encounter with a hot spring, and he curiously examined the geothermal pool. The edges were lined with blue stones, and through the water, he could faintly discern a thick layer of pebbles at the bottom. The spring source was likely concealed beneath them. In the center of the pool, a circular stone column protruded from the water surface, its top slightly indented like a bowl. And upon closer inspection, he noticed a drop of milky liquid within. According to the construction's advisory information, the hot spring possessed a self-purifying function, and the column served as the gathering point for the spiritual spring's essence. That drop of milky liquid was presumably the essence itself. Chun-Si was elated. The X-World was generous, even bestowing a drop of spiritual spring essence. He quickly removed his shoes, leaving his clothes on, as his combat attire made of cat-patterned fabric was water-resistant and impervious to dampness. The pool's depth was approximately 12 centimeters, and he slowly approached the stone column, directly placing the spiritual essence into his inventory. This was a life-saving elixir that he must carry with him. However, Chun-Si felt a twinge of concern regarding the limited slots in his inventory. The items he carried were increasingly numerous, and space was becoming scarce. Upon returning to the courtyard and passing by the Arrow Tower, a sudden memory struck him as he spotted the Horned Bee Queen. He realized he had forgotten something important the previous day. He hastily entered the lower level of the Arrow Tower, where the Goo King Bee box awaited quietly in the corner. He had neglected to check on the Chinese honeybees and confirm their evolutionary direction. In a rush, he examined the attributes of the bees. Chinese honeybee queen level, 1 quality, rare attributes, increases swarm control by 50, enhances honey quality by 50. Description: the queen, victorious in combat, can control a greater number of bees, and under her influence, the quality of honey will significantly improve. Next came a notification from the Goo King Bee box. Please select the evolutionary direction for the Chinese honeybee swarm. Without hesitation, Chun-Si chose logistics direction. The attributes of the bee queen provided the greatest boost to logistics, making this the most suitable path for the Chinese honeybee swarm. With the evolutionary direction established, the Goo King Bee box relayed additional information, indicating that only one more swarm was needed to fully activate its capabilities. Chun-Si was momentarily taken aback. He had always believed that his current capabilities represented the entirety of this second-tier equipment. To his surprise, it was only upon gathering 3 bee swarms that the equipment was fully activated. Upon receiving Chun-Si's command, the bee queen did not venture elsewhere, but chose to nest in the spacious and sturdy lower tier of the Arrow Tower. Indeed, the lower tier was well suited for them. Before departing, Chun-Si confirmed the number of bees in the hive. The horned bee swarm consisted of 200 bees, while the Chinese honeybee swarm boasted 11,000. Chapter 37. Enhancement of physique. As he commenced his practice of the sword technique, Chun-Si immediately recognized the utility of the martial arts training ground. In the past, while practicing the mysterious blade technique, he often needed to repeat the exercises more than twice to dispel distractions and fully immerse himself in the training. However, this time, the experience was exceptionally gratifying. Even at the outset, he effortlessly quelled his distractions and entered a state of self-forgetfulness in his practice. In this state of oblivion, Chun-Si felt flashes of inspiration, and his comprehension of the mysterious blade technique deepened significantly. Suddenly, he was jolted awake, sensing his muscles quivering, his bones cracking, and a rush of invigorating energy coursing through his body. Gradually, he stabilized his erratic breathing, meticulously attuning to the changes within him. The contours of his muscles became distinctly defined, fluid, and powerful, pulsating with a sense of speed and strength with each movement. Looking around, he noticed a change in his perspective. He had grown taller, and his upright posture, coupled with the previous battles, exuded an air of vigor that rendered him almost unrecognizable from his former self in Blue Star. Chun-Si weighed the iron blade in his hand. Noting its noticeably lighter heft, a thought struck him, and he focused his mind to access his long-neglected personal attributes panel. Personal attributes: name, Chun-Si, level, tier 0, physique, 7, mentality, 6, perception, 5, energy, 0, skill, mysterious blade technique, proficiency 27, talent skill, synthesis, level 1. Indeed, it was no wonder the blade felt lighter. His physique had increased by 1 point, and his proficiency in the sword technique had also improved significantly. This martial arts training ground was truly remarkable. At this rate, it would not be long before his mysterious blade technique reached its zenith. Chun-Si's face radiated joy. A perfected mysterious blade technique could augment his physique by 2 points, drawing him ever closer to the threshold of Tier 1. After retrieving a grilling rack from the kitchen and placing charcoal upon it, he swiftly ignited it with a flint, selecting 3 prime cuts of antelope meat. He seasoned them with cumin and salt, determined to indulge in authentic grilled lamb today. During the wait for the meat to cook, Chun-Si unknowingly nibbled on a portion of his ration, which was rapidly digested upon reaching his stomach. His appetite had increased significantly, as if his stomach were a pulverizer. Swiftly breaking down the food, using chopsticks, he picked up the aromatic grilled meat and savored each bite, relishing in the profound satisfaction of the taste. Tonight, there would be no need for further cooking. A simple reheating would suffice. He also planned to frequently enjoy premium honey water, as one could never predict when his spirit and perception might suddenly elevate. He relished this method of enhancing his strength. Although the midday fog enveloping the shelter had not entirely dissipated, the thin mist still lingered in the distance, affecting visibility, though it was significantly improved compared to the morning. With a visibility of approximately 200 meters, Chun-Si donned his gear in preparation for venturing out, aware that the fog would only thicken as time passed. He could not afford to remain idle. At that moment, a private message notification from the system alerted him. It was from Song Yerii. Song Yerii wrote, Chun-Si, I have produced a batch of fertilizer, but the yield is not high. I can only spare you 10 units as I need the rest. Previously, Chun-Si had intended to purchase some growth liquid to nourish the fire thorn vine, aiming to encourage its rapid ascent up the fence. However, he was dismayed to find that no one was selling such items in the trading channel. After much contemplation, he recalled that Song Yerii frequently cultivated medicinal herbs and surmised that she might have access to items that promote plant growth, namely the fertilizer she mentioned. Any amount was better than none. Song Yerii straightforwardly proposed a trade. Let us exchange for stone, 100 units. Although Chun-Si was uncertain of the raw material value of the fertilizer, the absence of sellers in the entire trading channel suggested it was worth at least 100 units of stone, as rarity enhances value. The transaction was swiftly completed. During the day, everyone was busy, and there was no need for idle chatter, so they hung up. Chun-Si applied 5 units of fertilizer to the fire thorn vine, instructing it to remain vigilant and protect the shelter. The vine extended a tendril to wave in acknowledgement, indicating it would comply. After departing the shelter, the hornet swarm led the way, heading southward. Chun-Si took the opportunity to inspect the animal traps, but unfortunately, he found nothing and had to reset them. Waiting for a fortunate encounter. 3 hours later, Chun-Si finally reached the edge of the forest, marking his farthest journey thus far. The trek was not entirely fruitless, as the hornet swarm discovered a nest of rabbits, paralyzing them with their venom, allowing Chun-Si to effortlessly snap their necks. He stowed all 4 rabbits in his backpack. Chun-Si opted not to use his skill to harvest these rabbits. Although they were plump, they were merely of ordinary quality, making it difficult to obtain premium meat cuts. He decided it was more prudent to sell the whole rabbits to other survivors in exchange for materials. Today he miscalculated his time, leaving him insufficient to explore deeper into the forest. He could only venture along the periphery, hoping for some fortune. He had underestimated the distance, spending more time than he had anticipated. The dense forest, with its towering trees, divided the sky into strips, dappled light filtering through the leaves, creating an atmosphere akin to a mystical realm under the shroud of mist. With a serious expression, Chun-Si walked through the woods, the hornet swarm dispersing around him to warn of distant dangers. Despite the swarm clearing the path, Chun-Si remained cautious with each step, his focus heightened. After all, this was an unfrequented primeval forest where anything could occur. Shortly after delving deeper, he stumbled upon a resource site, a patch of hemlock emitting an enticing blue glow under his exploration skill. Hemlock, premium, a superior wood suitable for crafting bows and arrows. Unlike the ironwood he possessed, this hemlock was remarkably resilient, making it an excellent material for bow construction. Regrettably, he had not brought any logging tools, and time was of the essence. He decided to note the location for future reference. Chun-Si noted the location of this resource with a tinge of regret, realizing he could only return to harvest it when time permitted. He continued onward, simultaneously employing his scouting skills. This was the most convenient method of search. The deeper he ventured into the forest, the dimmer the light became, and as the sun dipped below the horizon, the mist thickened around the trees. He cautiously followed the hornets, maneuvering around a dozen large trees, swiftly approaching the beast that the hornets had discovered, when suddenly a wolf's howl echoed from afar. Chun-Si paused, his expression darkening. Could it be that the hornets had found a pack of wolves? The swarm could not ascertain whether the prey posed a danger to him. If there were only 1 or 2 wolves ahead, he would not be afraid. But should there be 3 or more, he could find himself in peril. After a moment of hesitation, he resolved to abandon the prospect of the prey. Wolves were social creatures, seldom acting alone, and the likelihood of encountering a pack was far greater than that of a solitary wolf. He could not gamble with his life. Suddenly, A cacophony of beasts running reached his ears. The sound grew louder, evidently approaching him with great speed, and Shinsi's countenance changed drastically. Could it be that the wolf pack had discovered him? Chapter 38. The Yellow Sparrow Behind. Though his heart raced, Shinsi remained composed. He stowed the crossbow in his inventory, surveyed his surroundings, and hastily made his way to the base of a large tree, climbing swiftly with both hands and feet. Just as he reached midway, the sound of the beasts drew near. Glancing down, he saw a large gray wolf leading the charge, its sharp teeth and pointed snout on full display. But something was amiss. It bore wounds. Was it not pursuing me? Shinsi keenly observed the gray wolf's back, marked with several gashes, its gray fur stained crimson. While pondering this, two additional figures emerged from behind. Upon closer inspection, the two figures appeared smaller, resembling dogs, with short, rounded heads, small eyes, and ears, their fur a tawny brown adorned with dark spots. As he took in the scene, Shinsi had already ascended the tree, crouching upon a thick branch, gazing down at the two figures that had just burst forth. If he was not mistaken, these were hyenas, not in pursuit of him, but rather hunting the gray wolf. As he contemplated, the leading gray wolf abruptly halted and turned, launching itself at the pursuing hyenas with a powerful spring. The two hyenas, clearly taken aback by the prey's sudden counterattack, were caught off guard. The foremost one received a crushing blow from the wolf, letting out a muffled yelp. The gray wolf pressed its advantage, baring its fangs and lunging at the hyena. Just as the injured hyena seemed destined to be caught by the wolf's jaws, the second hyena arrived just in time, snapping at the wolf's neck. The gray wolf had no choice but to abandon its immediate prey, sidestepping the attack. The second hyena seized the opportunity to launch a fierce assault, while the first, bloodied and injured, rallied to join the fray against the gray wolf. Perched in the tree, Shinsi observed the fierce melee below, silently retrieving the crossbow from his inventory, reflecting that such one-sided combat was hardly a spectacle to behold. He aimed for an opportune moment, activating the crossbow's inherent skill, and fired a freezing arrow directly at the injured hyena. The first hyena, caught unawares by the presence of a third party, was struck squarely in the rear by the freezing arrow. As the gray wolf faced the imminent threat, Hyena 2 opened its jaws wide, aiming for the wolf's abdomen in hopes of a decisive strike. In a flash of crimson light, the wolf lunged forward without hesitation, sinking its teeth into Hyena 1's neck. Despite Hyena 1's attempts to evade the oncoming wolf, its speed had been significantly reduced by the chilling arrow, rendering its escape futile. After the gray wolf pierced Hyena 1's throat, it felt a fierce bite from Hyena 2 on its abdomen. The wolf retreated, delivering a powerful kick to Hyena 2, letting out a mournful howl as a chunk of flesh was torn from its belly. Hyena 2, momentarily dislodged, quickly regained its footing and spat out the wolf's flesh before launching itself at the gray wolf, the two animals tumbling together in a chaotic struggle. Weakened by its injuries, the wolf soon found itself on the verge of collapse. Observing the dire situation from a tree, Shinsi raised his crossbow, hands steady as he drew back the string, firing successive bolts. With a swift series of shots, 6 arrows flew toward the dominant hyena. The hyena, keenly aware of the looming danger, dodged the first 2 arrows but was struck by the third. Staggering momentarily, it was then hit by 3 more bolts, collapsing to the ground. Unfazed, Shinsi maintained his aim at the hyena's eyes, releasing a final arrow that found its mark with precision. I shall not descend. Who knows if you are feigning death? After dispatching the hyena, Shinsi's gaze turned to the spoils on the ground, the tightly wound muscles of his face betraying a burgeoning smile. Stowing away the crossbow, he swiftly descended the tree, commanding the hornet swarm to remain vigilant as he approached the 3 fallen beasts, employing his gathering skills repeatedly. He acquired wolf meat, blue, x5. Wolf fangs, blue, x2. Wolf fur, blue, x5. Hyena meat, blue, x6. Hyena fangs, blue, x4. Beast hides, blue, x2. The battle had been lengthy, potentially alerting other carnivorous creatures. And with such a bountiful harvest, Shinsi resolved against further risk. After a while, in a grassy clearing not far from the forest's edge, Shinsi knelt, intently examining a small blade of grass in his hand. Upon retreating, he had changed direction, following the hornet swarm to leave the forest. As he walked, he utilized his exploration skills on the unfamiliar flora surrounding him, collecting the results of his earlier inquiries. The earlier display of blue light had nearly disoriented him with its brilliance. A brief glance at this patch of approximately 10 square meters revealed the presence of 40 to 50 exquisite medicinal herbs. Upon reviewing the system's description, Shinsi couldn't help but smile. Is this the sensation of picking up money from the ground? Truly magnificent. Variant crane grass, level, 0 quality, exquisite attributes, enhances potion efficacy by 30. Description, a herb that can serve as a material for hemostatic, detoxifying, and stimulant potions, possessing certain vermifuge properties. Realizing the value of the herb, Shinsi immediately began to collect it. The process required him to place his hands upon the herbs, gathering them one by one. Though the procedure was somewhat tedious, he lamented the scarcity of the herbs, diligently searching until he completed the task in approximately half an hour. Acquired variant crane grass X58, variant crane grass seeds X5. Variant crane grass seeds, exquisite. Can be planted and propagated. The 5 mutated seeds were indeed a delightful surprise, heralding the promise of a flourishing field of heron grass should they be successfully cultivated. With utmost care, Chen Shi secured the heron grass and seeds before hastily making his way to the forest's edge. Upon emerging from the woods, he found the sky shrouded in darkness, a dense fog limiting visibility to less than 100 meters, hastening the onset of twilight. Standing in a clearing beyond the forest, he retrieved the beehive of the Gu King and beckoned the bullhorn bees to enter, leaving only the bullhorn bee queen perched on his shoulder to guide him. With his right hand gripping the reins of his skeletal steed and his left holding the beehive, he summoned the skeletal horse, which galloped towards the sanctuary. Chapter 39. Trust and Bonds. Upon returning to the sanctuary, Chen Shi first placed the beehive into the arrow tower, rewarding the bullhorn bee queen with 50 grams of royal jelly. The Chinese honeybees within the tower had grown accustomed to their surroundings and were diligently constructing their hive. Nearby, the fire thorn vine extended its tendrils to greet him, as if in salutation. Chen Shi then applied the remaining 5 units of fertilizer around the main stem. Having learned from their earlier mental exchange that the fertilizer would benefit the fire thorn vine, accelerating its growth. While effective, he mused that the vine's size rendered the amount of fertilizer almost negligible. It was akin to a growing lad receiving a single meal, although beneficial. It hardly sufficed to sustain significant growth. Consistent nourishment was essential. Unfortunately, he lacked the resources to provide for the fire thorn vine's needs, resigning it to natural growth. This underscored the preciousness of the previous nutrient solution, which, if converted into fertilizer, would amount to over 10,000 units. After soothing the fire thorn vine, he entered the stone house, shedding his vine armor and combat attire in favor of sportswear, instantly feeling a wave of relaxation wash over him. After a brief respite, Chen Shi approached the workbench to withdraw the completed 7,000 units of toilet paper, immediately listing them on the trading channel at the price of 2 units of wood each. As production scaled up, the time required at the workbench also increased, with the latest batch taking a full day to produce. Any attempt to augment the output would undoubtedly extend this time frame beyond a single day. It appeared that 7,000 units represented the upper limit for the level 2 workbench. This timing was fortuitous, allowing him to place an order in the evening and sell the following night. He was cautious not to increase production too much, mindful of the previous incident with the price plunge of small round shields that lingered in his thoughts. The prospect of a sudden drop in demand for toilet paper during a surge in production, leading to surplus and potential losses, was a risk he could not afford. While lost in contemplation, he successfully listed the toilet paper and left the workshop to retrieve the lamb chops he had roasted earlier in the day, igniting the stove to warm them. Unbeknownst to him, had he shared this moment in the chat channel, it would likely incite envy among the leaders of the Survival Alliance, who could scarcely indulge in gourmet lamb chops paired with fine beverages. With no reservations, he plucked up the little white creature from its nest, disregarding its flailing legs, and affectionately ruffled its small head. Chen Shi cast a glance at the lunchbox, noting that a substantial portion of the food and honey water had been consumed. This little creature possessed a hearty appetite, living a life of comfort far superior to his own, resigned to the overwhelming hand of its master. The little white creature lay flat, adopting a carefree demeanor. After a brief moment of amusement, Chen Shi led the little white creature to a wooden table, seized his backpack, and emptied its contents, revealing 3 unopened treasure chests. With luck shared from the little white creature, the chest would soon be opened, promising bountiful rewards and ample honey water. With a grand flourish, Chen Shi gestured, while the little one, unsure if it understood, danced with delight at the mention of plentiful honey water. Arranging the 3 wooden treasure chests in a neat row upon the table, Chen Shi could not discern any differences among them. He gently patted the little white creature and began to unlock each chest. Acquired: 1 cashmere blanket, 1 set of autumn clothes, 1 thick leather hat, 20 plastic, 20 glass, 20 compressed biscuits, 20 cans of beef, 10 blue winter wheat seeds, 1 solar streetlight. A burst of white light illuminated the table, revealing a towering pile of items. And the exhilarating sensation of such a harvest filled Chen Shi with joy as he began to tally them up. The 3 treasure chests yielded 9 items, with the plastic and glass being basic materials destined for storage. The cashmere blanket was also set aside for the warehouse, as the temperature remained above freezing, rendering such a heavy blanket unnecessary at the moment. The autumn clothes and thick leather hat were to be stored alongside the cotton coat previously gifted by Lu Xiaoya, while the compressed biscuits and canned beef, having long shelf lives, would serve as strategic supplies or provisions for extended outings, thus stored in the kitchen. The solar streetlight would be installed by the gate at dawn, allowing for visibility of the surroundings during the night. Lastly, the sole exquisite find was the winter wheat seeds. Chen Shi examined their attributes. Winter wheat seeds, exquisite. A winter wheat variety with strong cold resistance, capable of thriving in the frigid winters of the market world, suitable for planting and propagation. After diligently reading the description, Chen Xiai felt elated. Long live the little white creature. This treasure was indeed priceless. These seeds could reproduce. And with proper cultivation, he would no longer fret over food supplies. After several generations of planting, he could establish a stable source of sustenance, freeing him from reliance on hunting or treasure-seeking, thus providing unparalleled peace of mind. Cherishing the winter wheat seeds, Chen Xiai felt an overwhelming urge to till the land and plant them immediately. However, he recognized his lack of experience in farming and understood that he would need to consult an expert for guidance. A particular person sprang to mind. Coincidentally, he had harvested some crane grass in the afternoon and intended to reach out to her. He promptly sent a private message to Song Yahweh, along with the attributes of the crane grass. It appeared that the crane grass was of great significance to her, as he rarely witnessed her in such a state of urgency. Chen Xiai marveled inwardly. The impression he had of Song Yahweh was predominantly one of calmness, unflappable in the face of adversity, exuding an air of composure. He refrained from teasing her, opting for honesty instead. I have 58 plants, all of exquisite quality. At this moment, Song Yaru's demeanor had calmed considerably, and she spoke directly. I need all of it. The system just indicated that both the elixir of life and the antidote can be crafted using the main ingredient, the crane grass. With these crane grasses, along with some supplementary herbs, I can produce 8 vials of elixir of life and 6 vials of antidote. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiai could not help but show a change in expression. He had previously utilized the elixir of life, which could instantaneously heal minor injuries, effectively equating to a second chance at life during battle. Chen Xiai set aside his nonchalance and inquired earnestly, Are you certain you can create 8 vials of elixir of life? You are not jesting, are you? The quality of these herbs had greatly impacted Song Yaru. Since obtaining the blueprint for the elixir of life, she had not ceased her quest for the primary materials and had only managed to gather 3 portions thus far. In contrast, Chen Xiai had presented her with 10 portions at once. Were it not for her insufficient supplementary materials, she could have crafted 10 vials of elixir of life. After a brief pause, Song Yaru continued, I will provide the supplementary materials, keeping only 2 vials of the elixir of life for myself. And you may have all the antidotes. How does that sound? Seeing Song Yaru's proposal, Chen Xiai hesitated slightly. He had no objections to the price, but he pondered whether it was appropriate to entrust all this crane grass to her. Could he truly place his trust in her? He initiated the trade request, selling item, crane grass 58, trading item, wood 1. Chen Xiai agreed to the terms. Let it be as you propose. As he gazed at the crane grass seeds in his inventory, he contemplated. It's merely 58 units of crane grass. I can afford to part with it. Trust is essential in any transaction. However, upon receiving the trade request, Song Yaru was momentarily taken aback, distracted by her excitement over the crane grass. She had overlooked the value of these herbs and neglected to discuss with Chen Xiai what sort of collateral would ensure the completion of their subsequent dealings. Chen Xiai smiled reassuringly. There's no need for a contract. I trust you. Chapter 40, Under Watchful Eyes. You trust me, and I shall not disappoint you, murmured Song Yaru. Chen Xiai, upon seeing this message, quickly interjected, Wait, I have one more matter to consult with you. Chen Xi's expression darkened, and his smile faltered. Is it really happening so swiftly? He sent a private message to Lu Xiaoye to inquire about her preparations. She had been busy harvesting cotton from the fields over the past couple of days and expected to finish the entire cotton field by tomorrow. Due to exhaustion, her provisions of food and water were somewhat lacking, but she planned to procure some food in the trading channel that evening. There was no need to worry about water supplies, as Chen Xiai had previously mentioned in their small group that he would fetch water on the last day, and Lu Xiaoye had already reserved some with him. Lu Xiaoye needed to keep a vigilant eye on the trading channel for food acquisitions. And after a brief exchange of information, they swiftly concluded their conversation. As Chen Xiai perused Wang Lei's messages, he initially paid them little heed, but gradually his brow furrowed. Upon reading Wang Lei's last message, which stated that the Blood Fiend Alliance intended to make an example of him by threatening his life, Chen Xiai was perplexed. How did they find you? And how could they possibly reach you? Wang Lei evidently had no answers. Chen Gu, I am as clueless as you about how the Blood Fiend Alliance pinpointed my location, but I do know how they intend to come after me. They sent me this. He then forwarded an item description to Chen Xiai. The portal, one-time use upon activation. It allows transportation to a designated location, which must be marked in advance. After reviewing the item description sent by Wang Lei, Chen Xiai felt a sense of urgency. It was indeed troublesome that such an item was in the possession of the Bloodslaughter Alliance. Wang Lei continued to implore, Brother Chen, you must help me. If you don't, I'm doomed. The Bloodslaughter Alliance will surely kill me if they find me. Chen Xiai felt a bit of a headache. What good plan could he devise? He could only reassure Wang Lei. This item is highly valuable and likely rare. The Bloodslaughter Alliance wouldn't possess many, nor would they squander it on you. I suspect they might only send 1 or 2 individuals your way. You're not entirely without hope. Do you know when they will come? Chen Xiai pressed on. Prepare swiftly. Set up some traps within the shelter. Do you have ranged weapons? If not, I can supply you with a crossbow. With proper preparation, taking down 2 members of the Bloodslaughter Alliance shouldn't be an insurmountable task. Wang Lei quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Brother Chen. I'll do my best to prepare. If you could come as well, we would undoubtedly prevail with a 2v2 match. Upon reading this message, Chen Xiai felt a peculiar sensation stir within him. Wang Lei then sent another message, inquiring about how to set up traps. Having his train of thought interrupted, Chen Xiai promptly shared the trap-making methods he knew, guiding him thoroughly before excusing himself from the conversation, citing other pressing matters. Wang Lei, with an impassive expression, ended the chat, his demeanor suddenly shifting to one of obsequiousness as he turned to his superior, exclaiming, "Boss, that Chen Xiai is almost hooked. If I plead with him a few more times, I can trade him the Hearthstone," telling him I acquired it at a high price to lure him in. In front of Wang Lei's ingratiating smile was a wooden armchair, where a burly man lounged, clad in a black training outfit that clung to his muscular frame. His face was rugged, exuding an intimidating aura. Beside him, 2 voluptuous women in scant attire were kneeling, smiling as they massaged his thighs. Without a glance at the trembling Wang Lei, the man closed his eyes, relishing the service of the 2 lovely women. Back on Chen Xi's side, he contemplated for a long while, unable to grasp the earlier inspiration. However, this situation served as a reminder that enhancing the internal defenses of the shelter should be prioritized. If someone could teleport directly into the shelter, the barriers and arrow towers would be of no use. He pondered the uncertain locations to which the teleportation could lead within the shelter. He couldn't dig traps indiscriminately. The internal defenses couldn't be rushed, and without a thorough understanding of the teleportation mechanism, targeted defenses were impractical. Currently, he needed to focus on how to withstand the acid rain trial. Recalling the acid rain trial, Chen Xiai opened the trading channel and noted that the stock of toilet paper had sold out. Most likely due to bulk purchases from the Survivor Alliance, such major clients were undoubtedly beneficial. Acquired 14,000 units of wood. After securing the wood, he placed a production order for 7,000 units of toilet paper at the tool station. Remembering his intention to procure iron blocks earlier in the day, he opened Liu Yang's private message and directly inquired, "I need to exchange for a batch of iron blocks. How many do you have available for sale? What will you accept for the trade?" Liu Yang, a fervent online gaming enthusiast, was glued to the chat channel. "Brother, what are you trading? How much do you need? Consider it a gift from your younger brother." Chen Xiai took a deep breath, a vein throbbing on his forehead. "Let us get down to business. Do you have 500 units? Liu Yang, unperturbed, chuckled, "Just kidding. Chingu, I actually have an excess of 300 units. Chen Xiai, not one to mince words, replied, "I'll take all 300 units. What will you accept in exchange?" Liu Yang, despite his penchant for humor, recognized the seriousness of the pricing. In the market, 1 unit of iron could be exchanged for 5 units of wood or 4 units of stone, yet the reverse was less straightforward and often required a premium. Without further ado, Chen Xiai sent a trade request. Acquired 300 units of iron. After the transaction, Chen Xiai advised Liu Yang to inform him directly of any future iron finds, as he was a long-term buyer. Reclining in his chair, Chen Xiai leisurely scrolled through the chat channel. People had become accustomed to life here. However, solitude at night could be daunting. The chat channel offered a respite from loneliness, bustling with activity each evening. Time flew, and before long, it was deep into the night. He couldn't allow himself to linger. He needed to complete his synthesis and then rest. Reluctantly, Chen Xiai exited the chat channel, glancing down to pat his small pet. "Bye. Come. It's time for you to contribute to the household once more." Chapter 41. Armor-piercing arrows and preservation boxes. Chen Xiai stroked by, hoping for a stroke of luck, and retrieved the prepared synthesis materials. Main material, crossbow bolt. Auxiliary materials, 5 units of wood, 1 unit of coal, 1 unit of warm stone. Indeed, he intended to use the explosive stone recipe he had previously explored as a foundation. Focusing intently, he summoned the synthesis furnace, placed the materials inside, and without checking the success rate, confirmed the synthesis. It proceeded smoothly. Acquired 1 explosive flash stone. Chen Xiai nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. A promising start. Today seems fortuitous. Let us continue. As the flash stone was added to his inventory, he retrieved another crossbow bolt. This time, however, he was not aiming to synthesize an explosive stone. Although his melee skills had improved significantly, his preferred weapon remained the frost-patterned crossbow, as close combat posed a higher risk of injury, while ranged combat yielded the greatest reward with minimal risk. Thus, Chen Xiai sought to synthesize several high-powered crossbow bolts. He had previously succeeded once, crafting a Fong armor-piercing arrow, which he had been reluctant to use, having employed beast fangs as auxiliary materials then, and fortuitously, he had acquired several premium beast fangs today. Synthesis success rate, 85. Mutation rate, 25. Would you like to continue synthesizing? Seeing the high success rate, Chen Xiai hesitated no more and confirmed the synthesis. As 1 point of mental energy was expended, the synthesis furnace emitted a bluish glow. Sensing a promising sign of success, he felt reassured. Indeed, as the blue light dissipated, A crossbow bolt radiating a chilling aura appeared on the table. Ironwood armor-piercing arrow. Level, Tier 0. Quality, Premium. Attributes, accompanies the skill, Repel. Description, crafted from high-quality black ironwood and premium beast fangs, it inflicts an armor-piercing repelling effect upon striking the enemy. The armor-piercing arrow with a repulsion effect proved to be superior to the previous sharp-toothed variant. Unexpectedly, not only did I successfully synthesize the armor-piercing arrow, but it also came with the coveted repulsion skill, greatly expanding my tactical options when confronting adversaries. Shinsei squinted his eyes into narrow slits, expressing his satisfaction. Just in time. I have another material. I shall synthesize once more. The more trump cards I possess, the better. He then retrieved a similar synthesis material, placing each component into the synthesis furnace with haste, swiftly channeling his mental energy to confirm the synthesis. Acquired Ironwood Armor-Piercing Arrow X1. Shinsei beamed at the new notification. Exhilarated. Who would have thought today would be so fruitful? A practical recipe has been uncovered. Xiao Bai, you have truly made a significant contribution today. He gently patted Xiao Bai's little head, stowing the 2 armor-piercing arrows in his inventory. After all, one must carry their trump cards at all times. As he continued to stroke Xiao Bai, he murmured, "Let us synthesize one last time. This time, let us try for a new item. I hope Xiao Bai brings good fortune." Chirp. Xiao Bai responded contentedly. The primary material was none other than the backpack he had been using during his recent excursions. Though the backpack had a considerable capacity, its inability to reduce weight and to store living creatures significantly diminished its value. He hoped to synthesize an item with 0 weight or one capable of housing living beings. Shinsei's aim was not merely to enhance the backpack, but to alter its attributes, for even an upgraded backpack would still carry those 2 drawbacks. To change its properties, mutation was required. He extracted all his existing synthesis resources to conduct repeated experiments, ultimately determining that a combination of 5 units of black ironwood and 4 units of ice crystal yielded the highest mutation rate. Synthesis success rate, 75, mutation rate, 70. Proceed with synthesis? With a 75 chance of success and a subsequent 70 chance of mutation into another item, Shinsei's gaze swept over the options. Indeed, this was the plan he sought. He confirmed the synthesis. The resultant box stood approximately 15 centimeters tall, resembling a treasure chest, its material indiscernible, neither wood nor stone, yet exquisitely crafted and vividly colored. Shinsei, uninterested in speculating about its composition, promptly employed an identification skill. Sky Blue Preservation Box. Level, 0. Quality, Premium. Attributes, space doubled. Description, a space box with preservation capabilities. Cannot store living beings. Contains 4 cubic units of space, ensuring that food remains unspoiled as long as it stays within. Upon reviewing the attributes of the preservation box, a thought swiftly crossed his mind: an enhanced refrigerator. Although it was not the 0 weight or living storage equipment he initially desired, it was not without merit, effectively addressing a significant dilemma. Recently, he had begun to fret over food storage. Previously, with a shortage of provisions, particularly meat, he had not needed to concern himself with storage. However, having recently acquired a substantial bounty of meat cuts, he was compelled to take food preservation seriously. Currently, Shinsei possessed 60 units of premium meat cuts. Given his current appetite, it would take him half a month to consume them all. He was uncertain of the shelf life of premium meat cuts, but if he did not resolve the food storage issue, the meat would inevitably spoil, necessitating further hunting to ensure a steady supply of fresh meat. 2 antelope steaks, 22 zebra steaks, 25 wild boar steaks, 5 wolf steaks, 6 hyena steaks, 25 apples, 56 red umbrella mushrooms, and a considerable supply of long-lasting rice, flour, and instant noodles. The stored food is ample enough to sustain him for a month, indicating that Shinsei has largely escaped the clutches of the food crisis. While organizing the provisions, Shinsei recalled the 4 rabbits that had been incapacitated by the hornet swarm during the day, each weighing 5 pounds. He decided to list them all on the trading channel, pricing each at 5 units of glass. If it weren't for the fact that wood and iron could hardly be exchanged for glass at present, he would have been reluctant to part with the rabbit meat. Chapter 42, Daily Training. The following day, at dawn. Day 9 in the ruins world, foggy, temperatures ranging from 3 to 15 degrees. Countdown for acid rain test, 2 days. As usual, Shinsei woke up early, donned his sports attire, and proceeded to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Today he cooked a pot of congee with rice, accompanied by a serving of antelope steak. If only he could steam a batch of buns. It had been so long since he had savored white flour buns. Just the thought of it made his mouth water. Those who have undergone weight loss know that after a prolonged absence of carbohydrates, the yearning for buns is akin to a physiological impulse, thus highlighting the exceptional willpower of those who succeed in losing weight. With his meal in hand, Shinsei entered the living room, placing the bowl onto the wooden table. Just as he sat down, he felt a tug at the hem of his pants. Looking down, he discovered that Xiao Bai had somehow made its way beneath the table. "Are you hungry too? Here, have some rice." Shinsei bent down to pick up Xiao Bai and set it aside, then rose to fetch its bowl, pouring a bit of rice for it. To his surprise, Xiaobai merely glanced at it, then stood upright, gesticulating with its front paws before him. Chen Xiai, bewildered, did not understand mouse language. All he perceived was a strong desire to eat. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Seeing Chun Xi's confused expression, Xiaobai grew anxious, calling out loudly before suddenly darting away. Moments later, it returned, pushing over the wooden cup that Chen Xiai usually drank from. Suddenly enlightened, Chen Xiai exclaimed, "Oh, you want honey water? You certainly have a taste for the finer things." Reluctantly, he retrieved some honey water, mixing it with the rice in Xiaobai's bowl. This time, it did not refuse. Savoring the meal with gusto, a true connoisseur of delicacies. After breakfast, Chen Xiai stepped into the training grounds. The yard was shrouded in mist, rendering the stone house akin to a hermit's humble abode. During his meal, he had learned from fellow survivors in the chat channel that visibility outside was less than 50 meters, a distance that posed little difference to some large beasts. The risks of hunting had escalated significantly. With sufficient supplies at hand, he decided to wait until the fog dissipated before venturing out, reluctant to take unnecessary risks. Half a day slipped away in the blink of an eye. With the assistance of the training grounds, entering a state of oblivion was remarkably effortless. The shelter's architecture was indeed miraculous. Chen Xiai sheathed his blade, slowly exhaling a breath of stale air. His top pores began to open, sweat trickling down him. And in an instant, he was drenched. The attributes panel materialized before him. Mystical Blade Technique Proficiency, Mastery 34. If I can maintain such a training state each day, in 7 days, my mystical blade technique will reach its pinnacle. Chen Xiai wiped the sweat from his face, a spirited expression illuminating his features. The profound technique of the Xianyuan blade can enhance one's physical constitution by 2 points. At that juncture, his constitution would reach 9, allowing him to practice the revered diamond breathing technique. Contemplating this, Chen Xiai felt an exhilarating proximity to the first tier. He pondered the transformations that might accompany ascending to that level. After a morning of rigorous training, he found himself in dire need of replenishing his energy. He hastened to the kitchen, retrieving a pork chop from the refrigerator, which he sliced into small pieces. Adding 3 red umbrella mushrooms, he tossed them into the pan, seasoning with a sprinkle of salt, creating a simple yet delectable stir-fry of mushrooms and meat. Sampling a piece, he was pleasantly surprised by the delightful combination of quality ingredients and minimalist seasoning. He plated the dish and proceeded to rinse a bowl of rice, placing it in a pot with just enough water to cover the grains. He replenished the stove with charcoal and set the rice to steam. While waiting for the rice to cook, Chen Xiai opened the trading channel to withdraw his gains from yesterday's toilet paper sales. Harvested wood, 14,000. The transaction records indicated that the toilet paper had sold out by morning. This time, the bulk order was noticeably smaller, with many sales consisting of 1 or 2 units, primarily purchased by individuals. With the testing day approaching, toilet paper was hardly a necessity. The Survivor Alliance likely focused their efforts on procuring food and water. Since the establishment of numerous Survivor Alliances, it had become increasingly challenging for individual survivors to find quality goods in the market. Even the exchange of essential resources had become significantly more difficult. Large Survivor Alliances held vast resources, engaging in substantial transactions amongst themselves, with some even prohibiting inter-member trade with outsiders. Lone wolves, unless they agreed to join an alliance, faced steep premiums when attempting to barter wood for iron blocks. Fortunately, these alliances, while numerous, often held disdain for one another. Otherwise, individual survivors would face even greater hardship. The largest survivor alliances mirrored the major powers of the former Blue Star, engaging in mutual sabotage and hostility, leaving a sliver of opportunity for others. Chen Xiai was greatly affected, as the blueprints for torches and small round shields he possessed were already acquired by these larger alliances. They not only produced these items en masse, but also lowered prices to compete in the trading channel, prioritizing their members' purchases and erecting trade barriers. Fortunately, their grasp on the toilet paper blueprint was limited. Otherwise, he would merely earn a meager living each day. Chen Xiai held a profound disdain for these alliances' trade barriers. Yet he lacked the means to effect change, resorting instead to bypassing the mass-produced torches and shields to focus on the production of toilet paper, a high-demand disposable item. Suddenly, a system notification interrupted Chen Xi's thoughts. Glancing at the screen, he saw a message from Song Yaru. His heart raced. Could it be? Had she completed the task so swiftly? Indeed, Song Yaru's communication was straightforward. The water of life and the antidote had been completed, and she was ready to trade. Received a trade request. Water of life X6, antidote X6 for wood X1. Proceed? Certainly, he confirmed without hesitation. Chen Xiai quickly voiced his curiosity. How did you finish so quickly? Is the potion crafting that simple? After receiving the mutated crane grass yesterday, Song Yahui could hardly contain her excitement and immediately immersed herself in the potion-making process, dedicating herself so thoroughly that she lost track of time. However, the fruits of her labor were indeed substantial. Upon glancing at her attribute panel, she soon succumbed to slumber, discovering that her mental value stood at a remarkable 9 points. She retrieved the recently acquired life water, studying it closely, noting that its attributes mirrored those of the previous vial she had used, capable of instantly healing minor wounds and significantly mending severe injuries. If she were to sell these 6 bottles of life water, they would likely equate to her entire fortune. Chen Xiai wore a look of delight, realizing he had struck it rich this time. He carefully stored both types of potions in his inventory, only to find it completely full. He extracted the earliest piercing arrow to make space for 1 slot. Currently, his inventory contained exactly 10 items: life water, antidote, ironwood piercing arrow, explosive stone, flash stone, red fruit, ordinary crossbow bolt, bone reins, spirit spring milk, and ice pattern crossbow. The tang blade, serpent skin shield, and vine armor had to be carried externally. Chen Xiai shook his head in frustration, pondering when he might obtain an inventory expansion scroll, as he had far too many items to carry, and any new treasures would have no place to reside. Such is the burden of happiness. Chapter 43, The Announcements of the Abyssal World. The aroma of rice wafted through the air, prompting Chen Xiai to swallow his saliva. Having not indulged in a proper meal for nearly 10 days, swiftly, he served himself rice and dishes, eagerly sitting at the wooden table to feast, only to remember halfway through that he had forgotten about Xiaobai. After satisfying his hunger, he decided to rest in the hot spring to restore his stamina. The premium-grade hot spring was known to expedite stamina recovery, perfectly suited for his high-intensity training earlier that morning. Chen Xiai purchased a bath towel from the trading channel. Spending 50 units of wood, modern items acquired from treasures were rather expensive, yet their quality was undeniably excellent. He navigated around the stone house, catching sight of the geothermal hot spring enveloped in white mist, soft and warm. As he approached, it felt as though he had entered a realm of comfort. The steam from the hot spring mingled with the thick fog of the abyssal world, rendering everything around him hazy and enigmatic. Why was today's fog less dense? Chen Xiai had just observed the wilderness through the fence, noting that the mist remained thick and visibility outside the sanctuary was still under 50 meters. It seemed unlikely he could venture out in the afternoon, and he wondered what the next day would bring, hoping the fog would not thicken further. With such thoughts in mind, he did not harbor much hope, as the trend over the past few days had been steadily diminishing visibility. He decided to experience the geothermal hot spring to see if it lived up to its extraordinary claims about aiding stamina recovery. If effective, he could practice his swordsmanship again that afternoon. Given Chen Xi's current physical condition, he could only train the Xuanshu sword technique for half a day without risking his health. However, if the hot spring could alleviate his physical fatigue, he might attempt a second round of training. How delightful! Chen Xi exclaimed. Immersed in the scalding waters of the hot spring, he could feel the gentle flow of the water, the mist caressing his cheeks like soft feathers. It seemed as though an unseen force was tenderly stroking his body, imparting a sense of relaxation and comfort. The soothing warmth rapidly spread throughout his being. Chen Xi felt as if gentle hands were massaging his sore muscles, alleviating the fatigue accumulated from his morning training. After half an hour, a wave of drowsiness washed over him. He reached for the honey water beside him and drank it down, feeling parched from the prolonged soak. The honey water coursed through him like a refreshing stream, invigorating his spirit. This geothermal spring truly rejuvenated his strength and alleviated his weariness. It was indeed a divine spring. At that moment, Chen Xi felt as though all his fatigue had vanished. Emerging from the warm waters, he retrieved the solar-powered street lamp he had obtained the previous day from the storage. After surveying his surroundings, he decided to install it in the space between the arrow tower and the gate. He moved the ladder and, using a long-neglected stone axe, secured the lamp into the wood, fastening it above the fence. Standing atop the ladder, he gazed into the distance of the shelter, only to find that the mist had not dissipated but rather intensified. He could now only see objects up to 40 meters away. It seemed the fog would linger, thickening in the afternoon. His supplies were sufficient to withstand the trial, and venturing outside would be too risky. Regrettably, the 5 animal traps he had set would likely be lost. Observing the persistent mist with a hint of disappointment, he abandoned his plan to search for resources. The dense fog posed not only danger but also significantly increased the difficulty of searching, making failure highly probable. In the afternoon, he resumed his sword training, determined to master his technique as soon as possible. After making his decision, Chen Xi swiftly completed the installation of the lamp, changed his clothes, and prepared to continue his practice. As evening fell, the training grounds lay shrouded in thick fog. With the energy from the red fruits depleted, Chen Xi could no longer maintain his state of self-forgetfulness. He sheathed his sword and reflected on the insights gained from the afternoon. Mystical sword technique proficiency, mastery 42. With only 4 red fruits remaining, he would have to rely on the training grounds to gradually improve thereafter. For dinner, he prepared roasted meat, mixing the remaining lamb chop with several pork chops. He set aside what he could not finish in the preservation box, as he wished to avoid the hassle of preparing the grill each time. Had there been ready-made food, he would have certainly opted not to cook after a day of exhausting training. Eating meat daily, he longed for some vegetables. He was growing weary of the meat. As he savored the roasted meat, he lamented the challenges of mealtime. If only there were others in his shelter to hear his complaints. They would likely roll their eyes at his trivial grievances. How many survivors could enjoy gourmet meat at every meal? While chewing, his mind raced. He focused on opening the chat channel, a customary action while dining. Upon entering the small group chat, he discovered that Liu Yang and Xiaohe were engaged in their usual banter. Xiaohe scoffed, "It's probably just a wild rabbit. You're simply timid. If it were me, I would take a few steps back and seize a piece of fat meat." Liu Yang, the self-proclaimed god of survival, replied smugly, "Being overly dramatic is not advisable. You're still young and inexperienced. You must realize that survival is the foundation of everything." Liu Aigua intervened to halt their exchange. "Enough of your nonsense, both of you. How are your supplies holding up?" Liu Aigua observed that Xiaohe was roughly the same age as his daughter, sharing a similar youthful exuberance. He took a particular interest in Xiaohua, often unconsciously treating him like a child. Liu Aigua continued, "If anyone has any shortcomings in preparation, please feel free to express them in the group. Let us collaborate and strive for a flawless passage through this challenge." Chen Xiai, noticing the discussion, chimed in, "Yes. Do share any deficiencies in the group. I have most of my supplies ready." Liu Xiaya tagged Chen Xiai, saying, "Brother Chun, could you please bring some water for me tomorrow? There are no water sources nearby." This had been previously arranged, and Chen Xiai readily agreed, "Of course. I will be fetching water as well." Wang Zixuan inquired, "Has Sister Rui logged in yet? Should I send her a private message to check?" Just as Chen Xiai was about to discuss Song Yaru's status, an announcement suddenly echoed throughout the world of Su. "Attention, all survivors. 1. Tomorrow marks the final day of preparation for the acid rain trial. We urge all survivors to make the most of the time remaining. 2. The acid rain trial will last for 3 days, and rewards will be distributed based on each survivor's performance, with the possibility of receiving a golden treasure chest. 3. Rewards will be assessed based on the safety, comfort, quality, and quantity of supplies in the shelter, as well as the individual strength of the survivors. 4. Due to the influence of unknown energies, wildlife and flora will undergo evolution and mutation. Survivors are advised to explore with caution. 5. Following the trial, a merit store will be opened, where items can be exchanged for merit points. The methods for acquiring merit points are left for you to discover. Chapter 44. Information gathering. As the system announcement concluded, an eerie silence enveloped the chat channel, halting the barrage of messages. Each participant meticulously read the announcement, acutely aware that it pertained to their very survival and thus requiring their utmost attention. Chen Xiai, too, wore a serious expression as he diligently absorbed the information, which was categorized into 5 key points. The first was straightforward, merely a reminder that tomorrow marked the last day for preparations, urging those unprepared to hasten their efforts. This simple message bore significant weight. The Su world not only issued a reminder but prioritized it, emphasizing the gravity of the upcoming acid rain trial. Neglecting this warning could lead to dire consequences. The second point contained both good news and a caution. The positive tidings were that survivors who successfully navigated the trial would receive reward packages, the contents of which remained undisclosed but were likely to be beneficial. The cautionary note indicated that the acid rain trial would span 3 days, unlike typical rains that last a mere half day or full day, necessitating thorough preparations for an extended absence from the shelter. The third point elucidated the criteria for the reward packages, guiding survivors on where to focus their efforts over the coming days, particularly on enhancing comfort, which could elevate their ultimate rewards. The fourth point warned of the increasing dangers that lay ahead. Both animals and plants would undergo significant transformations. While the exact meanings of mutation and evolution were unclear, one thing was certain: inadequate combat capabilities would make venturing outside exceedingly perilous. The final announcement mentioned that a system store would be launched after the trial, and the anticipation lies in the offerings within this store. It remains uncertain what items will be available once the system store opens. Furthermore, how does one acquire merit? Generally understood, it involves vanquishing foes and achieving accomplishments. Does the world of the market possess adversaries? Chen Xiai meticulously analyzed each point of the system announcement, primarily to reinforce his memory and ensure that no critical information was overlooked in a cursory glance. Wang Zixuan proposed an idea in the group. We could gather information from the world channel and compile any useful discoveries into our small group chat, as this approach would be far more comprehensive than solitary contemplation. Chen Xi's eyes brightened. This is indeed an excellent suggestion. Limited by individual understanding, no one can think comprehensively. It is prudent to leverage the collective strength of other survivors. The information in the world channel is overwhelming. One person may struggle to absorb it all, but together, we can mitigate any omissions. Liu Yang and others concurred, and after making arrangements, they shifted their focus to the world channel to collect information. At this moment, the world channel had regained its vibrancy, with information refreshing at an even faster pace than before. The system seems to be taking the acid rain event quite seriously. 3 days? I wasn't prepared for that much water. Will it rain continuously for 3 days? Who knows? It's better to over-prepare than to be caught unawares. I'm doomed. My shelter is still at level 1. What have you been doing upstairs? It's still a level 1 shelter after all this time. Such rarity is astonishing. Many in the Democratic Alliance still reside in wooden huts. They claim the huts are environmentally friendly. Ridiculous. The alliance is detrimental. They only demand resource collection from us, yet provide not a single weapon. I don't even possess a knife. How am I to venture into the wild? Thinking about the future is futile. Surviving tomorrow is the priority. Some alliances profess mutual assistance, yet they exploit the lower tiers heavily. They merely use the grassroots survivors as tools, providing just enough sustenance to keep them alive. They will never equip these tools with weapons or enhance their combat capabilities. To them, weapons are far more valuable than these mere tools. If a tool perishes, they can always recruit another. When will this wretched system allow video? I'm an internet celebrity with a large following. Any esteemed individuals needing photographs can message me privately. Sister upstairs, I need you. I've added you. I know her. She previously had 1 million followers. Brothers, I'm a talent streamer, skilled in various arts, from singing to playing instruments. Could any kind brother lend me a hand? I possess supplies. Message me privately. You lot can only get excited over a photo. Add me. Chen Ci gazed at the chaotic world channel with a sense of reflection. This industry truly never fades in places where people gather. The marketplace world is oppressive and devoid of legal constraints. Had it not been for the survivors' inability to meet offline, it would have undoubtedly flourished by now. Chen Ci swiftly skimmed past the superfluous information. Despite the immense pressure he felt, he could discern priorities, with barely over a day's time remaining. There was no room for waste. A plethora of information scrolled by, some casual chatter, others seeking alliances, some lamenting their plight, and still others buying or selling resources, all of which he quickly overlooked. He promptly copied any pertinent information into the small group chat, discovering a wealth of insights that had previously eluded his consideration. Survival expert Qi Yong shared some measures for coping with acid rain encountered in the wild, which Chen Ci found exceedingly useful. Additionally, several well-known figures among the Chinese community disseminated information regarding self-rescue techniques for poisoning, burns, illness, and hypothermia, serving as reminders to their compatriots. The spirit of mutual aid, encapsulated in the notion that when one is in trouble, help comes from all directions, is deeply ingrained in the hearts of the Chinese people. Even in this unfamiliar world, they strive to assist their fellow countrymen. Chen Ci then came across another valuable piece of information, this time from a former crisis management expert in Hua country. The communication did not pertain to precautions against acid rain, but rather addressed the dangers of flooding. The expert cautioned that prolonged rainfall could cause rivers and lakes to rise, potentially inundating nearby shelters. Low-lying shelters might be engulfed by floodwaters, and those situated near mountains should be vigilant against flash floods and mudslides. The expert also proposed several countermeasures, such as expediting the excavation of drainage ditches, constructing flood barriers around shelters, implementing water level monitoring, and guidelines for timely evacuation in emergencies. Chen Ci felt profoundly inspired, and a sense of urgency surged within him. His shelter was located at the foot of a mountain, positioned neither too low nor too high, alleviating concerns about plain floods or river backflow. However, he was apprehensive about the threats of flash floods or mudslides. The proximity of his shelter to the mountains was alarming. Should a flash flood or mudslide occur, he could be buried in an instant. Despite racking his brain, he struggled to find a better solution. Relocating the shelter was not an option. He resolved to follow the expert's advice by digging drainage ditches or erecting a flood barrier. Having formulated a plan, Chen Ci did not forget to share the information in their small group chat. Wang Zixuan and others, like Chen Ci, found the information exceedingly beneficial. Those in lower-lying shelters had already begun planning the excavation of drainage ditches, and with only a day to act, careful consideration was essential. Chen Ci also browsed through the information gathered by others. Although much was redundant, he discovered several insights he had not previously encountered. After thoroughly reading everything, he felt enriched and had acquired a wealth of knowledge about disaster preparedness. He noted the key points and, upon closing the chat, shifted his focus to the trading channel, intending to procure items to enhance the comfort of his shelter. In contemporary terms, comfort is generally understood as the convenience and ease of living. Chen Ci believed this was the essence of the concept. After all, do sellers not often speak of livability? He decided to start with furniture, tackling each item one by one, beginning with the bedroom. For sale, wardrobe 1, trade item, wood 10. Indeed, these pieces of furniture had not yet inflated in price. Although he possessed few clothes, having a wardrobe at home would still be beneficial. Purchased. For sale, nightstand 2, trade item, wood 5. This one was a must-buy. For sale, minimalist vanity 1, exchange item, food 3. A vanity seemed unnecessary for a man of his stature, but he could store it for now and sell it later if needed. Rechargeable yellow lamp 5, trade item, wood 15. This was an absolute necessity. He needed one for each room to avoid carrying a lamp around constantly. The current prices remain reasonable, and Chen Ci has not attempted to negotiate. The selection of bedroom items was swiftly completed, and he hastily turned his attention to kitchen supplies. Soon, he stumbled upon an item that piqued his interest, a spice set priced at 1 unit for sale, in exchange for 20 units of food. While the item was undoubtedly valuable, spices, regardless of their effect on comfort, are exceedingly practical. The price seemed somewhat steep. Chen Xiai took the initiative to contact the seller. Sir, why is this spice so exorbitantly priced? It cannot be consumed as food. How about 10 units? If that works for you, I'll take it. He was not surprised by the mention of comfort. It was common knowledge, merely feeling he might not be able to secure a bargain. Comfort is a concern for the elite of the alliance, of little relevance to us. I simply wish to indulge a little. How about 12 units of food for the transaction? The seller, eager to close the deal, was in desperate need of food supplies himself. Otherwise, he would not be selling spices. However, if he were to starve, what use would high comfort be? 15 units, that is my bottom line. Any less, and you may need to look elsewhere. After a brief contemplation, Chen Xiai agreed, albeit at a slightly elevated price, recognizing the rarity of the spices. Very well, it's a deal. I will provide you with 15 units of flour. Having secured the spices, Chen Xiai then discovered a barrel of cooking oil weighing 50 pounds, listed at 100 units of food. However, before he could make an offer, it was swiftly snatched up by another buyer. Following 2 more instances of being outbid, Chen Xiai quickly realized that kitchen supplies and food were being rapidly purchased, leading to a continuous rise in prices. He promptly searched for bathroom supplies and successfully made 2 transactions. One for shampoo in exchange for 3 units of dry food, and another for soap in exchange for 4 units of dry food. Subsequently, he refrained from further transactions, as survivors had begun to realize the urgency and were purchasing daily necessities in droves. Holders of these items were now waiting for the right price, and the prices of everyday goods were soaring, becoming increasingly unreasonable. Chen Xiai did not wish to be taken advantage of, regardless of whether these daily necessities could enhance comfort. The current prices were unwise. After all, comfort was merely a component of the assessment, and its true value remained uncertain. With rises come falls, while daily necessities were skyrocketing. What are the basic materials? An epiphany struck him. Chen Xiai promptly searched for foundational materials. In contrast to the fluctuating prices of comfort-enhancing items, the prices of basic materials remained relatively stable, although some premium-grade materials were decreasing in price. For instance, the exquisite cold iron ore he discovered, which previously exchanged for 8 units of regular iron blocks per unit, was now only redeemable for 5 units, and could also be traded for wood and stone. With a glimmer of insight, Chen Xiai thought, what a bargain. I could procure some as reserves. Sellers likely do not possess high-quality construction facilities. They may not realize that premium iron blocks can be utilized as the equivalent of 10 units of regular iron blocks when constructing high-quality buildings. Without hesitation, he inquired about the price. Sir, what is the exchange rate for this cold iron when traded for wood? Most survivors were currently engaged in trading supplies, and this seller was no exception. For wood, it's 28 units, no negotiations. Chen Xiai found no fault with the price. How much cold iron do you have? I require a substantial amount. 1 or 2 units would be of little significance. After contemplating the inventory of lumber in the warehouse, Chen Xiai found it to be just sufficient. A deal struck. Acquired 510 units of cold iron ore. Following the completion of the transaction, the other party enthusiastically added Chen Xiai as a friend, assuring him that should he require more ores, he would offer them at an exceptionally favorable price. Following this substantial transaction, Chen Xi's stock of lumber was nearly depleted, not a significant issue, as the production of toilet paper should have been completed, and selling it would replenish his lumber supply. With this thought in mind, Chen Xiai hurried to his workshop, listing all 7,000 units of freshly produced toilet paper at a price of 3 units of lumber each. Indeed, he had also raised the price of his toilet paper. Today, toilet paper was undoubtedly in high demand. What could enhance comfort more than it? Without toilet paper, who could feel at ease? As Chen Xiai anticipated, riding the wave of everyday necessities, the sales of toilet paper soared. Every survivor would be willing to experiment with 3 units of lumber. Even the slightest enhancement was worthwhile. By the time he went to bed, he expected the toilet paper to be sold out, and once it was, he would promptly arrange for more production, wasting no time. In his mind, Chen Xiai mentally calculated, approaching Xiao Bai with a smile. Xiao Bai, come here for a moment. Your master needs you to contribute to our household once again. Xiao Bai, clearly accustomed to this routine, lazily lay in Chen Xi's hand as he carried it to the wooden table. Chen Xiai then arranged the prepared synthesis materials on the table. As per his usual practice, he decided to try synthesizing 2 stone pads first. Chen Xiai retrieved the synthesis materials, focusing his mind to summon the synthesis furnace, placing the materials within and confirming the synthesis. After 2 consecutive attempts, the first yielded a successful explosive stone, while the second resulted in failure, with the materials transforming into black smoke. Chen Xiai did not perceive himself as unlucky. Instead, he turned seriously to Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai, you're not pulling your weight today. Work properly, or I shall withhold your honey water for a day. Xiao Bai's eyes widened in response, as if perceiving Chen Xiai as an unscrupulous employer blaming his employees for the company's failures. Squeak. Xiao Bai emitted an anxious sound, seemingly insisting that it was not to blame. Chen Xiai was delighted to see that Xiao Bai appeared to understand his words. It seemed the honey had indeed benefited it greatly. Nevertheless, he maintained a stern demeanor, attempting to intimidate. In our household, we do not keep idle mice. If you wish for honey water, you must work diligently. I shall be watching your performance in the next synthesis. Xiaobai rolled its eyes but, being under the eaves, had no choice but to bow its head, actively inching closer to Chen Xi's hand, feigning earnestness in its laziness. No longer teasing it. Chen Xi prepared for the third synthesis. Today was not suitable for creating explosive stones. Perhaps he would attempt to synthesize armor instead, using a piece of clothing as the primary material. Yes, he would use this unwashed tracksuit. Chen Xi was not avoiding laundry out of laziness. It was merely that the tracksuit happened to be right in front of him. For auxiliary materials, he chose premium beast skin and warm stones, as they could potentially provide defensive or cold-resistant attributes. After confirming the auxiliary materials, Chen Xi meticulously calculated the proportions of the two types of auxiliary materials, ultimately finalizing the synthesis plan. Primary material, tracksuit. Auxiliary materials, beast skin, blue, 4, warm stones 5. He placed the soiled tracksuit and auxiliary materials into the just summoned synthesis furnace. Synthesis success rate 80, mutation rate 60, proceed with synthesis? Xiaobai, it's your turn to shine. Chen Xi gently patted Xiaobai's head, his eyes fixed intently on the synthesis furnace. As the blue light began to shimmer, he inwardly exclaimed, success. The leather armor was crafted from several pieces of leather, predominantly gray in hue, with its armor plates arranged horizontally to effectively safeguard vital organs without hindering movement. Adorning the front of the armor were 5 rubies, each the size of a fingernail, arranged in a pentagram, their lines intertwining and extending across various sections of the armor. Chen Xi gazed at the armor with delight, eager to explore its attributes. Starfire leather armor. Level 0, quality, superior. Attributes, physical burst. Description, crafted from premium materials, it boasts exceptional defensive capabilities, automatically adapting to the wearer's physique. It grants 5 instances of burst ability, temporarily enhancing physical attributes by 5 points, with a maximum of pseudo level 1, lasting for 5 minutes and non-rechargeable. Xiaobai, you've been a true asset, my apologies for misjudging you. Here, enjoy this honey water. Filled with joy for his newfound treasure, Chen Xi poured some honey water for Xiaobai, believing in rewarding a good companion. He donned the leather armor, which adjusted its size seamlessly, fitting snugly without impeding movement. Testing it with a crossbow, he discovered that even with a moderate force of 7, it only left a faint mark, remarkably sturdy and comfortable to wear. His gaze drifted to the vine armor resting at the doorway. Unlike the vine armor, which was cumbersome and restrictive, this new armor allowed for graceful movements. With the leather armor now at hand, the vine armor's utility diminished greatly. Repeated wear would only hinder mobility unless it was enhanced to possess practical attributes. With this thought in mind, Chen Xi hastily selected a few materials and sought out some thorny vine from the fire thorn vine, intending to repurpose it. Should he succeed in enhancing it, its value would soar whether for use or sale. He placed the materials into the furnace, observing a satisfactory success rate for synthesis. Primary material, vine armor. Auxiliary materials, thorny vine, 3, ice crystal, 3, black ironwood, 2. Synthesis success rate, 67. Mutation rate, 80. Proceed with synthesis? Such a high mutation rate. He mused, intrigued by the prospect that success might lead to a mutation. It was his first encounter with such a high rate, and he pondered what it might yield. Chen Xi felt this was a rare opportunity for experimentation. If successful, he could attempt to replicate the process with similar materials in hopes of achieving another mutated item. Upon witnessing the familiar blue glow, Chen Xi realized the synthesis had succeeded. The vine armor, stone, and wood had vanished, replaced by an oval, ice blue seed exuding a chill. Frost gourd seed, superior. A gourd that thrives in frigid environments. It can be planted. Once it matures, the vine will wither automatically and cannot be reproduced. After reading the attributes, Chen Xi was left perplexed. What a vague description. Apart from knowing it is a gourd seed, I gleaned nothing more specific about its attributes. He thought to plant it and await its maturation. It seemed he had acquired quite a few seeds lately. Suddenly, he realized he had several seeds that needed planting, yet he knew little about horticulture. Randomly sowing them would surely yield poor results. Song Yahweh should be knowledgeable in planting. He recalled her having cultivated numerous medicinal herbs. He resolved to inquire thoroughly when he encountered her tomorrow. Considering her late-night efforts in concocting potions, he decided not to disturb her today. He extracted 7,000 units of timber and reissued a task for the production of toilet paper, leaving the remaining income in the warehouse. Finally, the work is complete. Chapter 46, The Landlord and the Farmer. Day 10 in the market world, dense fog, temperature ranging from 1 to 15 degrees. It's so cold. My goodness. What a thick fog. After finishing breakfast, Chen Xi, clad in combat attire, stepped out of the stone house and was taken aback by the fog outside. Standing at the doorway, he could not even see the shelter's fence. All around him was a sea of white. Is it the same near other shelters? Is there a way to overcome this? I can barely see 5 meters ahead. Anything beyond that is indistinct. Today, I need to hurry and search for supplies. But how can I do that? What to do? I am still unprepared for many things. Isn't this pushing me to my doom? Well, who told you not to prepare in advance? If you go out now, you're surely doomed. Staying in the shelter still offers a glimmer of hope. Chen nodded in agreement. In such thick fog, venturing outside would undoubtedly lead to getting lost. Wild beasts in the wilderness are also affected. They are likely starving. Getting lost in such circumstances is tantamount to courting death. Suddenly, a thought struck Chen, and his expression changed. Oh no. I hope the Chinese honeybees Haven Tea ventured out to gather nectar. Without a moment to lose, he hurriedly ran towards the base of the arrow tower, placing his hand on the box of the Guwang bees to check on the 2 bee colonies. The good news was that the horned bees were fine. He had commanded the queen bee to remain vigilant around the shelter, and now, with the provision of food from the Chinese honeybees, the frequency of their foraging had significantly diminished. The bad news was that although the queen of the Chinese honeybees was safe, the colony's count had dropped to just over 9,000, having lost nearly 2,000 bees in the past 2 days. It is essential to know that the colonies controlled by the Guwang bees would not betray or flee, so the loss of these 2,000 bees could be confirmed as casualties outside. Chen promptly issued commands through the colony controller. He realized he had been negligent in monitoring the bee colonies due to numerous tasks occupying his attention over the past few days. However, it was not too late. This loss was still manageable. The construction of the beehive was progressing swiftly. Within just 2 days, it had taken shape. It seemed that before long, he would be able to enjoy honey from his own bees. He placed a portion of royal jelly for both the hornbee queen and the honeybee queen, hoping that one day they could evolve. Chen also discovered some good news. The batch of bee eggs he had previously entrusted to the hornbee queen had all hatched, yielding a batch of elite horned bees whose attributes were enhanced with paralyzing toxins, significantly boosting the combat capabilities of the hornbee colony. Not particularly concerned, he directly conveyed his reason for seeking her out. I have some seeds now, and would like to consult you regarding the planting matters. After saying this, he sent the attribute information for the winter wheat seeds, mutated cranegrass seeds, and the recently acquired ice gourd seeds to Song Yahweh. While clearing weeds in the yard and preparing to dig drainage ditches, Song Yahweh was startled by Chun-Si's message. Ever since awakening her natural heart ability, she had begun collecting various plant seeds, and later, when resources became ample, she searched and purchased many from the trading channel. However, most of them were ordinary ornamental seeds, such as pothose and windmill jasmine. A small selection of seeds, such as those of tomatoes and honeysuckle, along with some grains and medicinal plant seeds, have been discovered. However, they are all single-use seeds that can be planted but not propagated. The winter wheat seeds are somewhat acceptable, as they are crops native to Blue Star. She was merely astonished by their quality and reproductive properties. Conversely, the mutated heron grass and the frost gourd seeds surpassed her expectations, verging on the extraordinary realm of botany. After a considerable pause, Song Yarai regained her composure and curiously inquired, "These seeds are exceptionally precious. You are indeed fortunate. What would you like to consult about? Are you seeking advice on the nuances of cultivation?" Without beating around the bush, Song Yarai stated directly, "During my time on Blue Star, my knowledge of planting was rather limited. However, after awakening my abilities, I can perceive what plants need for growth, how to accelerate their development, and even maximize their quality and yield post-growth." Chen was taken aback. Song Yarai's abilities were immensely beneficial. While they may not immediately enhance personal combat prowess, they undoubtedly represented one of the finest survival skills. Song Yarai continued, "You may not be aware, but high-quality seeds in the realm of markets cannot thrive on ordinary soil, as it fails to provide sufficient nutrients, potentially leading to reduced yield and quality. To increase production or enhance quality, they must be planted in the spirit fields or nurseries provided by the system. I have an idea. I possess a nursery, and we could establish a contract. You entrust the seeds to me, and I will handle the planting and fertilization, giving you 90 of the initial yield." Song Yarai laid out her entire plan to Chen in one breath. From the moment she observed the seed attributes, she had been contemplating how to persuade him to part with a few seeds, as she desperately needed this batch. She was willing to invest her resources in aiding Chen-Ci's cultivation, provided she could retain some seeds in the end. Thus, she proposed a distribution of 90 of the harvest to him. She only required a mere single seed from the mutated heron grass to continuously cultivate new ones. On the other hand, Chen-Ci pondered over Song Yarai's proposition. This suggestion was indeed advantageous for him. The time he would spend on cultivation aside, he lacked the necessary resources and architectural support for planting and had minimal knowledge in this domain. If he were to proceed alone, the yield would likely be considerably less than the 90 she offered. By entrusting Song Yarai with the cultivation, he could conserve his time and energy for searching for nursery-type buildings, ultimately leading to substantial rewards. As for safety, she had already expressed her willingness to sign a contract ensuring fairness through the system. It was a win-win situation. Once he grasped the implications, everything became straightforward. "I have no objections to your proposal. Please hold for a moment. I currently lack a contract scroll and will check the trading channel. Seeing Chun Si's agreement, Song Yeri sighed in relief. No need for that. I just traded for one. We can use this. Chun Si felt somewhat embarrassed. Realizing that he was gaining an advantage while asking a lady to bear the expenses, it felt a bit awkward. Then consider it a debt to you. We can adjust the yield accordingly later. Song Yeri had no objections, and the two swiftly signed a contract. The terms were simple. Chun Si entrusted Song Yeri with the cultivation of the crops, with 90 of the yield allocated to him and 10 to her. Chun Si transferred all the seeds to Song Yeri. Chapter 47, The Law of True Fragrance. Upon receiving the seeds, Song Yaru immediately set aside her work, activating her abilities to examine the seeds meticulously, ensuring that none were unviable. Each of these precious seeds held immense significance, and there was no room for error. In her eyes, the winter wheat seeds represented hope. Cultivating the land was an inevitable future, as survival through hunting was merely a temporary measure. The agricultural sentiments of the Huaxiao people were deeply imprinted within their souls, and farming was essential for the advancement of civilization. Similarly, in a world beset by scarcity and wild beasts, illness and injury were commonplace. The potions derived from mutated crane grass could address such ailments, and the crafting of these potions also contributed to her ability enhancement. When she finally laid eyes on the ice-gourd seed, her expression subtly shifted as she sent a trade request to Chun Si. Shortly thereafter, Song Yari sent a private message. Chun Si, I've observed that your gourd seeds are remarkably easy to cultivate. They do not require fertile land, only a cold environment. You can plant them anywhere in the shelter. Just remember to water and fertilize them regularly. Chun Si, realizing the potential, stored the seeds away, planning to wait until after the acid rain test to plant them. He couldn't afford to lose them to the corrosive rain. Chun Si resumed his interrupted synthesis, intending to enhance the ordinary quality shovel he had just acquired from the trading channel. Digging drainage ditches in such a vast shelter was an overwhelming task, surely taking more than a day to complete. Faced with this challenge, he could only rely on his innate abilities. The auxiliary materials he selected were 5 units of cold iron ore and 3 units of black iron wood, a combination that had previously yielded the highest success rate in his tests. Success rate, 90, mutation rate, 10. Would you like to proceed with the synthesis? Seeing such a high success rate sparked his imagination. Could it be that using high-quality materials of the same type to enhance low-quality items would result in a success rate boost? If so, future enhancements would necessitate the selection of high-quality materials of the same kind. What would happen if he used ordinary iron blocks as the main material and supplemented them with the same? He felt as if he had stumbled upon a brilliant insight, brimming with curiosity, as the outcome held the potential to reshape his understanding of his abilities. However, time was of the essence. He had to focus on digging the drainage ditches, which was the most pressing task. After confirming the synthesis, as soon as he channeled his mental energy, he sensed something amiss. This time, he had consumed 2 points of mental energy. Could it be a rare grade item? While pondering this, he observed the synthesis furnace emitting waves of orange light. Indeed, it was a rare item. Chun Si examined the shovel left behind after the synthesis. Its appearance had not changed dramatically, merely adopting a black hue that shimmered with a metallic luster. Cold iron shovel. Level 0, quality, rare. At that moment, Chun Si felt a whirlwind of emotions. He had finally obtained a rare item, only to discover that it was a shovel, with abilities related to digging. Why did fortune favor him in this manner? How splendid it would have been had it been a weapon. Regardless of his lamentations, the reality remained. He possessed a rare-grade shovel. Digging. An optimistic individual swiftly embraces reality. Chun Si, donning his orange attire and wielding a shovel, ventured into the yard to excavate several drainage ditches around the shelter, aiming to mitigate the risk of flooding. Guided by the crisis experts in the chat channel, he meticulously charted his course and commenced digging. After just a few strikes, he sensed a marked difference. Having dug soil on Blue Star before, he found the earth unusually soft beneath his shovel, making the task effortless. He couldn't help but exclaim, "This shovel is truly remarkable. Digging and tilling the soil is a breeze." At last, he completed the drainage ditches. However, due to insufficient materials for the flood wall and time constraints, he had to abandon that project. Initially, Chun Si had planned to erect a flood barrier behind the shelter, possessing stones but lacking cement, and time was too short for further endeavors. He could only hope for fortuitous outcomes, praying he would not be unfortunate enough to encounter a flash flood. After a brief cleaning, Chun Si proceeded to the back of the stone house, retrieving timber to construct a layered roof over the chicken coop. He placed 3 layers, ensuring waterproofing with plastic in between. Hoping the reinforced coop would secure the safety of the wild chickens, he resolved to provide ample food and water, leaving their survival to fate. Chun Si had no intention of keeping the wild chickens indoors, deeming it unsanitary and unworthy since they did not lay eggs. They were merely a reserve. The bee colonies, too, would only transfer the bullhorn bees and some honeybees into the stonehouse as queen bee box, while the others remained at the base of the arrow tower to guard the hive. After fortifying the coop, Chen Xiai tightened the ropes around the wild chicken's legs to prevent any escape. In the front yard, he meticulously assessed the surroundings, finding nothing that required relocation into the house. The training ground and hot spring were structures that needed no consideration, and the fire thorn vine was too large to move. Nonetheless, he constructed a rain shield above the main vine of the fire thorn. He hoped it would prove useful. In addition, he noted that the streetlight also required a rain shield. By the time he organized these various tasks, it was already noon. Chen Xiai stood quietly in the yard, reflecting. I have done all that I can. Now I must calmly face the impending trials and hope for a favorable outcome. With only one day left before the trials, he thought, I should indulge in a hearty meal. Motivated by this thought, he prepared a sumptuous lunch, simmering a pot of wild boar meat, seasoned to perfection. Though the meat was not fully cooked, a tantalizing aroma filled the air. The staple was rice. He had not prepared dough in advance and lacked the time to steam buns, but rice sufficed. His drink was honey water, though he yearned for a bottle of wine. The prices for alcohol in the trading channel were exorbitantly high, even causing him discomfort, compelling him to forego that desire. Seated at the wooden table, savoring the fragrant stewed meat with rice, Chen Xiai felt an overwhelming sense of contentment. He wondered if everyone else had finished their tasks. Chapter 48, Water Retrieval, Lone Wolf. Chen Xiai entered the small group chat, discovering it eerily quiet. Even Lu Yang, typically active, was absent. Chen Xiai mused. They must still be digging the drainage ditches, but they should take a break for lunch. Just then, Wang Zixuan and Lu Yang entered the chat sequentially. Chen Xiai chuckled at the coincidence. Zixuan, how are your preparations coming along? Wang Zixuan immediately retorted, I still need to dig for another 2 hours. This trench digging is no small feat. How about you, Chingo? It is quite rare for Wang Zixuan to utter such coarse language, as he has consistently embodied the persona of a confident, disciplined, and cultured scion of a wealthy family. It seems that the morning's excavation left a profound impact on him. Wang Zixuan expressed a hint of curiosity. Do you possess a heightened awareness of thought? Or do you simply relish the feeling of toil? Chen Xiai, too, was intrigued. For he did not perceive Lu Yang as someone with elevated ideological consciousness or a passion for labor. Lu Yang was simply not that type of individual. Lu Yang boasted. As I dug this morning, I've improved my physical condition a bit, huh? Chen Xiai nearly choked with laughter at the absurdity of the notion that digging could enhance one's physique. Wang Zixuan also appeared somewhat taken aback. Lu Yang, unfazed, declared. It's all the same in the end. If I can safely increase my strength, why risk engaging in combat? This afternoon, I shall dig even more. Striving for another boost. Chen Xiai inwardly felt a pang of envy. After numerous battles and training sessions, he had only managed a single point of improvement. There was nothing to covet. Once his swordsmanship reached its zenith, he could effortlessly gain 2 points of physical enhancement without boasting. Lu Xiaoya joined the conversation, remarking, You all are so swift. I've only completed half of my digging. I wonder when I will finish this afternoon. Chen Xiai's gaze sharpened as he privately messaged Lu Xiaoya, expressing concern. Why is your progress so slow? Is the workload substantial? Lu Xiaoya did not shy away from the truth. The terrain of my shelter is relatively low, necessitating the digging of several drainage ditches, which increases the workload. However, it's all right. I've completed half of it this morning. In reality, Lu Xiaoya had only accomplished 1/3 of the excavation, contemplating whether to abandon a few ditches. The current workload was certainly unattainable for the day, yet failing to complete it would undoubtedly diminish the drainage efficacy. Chen Xiai straightforwardly suggested, I'll accept a trade request. I'll lend you a digging artifact. He had no immediate use for the orange-grade shovel, and since it would merely gather dust, he could lend it to Lu Xiaoya. The others in the group had minimal workloads and would merely be wrapping things up in the afternoon. Lu Xiaoya, uncertain of what Chen Xiai meant by a digging artifact, would have declined if it were anyone else, but she could not refuse his goodwill. In her heart, she felt Chen Xiai was drawing closer to her as family. The trade was completed. Lu Xiaoya stared in astonishment at the orange-grade shovel in her hands, truly a literal digging artifact. Chingu, your hands are quite dirty, she remarked, assuming it was a reward Chen Xiai had obtained from opening a chest. Feeling considerably uplifted, she added, Thank you, Chingu. Grateful for her appreciation, Chen Xiai reminded her. Make sure to work efficiently this afternoon. Once you finish digging, remember to tidy up your shelter. It's quite possible you won't be able to leave for 3 days, or even longer. He then recalled something. By the way, I'm going to fetch some water. Please send me the prepared containers. No need for you to go out for water. My supply is sufficient, Lu Xiaoya declined gently. Chen Xiai's purpose in retrieving water was not solely for Lu Xiaoya. His own shelter's water tank also required replenishment. He had initially intended to test the supply beforehand, but the dense fog had taken him by surprise. Nonetheless, it was not perilous. He had inquired with the Hornet Queen that morning and confirmed that she could navigate the route. Seeing Chen Xiai's determination to venture out, Lu Xiaoya realized persuasion was futile and conceded. All right, I'll trade you the wooden bucket. Acquisition of wooden bucket. 18. Chen Xiai donned his fiery leather armor, wielding a serpent skin shield and a tang saber, an image of complete preparedness. Lead the way, Hornby King. He had not brought the ice-patterned crossbow. As the thick fog rendered visibility poor, the saber proved to be more effective. Fly closer, Hornby King, and guide us ahead. Shin-Sei dared not let the Hornby King stray from his sight. He followed the Hornby King at a leisurely pace, progressing slowly. A journey that should have taken less than 20 minutes extended to over an hour. Fortunately, he encountered no mishaps along the way. Standing on the pebble-strewn riverbank, he gazed across the water, where a wall of mist loomed in the river's center. As he reached the halfway point of his journey, Shin-Sei faintly detected a disturbance ahead. He immediately halted, alert, commanding the Hornby King to investigate. Shin-Sei refrained from acting rashly, under the shroud of fog. Visibility was compromised for both parties. His sense of smell was surely inferior to that of a beast, making it prudent to remain on guard. Before long, he sensed a creature stealthily approaching from the front. He directed the Hornby King to scout the area, ensuring he would not be ambushed. Gripping his saber tightly, he adopted a defensive stance, ready to counter any assault from the beast. If he were the beast, he would undoubtedly launch a surprise attack amidst the dense fog. As anticipated, the creature cautiously maneuvered to his side, silently creeping into position behind him, believing itself concealed from Shin-Sei. However, the vigilant Hornby King observed everything clearly. Aware of the beast's approach, Shin-Sei feigned ignorance, poised to deliver a surprise of his own. The Hornby King signaled a warning. The beast had now circled to Shin-Sei's rear, crouching low, preparing to strike. The beast lunged at Shin-Sei, springing forth with silent grace. Anticipating its move, Shin-Sei exerted force through his waist, pivoting into a low stance with a sweeping strike of his saber. The blade transformed into a flash of white light, aimed at the beast's neck. The creature, caught off guard by the swiftness of Shin-Sei's counterattack, instinctively lowered its head, front paws raised in defense. With a piercing howl, the Tang saber severed one of the beast's forepaws, leaving a gaping, bone-deep gash across its face. Shin-Sei, having successfully landed his strike, prepared to pursue, but the beast, despite its grievous injury, displayed remarkable ferocity and fled swiftly, enduring the pain. Do not pursue, Shin-Sei instructed the eager Hornby King, casting a glance at the severed paw on the ground, murmuring to himself, so it was a lone wolf. Chapter 49, Enlightenment in Swordsmanship. Shin-Sei leaped into the shelter, and the remainder of his journey proceeded smoothly, devoid of further incidents. Gradually acclimating to the rigors of battle, he paid little heed to the skirmish he had just experienced, unaware that he would soon encounter the wolf once more. He filled the rooftop water tank, sealing it securely, and sent a private message to Lu Xiaoya, prepared to receive the water bucket. Their conversation was brisk, devoid of idle chatter, as they swiftly completed their transaction. Upon receiving the bucket, Lu Xiaoya inquired, "Brother Chun, was your water retrieval successful? Did you encounter any dangers?" Shin-Sei downplayed the events. It went quite smoothly, though the fog was dense, making navigation tricky. "How is that artifact of mine? Is it serving you well?" The shovel proved to be immensely useful, with it in hand. I felt confident that I could dig the drainage ditch before dusk. After saying this, I sent a photograph where Lu Xiaoya stood radiant beside the ditch, her dirt-streaked appearance failing to conceal her bright smile and pearly white teeth, while she held Shin-Sei's orange shovel. Earlier, while Shin-Sei was fetching water, Lu Xiaoya had already begun utilizing the new shovel, and her vastly improved experience elicited an identical exclamation. Truly a miraculous tool for digging. This shovel is simply delightful. Let us get to work. I won't disturb you further. Shin-Sei did not squander his afternoon. After a light lunch, he made his way to the training grounds, determined to put in the effort. As evening approached, he reclined comfortably by the thermal spring, the mist enveloping him, gradually washing away the weariness of the day. Upon opening his eyes, he glanced at his attribute panel. Profound Knife Technique Proficiency, Mastery, 51. Shin-Sei mused to himself. The proficiency has surpassed half. At this rate, I could achieve great mastery in 5 days. Alas, the supply of red fruits is dwindling, and starting tomorrow, the thermal springs will be my focus, rendering the training grounds unusable and inevitably slowing my progress. The momentum of normal advancement was interrupted, leaving him somewhat discontented. Perhaps I should practice once more tonight. After all, I need not prepare for anything else this evening. With the thought ignited, it could not be suppressed. He felt a surge of energy, quickly drying himself off and rushing towards the fence, intent on relocating the streetlight above the training grounds. Standing beneath the illumination, Shin-Sei silently completed his warm-up, stretching his body before taking a red fruit and swallowing it. With the sword in hand, he seamlessly executed the profound knife technique, gradually entering a state of self-forgetfulness enhanced by the training grounds. Though it was his first time practicing at night, Shin-Sei felt remarkably attuned to the tranquil surroundings and the vastness of the night sky, which harmonized beautifully with the profound knife technique, leading to deeper insights into its principles. The technique comprised 36 forms, characterized by simplicity and directness, yet imbued with a majestic spirit, easily grasped and quickly learned. Previously, he believed this encapsulated the essence of the knife technique, but during his recent state of self-forgetfulness, a realization dawned. The overarching principle was flawed. What has come over me? Just now, although I am unaware of the specific forms of the original profound knife technique, I sense that its initial intent must align with the way of the heavens, embracing the unpredictable interplay of the void and the tangible. With clarity of thought, Shinsei couldn't help but remark, truly remarkable, the simplified and complete versions represent entirely divergent paths. Unbeknownst to him, these 36 forms were not merely a simplification. Rather, they were the result of practitioners' interpretations, having only mastered these forms while forgetting the rest, culminating in a once-elite knife technique devolving into a simple introductory version. Had the profound knife technique not been distilled into these 36 simplified forms, he would never have encountered it in the initial treasure chest. 66. Habitually checking the proficiency of the profound knife technique, he was immediately astonished, unable to contain a shout of excitement. This time, his proficiency had surged by 15 points. That must have been the legendary moment of enlightenment. I must seek out the complete version of the profound knife technique. With this simplified version as a foundation, it should be remarkably easy to grasp. This represents my most stable source of income, one that demands my utmost attention daily. With little time to peruse the chat messages, Shinsei retrieved synthetic materials from the warehouse and, adhering to the explosive stone recipe, successfully crafted 2 explosive stones in succession. Fortune seemed to smile upon him today, as both attempts yielded success. Upon concluding the synthesis, he rubbed his throbbing head and collapsed onto the bed, realizing that midnight was approaching. He decided to rest for a brief moment. His current state was far from ideal. Outside the stone house, a torrential downpour raged, as if it sought to engulf the entire world of the ruins. Shinsei was roused by the sound of the rain, unaware of how long he had slumbered. The pressure in his head had eased significantly. He fumbled to turn on the small yellow lamp on his bedside table, then rose to gaze out the window at the apocalyptic darkness beyond. The deafening roar of the rain resembled the final cry of the world. A grave expression crossed Shinsei's face. If such relentless rain persisted for 3 days, flash floods would surely ensue, overwhelming the drainage systems. The pitch-black exterior offered no discernible view, prompting him to focus his thoughts and open the chat channel, hoping to uncover some useful intelligence. Chapter 50, Culinary Delights and Lovely Legs. Upon accessing the system, the first notification that appeared was from the system itself. Day 11 in the ruins world, heavy rain. Temperature 1 to 10. Survivors, the acid rain trial has officially commenced. Please refrain from going outside unless absolutely necessary, and beware of getting wet. The system's notifications offered little valuable information. Who would venture out in such torrential rain? It was noteworthy, however, that temperatures were beginning to drop. What followed were hundreds of private messages, and upon witnessing this, Shinsei's expression soured dramatically. Had something befallen them? Lu Xiaoya had sent the most messages, dozens in total, particularly recent ones that conveyed a sense of anxiety. Shinsei's disappearance had inadvertently caused her distress, although she reassured herself that, given Shinsei's capabilities, he could not possibly be in danger. Her thoughts uncontrollably veered towards the worst. When she suddenly received news that Shinsei was safe, an overwhelming wave of joy surged within her, an experience she had never encountered before. Yet, she paid little heed to her own emotional shift, instead channeling her thoughts into reproaching Shinsei for his unreliability. Faced with Lu Xiaoya's complaints, Shinsei couldn't help but touch his nose. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he had been utterly exhausted the previous day, having fallen asleep in a daze. After a day of digging trenches, training, and an epiphany that drained both his mental and physical reserves, he had been so numb during the synthesis before sleep that he had completely overlooked checking his private messages. Fearful of Lu Xiaoya's continued admonishments, he found her concern difficult to bear. He hastily redirected the conversation. What is the situation outside? Any news? Lu Xiaoya saw through Shinsei's attempt to change the subject, but was unfazed. Her spirits were high, and as long as Shinsei was safe, nothing else mattered. Sister Rue and I haven't ventured out yet, so we cannot ascertain the truth of what was said in the world channel. At this moment, Shinsei had finished reading all the private messages, with Lu Xiaoya's being the most frequent, sent almost every few minutes since last night without pause, indicating she had not rested at all. This display of concern warmed Shinsei's heart. Additionally, Wang Lei had sent a private message the previous night, reporting his temporary safety and expressing hope that Shinsei would lend him support once the acid rain trial concluded. Noticing that Lu Xiaoya had not taken a break, Shinsei promptly urged her to retire for the night, as dawn was approaching and the uncertainties of tomorrow loomed ahead. A lack of energy could prove perilous. After ending the conversation, he opened the global channel in hopes of acquiring useful information. The first message pertained to the rain. Is it true what they say upstairs? One user questioned. I forgot to close my window and just got drenched. My skin is a bit red and swollen now, though it doesn't hurt or itch. The potency of acid rain is clearly exaggerated in the ruins world. I advise caution. Do not allow acid rain to contact your mucous membranes. Goodness. Are there truly those who fear nothing? Another remarked. I trust the ruins world wouldn't make baseless claims. I certainly won't venture outside. Suddenly, several messages were pinned. evidently utilizing relevant items. Chiyong 388. Everyone, please refrain from venturing outside casually. This is not the Blue Star world. The specific components of the acid rain remain unclear. Observe carefully and act minimally. Obanyo, voters, beware of acid rain. God does not protect the careless. Chi 8. According to expert research, acid rain contains unknown substances. When going out, ensure you take proper rain protection. Numerous prominent figures from the Survivor Alliance issued warnings, forbidding survivors from wandering outside. Shinsei surmised that some must have braved the rain. Recklessness and misfortune abound. He resolved not to go out. For if the Ruins world deemed this acid rain a trial, it would undoubtedly not be trivial. Even if he were mistaken, it would only cost him 3 days. Leaning against the headboard, Shinsei pondered quietly until slumber overtook him. When he awoke again, daylight flooded in, and the torrential downpour outside had lessened significantly, transforming into a gentle drizzle. How did I fall asleep? I wonder if anything occurred last night. In the chat channel, survivors found themselves unable to venture out, confined to the shelter's water group. The volume of information in the chat was overwhelming. Yet he swiftly scanned through it without uncovering any news about the world beyond the shelter. It appeared that the prior warnings from notable figures had proven effective. After all, one's life is paramount, and few would remain indifferent. As Shinsei struggled to find useful information and was about to close the chat channel, he suddenly noticed a shift in the tone of the conversation. It had transformed from a mutual support group for survival into one of leisure and entertainment. The catalyst was a survivor who shared a photograph. Although the chat channel lacked video and audio capabilities, it permitted image sharing. The photo was innocuous, depicting a wooden table adorned with his breakfast, notably featuring an enormous lobster. Instantly, the comments erupted into envy and requests for attention. Under normal circumstances, the matter would have ended there. However, it was swiftly followed by other survivors showcasing their breakfast images. In an instant, the chat channel overflowed with an array of culinary delights, seafood feasts, Chinese hot pots, roasted whole lambs, steaks, desserts, and even a photo of a vegetable platter. This barrage of images shattered the spirits of many survivors. I was a nobody on Blue Star. I never imagined I would be a small star in the Ruins world. The disparity among survivors felt more pronounced than the chasm between man and dog. Wah! I haven't had breakfast yet. Could someone share some with me? I'm so hungry. The upstairs has become rather cramped. If you could take a photograph and share it. The esteemed individual will certainly take responsibility if it is indeed small. Unexpectedly, that charming creature shared a photo, and it was undeniably large and round. It is worth noting that in the realm of the market, there are no graphical software tools. Thus, this is most likely genuine. Immediately, the comments beneath the image erupted into a cacophony. A survivor, yearning for a seafood feast, promptly traded a large crab with the charming creature, elevating the atmosphere to a fever pitch. Subsequently, the chat channel transformed into a sea of beautiful images, showcasing an array of skin tones, ages, and styles. In that moment, the chat channel resembled a certain popular social media platform, inundated with images of ample bosoms and long legs. Chapter 51, The Emergence of Acid Rain. Shinsei fully comprehended the revelry within the chat channel. Today, survivors were unable to venture outside, leaving them with little to occupy their time. Coupled with over 10 days of solitude and the pressures of survival, they were in dire need of relaxation and release. Reminiscent of the previous pandemic when people sought entertainment on social media while confined at home. Thus, Shinsei felt a profound sense of agreement, diligently appreciating the myriad of images, with time slipping away unnoticed. Gurgle. The pangs of hunger jolted Shinsei from his reverie of admiration. It was all those food flaunters' fault for consuming so much of his time. He vocally chastised the instigators, reluctantly closing the chat channel, which he deemed the root of all evil. Those who aspire to greatness must withstand temptation. Alas, why does the system lack a collection feature? He pondered whether he could retrieve the chat records. In a trance of idle thoughts, he had subconsciously completed his morning routine. Shinsei approached the window, gazing into the courtyard of the shelter. The fog from the previous day had dissipated, revealing a sky cloaked in heavy clouds. The rain was light, merely casting a dull light, yet visibility remained unaffected, allowing him to observe the courtyard's condition clearly. Thanks to the hastily constructed drainage ditch from yesterday, there was little water accumulation in the courtyard, and the training ground's bluestone remained completely dry. The window was situated far from the fence, beyond Shinsei's perceptual range, and he could not sense the emotional state of the firethorn vine. However, he could faintly see its leaves still vigorous, striving to unfurl in the rain. He regretted having enclosed such a vast courtyard. The front fence should have been positioned closer to the stone house. Initially, he had wished to leave space for potential cultivation, yet now the expanse was too large to monitor adequately. Oh, has the vine grown longer again? Shinsei noticed that the firethorn vine had seemingly grown without notice, its tendrils beginning to envelop the side fence, confirming that the firethorn vine had not been adversely affected by the acid rain and was in fact thriving. Shinsei felt considerably relieved. The arrow tower, fence, and training ground were all intact. He had already learned from the chat channel that the corrosiveness of acid rain was generally mild. Wooden structures might suffer some damage, but stone was entirely unaffected. Seeing that the shelter was in good overall condition, he felt a sense of ease wash over him. His spirits lifted, for the system's repeated reminders had turned the trial days into a dreadful curse for survivors. Unable to venture outside today, Chen Xiai found his mood improved. Rising early, he observed the chat channel filled with sumptuous food posts, and he felt he should not neglect himself. He decided to make a flatbread. Though it could not compare to the seafood and vegetable salads, he simply craved something made from dough. In the trading channel, he exchanged 2 red umbrella mushrooms for 10 milliliters of peanut oil, then took an appropriate amount of flour and salt. He placed the flour into a clean wooden basin, added a spoonful of salt, and gradually poured in water, kneading it by hand until a smooth dough was formed. Using a rolling pin, he flattened it into a large sheet, sprinkled oil over it, and spread it evenly. He then rolled it tightly from one short end, pinched the ends together, folded it towards the center, and pressed it into a flat cake. Finally, he brushed oil onto the iron pan on the stove, placed the dough cake onto it, flipping it occasionally until it was thoroughly cooked. The cake cooked quickly, emanating a delightful aroma. Chen Xiai picked up a large cake and stuffed it with some roasted meat. Taking a bite, the flavor of the meat wrapped in the cake. To his surprise, the first attempt at making the cake turned out quite well. The carbon fruit indeed lifted his spirits. After enjoying a hearty breakfast, Chen Xiai refrained from lingering in the chat channel, unlike other survivors. Even without venturing outside, he had tasks to attend to. He moved the tables and chairs from the living room, along with Xiaobai's nest, to the warehouse, instantly creating a spacious atmosphere. Donning his combat attire, he retrieved the Tang Hung sword. Indeed, he intended to practice within the sanctuary, as the living room provided ample space for his movements. He slowly practiced the sword techniques, consuming a red fruit from his inventory, without the enhancement of a training ground. It took him quite some time to enter a state of complete immersion. Time flew by in this state of oblivion. 3 hours later, with the energy from the red fruit depleted, Chen Xiai was reluctantly pulled out of his trance, a familiar pang of hunger surging within him. Without the training ground's benefits, it was significantly more challenging to achieve that state, and the physical toll from practice was greater as well. He was uncertain of his proficiency level. Instinctively, he opened his attribute panel. Proficiency in the Xuanxu sword technique, Mastery 74. Chen Xiai shook his head. Indeed, the results were far inferior to those achieved in the training ground. There was little he could do. He could not venture out now and could not afford to waste 3 days of training. Overthinking was futile. What mattered was filling his stomach first. For lunch, he heated the cake and roasted meat, not bothering with any embellishments, and began to eat directly after heating, chewing on the meat-filled cake. His eyes wandered to the newly opened chat group, where Lu Yang, Xiaohua, and Wang Zixuan were engaged in lively conversation. Despite Lu Yang being a bit older than the other two, men's interests often align, and they found plenty of common topics to discuss. Chen Xiai interjected, asking, "What are you discussing? What about the others?" He had not intended to engage Lu Yang, who was known for his frivolous demeanor. He could easily imagine Lu Yang's playful sigh as he spoke. Lu Aigua, in his 40s, had served in the military during his youth and was undoubtedly not well versed in games or anime, showing a natural disinterest. It was likely that Song Yaru had even less interest in such matters. As for Lu Xiaoya, Chen Xiai had a rough idea. She was probably busy today after staying up late the previous night. She must be swamped today, with the cold setting in. Her cotton jackets are bound to sell like hotcakes. The minimum temperature had already dropped to 0, with rain continuing since last night, and soon the temperature would plunge below freezing. Given the heavy fog from the past few days, many survivors likely had prepared adequate winter clothing. And with the comfort requirements of the testing period, it would be challenging for her cotton jackets not to sell well. Lost in thought, Chen Xiai continued to inquire, "How are the 3 of you faring? Have you encountered any unusual circumstances?" Lu Yang, rather uncharacteristically, engaged in a serious discussion. "I have just discovered a peculiar situation. A sheep has been wandering near my shelter." Lu Yang's refuge, much like Chen Xi's, is nestled at the foot of a mountain, not far from a striking red rock face that bears clear signs of excavation. This area is an open iron mine, serving as Lu Yang's primary source of resources. At this moment, Lu Yang stood before the window of his shelter, an expression of regret etched upon his face. He had been so engrossed in conversation that he had completely forgotten to observe the surroundings outside, until Chen Xi's inquiry jolted him back to reality. Without a hint of caution, he approached the window, only to lock eyes with a pair of blood-red orbs not far from his vantage point. Chapter 52, The Crimson-Eyed Creature. Goodness. Lu Yang soon realized that what stood outside was not a monster, but merely a sheep, a common sheep, indistinguishable from those on Blue Star, save for its blood-red eyes. Observing this unusual situation, Xiaohua could not help but mock. "Are you serious? Are you now afraid of a sheep? Isn't this a gift from the heavens? Go out and seize it." Chen Xiai, too, found himself at a loss for words, believing Lu Yang was merely being whimsical, as a single sheep posed no real threat. Uncharacteristically, Lu Yang chose to ignore Xiaohua's taunts, Or perhaps he simply lacked the energy to engage at that moment. While he was indeed a survivor, he was not a coward. Xiaohu was correct. It was merely a sheep, a gift from the skies. Summoning his courage, Liu Yang turned to retrieve his bow and arrow, knocking an arrow and aiming it outside, only to discover that the sheep had vanished. Gone. Liu Yang let out a quiet sigh of relief and relaxed his bowstring. Bang! A resounding noise erupted nearby, causing Liu Yang's face to pale. His heart racing in alarm. Trembling, he raised his bow once more, directing it toward the source of the sound. Investigating, he realized the noise originated from the wooden door of the shelter, or rather, something outside was colliding with it. What could it be? Was it the sheep? Or perhaps some other beast? Panic gripped Liu Yang's heart, and his breath quickened, the fear of the unknown tightening its hold on him. He inhaled deeply, forcing himself to suppress the rising dread. After all, he had survived alone for 10 days, encountering battles and witnessing bloodshed. He cautiously approached the side of the door. Standing on a stool against the wall, peering through the observation hole above the door, a sheep came into view, and it seemed to sense the movement, lifting its head to gaze upward. Their eyes met, one human, one sheep, confirming that it was indeed the sheep that had been battering the door. An inexplicable fury ignited within Liu Yang. His face flushed crimson as he shouted in anger, "Damn it, you wretched sheep! I shall slay you!" Leaping from the stool, he reached for the door, his fingertips brushing the icy door lock. For reasons unknown, a chill crept into his heart, and his trembling hand grew uncontrollable, rendering him unable to exert force. Liu Yang stood before the door, his complexion ashen, his body slightly quaking, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. As a voice seemed to whisper in his ear, "Do not open the door. It will lead to death, death, death." How could I possibly be killed by a mere sheep? Liu Yang's voice quivered, his mind haunted by the image of those blood-red eyes, an unshakable, inexplicable dread rendering him powerless. Suddenly, a deafening crash resounded, the vibrations pulsating through the lock he gripped. Startled, he released his hold and staggered back, collapsing onto the ground. Did I just lose consciousness? Panting heavily, Liu Yang sat on the floor, unaware of how long he had been out. The shelter was eerily silent. Trembling, he rose to his feet and climbed back onto the stool to peer outside. The sheep had vanished without a trace. Ah, the system. Liu Yang focused and activated the system panel, which prompted an alert. Congratulations, survivor. You have awakened the extraordinary ability of danger perception. Instinctively, he clicked to learn more. Danger perception, passive ability. When you encounter danger, your subconscious will issue a warning. Extraordinary ability? I have awakened a power. A wave of happiness washed over Liu Yang, as if fortune had unexpectedly smiled upon him. He soon discovered the reason behind this awakening. Those survivors who had not yet manifested abilities were not doomed to remain powerless forever. The will of Blue Star granted them awakening energy, which lay dormant within, awaiting specific conditions to ignite and unlock their potential. Upon realizing this, he recalled the uncontrollable fear he had just experienced. Was that the power warning me? Thus, that sheep is not ordinary. I must alert the others in the group to be wary of any animals. Liu Yang hurriedly sent a warning to the chat. Everyone, be extremely cautious of animals with red eyes. They are not ordinary creatures and are exceedingly dangerous. Bewildered, Liu Yang glanced outside, noticing that heavy rain had begun to fall again and the sky was darkening. He had been so absorbed in understanding his situation that he hadn't realized night was swiftly approaching. Xiaohu continued, "We are already aware of the red-eyed animals you mentioned. Several survivors have fallen victim to them, which is why we were concerned about you." It dawned on Liu Yang that he had been unconscious for half a day. Instinctively, he inquired, "What exactly transpired?" Xiaohu retorted, "Liu Yang, you were timid before, but now you seem to lack even common sense." Chen Xiai, who was not particularly familiar with Liu Yang's character, assumed he had simply been upset and had muted the conversation. Thus, Chen Xiai pressed on, "Zixian, how are your water purifier sales faring?" Wang Zixian sighed, "Alas, sales are exceptionally good. I produced 1,000 units, and they were snatched up shortly after being listed." Chen Xiai queried, "Then why the sigh? Isn't that a good thing?" Reflecting from Wang Zixian's perspective, Chen Xiai considered how frustrating it would be to have a lucrative opportunity, yet be unable to produce the goods due to technical limitations or resource constraints. Xiaohu interjected, "You two continue your discussion. I'm going to check the world channel." After Xiaohu departed, it wasn't long before Lu Xiaoya and Song Yahweh came online. Noticing Chen Xiai and their discussion centered around the trading market, they were intrigued. Wang Zixuan enviously inquired, "Sister Yu, your sales of cotton jackets must be quite impressive." Lu Xiaoya modestly replied, "They're decent. Many have purchased them, though some have complained they are rather unattractive." Chen Xiai, realizing his assumptions were correct, playfully remarked, "Were you preoccupied with customers while you weren't online?" Lu Xiaoya lamented, "Indeed, there are quite a few difficult clients. If it weren't for mealtime, I would still be haggling with them." Song Yahweh chuckled, saying, "Both Xiaoya and Zixuan have good sales, unlike my vine armor, which sold only one piece after being listed for half a day." Song Yahweh primarily dealt with potion blueprints, which had a low yield, and most were already consumed within their group. The only equipment blueprint she possessed was for the vine armor. which was facing a situation similar to Chun Si's small round shield. The major survivor alliances had collected a considerable number of vine armors and leather armor blueprints. Although the difficulty of obtaining raw materials prevented a drastic price drop, as seen with the small round shield, they were no longer rare commodities, leading to average sales. In the morning, Song Yahweh was not occupied with trading market matters. Instead, she was busy tending to the crops in her nursery, watering, fertilizing, and harvesting. Her shelter was the least affected by acid rain, as all her medicinal herbs and food were cultivated indoors within the nursery. Thus, while others enjoyed leisure, she found herself particularly busy. As the group engaged in lively conversation, Xiaohua abruptly interjected, "There's been an incident. Lu Yang is in grave danger." The cheerful atmosphere in the chat instantly faltered. Others quickly awakened to the urgency and began to inquire further. They agreed with Xiaohua's assessment that he was well aware of the source of the danger and was suited to contact Lu Yang, while the others could gather information from the World Channel without hindering Xiaohua's warning to Lu Yang. With a hint of concern, Chun Si opened the World Channel, where messages scrolled rapidly. A cursory glance revealed numerous distress signals, indicating that something significant had indeed occurred. "Who can help me? That monster is battering down my bedroom door. No one can assist you. You must conquer your fear. That monster's combat ability is not formidable. Alas, another coward. No one can cross over. Sister, you might as well give it your all. There are those who have successfully turned the tide. By a stroke of luck, a fox just scratched at my door. But thankfully I was cautious and didn't open it. Otherwise, I would have had to add my pleas to the list. Damn it. I just saw a red-eyed monster in the World Channel, and now one has appeared outside my shelter. Could someone kindly explain what is happening? Why are so many calling for help? What is this red-eyed monster?" Upon seeing someone voice his own confusion, Chun Si echoed, "I second that inquiry." In response to the multitude of questions, someone could not restrain their desire to enlighten others. Not long ago, several shelters encountered small animals in the rain, which were not large carnivores, but rather small creatures like cats, foxes, and sheep. These animals shared a common trait, a pair of blood-red eyes. As he spoke, the individual paused tantalizingly, only to continue amidst a chorus of urgings. Many, upon encountering the allure of rich flesh, unwittingly opened the gates of their sanctuary, unaware that these crimson-eyed monstrosities were far from simple and not as easily vanquished as their appearance might suggest. In what manner were they formidable? Could a mere sheep really spray water or breathe fire? This inquiry echoed the sentiments swirling in Chun Si's mind. The consequences of failing to overcome such challenges were all too well understood. At this moment, Chun Si grasped the peril that Xiaohua had alluded to. Lu Yang's final message indicated that a sheep lurked outside his sanctuary, which must surely be one of the red-eyed beasts from the World Channel. Suddenly, a survivor from the Hua Alliance posted a pinned message. "Ma Ku, I am Ma Ku, the Foreign Affairs Director of the Hua Alliance. As you may already be aware, the situation with the red-eyed monsters has escalated. Numerous compatriots are currently facing peril. I wish to share the information we have gathered without charge, in hopes that it may prove beneficial. Firstly, the threat arises from small animals that appear outside the survivors' sanctuaries after the rain subsides, predominantly herbivores or small carnivores. Their most distinctive feature is their blood-red eyes, which instill a sense of dread, demanding courage to overcome. Secondly, the primary abilities of the red-eyed creatures are their disproportionate strength, agility, and sharp claws and teeth. Reports have emerged of goats with razor-sharp fangs, armored hares, and lightning-fast wildcats. Moreover, these creatures display a zombie-like tenacity. Unperturbed by pain and devoid of fear, only a blow to the head will halt their relentless assault. Finally, if one encounters such beasts outside their sanctuary, one must not open the door to attack. Survivors who have faced the red-eyed monsters without opening their doors have all emerged unscathed. Through careful analysis, it has become evident that the majority of those in peril are survivors who were previously focused on gathering, farming, or mining, those who neglected to clear the wildlife surrounding their sanctuaries. It is speculated that this trial seeks to test attributes such as courage, caution, and observation. Survivors must remain vigilant and summon their bravery. Having read Ma Ku's address, Chun Si was profoundly moved, and the World Channel erupted with fervor. Unafraid of pain and devoid of fear, was this not akin to zombies? Would there be no contagion? Why were only farming-oriented survivors encountering this threat? It was decidedly unjust. Yes, it was unjust. We must lodge a complaint. Is the upper floor daft? Who would you even complain to here? Do you not comprehend? The ruin world demands that you fight. It does not encourage mere farming. I have long asserted that those survivors nurtured by the Alliance will ultimately reap their own misfortunes. Only through self-reliance can one achieve self-salvation. Chun Si resonated deeply with this perspective. He had previously speculated that the ruin world required warriors, not those who merely survived on the Alliance's provisions. Those incapable of overcoming fear would be eliminated. Those lacking caution would face elimination. Those who merely lay idle and drift through life would be cast aside. Chapter 54, Speculation and Vigilance. Wang Zixuan, Sister Rui, whatever you do, do not open the door. As long as you keep it shut, you shall be safe. Upon logging in, Chen Ci immediately understood that crimson-eyed creatures had also appeared near Song Yaru's sanctuary. Chen Ci felt a sudden pang of anxiety and quickly scrolled through the messages in the group chat. After reading them, he released a sigh of relief. Song Yaru knew well the dangers of the red-eyed monster and had been safely holed up in the shelter. Others in the group were offering strategies to her, essentially advising her not to open the door, as per the experiences shared by the Hua Alliance. Just lying low would ensure safety. Congratulations, Sister Rue. Let's celebrate. The group erupted in joyous exclamations. Song Yaru then shared her hypothesis. The emergence of the red-eyed monster might be linked to acid rain, suggesting that it had appeared following a reduction in acid rain and that a heavy downpour was imminent. Wang Zixuan responded, Sister Rue, your hypothesis is quite reasonable. Lu Igua added, indeed, ladies possess keen insights. This deduction is highly plausible. Chen Ci felt a stir of thought. If the acid rain diminishes again, could that monster reappear? The group was taken aback. If the appearance of the red-eyed monster was indeed connected to acid rain, then its reduction or cessation would surely herald the monster's return. Xiaohua, in a foul mood, declared, let that monster come to me. I will incinerate it in vengeance for Lu Yang. Lu Igua admonished, Xiaohua, don't speak recklessly. Lu Yang is clever. He will be fine. Xiaohua remained hopeful. No, I'll send him a few more private messages. He might be injured and unable to go online. With that, he exited the chat. Although he often exchanged banter with Lu Yang, he shared the closest bond with him. If Lu Yang were in trouble, Xiaohua would be the most anxious of all. Seeing this, the others lost interest in chatting and logged off, leaving only Chen Ci to gather everyone again as dusk approached. The situation concerning Lu Yang was an inescapable topic, and Chen Ci inquired, do any of you have news about Lu Yang? Xiaohua replied urgently, survivors who encounter the red-eyed monster either win or perish. Why is there no news from Lu Yang? Lu Igua reassured him, Lu Yang's profile picture is still normal, which indicates he is alive. Let us wait a little longer. Just as everyone was growing despondent about Lu Yang's chances of survival, he suddenly came online and issued a warning about the danger. Lu Yang was taken aback. So that is what happened. Has so much time really passed? He apologized profusely. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean for this to happen. I lost consciousness and just regained awareness. I apologize for making everyone worry. Song Yaru chuckled. We're fine. The one most concerned for you is Xiaohua. He was nearly frantic. Xiaohua disagreed. Who else worried about him? It would be better if he were dead. He is timid and fearful. Laughter erupted among the others. Chen Ci, intrigued, asked, Lu Yang, did you let the red-eyed monster into your home? Did you lose consciousness during the battle? Upon hearing this, Lu Yang recalled his awakening of special abilities and became quite proud. Huh? No. You might not believe this. But I lost consciousness because I awakened my powers. Xiaohua was incredulous. God of survival, did you hit your head? Or have you been traumatized? It doesn't matter. Whether you have powers or not, we wouldn't look down on you. It's not just you. Chenggu doesn't have any either. Chen Ci's lips twitched as he thought, I truly appreciate your lack of disdain for me. Others were equally skeptical, having never heard of such a thing. Attributing Lu Yang's claims to his penchant for mischief. Out of consideration for his recent brush with death, they refrained from mocking him. Lu Yang, sensing their disbelief, exclaimed, I am not jesting, you can see for yourselves. Here are my personal attributes. He promptly shared his attributes in the chat group. Personal attributes, name, Lu Yang, level, rank 0, physique, 5, mentality, 5, perception, 7, energy, 0, talent skill, danger perception, level 1. The attribute panel was quite straightforward, indicating that his physique and mentality were on par with an average person. Given his prolonged consumption of premium meat, it was likely that these attributes reflected a growth in his physique. What drew attention, however, was the perception attribute and his talent skill. Lu Yang's perception had astonishingly reached 7 points, far exceeding that of the average individual. For reference, Chen Ci, who practiced diligently every day, had only achieved a physique of 7 points. The talent skill clearly indicated to Chen Ci and the others that Lu Yang had indeed awakened a supernatural ability. Xiaohua, known for his forthrightness, asked, Go Shun, have you truly awakened? How did it happen? What is the utility of this ability? His rapid-fire questions encapsulated the curiosity of the others. Given their familiarity, Xiaohua could afford to be so direct, a luxury not extended to others. Lu Yang, undeterred, was brimming with excitement and a desire to share his experience. Xiaohua's inquiries were precisely what he yearned for, prompting him to enthusiastically recount his afternoon's experiences and the nature of his newfound talent. Xiaohua, perceptive as always, remarked, Go Shun, your words are laden with significance. Nevertheless, congratulations on your successful awakening. This ability suits you remarkably well. Lu Yang's supernatural power was indeed invaluable, perfectly suited for survival. Every cloud has a silver lining, he mused. The others also extended their congratulations. Lu Yang, somewhat bashful from the praise, responded with excitement. Oh, it's nothing much. My ability doesn't enhance my combat prowess. I'm still a weakling in this group. After their light-hearted banter, Chen Ci adopted a serious demeanor and articulated the purpose of gathering everyone. Let us not lower our guard. The trial period is far from over. These creatures will undoubtedly return, and I have a premonition that the next 2 days will not be tranquil. He paused before continuing. I propose we take turns monitoring the World Channel, so we can issue timely warnings in case of emergencies. The group unanimously agreed, without Chinsee's reminder. They understood that today's events were merely the beginning, and the subsequent 2 days would likely bring further turmoil. They established a rotation for monitoring, and soon concluded the chat. Chinsei, stroking the small creature at his side, felt a surge of reflection. This world is becoming increasingly fascinating. I wonder what awaits me tomorrow. Although he had not ventured outside all day, the events had been far from tranquil, even more exhilarating than a day spent hunting. As the chill in the room intensified, he pondered. Should I stoke the fire in the fireplace? The relentless rain that had persisted for a day and night had caused the temperature in the stone house to plummet, with tonight's outdoor temperature likely to dip below freezing. Regaining his composure, Chinsei rose to head to the tool shed, aware that his task involving toilet paper remained unfinished. Let us begin by producing 50 units of charcoal. He retrieved 50 units of wood and issued the command. As a fuel, charcoal possesses the singular advantage of burning at a higher temperature than wood. Chinsei shook his head. The elevated burning temperature of charcoal would only be a concern for elite survivalists striving for a higher quality of life. For the average survivor, a mere 2 degrees increase in ambient temperature holds little significance and is hardly worth the expense. The unclear market for mass-produced charcoal could also adversely affect the output of toilet paper, rendering it a poor investment. While pondering these thoughts, Chinsei used a flint to ignite the charcoal in the fireplace. The roaring flames gradually elevated the temperature around the hearth, prompting him to move a recliner nearby and settle down. Truly, it was a delightful moment. Xiaobai, noticing the warmth yet fearing the flames, cautiously approached, finding a spot beside Chinsei to lie down. Chinsei couldn't help but chuckle at Xiaobai. Why are you so different from other mice? Aren't white rats supposed to be lively and active? Why are you so lethargic? Xiaobai, hearing Chinsei's words, chose to ignore him, remaining utterly still. Chinsei, bemused, rubbed his face. He distinctly remembered white rats on television being particularly fond of running about. Yet this one was both lazy and gluttonous. The warmth from the fire could not satiate his hunger, so Chinsei heated the leftover meat and biscuits from the day, making do to fill his belly. He simply lacked the motivation to fuss over food. Determined to rest early, he planned to take watch during the latter half of the night. Following his schedule, he was to guard the latter part of the night and would rest once the toilet paper was stocked. After clearing away the dishes, Chinsei retrieved today's synthetic materials, all of which were explosive stones. After petting Xiaobai's head, he proceeded to synthesize 3 times, yielding 2 explosive stones and 1 luminous stone. Today appeared to be fortuitous. With a smile, he stored the 3 stones in his inventory and reclined in the chair, perusing the chat channel. An hour later, the tool bench finally completed production, fully stocking the toilet paper and issuing a new task for the production of 7,000 units. The bedroom was quite warm as well. Once the shelter's fireplace was lit, it continuously channeled heat through the internal walls to each room. Thus, although the bedroom was not as warm as the living room, it still maintained a temperature of 15 degrees. Chapter 55, Mastering the Blade. Day 12 in the Abandoned World. Heavy rain, temperature 2 to 5. Chinsei was awakened by the notification sound of a private message from the system. Following the watch schedule agreed upon by their group of 7, he saw that Lu Xiaoya was before him in the rotation. Opening the private message, he found it was indeed a note from Lu Xiaoya. Lu Xiaoya. Chenggu, could you check the World Channel? Should we wake them? Upon reading Lu Xiaoya's message, Chinsei's sleepiness vanished. The implication of the message indicated that this was not a routine shift change, prompting him to instinctively ask, what time is it? He then recalled that the abandoned world lacked clocks, making it impossible to ascertain the exact time. Most discussions revolved around approximations. Noticing the rain outside was significantly louder than before, the torrential downpour was quite bothersome. With a thought, he opened the World Channel. The situation must be serious, as even in the depths of night, messages were rapidly refreshing. A quick scan revealed the nature of Lu Xiaoya's concern. My shelter is leaking. Help. Is there anyone who can assist me? Leaking? How could there be a leak? This was no shoddy construction by a developer. Unbeknownst to those above, the individual experiencing leakage must still be residing in a wooden shelter, as they have yet to upgrade their refuge. With such heavy rainfall, it is only natural for leaks and seepage to occur. Indeed, without an upgrade, who could possibly provide assistance? It is a pure act of self-sabotage. This holds true. Such individuals do not merit sympathy. Having failed to enhance their shelter for more than 10 days, their demise is deserved. How can you be so callous? We are all inhabitants of Blue Star. If you choose not to assist them, must you also cast disparaging remarks? Is there no humanity left? Oh dear. We have a self-righteous individual here. If you are so virtuous, why not extend your help? Provide them with some resources to upgrade their shelter. Are you not aware that they cannot leave their refuge while upgrading? What difference does that make in the face of flooding? Indeed, these wooden shelter survivors are merely dealing with a bit of leakage, while I am the unfortunate one. My stone shelter has been inundated. Have I called for help? Do not weep, for you are not alone in this plight. Chen Xiai reviewed the chat logs and concluded that Lu Xiaoya's situation could be classified into two categories: survivors in wooden shelters enduring some rain leakage, and those unfortunate souls whose shelters, situated in low-lying areas, have succumbed to flooding. Feeling a bit awkward, he offered, "I apologize for waking you early. If you wish, you may continue to rest." Chen Xiai bore no grievances. It was reasonable to awaken him for discussion in such circumstances. "I retired early last night and have had ample rest. Let us keep watch together." An hour later, Lu Xiaoya observed that the drainage system was remarkably effective, with shallow water outside their shelter, temporarily shielding them from the deluge. Chen Xiai then suggested, "You should log off and rest. There are tasks to attend to during the day." Lu Xiaoya hesitated to accept, but Chen Xiai insisted that with the present situation, two people were unnecessary, urging her to sleep. Chen Xiai, indeed, felt no fatigue, since enhancing his physical condition, his energy was invigorated, allowing him to thrive on merely 4 to 5 hours of sleep each day. Subsequently, messages for help from survivors occasionally appeared in the World Channel, as many faced water intrusion in their homes. While it remained uncertain whether contact with acid rain posed a threat to life, it was prudent to avoid it whenever possible. Those whose shelters were flooded must rely on their own resourcefulness. Chen Xiai leaned against the headboard, vigilant until dawn broke. He refrained from activating the small yellow light. As the persistent rain had rendered solar charging impossible, every bit of energy conservation counted. "My apologies for oversleeping. Why didn't you wake me, Chen Xiai?" It turned out to be Song Yaru, who had logged on. Chen Xiai, keeping watch, reassured her, "There is nothing of particular concern. 2 individuals are not necessary for the night watch, and I am not fatigued, so I did not rouse you." Song Yaru, feeling somewhat embarrassed, thanked him. "I appreciate your efforts. I'll keep watch now. You should rest." Chen Xiai did not decline, with dawn approaching and Song Yaru awake. It was only fair for her to take her turn. Just as Chen Xiai was about to close the chat channel, he suddenly noticed a message. "Is there something unusual about you? I just saw some black lines appearing on my body." Black lines? Perhaps it was merely a prank. Chen Xiai paid it little mind. The World Channel was a mix of diverse characters, including many unsavory individuals. He typically disregarded the messages from cultists and doomsayers. The schedule for the morning mirrored that of the previous day. After breakfast, he intended to resume his training. Breakfast consisted of instant noodles, 2 packets accompanied by an apple, forming the meal for the day. Before the meal, I consumed 2 capsules of vitamins I had acquired earlier, as my diet had recently consisted predominantly of meat, necessitating some adjustment. The living room was devoid of activity. Standing in the center, clad in combat attire, Chen Xiai focused his thoughts and retrieved a red fruit from his inventory. With a swift motion, he tossed the fruit into his mouth, savoring its exquisite flavor. As the familiar energy coursed through his body, Chen Xiai grasped his tang sword, preparing to practice as he usually did. Suddenly, a furrow formed on his brow as he sensed something amiss within. There was an unusual intensity to the energy of this red fruit. He instinctively halted his training, his mind racing with thoughts as the power within him surged. Could it be that consuming 10 of these would summon a divine dragon? The reality, of course, was far from that. This mutated red fruit could be consumed by an individual up to 10 times. After the 10th consumption, the body would be enhanced by the energy of the fruit, rendering further fruits of the same type ineffective. The 10th fruit Chen Xiai had ingested served as a catalyst, activating the enhancements from the previous 9 and amplifying his abilities comprehensively. As he employed his sword technique, Chen Xiai entered a state of complete immersion without the aid of a training ground. If anyone were to behold him in this moment, they might liken his appearance to that of a boiled crab, his skin flushed crimson. Meanwhile, the proficiency of his mysterious sword technique was steadily increasing at an impressive rate, surpassing even his training ground performance. 2 hours later, Chen Xi's scarlet complexion had returned to its normal hue, yet he remained entranced, his grip on the sword growing ever more formidable. Suddenly, he executed a waist-level cut with a bow stance. Sizzle! The sound echoed as if his sword had sliced through the air, yet the stone wall remained unscathed. To his astonishment, a 5-centimeter deep gash appeared on the previously smooth surface. Blinking in disbelief, he found it hard to accept this feat as his own. Although the world had long displayed its extraordinary nature, it was akin to a blind man groping an elephant for him, difficult to comprehend. Taking 2 steps back, Chen Xiai once again activated his sword technique, aiming for the stone wall with another waist-level cut. Whoosh! The swift sound of his tang sword slicing through the air resonated. Yet the wall stood intact. With a wry smile, Chen Xiai acknowledged, as expected, it cannot be replicated. That previous strike was likely a manifestation of the red fruit's power. Recalling the red fruit, he concentrated his thoughts to activate his personal panel. Personal attributes: name, Chen Xiai; level, 0, physique, 8, mentality, 6, perception, 5, energy, 0, skill, mysterious sword technique, proficiency 91, talent skill, synthesis, level 1. Gazing at the panel, Chen Xiai was filled with incredulity. Proficiency at 91. He quickly realized and felt a tinge of regret. Had I consumed the last red fruit in the training ground, my proficiency would likely be even higher. Anticipating an increase in his physique, Chen Xiai felt a sense of foreboding. For the sensation he had just experienced bore an uncanny resemblance to his initial encounter with energy fruits. Moreover, he could distinctly perceive a significant enhancement in both his strength and agility, confirming the growth of his physique. What astonished him, however, was the degree to which his proficiency had exceeded his expectations. With a level of 91, he realized that with just a few more days, his swordsmanship would surely reach its zenith. Amidst his elation, a thought struck him. With my physique now at 8 points, I am fully capable of practicing that first-tier martial art. Chen Xiai immediately recalled the long-neglected diamond breathing technique, rushing to the storeroom to retrieve it from the depths of his storage box. Reflecting upon the attributes of the technique, he noted, diamond breathing technique, level, first tier, quality, perfect, attributes, increases physique by 2 points for each level of proficiency. Possesses significant resistance to charm and control skills, diamond body. Synopsis: a perfect foundational technique of the Daikyan Buddhist sect, it can seamlessly transition into other physical cultivation techniques. Upon initiation, each level of proficiency enhances physique by 2 points. Accompanying skill, diamond body, an active skill that envelopes the body in a protective shield, requiring energy to activate. Entry requirement: 8 points of physique at 0 tier. This was the finest martial art in his possession, although he had only 2 techniques. A perfect first-tier martial art was undoubtedly rare. Moreover, the attributes of this technique were remarkable, offering permanent enhancements to physique, increased mental resistance, and physical defense skills, thereby vastly improving survival capabilities. Confirming that he met the entry requirements for this technique, Chen Xiai eagerly settled cross-legged in the living room, gently opening the cover of the book. A radiant red light burst forth, and the pages began to turn of their own accord. In an instant, Chen Xiai found himself transported to a martial arts arena, where a solitary figure stood at the center, a white-haired monk of average build. As Chen Xiai focused on the monk's visage, he realized it was obscured as if veiled by frosted glass, rendering his features indistinct despite his earnest attempts to discern them. Observe my movements closely, the monk's gentle yet resonant voice echoed throughout the arena, as he began to perform a series of peculiar, inhuman postures. This was the diamond stance. The monk transitioned through 12 distinct poses, each more bizarre than the last, leading Chen Xiai to question whether such contortions were even possible for a human. Now, it's your turn. After demonstrating, the monk fixed his gaze upon Chen Xiai. Wait, I haven't memorized them yet, Chen Xiai protested verbally. Yet his body involuntarily began to mimic the monk's movements, contorting into various strange positions. Engage earnestly. This encompasses both the breathing technique and the fundamental principles of the martial art. Remember, practice requires supplementation. Overexertion can be detrimental. The monk advanced a step, suddenly appearing before Chen Xiai, and lightly tapped his forehead. Chen Xiai felt a stream of information flood into his mind, an amalgamation of the martial arts principles and the accompanying breathing technique. He understood. The diamond breathing technique comprised 3 parts: the overarching principles, the diamond stance, and the breathing method. The overarching principles served to guide and connect the stance and breathing method. The diamond stance was divided into 12 forms, each corresponding to a specific breathing technique. With the monk's assistance, Chen Xiai adeptly executed the 12 forms of the stance and practiced the breathing technique in conjunction. The old monk smiled gently, exclaiming, "Good." In the next moment, Chen Xiai abruptly opened his eyes. He remained seated in the living room, his posture and position unchanged. His raised right hand was empty, the manual having vanished from sight. Had my consciousness transcended? Have I truly learned it? As his subconscious prepared to execute the Vajra breathing technique, his body instinctively assumed the Vajra posture, while his breathing through mouth and nose began to transform, gradually becoming long and rhythmic. After 30 seconds, Chen Xiai gasped as he exited the meditative state. He released the posture and opened his personal attributes panel. Vajra breathing technique proficiency, beginner 8. I have indeed mastered it. This is a true dream transmission of skills. Having just commenced his practice with the Vajra breathing technique, he could only maintain each posture for 30 seconds. When could he sustain each posture for 5 minutes and complete all 12 forms in one go? That would signify the technique advancing to the next level. Enthralled by the novelty of his achievement, Chen Xiai wished to continue his training. However, the rumbling of his stomach reminded him that this was not the appropriate time. He recalled the old monk's warning against overexertion. Chen Xiai retrieved 4 exquisite pieces of meat and approached the fireplace. Isn't there a ready-made fire? It was inconvenient to use a barbecue grill indoors, but the fireplace had a roaring flame and a smoke extraction function, making it perfect for roasting. He could not help but feel pleased with himself, thinking, how clever. I deserve a pat on the back. He fashioned a few iron skewers at the workbench, skewered the meat, and squatted before the fireplace to begin roasting. He wondered what the flavor of this horse meat would be like. Deciding to sprinkle on extra salt and cumin, reasoning that even if the taste was less than perfect, As long as it provided energy, it would suffice. The flames in the fireplace blazed vigorously, cooking the meat rapidly. Chen Xiai struggled to gauge the timing, and by the time he realized, the surface of the meat was slightly charred. He tore off a piece of horse meat and tasted it. The texture was rather tough, lacking the aromatic qualities of pork or lamb, yet it was delightfully chewy. Although slightly burnt, it was far better than he had anticipated. After savoring the flavor, Chen Xiai took the meat and devoured it hungrily. He was still not satiated. His appetite had grown. With a wry smile, he shook his head and reached for another piece of meat. This time, he refrained from devouring it ravenously. Instead, he retrieved a small knife from the kitchen and cut the meat into smaller pieces, savoring each bite. The flavor and texture of the horse meat were uniquely distinct, offering a delightful experience upon closer inspection. Had the rain outside diminished? He wondered if any surprises awaited them today. Approaching the window, Chen Xiai noticed the downpour had reduced to a drizzle, and recalling yesterday's events, he instinctively opened the chat channel. Upon entering the group, he found everyone present, with Lu Xiaoya eagerly stating, "Chenggu, you're here. I was just about to send you a private message." Chen Xi's gaze shifted, and he prompted them to explain that something had occurred. "What is going on? Has something happened?" Wang Zixuan chimed in, "Let me explain. Most of you may not be aware of the situation. I discovered it on the World Channel." After a brief pause to ensure everyone was focused, he continued, "Some survivors have begun exhibiting bodily mutations, with initial signs manifesting as black lines appearing on various parts of their bodies, including the torso, limbs, and even the head." At this point, Chen Xiai felt a stir of recognition, recalling the message he had seen that morning. As the mutations deepened, additional bodily tissues such as hair, scales, and tentacles sprouted in the areas marked by black lines, appearing exceedingly grotesque to the naked eye. According to the information I gathered from the global channel, survivors exhibiting physical mutations would have a new attribute on their personal status panels called demonization value. The system warned that if this value exceeded 50, the survivor's status would be revoked, with the specifics of their fate remaining unclear. Everyone was taken aback. Both the physical mutations and the sudden alert regarding the demonization value emerged without the slightest forewarning. Chen Xiai could not restrain his curiosity and inquired, "What caused these mutations? Is there any way to reverse them?" While Wang Zixuan refrained from divulging any methods of restoration, it was evident to the others that without knowledge of the cause of the mutations, discussing potential cures was futile. Song Yahweh, concerned, asked, "If they cease contact with acid rain and maintain a demonization value under 50, will they be safe to continue living with their mutations?" Wang Zixuan replied with a bitter smile, "According to the Survivor Alliance, those who have mutated develop an insatiable craving for acid rain and flesh, luring them to pursue contact with acid rain and hunt living beings. The deeper the mutation, the stronger the impulse becomes. Without immense willpower, it is nearly impossible to resist." Lu Igua interjected, "I have been in contact with several mutants, one of whom is an active duty soldier. He mentioned that the allure is overwhelming and requires exceptional self-discipline to counteract. Currently, survivors are isolated, making self-restraint exceedingly difficult." It was true. Had they possessed such strong willpower, the shelter would not still resemble a wooden cabin. Xiaohua exclaimed in frustration, "Damn it, yesterday it was the undead monsters, and today it's the mutations of survivors. What kind of absurd trial is this?" Others remained silent as the grim nature of this acid rain trial began to reveal itself. Half the time remained, leaving uncertainty about what awaited them next. Chapter 57, The Invisible Leader. Chen Xiai took the initiative to shatter the silence within the group. Zixuan's collected information is crucial. Everyone must be vigilant and avoid contact with the rainwater. As for the mutated survivors, we lack the means and ability to assist them. They must rely on their own willpower. Uncle Lu, Xiaoyu, you two will guard the global channel together. From this moment on, you will be paired for the duration of the night, and at least 2 individuals must stand watch together until the trial concludes. Understood, Xiao Chun. All right, Brother Chun. The grouping will proceed as previously arranged. I will team up with Sister Rue, while Lu Yang, Xiaohua, and Wang Zixuan will form the other group, rotating every 4 hours. In truth, there had never been a genuine leader within the small group. Wang Zixuan was the organizer. Yet his youth and lack of experience hindered his ability to command his older companions. Lu Igua was prudent and possessed strong execution skills, making him an excellent executor but not a leader. Lu Xiaoya, with her limited social experience, tended to be more solitary and had no desire to lead. Song Yahweh exhibited little ambition for authority, rarely speaking up within the group, let alone directing others. As for Lu Yang and Xiaohua, it was clear they were not suited for leadership roles. Only Chen Xiai was of suitable age and possessed formidable survival skills. He had closely interacted with Lu Xiaoya, Song Yahweh, Wang Zixuan, and others, fostering a harmonious rapport. Thus, Chen Xiai took the initiative to assume the leading position, and when assigning tasks, the others found no discord and readily accepted his proposals. Gradually, he had transformed into an invisible leader within the group. He concluded by stating that the others could take their leave, entrusting Uncle Lu and the 2 of them with the watch. Lu Igua promptly replied, "Rest assured, With Lu Aigua and Lu Xiaoya remaining on guard, the others gradually exited the chat channel. Chen Xiai set down the small knife in his hand and placed the remaining 2 exquisite meat steaks into the kitchen. During the discussion earlier, he had not ceased his eating and had finished the second steak. Now, his appetite demanded 2 premium steaks to feel satiated. He pondered how much he would need to consume after reaching the next level. Surely there must be a solution, or else he would waste a significant portion of each day on meals. Chen Xiai entered the living room, took a brief respite, then resolved not to squander any more time. He rose, assumed the Vajra stance, and began to alter his breathing. He intended to seize the opportunity to cultivate. Were it not for the Xuanchu blade technique, lacking a martial arts arena and geothermal hot springs for assistance, he would only be able to practice once a day. He yearned to swiftly elevate his blade technique to mastery and achieve a physical enhancement. Standing in the living room, he continuously shifted his positions while practicing the stance work. He found the Vajra breathing technique exceedingly challenging. Each posture of the Vajra stance corresponded to a specific frequency of breathing, engaging every muscle, bone, and even blood throughout his body. It proved difficult to maintain each position for long. He could only rest intermittently, shifting postures in a relentless cycle of rest and change. He wondered when he would be able to endure for 5 minutes. Ding! While resting on the ground, Chen Xiai heard the system notification and quickly opened his private messages. It was from Lu Xiaoya. Brother Chun, join the group. There's an urgent situation. Others were also entering the group one after another, leaving only Lu Yang offline. Upon seeing the members gathered, Lu Aigua swiftly exclaimed, "Everyone, the monster that Lu Yang encountered yesterday has reappeared, and it is exhibiting heightened aggression. Please hold on in the group. He may require our assistance." Chen Xiai and the others instantly understood why Lu Yang was absent. They had anticipated that the events from yesterday would not conclude so simply. Before long, Lu Yang came online. "Everyone, I need help. That monster has returned and has further mutated. It is battering the front door, and the wooden door will not withstand much longer. I urgently need a powerful weapon." As he spoke, he sent an image to the group. The picture depicted the creature he had encountered, a beast far larger than a typical sheep. Its fur having fallen out to reveal a grotesque blend of red and brown flesh, its muscles bulging in irregular shapes reminiscent of grotesque lumps of meat. A row of ivory spines protruded from its spine, and the horns on its skull had transformed into 2 bony spikes. Its blood-red eyes were set above a gaping maw that occupied half its face, lined with razor-sharp teeth that gleamed ominously, as if capable of tearing apart anything. With vile drool dripping from its lips. Were it not for Lu Yang's mention, no one would associate this monstrosity with a sheep. Lu Yang pleaded, "Everyone, please help me. If I survive, I will repay you generously." Even without his entreaty, Chen Xiai and the others would strive to assist him. Survival in this world was exceedingly difficult for an individual, necessitating the support of companions. In that moment, to abandon Lu Yang would mean shattering the cohesion of the group. Lu Aigua remarked, "My weapon is a finely crafted giant axe, which you may find too cumbersome to wield. My ranged weapon is a hand crossbow." At that moment, Chen Xiai slowly interjected, "Lu Yang, I am willing to trade you an item of immense power, comparable to that of a high-explosive grenade, but exercise caution. For it is exceedingly volatile. Do not inadvertently bring about your own demise." With that, he traded Lu Yang an explosive stone. As previously discussed, if they were to withhold assistance from Lu Yang, it would inevitably lead to discord within the group, rendering any prospect of close collaboration impossible. Suddenly, Wang Zixuan spoke up. "Brother Chun, a creature has appeared outside my shelter." He then shared an image. The creature depicted bore little resemblance to what Lu Yang had encountered, yet was equally grotesque. Chun Xi's expression shifted, and he quickly inquired, "Are you confident in dealing with it? Everyone else, log off to check if monsters have emerged around the shelter." He then disconnected to address the situation, while others reported on the conditions surrounding their shelters. Lu Xiaoya noted that a creature resembling a feline had also appeared outside her shelter, moving with remarkable speed. She reported her findings before promptly logging off. Only Lu Yang and Xiao Hua had not constructed barriers, while the others had erected defenses to thwart the monsters, so the situation was not yet dire. The barriers erected by the others were in close proximity to the stone house, increasing the likelihood of dispatching the creatures with crossbow fire before they could draw near. Nevertheless, in the interest of precaution, Chen Xiai traded an explosive stone to each individual, advising them to decide for themselves whether to employ it. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of an arrow slicing through the air reached Chen Xi's ears, leading him to a troubling realization. The sound was that of a wooden arrow being fired from a watchtower. Monsters have appeared here as well. Chen Xiai quickly grasped. Chapter 58, Each for Themselves. Despite the impending threat of monsters, Chen Xiai remained composed, calmly informing the group before closing the chat window. He approached the window and peered outside, his expression shifting to one of dismay as he muttered, "The barriers should not have been built so far out. Now, with the fire thorn vine obstructing the view, I cannot see what the monsters look like." All he could observe was the watchtower intermittently launching wooden arrows. When unattended, the watchtower could automatically guard and fire crossbow bolts, yet it did not account for lead time when aiming, making it challenging to strike moving targets. Chen Ci felt a growing anxiety. As the rain continued unabated, he was unable to venture outside. Although the mountain cat combat suit was water-resistant, it was not entirely sealed at the extremities. If soaked by the rain, all would be lost. Whoosh! Another wooden arrow was launched. The watchtower required a 30-second cooldown period between shots, and the fact that it fired again indicated that the creature was still alive. Analyzing the point of impact of the arrow revealed that the monster was drawing closer to the barrier. Just as Chen Ci was becoming increasingly agitated, he suddenly noticed the fire thorn vine quivering violently. Several tendrils, as thick as an adult's arm, extended through the gaps in the barrier towards the outside. The tendrils ensnared the creature. Chen Ci observed that the fire thorn vine's tendrils were taut, indicating a fierce struggle between it and the monster. Whoosh thud! The watchtower's cooldown period had expired, and it shot forth another wooden arrow. Almost simultaneously, the sound of the arrow embedding itself in flesh reached Chen Ci's ears, and he felt a surge of excitement. It struck true. In just a few moments, the creature had been dragged to the side of the barrier by the tendrils. Peering from a distance, Chen Ci could only catch a glimpse of a blood-red hue through the gaps in the vines. "Little vine, finish it off," he silently encouraged. The fire-poisoning vine seemed to heed Chen Ci's command, extending several slender tendrils that gradually approached the creature, one of which pierced its body with a swift thrust. Chen Ci could not discern the precise actions of the fire-poisoning vine, but the diminishing size of the vine encasement suggested a few possibilities. The vine was likely siphoning the creature's flesh and blood. He hoped it would not suffer from any digestive complications. Chen Ci's expression grew anxious. Aware that while the fire-poisoning vine was capable of devouring flesh, he remained uncertain of the potential repercussions from consuming this particular monster. The distance exceeded his perceptual range, leaving him unable to fathom the vine's intentions. A wry smile crossed his face. Worrying would serve no purpose, and with the incessant rain outside, he could not venture out to inspect the state of the vine. On a more positive note, the red-eyed creature he had to confront had been effortlessly dispatched. Chen Ci stood by the window, gazing from afar as the fire-poisoning vine gradually consumed the red-eyed monster, its tendrils expanding until the creature vanished entirely. Suddenly, the fire-poisoning vine extended several more tendrils, meticulously collecting the remaining fragments of bone, transporting them to the crevice between the arrow tower and the fence. With practiced ease, the vine excavated a small pit, discarding the bones and scraps of hide within. Chen Ci's expression turned peculiar, as if he had witnessed a habitual thief sneaking in and out of a watchhouse. It was clear that the vine had been secretly indulging itself. Chen Ci would swear to the heavens that this was not the first time the fire-poisoning vine had pilfered a meal. Its actions to obliterate evidence were decidedly adept. A thought crossed Chen Ci's mind. During his previous slumber, he had seemed to hear cries of anguish, which he had dismissed as a mere dream. It appeared, however, that he had been mistaken. The corners of his mouth twitched as he struggled to articulate something, but ultimately no sound emerged. Just as Chen Ci observed the performance of the fire-poisoning vine, the battle involving Wang Zixuan reached a pivotal moment. The wooden door of the stone hut swung wide open, revealing Wang Zixuan standing 1 meter away, a position that shielded him from the acid rain. He stood tall, a modern recurve bow drawn taut in his hands, the gleaming arrow aimed toward the exterior of the stone hut. The red-eyed creature confronting Wang Zixuan was a wild dog. Its fur mostly shed, grotesque tendrils protruding from its exposed flesh, swaying in the breeze. The creature circled the fence, having previously attempted to leap over the 2-meter-high barrier, only to be repelled by Wang Zixuan's arrow, which still lodged in its side. Wang Zixuan murmured to himself, "It can scarcely contain itself." He had noted that the red-eyed creature appeared fixated on him, only attacking in his direction. A shot to the head would be lethal. Patience was essential, as he had but a single arrow remaining. The arrow that had struck the monster earlier seemed to merely graze its flesh, eliciting no reaction, its movements unchanged. Wang Zixuan's gaze remained fixed on the creature outside the fence, which was becoming increasingly desperate to taste his flesh and blood, its movements dwindling. Suddenly, the red-eyed creature retreated a few steps, opening its maw to reveal dagger-like teeth, and lunged forward, biting into the fence, its fangs penetrating the wood as it struggled to break free. "Now's the moment, Eagle Eye," in Prince Xian's heart. A resounding shout echoed as his pupils abruptly darkened and swiftly constricted. The monstrous head before him expanded rapidly, akin to a 100-meter target suddenly transforming into a mere 5-meter one. The grotesque visage of the crimson-eyed creature loomed large in Prince Xian's sight, its blood-red orbs magnified countless times. With a subtle release of his right hand, he unleashed a swift and decisive strike, the force of which pierced through the crimson eyes and into the monster's skull. Victory! A sense of relief washed over Prince Xian as he joyfully exclaimed. In stark contrast to Prince Xian's aesthetically pleasing assault, Xiaohua's battle was decidedly more brutal. His shelter lacked barriers. It was not due to a lack of effort, but rather an unfortunate string of bad luck. A quintessential non-lucky individual, he hunted daily for treasure chests, yet they yielded only basic supplies, with rare finds being a rarity. The one occasion of fortune came when he drew a rare spear. Without barriers, by the time Xiaohua logged off, the monster was already battering at the door. Unfazed, he leisurely set a chair in front of it and peered through the observation window. Hiss! Fear struck him without warning as he faced the hideous creature. Take that, you abominable beast, he thought, suppressing his dread. Suddenly, an orange-sized fireball materialized in his right hand, which he promptly hurled at the monster's head. Sizzle! A cacophony reminiscent of hot oil meeting water ensued, accompanied by a foul stench that made Xiaohua's head spin and his stomach churn. Ugh, the stench is unbearable. This wretched creature deserves another. He swiftly cast another fireball and hastily shut the observation window, distancing himself from the wooden door. Even from a considerable distance, the noxious odor seeped through the crevices. This was a miscalculation. What now? The monster lay slain, leaving a putrid stench that threatened to make Xiaohua retch. Another formidable fighter in their group, Lu Aigua, faced a similar predicament as Xiaohua. Both needed to cleanse their surroundings. Though Lu Aigua possessed a crossbow, his shooting skills were lamentably deficient, preventing him from landing a shot on the monster's head. The crimson-eyed beast, despite being riddled with crossbow bolts, successfully breached the barrier and charged into the courtyard, poised to invade the stone house. Perfect timing. Let South go for close combat. The crossbow can be cast aside. Lu Aigua discarded the crossbow and retrieved a double-headed axe from his inventory. Gripping the axe tightly with both hands, he fixed his gaze upon the swiftly approaching crimson-eyed creature. With a mighty shout, he unleashed his power, his muscles swelling and tightening instantly, transforming him into a veritable powerhouse. He grew 10 centimeters taller as he wielded the double-headed axe, swinging it with the speed of lightning. Boom! A cloud of dust erupted, and as it settled, the scene was revealed. The axe had cleaved a 30-centimeter wide gash in the floor, while the remnants of the red-eyed monster lay scattered around the axe mark. Its head a grisly testament to Lu Aigua's strength. Perhaps I overexerted myself. Didn't the World Channel claim this monster was formidable? Lu Aigua mused with a wry smile. The final word of his thought left unspoken. Returning to the chat channel, Chen Xiai logged in and found only Song Yaro present. Immediately realizing that Xiaohua and Uncle Lu must have encountered monsters and were likely still engaged in battle. Surprised by Chen Xiai's sudden appearance, Song Yaro inquired, "Did you successfully dispatch the crimson-eyed creature?" Song Yarai shook her head in confusion, stating that she had indeed seen nothing. There was not a single sound outside. Chen Xiai remarked, "You are truly fortunate. It seems you have avoided this ordeal." Song Yarai was at a loss on how to respond to this compliment. The two remained silent, awaiting the conclusion of others' battles. After a while, Xiaohua logged in first, followed closely by Lu Aigua and Wang Zixuan. Upon entering, Xiaohua exuberantly exclaimed, "This creature possesses rather mediocre strength. It is not as formidable as rumored, merely disgusting, truly, exceedingly disgusting." His repetition of the word disgusting piqued Chun Si's curiosity about the monster Xiaohua had encountered. He muttered to himself, "Unlike me, I have yet to see what my own monster looks like, let alone assess its strength." Subsequently, Wang Zixuan and Lu Aigua provided a detailed account of the monster's characteristics, allowing Chun Xi to grasp its capabilities. The red-eyed creature's power and agility had been enhanced by approximately one-fold. Its body no longer exhibited vulnerabilities, and it remained unaffected by attacks. Only strikes to its head could swiftly bring about its demise. Gazing into its crimson eyes would evoke feelings of terror. Yet with adequate mental preparation, one could suppress this fear. The monster's strength was not as insurmountable as described. 15 minutes later, Lu Xiaoya and Lu Yong logged in one after the other. Lu Xiaoya encountered a feline monster with remarkable speed. Initially, by utilizing her psychic ability for heightened cognition, she repelled the red-eyed creature several times as it attempted to leap over the barrier. However, once the monster discerned Lu Xiaoya's shooting blind spots, it successfully infiltrated the yard. By the time Lu Xiaoya reacted and sought to close the wooden door, it was too late. The feline creature had reached the entrance. Fortunately, she remained composed under pressure, swiftly retreating into her workspace. With the aid of her heightened cognition, she fashioned a trap using fabric and rope. When the feline monster invaded the workspace, it was momentarily hindered by the trap. Lu Xiaoya seized this fleeting opportunity, activating her wind chaser bow, and the arrow pierced through the creature's body, concluding this precarious battle. Lu Yong, on the other hand, successfully navigated the ordeal by employing explosive stones. Rather than confront the creature head-on, he, like Xiaohua, chose to hurl explosive stones through the observation window of the door. Fortunately, the shelter's stone walls were sturdy. He remained shielded behind them, escaping the blast. Or else the wooden door would have been obliterated. As for Lu Yang's delayed arrival, he had been preoccupied with repairing the shelter, neglecting the large hole at the entrance, which would soon lead to a flood. Chapter 59, 1 Billion Gray Names. As soon as Lu Yang entered the group, he began to exuberantly exclaim, "Chengu, your explosive stones are incredible. Their power is truly remarkable. They nearly collapsed my shelter." Lu Yang hesitated momentarily before asking, "Chengu, what price do you have for the explosive stones? I can trade you the materials." He added, a bit sheepishly, "If possible, could you sell me another?" I may need it tomorrow. After speaking, he felt a twinge of embarrassment, as the production of explosive stones was inherently limited. The others, upon hearing this, were also greatly intrigued, for according to Liu Yang's description, these explosive stones were decisive in specific situations. Chen Xiai had 7 explosive stones in his inventory. Distributing one to each of the 6 members would leave him with one for emergencies. He pondered to himself, I must synthesize a few more this evening. One alone is insufficient. Today's trial was trivial for Chen Xiai, yet the rewards were considerable, particularly in terms of personnel. This crisis has forged a strong bond within the small group, significantly enhancing their mutual trust, and Chen Xiai has emerged as the invisible leader of this collective. All members have successfully navigated the trial, and spirits are high. Liu Yang, in particular, cannot contain his exuberance, boldly proclaiming that those who survive great calamities are destined for greater fortunes. Just as the conversation flourished, Liu Igua interjected, Everyone, I have received 2 pieces of news from our comrades at Huameng. After a brief pause, he continued, Firstly, most survivors encountered red-eyed monsters today, resulting in a significant number of unprepared survivors being marked as gray names. Secondly, the 90 survivors previously infected by the acid rain have also been marked as gray names. Upon hearing this, the previously jovial atmosphere in the group plummeted to a chilling silence. The term gray name is well understood among them, indicating that the survivor's status has been revoked by the world of the ruins, generally interpreted as death. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xiai took the initiative to dispel the somber mood. Dear friends, there is little we can do regarding the misfortunes of other survivors. We need not be overly harsh on ourselves. All we can offer is a moment of silence for them. We should also learn from this experience. Today's trial was not particularly difficult. Those who failed merely did not adapt to the environment, did not strive to develop their shelters, or lacked the courage to engage in combat. He paused, then added, Ultimately, it comes down to this. We are currently powerless to resist. We must accept reality, adapt to the world of the ruins, and adhere to its rules while striving for self-improvement. Take Liu Yang, for instance. Had he ventured into the wilderness earlier, he would have had a significant chance of obtaining blueprints for barriers, potentially avoiding a close encounter with the red-eyed monsters. Liu Yang felt a twinge of shame at this observation. It was indeed true that since the onset of their survival journey, he had not strayed far from the shelter, confining his explorations to the vicinity. Although he was fortunate to have discovered iron ore, his foundational resources were plentiful. His treasures, blueprints, and weapons were mostly acquired through the trading channel as mere white bards, resulting in a markedly diminished capacity to withstand risks. Chen Xiai refrained from elaborating further, as the intellect of those in the group was sufficiently high for them to grasp his implications. Both complacency and excessive sorrow were counterproductive. They lacked the ability to resist, and could only comply with the will of the world of the ruins while endeavoring to survive. Sister Yarue and I will remain on watch. The rest of you should log off and prepare, for the trial is not yet over. Upon hearing this, the others promptly logged off, leaving Chen Xiai and Song Yarue to guard the chat channel. Chen Xiai, with a serene demeanor, perused the messages in the world channel. Noting the atmosphere today was markedly less cheerful than in the past few days. Glancing at the number in the upper right corner of the world channel, 256, 821, 463, he vaguely recalled that there had been over 4 billion participants just yesterday. He murmured to himself, today, 1 billion individuals have been eliminated for various reasons, failing to meet the expectations of the world of the ruins. Frankly, this figure surprised him. He had perceived today's trial as relatively easy, believing that simply upgrading to a level 2 shelter with caution and bravery would likely ensure a smooth passage. After a brief moment, various alliances began to release their statistical data, confirming that the number of eliminated survivors aligned closely with Chen Xi's predictions. Over 1 billion individuals remain in a state of gray, with 70% failing to upgrade their shelters for various reasons, while the remaining 30% are either timid souls, reluctant to engage in battle, or unfortunate victims transformed by corrosive rain due to negligence. Currently, survivors are unable to congregate, and alliances are being established online based on previous societal structures. The limitations of online control have led to a number of obstinate survivors lounging lazily, disregarding repeated warnings from alliance experts, ultimately facing the consequences of their inaction. One cannot help but wonder about the fate of those Western environmentalists. Chen Xiai is curious whether those who championed wooden housing for sustainability now regret their choices. 3 hours swiftly passed. Wang Zixuan and 2 others logged in to relieve Chen Xiai and Song Yara from their watch over the chat channel. Without hesitation, Chen Xiai logged off, as the channel was inundated with negative messages that threatened to overwhelm him with despair. Feeling downcast, he methodically placed the freshly completed toilet paper on the shelf and issued an order for 7,000 units, then reclined in a chair beside the fireplace, consumed by a sense of melancholy. Initially, Xiaobai had been curled up on Chen Xi's belly, but sensing his master's discontent, it quickly scampered away. Chen Xiai paid little mind at first, but moments later, he heard the sound of stones rolling across the floor. What was that noise? He puzzled, glancing down to discover Xiaobai pushing a warm stone, roughly its size, towards him. This stone had been left over in the corner of the living room. Noticing Chen Xi's gaze, Xiaobai stood beside the warm stone, upright, with its front paws gesturing animatedly. Gradually, Chen Xi comprehended Xiaobai's intent. It wished to assist him in crafting an item, as his spirits always lifted following such endeavors. A warm sensation enveloped his heart. The little creature was showing concern, proving that his affection had not been in vain. Stepping forward, he picked up both Xiaobai and the warm stone, saying, "All right, let us create something together and then get some rest." He did not attempt to concoct a new item. Instead, he followed the formula for explosive stones. Perhaps it was Xiaobai's effort to bring joy to its master that resulted in a successful crafting endeavor. Acquired 3 explosive stones and 1 luminous stone. All 4 attempts were successful, and each item was of exceptional quality. Witnessing this success lifted Chen Xi's spirits considerably, eliciting a faint smile. Chapter 60, The Final Test. Day 13 in the ruined world. Light rain transitions to clear skies, temperatures ranging from 2 to 10 degrees. To all survivors, today marks the final day of the trial, and the ultimate test will be arranged based on each individual's survival circumstances. Newly mutated creatures, corrupted beings. Once again, Chen Xi was roused by Lu Xiaoya, as it was his turn to stand guard. Upon opening the system, his attention was immediately captured by the announcement. The brief message held significant implications. Firstly, the weather had shifted from rain to clear skies, indicating the cessation of corrosive acid rain, allowing survivors to venture outside into a broader expanse, thus enabling them to navigate potential dangers more adeptly. Secondly, today would bring forth a final test, the difficulty of which would be contingent upon the strength of each survivor's shelter, suggesting that the trials would vary for everyone. If a survivor possesses an abundance of resources but lacks capability, it is highly likely they will meet with disaster, which is certainly not favorable news for certain members of the Alliance who thrive on deceit and trickery. Chen Xi believed that his own development was progressing well. He might soon face a daunting final trial and needed to prepare in advance. The last piece of information pertained to the red-eyed monsters, which the world of Su designated as demonic creatures, in contrast to evolved beings, collectively referred to as mutated beings. Was Xiaobai considered an evolved being? Chen Xi glanced at Xiaobai, who was still lounging in its nest, and concluded that it ought to be classified as an evolved being, for ordinary lab mice were not nearly as clever, nor did they understand the art of indulgence and laziness. After greeting Song Yerii, who had just logged in, the two of them divided their attention among the World Channel, Regional Channel, and Trading Channel. The Regional Channel had largely become a mere formality, with fewer than 300 individuals remaining, most of whom were part of the Blood Slaughter Alliance. Chen Xi had not checked in on it for quite some time. At around 3 in the morning, the World Channel was scarcely active. Most survivors were asleep, and a few night owls, affected by yesterday's gray names, showed no intention of speaking, resulting in rare and sluggish updates. Time passed slowly yet steadily, with fewer distractions. The entire watch became tedious and monotonous. Chen Xi gazed out at the light rain and the faint glow on the horizon, softly remarking to himself, "A new day has begun." He successfully completed the handover with Wang Zixuan and the others. Chen Xi proceeded to the kitchen. Having been in a poor mood the previous evening, he had hardly eaten dinner and now felt very hungry. Seizing the moment, he decided to cook some rice porridge. He needed to nourish himself well before the trial, for once it commenced, he would have no energy left to fuss over meals. Rather than reheating the 2 grilled pork chops from the night before, he set iron skewers by the fireplace and grilled 4 fresh ones. Sensing that this might be his only warm meal of the day, with 2 large bowls of rice porridge and 2 exquisite pork chops, Xiaobai had a small portion of dry food and honey water. They both relished their meal. Through the window, Chen Xi observed the rain had lessened significantly, though he wondered when it would cease entirely. In his heart, he had made a resolution. As long as it rained outside, he would refrain from venturing out. Yesterday's billion gray names had warned all survivors to remain vigilant towards everything in the world of Su and to discard their previous notions. The acidic rain contained not only acidic substances, but also the more terrifying threat of demonic infection. Although he did not know when the acid rain would stop, he refrained from waiting idly. Sticking to his own plan, he donned his Lynx combat suit and began practicing in the empty living room. Regardless of the nature of the trial, self-improvement was always a wise choice. The acid rain only showed signs of abating around noon, prompting him to swiftly conclude his training and restore his stamina. Chen Xi's morning training had yielded rather mediocre results, despite telling himself to relax. He was still affected and struggled to find his rhythm. Furthermore, Lu Xiaoya and others occasionally messaged him with updates, resulting in minimal gains from the morning's practice. With only a slight increase in proficiency, he retrieved 2 of the reserved pork chops, eating while he opened the chat channel, opting not to check the World Channel's information and instead directly entering a smaller group. Everyone else was already online, and it was common knowledge that the cessation of acid rain likely signaled the commencement of the ultimate trial. Lu Yong, with his keen eyes, immediately spotted Chen Xi. "Brother Chen has arrived." My elder brother remains composed and unflustered, embodying the spirit of a true leader. Chen Xiai disregarded Liu Yang's flattery and directly inquired, "How is everyone preparing?" He commended, "Though the specifics of the trial remain unclear, it is essential that everyone prepares earnestly. Ensure you have long-range weapons, melee weapons, and armor. If you lack any, procure them immediately. Above all, courage is paramount. Do not fear injury during combat. And do not hesitate. Survival is the key to the future." After a moment's thought, he shared an overview of the water of life in the group chat, continuing, "As long as everyone can survive the trial, even if injured or incapacitated, there are means of healing within the wasteland." It was evident that some in the group were unaware of the water of life. Upon reading Chun Si's description, they were taken aback. Liu Yang transformed into a consummate flatterer. "Wow, Brother Chun, are you a treasure seeker? So many valuable items. You're my strongest support." Even the seasoned Liu Aigua was moved, stating, "Chen Xiai, with these potions, our group is surely bound to pass the trial." The other three were equally uplifted. The prospect of treatment for injuries was the best logistical assurance for soldiers poised for battle. Chen Xi's gaze shifted, and he suggested, "Uncle Liu, our combat experience is limited. Please share some insights on what to be mindful of during battle." Liu Aigua gladly obliged. "All right. I shall share some wisdom that my old sergeant imparted during my military service. It primarily revolves around 4 aspects: preparation, maintaining calmness, ensuring safety, and tactical application. First and foremost, preparation is key." Chen Xiai and the others were greatly inspired by Liu Aigua's insights. It was their first exposure to systematic combat theory, and they found it highly beneficial when juxtaposed with their recent encounters in battle. While listening, Chen Xiai finalized his preparations. He donned a layer of spark-tinged leather armor over his combat suit, checked his stock of crossbow bolts, finding 80 on hand, and anxiously produced an additional 100 to store in his inventory. He retrieved an adrenaline syringe from the medical kit to keep on his person, stowed the ice-patterned crossbow in his inventory, and placed the Tang broadsword and serpent skin shield beside him. Lastly, he crafted a backpack from animal hides and rope, filling it with some compressed biscuits and water. After a thorough check for any omissions, Chen Xiai joined the others in quietly observing Liu Aigua share his combat wisdom. An hour later, the acid rain ceased. And at that moment, all survivors turned their attention to the system announcement. "Acid rain has stopped. All survivors may safely venture outside. The ultimate trial is about to commence. Round 1, defend the core." With the system announcement, the core of everyone's shelter appeared without summons, hovering 1 meter above the ground. Simultaneously, sounds of beasts racing outside the shelter echoed. Some raised their heads to gaze out at the desolate expanse, where 2 demonized camels appeared in the distance. Others witnessed several demonized crocodiles emerging from the lake. Some beheld a 2-meter-long python springing forth from the marsh. The sea, the forest, the mountains, each held its own perils. This time, all the survivors outside the shelter were besieged by mutated beasts, bizarre creatures with blood-red eyes charging towards them. May fortune favor you all. Chapter 61, The Pack of Mutated Wolves. Chen Xiai closed the chat system, grasped the Tang Hung sword, summoned the Hornbee swarm, and dashed out of the stone hut. In the distance, a chorus of wolf howls echoed, and he quickly grasped the nature of the impending threat. As Chen Xiai reached the fence, he heard a swoosh. The arrow tower had launched a wooden arrow. The pack was advancing swiftly, having already breached the 200-meter warning line of the shelter. With agility, Chen Xiai ascended the lookout of the arrow tower, casting his gaze upon the approaching wolves. There were 13 mutated wolves in total, with the first 12 bearing a striking resemblance to one another. Their fur had fallen away, exposing reddish-brown flesh, their muscles bulging grotesquely, nearly twice the size of an ordinary wolf. The skin around their mouths had eroded, revealing exposed gums, from which foul saliva dripped between their rows of sharp teeth. Mutated wild wolf, elite level 0, with sharp claws and fangs. The information retrieved was meager, merely indicating their rank and a brief description. Chen Xiai set the sword aside and swiftly retrieved the ice-patterned crossbow, his gaze quickly scanning the last wolf at the back. Mutated wild wolf, level 0 leader. With sharp claws and fangs, a whip-like tail, and tactile limbs. The mutated leader was more imposing than its ordinary counterparts, its body enveloped in scales, its tail long and chain-like, tipped with barbs. What particularly caught Chen Xi's attention was the leader's right forelimb, which was formed by a multitude of delicate tendrils, clearly a replacement for its missing limb. Chen Xiai paused, a realization dawning upon him, and chuckled softly. "So, it is an old acquaintance. Time for a greeting." With a swift motion, he loosed a bolt from his crossbow towards the leader. In an instant, an elite mutated wolf leapt up to shield the leader, taking the bolt squarely in its body. The mutated leader turned its cold gaze towards Chen Xiai, its eyes filled with menace. With a chilling howl, the mutated leader commanded the pack, which immediately surged towards the shelter. In the blink of an eye, the wolves reached the fence, and with a loud thud, one of the mutated wolves, unable to evade in time, was pinned to the ground by the arrow tower's wooden projectile. The wolf twisted and bit at the arrow, snapping it in two, yet continued its charge, a half-broken shaft embedded within its body. Chen Xiai pulled the trigger with his right hand while his left hand tirelessly reloaded, unleashing a rain of arrows upon the pack. In a bid to diminish their numbers, he directed this volley specifically at the nearest mutated wolf, transforming it into a veritable sieve, with the leader receiving no less than 5 bolts. 12, Chen Xiai mentally counted. With a commanding howl, the leader signaled, and the 11 wolves at the fence opened their mouths and lashed out with their claws, exerting all their strength to demolish the barrier. Little Vine, Chen Xiai called out, as he removed the crossbow magazine and loaded more arrows, simultaneously summoning the fire poison vine to assault the mutated wolves. The fire poison vine had long been poised for action, had Chen Xiai not mentally commanded it to bide its time. The wolves would have faced its onslaught even before reaching the fence, as the vines stretched forth to envelop the barrier. The mutated wolves gnawing at it met a swift demise as they were pierced by the barbs, and before they could react, countless vines surged forth from the gaps of the fence, encircling the pack. Chen Xiai, lacking the energy to assess the outcomes of the fire poison thorn vine, was solely focused on controlling the arrow tower. The tower could be manually operated, and it was only through such control that its full potential could be unleashed. With a swift motion, a wooden arrow, under Chen Xiai's guidance, was launched towards the head wolf. The beast, taken by surprise by the sudden assault from the arrow tower, reacted quickly, swinging its tail like a whip to strike the arrow. With a sharp crack, the arrow grazed the head wolf's body, leaving a superficial wound and drawing forth a trickle of blood. The head wolf, with its crimson eyes locked onto Chen Xiai, recognized him as the human responsible for its lost claw. With a howl, it commanded the pack to hasten their destruction of the barriers, intent on entering to eliminate the cursed human. Obeying their leader, the wolves ceased their gnawing at the fire poison thorn vine and turned their efforts towards dismantling the barricades. Seeing this, Chen Xiai communicated with the fire poison thorn vine, urging it to drive the wolves towards the center while he aimed at the nearest mutated wolf, swiftly emptying the crossbow's magazine of bolts, 11 in total. The head wolf, witnessing another of its kind fall to Chen Xi's assault, abandoned its observation to dash towards the shelter, evading the wooden arrows from the tower and approaching the pack. Chen Xi's expression shifted dramatically upon realizing the head wolf was joining the fray. The fire poison thorn vine was already straining to contain the wolves, and the addition of another alpha-level foe was perilous. Without delay, he fitted 3 armor-piercing arrows into the crossbow. At this moment, the head wolf had breached the perimeter of the fire poison thorn vine, directly swiping its claws at the vines. With a vicious slash, the head wolf's claws, razor-sharp, severed the vines with ease, causing a cascade of green sap to drip from the torn ends. Although this damage was negligible to the fire poison thorn vine, the destruction of the encirclement would thwart Chen Xi's plans, compelling him to reinforce the perimeter to prevent the head wolf from joining the pack. The head wolf relentlessly clawed at the encroaching vines, and the reinforcement of the fire poison thorn vine struggled to keep pace with the wolf's destructive onslaught. At last, Chen Xiai awaited the cool down of the arrow tower, aimed at the head wolf, and released the armor-piercing bolt. He immediately maneuvered the tower to unleash wooden arrows upon the beast. The head wolf dismissed the incoming bolt as inconsequential. Such small projectiles could not penetrate even the elite mutated wolves, let alone it. With a casual swipe, it aimed to deflect the bolt. To its astonishment, the armor-piercing arrow pierced through its paw, embedding itself within its body. The wolf's attempt to evade the wooden arrows faltered as it was forcefully propelled backward by the tremendous impact. Witnessing the head wolf retreat successfully, Chen Xiai concentrated his efforts to aid the fire poison thorn vine in manipulating the vines, encircling all elite mutated wolves. At this juncture, the fire poison thorn vine relinquished its defense of the barricades. Numerous vines extended through the gaps, forming a cohesive encirclement around the wolves. Smaller vines released their toxic thorns, constricting the enclosure to protect the main vine. Following Chen Xi's command, the fire poison thorn vine tightened its grasp, unleashing toxic projectiles to drive the elite mutated wolves into a concentrated mass. Simultaneously, it drew upon the vines to envelop the main vine, creating layers of protective barriers until the main vine transformed into a colossal vine sphere. Sensing impending danger, the head wolf accelerated, gnawing at the wooden arrows as it charged towards the encircled pack, unable to allow them to converge. Although the encirclement could continue to shrink, perfection could not be forced. Lest a golden opportunity be missed, Chen Xiai promptly retrieved 3 fiery explosive stones from his inventory, casting them without hesitation into the heart of the encirclement. Boom! Even while airborne, he heard a tremendous roar behind him, a force propelling him forward, causing his initially graceful landing to turn unsteady. Steadying himself, Chen Xiai swiftly turned to gaze at the point of explosion, revealing a vast crater where the wolves had previously attacked. The fence had vanished, leaving behind a chaotic scene of shattered flesh and vines. Nearby, the fire-poison thorn vine lay in disarray, its protective sphere tattered and torn. However, he soon had to abandon the thought of assessing the fire-poison thorn vine's condition as the mutated alpha wolf emerged from the now absent fence. The alpha had also sustained considerable injury in the explosion. Its left side was a gruesome sight, the majority of its left front paw obliterated, and its left eye reduced to a gaping hole. With an icy demeanor, Chen-Ci remarked, "My apologies, it seems I have removed one of your claws." Chapter 62, Slaying the Wolf. The mutated alpha wolf fixed its gaze upon Chen-Ci, seemingly indifferent to its injuries, and with a gaping maw, unleashed a ferocious howl, charging forth. "Come on." Chen-Ci felt a surge of adrenaline as he lightly tapped his chest, activating the explosive skill of his starfire leather armor. With a constitution of 5, he distinctly sensed an energy radiating from his chest, coursing throughout his body, enhancing his strength to such a degree that the once familiar Tang Hung Dao felt weightless in his grasp. Was this the power of the first tier? After only a couple of strides, he realized that not only had his strength increased, but his agility, reflexes, and strike speed had also surged dramatically. Seizing the momentum, Chen-Ci closed in on the mutated alpha wolf, executing his elusive blade technique with deft precision, striking from 2 angles towards the wolf's neck. As the alpha wolf landed, its form unsteady, it reacted with remarkable swiftness, raising its right claw to grasp at Chen-Ci's horizontal blade, its tail striking towards Chen-Ci's face like a venomous serpent. Chen-Ci's eyes remained fixed on the alpha, his blade unrelenting as he struck towards its right claw. Yet, he witnessed the claw disintegrate into multiple tendrils, enveloping his blade from the side. Despite the unexpected transformation, Chen-Ci remained composed, shifting from a slicing motion to a cleaving one. He swiftly cut through the tendrils while simultaneously using his left hand, the serpent skin shield, to expertly block the wolf's tail assault. His current strength far surpassed that of the alpha, and the shield held firm against the onslaught, while his right hand severed half of the tendrils. Deprived of its pack support, the alpha wolf had become akin to a typical mutated boss creature. Meanwhile, bolstered by the starfire leather armor, Chen-Ci's constitution had reached the first tier. Although it was an artificially enhanced pseudo-first tier, it still exerted a crushing impact upon the alpha wolf. Though the wolf's right tendril was severed, it did not retreat. Instead, it closed in, using its remaining half tendril to lash at Chen-Ci's abdomen. Thud! Chen-Ci was propelled back a half step by the brute force, a dull ache forming in his midsection. Seizing the opportunity, the alpha wolf sprang forward, its powerful hind limbs propelling it towards Chen-Ci's unprotected thigh. Unflinching, Chen-Ci subtly adjusted his wrist, the horizontal blade in his hand moving with the grace of a finger, the blade's edge glimmering as he reversed his grip, the point directed downward. The thrusting stance was readied. The lead wolf tilted its head in an attempt to evade the blade poised above, but Chen-Ci's left foot struck swiftly against the side of its skull. The sickening sound of steel-penetrating flesh echoed as Tang Hung Dao pierced through the wolf's neck, embedding deeply into the earth. Despite sustaining such grievous injuries, the corrupted wolf remained alive, its blood-red eyes fixed intently on the thigh, tantalizingly close, yet seemingly far beyond reach. With a flick of its agile tail, it launched an attack aimed directly at Chen-Ci's lower regions. Chen-Ci's expression shifted dramatically. This was an assault intended to render him a eunuch. Releasing the hilt of his blade with his right hand, he sidestepped the barbed tail, only to find it curving unexpectedly with a determination to not relent until it achieved its goal. "You've gone too far," Chen-Ci thought fiercely, as his left hand thrust the scaled shield to intercept the tail. In a flash, his right hand grasped the barbed tip, his wrist spinning swiftly to entangle the tail around his arm, channeling all his strength into a powerful throw. The corrupted wolf, still struggling to dislodge the blade lodged in its neck, felt a sharp pain in its rear and was launched into the air, the blade slicing through its neck with a sickening finality. As it soared over Chen-Ci's head, dark crimson blood gushed from its severed neck. With a resounding thud, the corrupted wolf crashed heavily to the ground, creating a tremendous noise. Even with half its neck severed and numerous bones broken, the creature continued to struggle, showcasing an astonishing tenacity for life. Chen-Ci hooked his right foot, causing the Tang Hung Dao to fly back into his grasp. Taking 2 steps forward, he executed a powerful downward strike, delivering a blow that connected with lethal force. The wolf's head rolled on the ground, its tail no longer taut around Chen-Ci's wrist. Such remarkable vitality, he mused, astonished that it could still survive with half its neck severed. It was indeed terrifying. He touched his abdomen, reassured by the starfire leather armor that had protected him from the wolf's earlier strike. The pain he felt was merely a consequence of the impact. Though the descriptions were plentiful, the encounter had been brief, and even Chen-Ci's physical prowess was only halfway depleted. With no time to inspect the wolf's carcass, he hastened toward the crater created by the explosive stone, suspecting that the tenacious corrupted creatures might still be alive. Upon arriving at the breach in the fence, he surveyed the surroundings. His suspicions were confirmed. There were indeed living corrupted wolves, but to his surprise, they had been ensnared tightly by the thorny vines of the fire thorn. The fire thorn had evidently dispatched them all at some point. Chen-Ci felt a surge of joy. "Little vine, are you unharmed?" "Splendid." He sensed that the fire thorn had sustained severe damage, with more than half of its vines broken, indicating significant strain. The good news was that the main vine remained intact, albeit weakened, and could gradually recover with proper nourishment. You wish to consume these wolf carcasses? Certainly. The ones outside are yours to extract, but leave the lead wolf in the yard. I still have use for it. Understanding the Firethorn's yearning for the corrupted wolf remains, Qinsei would not refuse, knowing it was a crucial ally in this battle. The Firethorn immediately began dragging the bloodied remains from outside the shelter to the main vine. The severely injured and dying corrupted wolves were swiftly dispatched by the main vine. As the wolf pack was eradicated, the system chimed with a notification. You have gained 13 merit points. Upon detecting that the survivors have completed the first round of trials, the second round will commence in 1 hour. Please prepare promptly. Damn it, there is a second round? Qinsei couldn't help but curse. He was not alone in his frustration. Other survivors who received the notification felt the same way. After enduring immense hardship to complete the trial, they were now informed that another awaited them. Despite the discontent brewing within, preparations had to be made, unless he wished to court death. Complaining was futile. The desolate world would not heed his grievances. Inside the stone house, the previously suspended core of the shelter had vanished once more. Standing in the center of the living room, he summoned the core again and selected the defensive structure, the fence. Fence, damaged. Requires 50 wood for repairs. The damage was minor, and the cost of restoration was not exorbitant. Confirm repairs. The wood in his storage was promptly deducted. The damaged section of the fence was enveloped in a soft white light, gradually returning to its original state. Exhaling deeply, Qinsei felt a wave of relief. He had never repaired the shelter as structures before, fearing it would be a cumbersome task, but to his surprise, the desolate world proved rather accommodating, requiring only basic materials. He couldn't help but worry about the others. Opening the group chat, he noted that the first round of trials had not been easy, especially for those with lesser combat abilities. However, he found that only Xiaohu was online. Xiaohu greeted him immediately upon seeing him. Shingu, you finished the first round? Were you injured? With no time for pleasantries, Qinsei got straight to the point. Yes, I'm unscathed. Xiaohu, have you seen anyone else online? No, they're likely still in the first round. The completion notifications are sent individually. Understanding dawned on Qinsei. He had assumed the second round announcement was directed at all survivors. He then inquired with concern, are you prepared for the second round? Make sure to check thoroughly. You should go prepare now, I'll log off. Given the varying difficulties of the tasks and the inconsistent completion times, gathering everyone was impractical. So Qinsei decided to waste no more time. Returning to the yard, he noticed that the corrupted wolf had yet to be harvested. It should yield some good materials. With a glimmer of hope, he aimed at the wolf's carcass and activated his skill. Obtained, 1 tail whip, orange, 2 claws, blue, 5 scales, orange. 2 rare materials. Seeing the fruitful outcome lifted Qinsei's spirits slightly. He marveled at how generous these corrupted creatures were. However, he was puzzled by the absence of any meat. Feeling fortunate. Fortunately, the skill burst from the Starfire leather armor consumes the equipment's energy. Otherwise, the second round he glanced at his armor, noting that one of the 5 red gemstones embedded in the chest had turned gray, indicating that the burst skill could only be activated 4 more times. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted the Hornet King slowly landing on his shoulder, its wings fluttering weakly, appearing somewhat lethargic. Realizing the cause, Qinsei quickly understood that this was due to his decision not to involve the Hornet King in the recent battle. At that moment, he had considered that the Hornet Swarm was at a disadvantage against the corrupted wolves, who were impervious to pain. Unless they utilized their stingers extensively, the swarm could inflict little damage. The Hornets would suffer significant casualties after using their stingers, and even a hard-won victory would come at a steep price. He could not bear to sacrifice the swarm. As for the final corrupted wolf, it was rendered unnecessary. After all, activating the Starfire armor allowed Qinsei to decisively conclude the battle in a remarkably short span of time. With a gentle smile, he prepared to comfort the Hornby Queen. The second round of trials will commence in 30 seconds. Survivors, please brace yourselves. Chapter 63. Advanced Trials. Qinsei's expression grew grave. He momentarily set aside his intention to soothe the Hornby Queen and rose to conduct one last check of his equipment, silently awaiting the trial's commencement. Multiple combat pets detected. Please choose whether to bring them into battle. Qinsei paused, quickly realizing that the term combat pets referred to the Hornby Queen, the fire-poisoned thorn vines, and others. Noticing the countdown at 15 seconds, he swiftly made his decision to only bring the Hornby Queen into the fray. The fire-poisoned thorn vines were still recuperating from severe injuries. The Chinese honeybee queen lacked fighting prowess, and Xiao Bai was hardly worth mentioning. Thus, only the Hornby Queen was deemed capable. The second round of trials officially begins. Strength is paramount. The trial has commenced. The survivor is being teleported. Teleportation? White walls. A white floor. Within this space, apart from Qinsei and the Hornby Queen perched upon his shoulder, there was nothing. Survivor, pick up your weapon and vanquish the enemy before you. Qinsei surveyed the desolate surroundings. Where were the enemies? As he pondered this, 3 humanoid figures materialized 100 meters ahead. What on earth are those? Chen Si's expression remained unchanged as he scrutinized the distant silhouettes. From afar, they appeared clad in tattered garments, emaciated, with skin bearing a sickly hue. The central figure sported a single horn protruding from its forehead, and the only familiar feature was its blood-red eyes. Corrupted corpse. Level, 0 grade. Elite attribute. Constitution increased by 50. Description. Humans from another realm, corrupted by abyssal forces. Their bodies mutated into brutal, bloodthirsty, and irrational abominations, possessing great strength and agility. These are what humans have become. Could the gray-named survivors from yesterday have met a similar fate? Chen Si's complexion darkened at the thought. The death of a survivor and their transformation into such monsters were not synonymous. Suddenly, the sound of rapid footsteps interrupted his thoughts. As the 3 corrupted corpses spread out, advancing toward him in a triangular formation. Setting aside his speculations, Chen Si regained his composure, raising the ice-pattern crossbow and swiftly loosing a bolt aimed at the leftmost corrupted corpse. The charging creature attempted to swat the bolt away, but it was too fast. Before it could bring its arm down, the bolt had already pierced its chest, momentarily halted by the impact. The corrupted corpse merely pulled the bolt from its body and continued its relentless advance toward Chen Si as if nothing had occurred. Chen Si silently assessed. Much like the corrupted beasts, the corrupted corpses exhibited a remarkable resilience to pain and a disregard for death, boasting formidable vitality. Recognizing that aiming for their torsos would yield minimal effect, he began to retreat from the approaching corpses. Aware that they resembled zombies too closely, who knew if they carried any poison? Though the appearance of these corrupted corpses was terrifying and their physical strength considerable, they lacked intelligence, proving to be more foolish than ordinary beasts. As Chen Si ran and shot, the rapid movement compromised his accuracy, resulting in numerous bolts missing their targets, while those that struck merely rendered the corpse's clothing even more tattered. The undead creature relentlessly pursued Chen Si, lacking any semblance of strategy or foresight in its assault. Unexpectedly, the kite-flying technique from the game proved applicable to reality. With a swift series of shots, 3 arrows struck the creature squarely in the head, bringing it crashing to the ground, never to rise again. Splendid. 2 more remained. Chen Si deftly pivoted to evade the approaching undead, leading them in a half-circle before executing the same tactic once more, unleashing another trio of arrows. Just 1 left. Chen Si focused intently on the lone unicorn undead that continued its futile chase. He stowed away the frost-patterned crossbow in his inventory and, wielding a blade in his right hand, charged at the creature, eager to test its resilience. As the distance between them closed, he could discern the intricate black lines crisscrossing the undead's visage, identical to those he had seen on the survivors tainted by acid rain in the World Channel. Indeed, they were the same. An inexplicable surge of frustration welled up within Chen Si, demanding an outlet, and a target was conveniently at hand. In a flurry of motion, he successfully blocked the creature's claw-like hands with his serpent skin shield, the clash producing a piercing sound as its sharp nails scraped against the shield. With his right hand, he executed a swift and powerful strike with his mysterious blade technique, cleaving through the unicorn undead's neck in a flash. Its head soared away, while the headless body stumbled forward a few paces before crashing to the ground. Chen Si glanced down at his blade, the Tang Hung Dao, which bore not a single drop of blood. Even the large wound at the neck of the unicorn undead bled minimally. He crouched down, feeling the creature's skin, which was cold to the touch, reminiscent of desiccated bark. An undead, indeed, a mere corpse. It dawned on him that the undead was not a living being but a walking cadaver, reminiscent of the zombies depicted in films from Blue Star. Both were corpses. Both required the destruction of their heads to be vanquished. However, the undead were far more agile than zombies and possessed keen eyesight. The vivid crimson of its eyes remained etched in his memory, having seen too much of them in recent days. Congratulations, survivor, for passing the 2nd round of trials. You have gained 3 merit points. Detection indicates that the survivor's strength far exceeds that of contemporaries, triggering an advanced trial. Completing the advanced trial will yield an additional reward. Will the survivor participate in the advanced trial? Advanced trial? Chen Si murmured the term, reading it word by word twice, pondering the implications of the show world. The literal meaning was straightforward. Chen Si's strength surpassed that of most contemporaries, thus triggering the advanced trial. He could opt to withdraw and navigate the acid rain test normally, or he could choose to engage in the advanced trial, with the potential for extra rewards. The consequences of failure were not specified by the show world, yet the sight of the corpse on the ground spoke volumes. He pondered the purpose of the trial. Why did the show world wish for their survival? What was the rationale behind testing them? A gentle smile graced Chen Si's lips, imbued with determination, as he softly declared, I shall participate in the advanced trial. Survivor confirms participation in the advanced trial. Selecting trial target. Selection complete. As the system notification faded, Chen Si observed the vanishing of the undead from the ground, and in the far reaches of the empty hall, a figure began to materialize. Chen Si gazed at the figure before him, a towering presence that stood approximately 190 centimeters tall, clad in iron armor. gripping a crescent-bladed sword in his right hand, emanating an overwhelming aura of oppression. The being was labeled as a bloodthirsty demon. Level 0, rank hero. Attributes: doubling of physique. Death wail, blood war across the 8 desolations. Description: once a first-tier warrior of countless battles, he succumbed to the temptations of the abyss, betraying his faith and was consequently punished, descending into the depths of a 0-tier bloodthirsty demon. Cruel, bloodthirsty, cunning, and battle-hardened. Chun-Si's expression turned grim. Is the difficulty of the advancement trial truly this high? The demon's attributes surged his anxiety. Unbeknownst to him, the challenges faced by others were not as daunting. The trial's severity stemmed solely from the abundance of exquisite items he carried, including 6 vials of life water. Had it been a standard advancement trial, he could have emerged victorious with a mere exchange of injuries. If not for the fact that most of his possessions were of 0 tier, he would likely be facing a fully fledged first-tier adversary. Though the pressure mounted within him, Chun-Si remained composed. He retrieved the last 2 piercing arrows and placed them at the bottom of his quiver, signaling the Hornby King to seek an opportunity to attack while employing paralysis toxins. With his left hand, he drew the bone reins, summoning a skeletal steed with deftness before swiftly mounting it. His physique was merely 9 points, plus an additional point from the serpent skin shield, making it exceedingly difficult for him to best a peak 0-tier bloodthirsty demon in close combat, especially with the demon's attribute of doubled physique. Upon observing Chun-Si mount his steed, the bloodthirsty demon gradually halted its advance, assuming a defensive stance. This demon possessed an awareness of combat. Chun-Si's expression remained unchanged, yet a flicker of shadow crossed his eyes. He had presumed the demon to be as mindless as the undead, only to encounter a formidable display of combat intelligence from the outset. Chapter 64, Bloodthirsty Demon. Chun-Si scrutinized the demon, which was now firmly entrenched in a defensive posture. The demon raised its gaze to meet his, and both felt the palpable intent to kill in each other's eyes. With a flick of the reins in his left hand, the skeletal horse obeyed his will, inching closer to the bloodthirsty demon. Once within range of his crossbow, he raised his hand and released an arrow. The sound of metal clashing resonated as the arrow was deflected by the demon's crescent sword. His expression grew more serious. With his current swordsmanship, he could not guarantee a complete deflection of the crossbow bolts. Perhaps mastery of the mystic blade technique would enable such precision. Chun-Si's right hand continued to pull the trigger, unleashing a flurry of 3 consecutive shots from different angles toward the demon. This time, the demon failed to block all the arrows, specifically deflecting only the one aimed at its face, while the other 2 struck its torso, producing a series of metallic impacts. The good news was that the demon's blade could not entirely negate the crossbow bolts. The bad news was that the arrows striking the demon's armor failed to penetrate. As long as the demon protected its face, no matter how many arrows he shot, they would prove futile. Subsequently, Chun-Si circled the demon, relentlessly attacking with crossbow bolts from various angles, only to encounter the same result. Standard arrows were incapable of piercing the demon's armor. Glancing at the last 2 piercing arrows remaining in his quiver, Chun-Si reloaded with standard bolts, having merely been testing the waters. The demon remained on the defensive, and as a flesh-and-blood entity, he could not compete with the ceaseless endurance of the demon's form. Thus he had no choice but to initiate the offensive. With a deft flick of the reins, Chun-Si commanded the skeletal steed to veer away from the demon, ensuring there was ample distance for a gallant charge. He then pivoted the horse to face the demon and uttered a low command. Charge. The skeletal horse surged forward at a rapid pace, while Chun-Si unleashed a barrage of bolts from his frost-patterned crossbow, each arrow aimed at the demon, counting aloud. 15, 149, 8. The demon, undeterred, made small, calculated movements with its crescent blade to deflect the incoming projectiles aimed at its face. 5-4 now. Fixating intently on the demon, Chun-Si activated the frost arrow skill of his crossbow. A shimmering ice-blue arrow was loosed, striking the demon's armor and enveloping it in a chilling aura. The demon faltered momentarily, its grip on the crescent blade slackening just a fraction. With a resounding thud, the demon was struck by a penetrating arrow that Chun-Si fired immediately after the frost arrow. This arrow was aimed directly at the demon's visage. Sensing that the crescent blade could not intercept the incoming projectile, the demon instinctively tilted its head back to evade a fatal blow. The penetrating arrow pierced through the demon's chin, traversing its neck and emerging from the rear of its helmet. Simultaneously, the arrow's repulsion effect activated, causing the demon to lean back involuntarily, leaving it open to attack. Opportunity. A glint of determination sparked in Chun-Si's eyes as he swiftly switched the crossbow to his right hand and sidestepped, delivering a swift slash towards the demon's neck with his dagger. A clang resounded as the blades crossed. The demon's crescent blade, which had somehow been positioned before it, intercepted Chun-Si's strike. The demon, however, was knocked to the ground from the force of the impact. Chun-Si arced his mount around and charged once more towards the fallen demon. As they closed the distance of 2 meters, the demon suddenly half-kneeled, tilting its head back with its mouth agape, as if to roar, yet no sound emerged. Just as Chen Xiai pondered the demon's actions, a malevolent hiss echoed in his mind, causing his consciousness to waver and his body to lose control. Instinctively, he raised his serpentine shield in defense before collapsing. When Chen Xiai regained his senses, he found himself airborne, the skeletal steed having galloped past the demon, or rather, the demon had surged forward, striking Chen Xiai and sending him flying. Upon awakening, confusion clouded his thoughts, but the subsequent wave of pain reminded him that this was not the time for contemplation. The demon was now perilously close. Had the frost arrow not still been in effect, its blade would have severed his head by now. Refusing to retreat or flee, Chen Xiai understood that this demon was no mere corpse. It possessed keen combat awareness and extensive experience. He doubted he could escape, far given his physical disadvantage. With a swift motion, he activated the explosive skill of his starfire leather armor, enhancing his constitution by 5 points. A familiar surge of strength coursed through him, alleviating some of the pain in his abdomen. Damn it! If he didn't fight with all his might, he would perish. He raised his shield to block the demon's descending blade, feeling himself stagger back a half-step. His strength still fell short, compounded by his injuries. Fortunately, his serpentine shield had exceptional defensive capabilities, allowing him to withstand the demon's relentless onslaught of strikes, albeit at the cost of a numbing body and increasingly painful chest and abdomen. At last, the sound of approaching hooves reached his ears, and Chen Xi's expression brightened with hope. The demon took note of the approaching skeletal steed, yet it remained indifferent, considering it merely a vessel sent to rescue Chen Xiai. The demon harbored doubts about Chen Xi's ability to mount the horse amidst its onslaught. The skeletal horse initiated its charge. Aware that the steed was within 10 meters of the demon, Chen Xiai promptly activated its charging skill. The skeletal horse's speed doubled in an instant, hurtling toward the demon with the swiftness of lightning. Seizing the moment, Chen Xiai deftly sidestepped, wishing to avoid the impending collision. The unprepared demon was struck and sent flying by the skeletal horse's charge. Out of the corner of his eye, Chen Xiai caught sight of a dark figure landing on the demon's left hand. It was the Hornet Queen, its stinger plunging down to inject paralyzing venom. Although Chen Xiai was concerned for the queen's safety, he had no time to dwell on it. He quickly retrieved a vial of spirit essence and another of life water, consuming them both. The spirit essence aided in the restoration of his injuries and stamina. The combined effects of these healing elixirs provided him with immediate relief from the pain in his abdomen. Activating his diamond body technique, a luminous barrier enveloped him. It was imperative to conclude this swiftly. The diamond body, being a first-tier skill, rapidly drained his energy. Fortunately, the spirit essence proved somewhat effective. Otherwise, he would have faltered within mere seconds. The energy consumption was so significant that it was hardly suitable for someone of his current tier, despite the numerous actions he undertook. The actual time spent was remarkably brief. Healing and skill activation flowed seamlessly. Chen Xiai had already surged toward the freshly landed demon. It was disoriented. Chen Xiai felt a stroke of fortune as the demon fell victim to the skeletal horse's charge, entering a dazed state. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Xiai advanced, executing a precise thrust with his Tanghung blade aimed directly at the demon's face. Though the demon swiftly regained its senses, it was too late to deflect the impending blow. Gazing at the blade now mere inches from its visage, it opened its mouth to bite down, its sharp teeth scraping against the blade with a grating sound reminiscent of nails on glass. Chen Xiai poured all his strength into the blade, pushing against the demon as it retreated, intent on piercing its skull. The demon, however, refused to succumb easily. As it backed away, it thrust its right leg forward, pivoting counterclockwise, while simultaneously launching its left leg to kick at Chen Xi's groin. Such treachery! What have I done to deserve this? He lamented inwardly. Yet his movements remained unimpeded. He lifted his right leg to block the demon's underhanded attack, while his blade transitioned from a thrust to a slash, carving a gash across the demon's right cheek and knocking its helmet askew. Despite having half of its face severed, the demon remained expressionless, unleashing a silent roar at Chen Xiai. A sudden impact struck the protective barrier of his diamond body, yet he could not afford to ponder its nature. He raised his left hand, revealing a hidden crossbow beneath his shield. With a swift release, a frost blue armor-piercing arrow shot through the demon's right eye, emerging from the back of its skull. The freezing effect countered the paralyzing toxin, causing the demon to involuntarily topple toward the ground. Chen Xiai stepped forward, executing a diagonal slash. The demon attempted to raise its blade in defense, but the paralysis in its muscles and the numbing of its nerves rendered it sluggish, significantly slowing its response. The clang of metal resounded as the demon's weapon slipped from its grasp, accompanied by the sound of its severed head tumbling to the ground. Chapter 65, Abundant Rewards. Congratulations to the survivor for passing the advancement trial. You have earned 10 merit points. Upon hearing the system notification, Chen Xi's taut nerves abruptly relaxed. Instinctively, he deactivated his diamond body, and his body softened. His legs could no longer support his weight, and he collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. This had undoubtedly been the most lopsided battle he had faced since entering the realm of Shusher, yet fortunately, he emerged victorious. In that moment of physical weakness, He could not conceal the flush of exhilaration on his face. Having triumphed over a formidable foe, he felt his nerves pulsating with energy. A slight smile gradually formed on Chun-Si's previously rigid visage, expanding into a broad grin that illuminated his entire countenance, culminating in an unrestrained burst of laughter. Ha ha ha. After this hearty laughter, he genuinely realized he had navigated through a life-and-death crisis. The tension in his facial muscles dissipated, and the fatigue began to seep into his spirit. He felt a throbbing ache in his head, accompanied by sharp pains radiating through his arms and torso. Only then did he find the time to assess his injuries. He moved his arms cautiously and sensed that the damage was not too severe. It seemed he had sustained some minor fractures while blocking the demon's strikes. The more pressing concern was the injury to his chest and abdomen. His ribs were broken, and he was uncertain about the condition of his internal organs. Fortunately, he had just consumed the water of life. The demon's ring-headed blade was likely a zero-tier weapon, leaving a deep gash on his starfire leather armor, yet it had not penetrated through to his skin. The pain in his torso likely stemmed from a powerful impact that fractured his bones, but he was unsure if his internal organs were harmed. Regardless of the outcome, he was undeniably gravely injured. Chun-Si harbored no complaints. Participating in the trial was his choice, and when confronting the demon, he felt fortunate to have sustained only this degree of injury. Had he made even a slight misstep, he might well have been the one lying on the ground. Ah yes, the reward. What is my reward? Chun-Si snapped back to reality, turning his head to glimpse the luminous orb materializing above the demon's corpse. Something's about to burst. Using his Tang-Hung knife for support, he slowly rose from the ground and approached the demon's lifeless body to collect the floating orb. Within the orb was an image of a jade piece, its nature somewhat elusive to him. With a firm grip, he shattered the orb, and a jade fragment fell into his hand. What is this? The legendary cultivation jade slip? System, initiate scanning. Secret technique, blood battle in the 8 wildernesses. Description, a profound insight gained by a certain master on the battlefield in their youth. This is a lethal knife technique. Each time it is employed, it consumes a bit of energy, and upon slaying an enemy, a blood blade can be generated nearby, up to a maximum of 8 blades. These blood blades can be controlled through mental power to attack foes. The strength of the blood blades depends on the amount of energy consumed, while the attack range is contingent upon the wielder's spiritual awareness. A secret technique? A lethal skill? Is this description serious? Chun-Si wore an expression of disbelief. After reading the description, images of himself standing on a battlefield, surrounded by 8 blood blades, automatically filled his mind. It was simply exhilarating. I love it. I must learn this. With great eagerness, Chun-Si grasped the jade slip and pressed it to his forehead to absorb its contents. In the next moment, a torrent of information surged into his mind, encompassing the capabilities of blood battle in the 8 wildernesses, the composition of its runes, and the method of execution. Akin to an exceptionally detailed user manual. Upon the completion of the information transmission, the jade slip disintegrated into fragments, its contents now vividly and accurately imprinted within his mind. Impossible to forget. Chun-Si continuously absorbed and comprehended the information, his expression shifting as he murmured with a tinge of disappointment. To cultivate secret techniques, one must construct skill runes within the sea of consciousness, and to wield these techniques requires energy. I am still far from that. What a futile endeavor. Despite his words, a sense of elation lingered within him. Though he could not utilize the knowledge at present, it would prove beneficial in the future. Knowledge acquired is knowledge possessed. After a brief respite, Chun-Si, having regained some stamina, crouched down to continue his search for spoils, commonly referred to as looting. Ugh, what a miser. Rising empty-handed, he took a few steps and picked up a ring-headed knife from the ground, scoffing. This is the only piece of equipment on you? Truly unworthy of your supposed first-tier status. His initial instinct had been to strip the demon's armor, which had left a profound impression on him. However, he was met with disappointment, for the armor had fused seamlessly with the demon's scales, making it impossible to remove without dissection. Though the demon's appearance was grotesque, it was still a humanoid creature. He could not bring himself to skin it, and even if he did, wearing it would be repugnant. Fine, I shall leave you with a complete corpse. Well, a headless corpse? Chun-Si hastily corrected himself mid-sentence, realizing that this body could hardly be considered whole. Let me see if I can collect anything. Trial subjects cannot be collected. Chun-Si felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. That armor had truly been striking. His only acquisition was the knife, and he pondered its attributes. Standard ring-headed knife. Level, 0, quality, fine. Attributes, sturdy. Description, standard equipment of a certain nation's military, noted for its durability and resilience. Quite ordinary, far inferior to my Tang-Hung knife, he reflected. Although his Tang-Hung knife was of regular quality, it was a first-tier weapon. Had the demon wielded his Tang-Hung knife, it would undoubtedly have sliced through both the starfire leather armor and his own abdomen. Surveying his surroundings, aside from himself and the lifeless body on the ground, there was nothing else of worth to salvage. He murmured softly, "Did I not complete the advancement trial? What should I do next? Why has the system not issued any reminders?" No sooner had he spoken than a prompt echoed in his ears. Detection indicates that the survivor is prepared to receive trial rewards. Would you like to accept them immediately? So, it was waiting for my readiness to confirm the acceptance. Reward 1. Restoration Aura. Reward 2. Energy Infusion. Reward 3. Golden Treasure Chest 1. Rewards 1 and 2 must be used in the trial arena. Do you confirm their use? Wait, I need to understand what these rewards entail first. Restoration Aura heals the survivor's injuries, including but not limited to those sustained during the trial, old wounds from prior survival, and hidden injuries from cultivation, restoring the survivor's body to a healthy state. A complete restoration, equivalent to a revival. Chen Ci stared intently at the description of the restoration aura. For those tormented by ailments, this was akin to a rebirth. Yet, he wondered, could it truly regenerate severed limbs? The ruins world could hardly be that generous, could it? Energy infusion. In the realm of the abyss, the primal energy consumed randomly enhances the survivor's individual attributes by 3 points. With each attribute capped at 10 points in the 0 tier, Chen Ci was left in a state of stunned bewilderment. Was this not the legendary attribute points? The abyss was indeed exceedingly generous this time. Survivor, please confirm whether to accept rewards 1 and 2. Accept or decline. Accept all. Chen Ci cast a fleeting glance at the decline option, hastily averting his gaze, fearing that the abyss might indeed allow him to forfeit. Survivor confirms acceptance. Recovery halo activated. A white halo, 1 meter in diameter, appeared beneath his feet, radiating brilliantly even on the white floor. A column of white light ascended, enveloping him at its center. The white motes of light gradually seeped into his body. The pain in his arms and abdomen began to diminish, and the fatigue in his thigh muscles slowly returned to normal. In areas he could not perceive, the hidden injuries accumulated from daily life and training were eradicated. Chapter 66. The Vision of the Dragon in the Vast Sea. At the moment the light column ascended, Chen Ci felt as if he were gazing down from a great height. An impulse welled within him to leap from the halo. Fortunately, he suppressed it firmly. Had he truly jumped out, he would have been in tears. As his body regained strength, his mind became exceptionally clear. Thoughts surged within him, and suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck. His body naturally assumed the posture of the Vajra stance, and his breathing became rhythmic. He sought to exploit the recovery halo to practice his breathing technique. Previously, Chen Ci's practice of the Vajra breathing technique was intermittent, fearing that continuous training might harm his body. But now, with the recovery halo, he felt unafraid. He immediately began to practice the first 12 forms continuously, dedicating 30 seconds to each. As he had anticipated, due to the low proficiency of the technique and insufficient physical strength, each forced transition to the next stance resulted in slight injuries. Yet, the surrounding motes of light promptly enveloped the injured areas, healing the hidden wounds. 40 seconds, 1 minute, 3 minutes. He cycled through this practice until he extended the duration of each form to 4 minutes. At which point the recovery halo indicated it had completed its healing and began to dissipate. Chen Ci gazed mournfully at the vanishing recovery halo. Feeling a profound sense of loss, the exhilaration of such rapid enhancement was utterly intoxicating. His body felt significantly lighter, especially in terms of flexibility. It was as though his sinews and bones had been stretched anew. Chen Ci meticulously savored the changes in his body, experiencing a sensation akin to rebirth. Although the attribute panel showed no increase in his constitution, his flexibility, agility, and the defensive quality of his skin had all considerably improved. Movements that had once been difficult while practicing sword techniques now flowed effortlessly. This enhancement had not been to his constitution, but to his sinews and bones, rendering him far more adept in martial arts. Just as he was deeply engrossed in appreciating his bodily transformations, the system continued to prompt him, requesting Survivor to prepare for energy infusion. Before Chen Ci could react, a beam of light descended upon his head. A tremendous surge of energy flooding into his body and then vanishing without a trace. What? Is that all? Chen Ci was left utterly perplexed. Subsequently, the world before him appeared to brighten somewhat, and even the flow of time seemed to slow down. Details, often overlooked in the daily hustle, such as temperature, wind speed, and light intensity, became distinctly perceptible. The overall sensation was akin to removing a pair of heavy spectacles. Chen Ci silently assessed his body, clenching his fists. The sense of strength felt unchanged, indicating no enhancement to his physical constitution. He focused his mental energy but discerned no differences, a foreboding intuition creeping in. Could it be? The attribute panel. Personal attributes. Name, Chen Ci. Level, Tier 0. Physique, 8. Mental, 6. Perception, 8. Energy, 0. Skills, Profound Blade Technique, Mastery 97. Diamond Breathing Technique, Novice 81. Talent Skill, Synthesis, Level 1. A wry smile crossed Chen Ci's lips. Indeed, the 3 points of enhancement were entirely allocated to perception. Perception was an attribute he seldom utilized. In truth, he predominantly relied on physique and mental strength, engaging his perception only when communicating with Xiao Bai and the Bee Queen. An increase in perception would yield minimal enhancement to his combat prowess. Nevertheless, it was decided now, complaining would not alter the outcome, and he would eventually find use for it. Chun Si self-encouraged, lest he succumb to frustration in this desolate world. How did the proficiency of the profound blade technique rise to 97? Suddenly, he unearthed an intriguing detail and curiously perused the attribute records. Why had the proficiency escalated so swiftly, and could it be harnessed repeatedly? If he could unravel the mystery behind this rapid increase, his skill cultivation would soar. Soon, two pieces of information dispelled the doubts that lingered within him. Received the Demon-S skill, Whale of Death, Diamond Body Defense successful, immunity to this mental attack. This elucidated why Chun Si had lost consciousness the first time. He had succumbed to the Demon-S mental assault. The second attack had failed due to the Diamond Body's resistance to mental control skills. Between life and death lies great opportunity. Proficiency in the profound blade technique has increased. This explained the significant enhancement in his blade technique. The high-stakes battle for survival could rapidly elevate skill mastery. So that was it. This experience was of little use, as only a fool would engage in life and death battles to enhance skills. Chun Si scoffed at such self-destructive behavior. His pursuit of strength was for survival, for a better life. And he could not afford to recklessly court danger in the name of improvement. There was one final reward. He bent to retrieve a golden treasure chest that had mysteriously appeared on the ground. A resplendent chest, gleaming with opulence, irresistibly appealing. Evaluating Survivor's advancement trial results. Survivor attributes significantly below those of the demon. Evaluation 1. First trial triggered advancement challenge. Evaluation 1. Survivor passed the trial with minor injuries. Evaluation 1. Survivor Chun Si's advancement trial evaluation. Perfect level. Please select one of the following 4 categories as the direction for your reward extraction. Items, buildings, techniques, resources. 4 options to choose from. Is this how the reward category is determined? Does the system offer a lottery? Chun Si scrutinized the 4 selections presented by the system. First, I dismiss the notion of items. I possess the ability to synthesize, and at present, I am not in need of high-quality possessions. Moreover, items are not necessarily equipment. Should I draw a digger or an oven, I would be utterly dismayed. Next, I eliminate resources. My supply is relatively ample. As a solitary individual, an abundance of resources merely elevates my standard of living, even with a plethora of rare materials. Without blueprints, I am rendered powerless, forced to let them languish, occupying space unnecessarily. Thus, I forgo them. As for buildings and techniques, both are quite advantageous. Chun Si's mind wanders to thoughts of geothermal hot springs and the diamond breathing technique. Rare structures should prove immensely beneficial. Therefore, I opt for the technique. For self-improvement holds greater significance. The survivor has selected a technique category. Rewards are being drawn. Reward extraction complete. Acquired the Vision of the Azure Sea Dragon. Vision of the Azure Sea Dragon. Level, Tier 3. Quality, perfect. Attributes, transformation into serpent, transformation into flood dragon, transformation into dragon. Description, after the fall of the dragon god of yore, fragments of memory coalesced into this vision, lost to the mortal realm. Practicing this diagram can significantly enhance mental acuity and perception, with a slight increase to physical attributes, naturally generating draconic power within. This diagram is a manifestation of the dragon god's memory. There exists but one. Upon the practitioner's demise, others may then cultivate it. Before Chun Si could fully comprehend the attributes of the Azure Sea Dragon diagram, it transformed into a crimson light, surging into his consciousness. Within his mind, the diagram morphed into a divine dragon, soaring amidst clouds, creating tumultuous waves that stirred his consciousness into chaos. Chun Si's awareness felt like a small wooden vessel amidst a tempestuous sea, soon overwhelmed by the colossal waves, plunging him into the depths of his mind. Simultaneously, in the realm of reality, Chun Si lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground. The survivor has completed the reward selection and is about to depart the trial arena. In a flash of white light, Chun Si found himself upon the stone floor of the dwelling, while he had been unconscious. The Azure Sea Dragon diagram continued to wreak havoc within his mind. Ordinarily, Chun Si should not have acquired a Tier 3 technique at this juncture. Yet his trial evaluation was exceedingly high, coupled with a stroke of luck, resulting in the acquisition of this remarkable vision of the Azure Sea Dragon. Though the Azure Sea Dragon diagram was a remnant of the dragon god's memory and devoid of the dragon god's power, it inherited the dragon god's pride. Refusing to be governed by a mere Tier 0 mortal, it aimed to break free from his consciousness and seek a new host. The dragon manifested from the diagram loomed within Chun Si's mind, conjuring storms that threatened to obliterate all. Sensing the diagram's intentions, the synthesis furnace grew discontent. It was not uncommon for this little entity to act mischievously, but it was unacceptable for it to seek to dismantle its home. The synthesis furnace instantaneously appeared beneath the divine dragon, small and unassuming. The Azure Sea Dragon, however, paid little heed to the diminutive presence below. With the furnace's mouth directed towards the dragon, an immense force of suction emerged from within. as the azure sea dragon felt the tremendous pull from below. It attempted to react, but the suction intensified abruptly, drawing the dragon into the furnace without resistance, alongside the previously tumultuous waves of Chun Sai's mind, which were swiftly quelled, returning to silence. Chapter 67, Still a Straw Dog. My head aches terribly. Within the stone dwelling, Chun Sai clutched his head, rising from the floor, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings. Where's the reward technique? Indeed, it should be referred to as the dragon in the vast sea visualization. I seem to recall that the final image struck my mind, causing me to lose consciousness. Chun Sai finally unraveled the sequence of events, enduring the pain as he examined the condition of his consciousness realm. He had always believed that awakening his extraordinary abilities and opening his consciousness realm was a normal occurrence. It was only today that he learned that to properly awaken the consciousness realm, one must first attain a perceptual entry into the first tier. He was fortunate. The synthesis furnace had aided him in prematurely unlocking his consciousness realm during his talent awakening. Although I had previously found no use for the consciousness realm, it would eventually prove beneficial, and indeed, it was now coming into play. Chun Sai concentrated and swiftly located the dragon visualization within his expansive consciousness realm, primarily due to its conspicuousness, as it lazily revolved around the synthesis furnace. Lazily? Why did I choose that term? Chun Sai found it peculiar that this thought sprang to mind upon first seeing the dragon visualization. How could a mere visualization embody such emotion? As his consciousness gradually approached, he intercepted the dragon visualization, which was in a circular motion, and the two made contact. He silently absorbed the information transmitted from the dragon visualization. The information was abundant and diverse, requiring considerable time to sort through, with two key points standing out. Firstly, the visualization he currently received was only at the Tier 0 level. Originally, the dragon visualization did not possess a Tier 0 representation, but due to Chun Sai's unique circumstances, it was compelled to integrate and produce a Tier 0 visualization. Hence, this Tier 0 visualization was of ordinary quality, devoid of any special attributes, serving merely to facilitate his advancement. As Chun Sai contemplated the newly acquired Tier 0 visualization, the corners of his mouth involuntarily twitched. But why did the integrated visualization resemble an egg? The appearance of the Tier 0 visualization he received was that of an oval egg, adorned with incomprehensible patterns, aptly named the dragon egg visualization. Well, if it is a dragon egg, so be it, as long as it is usable. Chun Sai sighed wearily. The second crucial point was that he must break through to the first tier using either mental strength or perception, rather than relying on his physical constitution as the primary attribute. This stipulation was necessary unless he wished to abandon the path of cultivating the dragon visualization. The primary reason for this was his average aptitude, aligned with the standard qualifications of the dragon visualization. When ordinary individuals break through to the extraordinary first tier, their primary attribute undergoes a baptism of spiritual energy, thereby enhancing its quality. If he were to rely on his physical constitution to break through, it would be the constitution that received the enhancement, while the dragon visualization leaned towards mental and perceptual attributes. Thus, if he wished to primarily cultivate the dragon visualization after his breakthrough to the first tier, he must do so through mental strength or perception, preferably achieving both simultaneously. Chun Sai rubbed his face. Did he truly have a choice? He did not. He could not forsake the perfect third-tier dragon visualization in favor of the first-tier technique, the diamond breathing method, as his primary practice. This meant that he could not break through to the first tier for the time being, and must instead focus on enhancing his mental faculties with perseverance and accumulation. One day I shall become the sword god of Shirley Slope. After comforting himself, his spirits indeed lifted considerably. How much mental strength do I possess at present? Let me check my attributes. Personal attributes. Name, Chun Sai. Level, Tier 0. Constitution, 8. Mental strength, 7. Perception, 8. Energy, 0. Skills, Mysterious Blade Technique. Proficiency 97. Diamond Breathing Technique, Entry 81. Ocean Dragon Diagram, Level 0, Entry 2. Talent Skill, Synthesis, Level 1. When did my mental strength increase slightly? It's comparable to my physique. Chun Sai was overjoyed, unexpectedly delighted by this serendipitous surprise. With a hopeful mindset that perhaps this enhancement method could be reused, he began to sift through the system records. Accepted the inheritance of the Ocean Dragon Diagram. Activated the latent power of the Red Fruit, Mental Strength 1. He chuckled wryly, realizing this method could not be utilized again. Good techniques and spiritual fruits are not as common as cabbages. Setting aside his fantasies, he stepped into the courtyard. Now was not the time for relaxation, as he had yet to inspect outside the stone house. What the heck? Shouting, why have you changed color? The moment Chun Sai emerged from the stone house, he beheld the original fence transformed into a wall of black vines, leaving him stunned. The fire-poisoned thorn vine had changed color. Its once fiery red leaves and emerald green tendrils now a uniform black. The leaves were black, and the vines were black. Could shouting have become demonic? Concerned, he cautiously approached the fire-poisoned thorn vine, attuning himself to its state. Sensing Chun Si's proximity, the fire-poison thorn vine extended a black vine to gently touch him, conveying a thought. So, the color change signifies that the fire-poison thorn vine has evolved. But how did you evolve into this form? It appears too much like a demonic transformation. Chun Si's worries did not dissipate. He speculated that the evolution of the fire-poison thorn vine might be linked to demonic transformation. He had just discovered that 12 demonic wolves had been absorbed by the fire-poison thorn vine, leaving only a pile of dry bones behind. System, investigate. Demonic fire thorn vine. Level 0. Grade, heroic. Attributes, demonic fire, mutated evolution, life drain. Description, the fire-poison thorn vine. Having absorbed abyssal energy from the acid rain and the flesh and blood energy of the demonic wolves, triggered a mutated evolution, elevating its grade to heroic. The fire poison enhancement has mutated into demonic fire ability, allowing it to inject demonic fire into enemies through its thorns. The demonic fire is indestructible when it encounters water. Fueled by flesh and blood, relentless and unyielding. A new ability, life drain, has been added, enabling it to siphon life from enemies ensnared by its vines, instantly extracting a significant amount of flesh and blood energy to be used for evolutionary energy or to heal injuries. At this moment, he understood that the fire-poison thorn vine was in excellent condition. Previously, the fire-poison thorn vine possessed a passive ability for mutated evolution. Described as capable of evolving through adaptation to its environment and energy, he never anticipated that this acid rain would benefit it so greatly. The fire-poison thorn vine, no? The demonic fire thorn vine, though he did not fully comprehend its significance, could sense Chun Si's joy and affectionately brushed its vine against his face. Chun Si realized that the intellectual capacity of the demonic fire thorn vine had significantly increased. The former fire-poison thorn vine would never have been able to convey such clear thoughts or exhibit this level of sentience. Good. The stronger you become, the safer our home will be. The newly awakened demonic fire thorn vine was quite affectionate, prompting Chun Si to comfort it, instructing the vine to guard their shelter before he proceeded to check on the bees remaining in the arrow tower. The apex of the arrow tower has suffered some corrosion from acid rain, leading to minor leaks. However, the damage is not severe and does not affect the base space. The bees residing within remain unharmed, and in fact, they have industriously expanded their hive in the past 3 days, doubling its size. This is splendid news. Both the shelter and its inhabitants are safe, with the only loss being the streetlight, which is of little consequence. Chun Si feels quite content, as the trial has been successfully passed with minimal losses, which pale in comparison to the gains achieved. He wonders about the others and hopes that everyone has emerged unscathed. The combat capabilities of the group vary significantly. However, he does not need to worry about Xiaohua and Lu Aigua, both of whom possess combat-enhancing abilities and have consistently been the stronghold of the group. Lu Xiaoya and Wang Zixuan also have powers that can enhance their combat effectiveness. And with a bit of caution, they should be just fine. The greatest concern lies with Lu Yang and Song Yaru, whose abilities do not bolster their combat skills, and they seldom venture out for hunting. He sincerely hopes they remain safe. As he contemplates this, the joy of his harvest diminishes somewhat, no matter how bountiful the gains. He remains a mere cricket in this world, trapped in a jar, and an indescribable thought churns within his heart. Chapter 68. Bloodlines and Techniques. Upon entering the chat group, Chun Si immediately checked the number of online participants. He breathed a sigh of relief upon discovering that all 6 were present. Lu Xiaoya, who had been closely monitoring the changes in the group, promptly inquired when she saw Chun Si online. Chingu, did you pass the trial? Are you unhurt? Lu Yang, evidently also keeping an eye on the messages, chimed in. My brother surely passed. Being online means he succeeded, right? Lu Xiaoya, you seem a bit off. I've noticed you care a lot about Chingu. In the group, aside from Lu Aigua and Song Yaru, everyone referred to Chun Si as Chingu, primarily because he had never disclosed his age, and his manner of handling affairs often gave others the impression of being mature and reliable, inadvertently elevating his perceived age. In truth, Chun Si is only 24, while Lu Yang is already 27, and Lu Xiaoya is 25. Both are older than him, and they have always addressed him this way since their acquaintance, so he never bothered to correct them. Chun Si chose to ignore Lu Yang's teasing. Engaging in banter might lead Lu Yang to utter something inappropriate. To avoid making Lu Xiaoya uncomfortable, he simply replied, I passed safely. The trial was not difficult. I had to deal with matters concerning the shelter, which is why I logged in a bit late. Chun Si spoke the truth, aside from the advanced trial. The shelter's challenges were indeed not arduous for him, and he preferred not to mention the advanced trial to prevent any feelings of imbalance among them. Seeing that no one was continuing his topic, Lu Yang eagerly shifted to another. Chingu, what is your trial reward? Do share, so we may behold it. I already know about the others, but yours is still a mystery. Chun Si felt a spark of interest and did not withhold his information. A restoration aura, 3 attribute points, and a golden treasure chest. Did you all receive the same? Lu Yang's face fell at the response. As expected, I still drew the short straw. Xiaohua jumped in with fervor. You shouldn't have harbored any hope. How could Chingu possibly be worse off than you? Chen Xiai was perplexed, unsure of their implications. Fortunately, Lu Xiaoya promptly elucidated the situation for him. Chingu, you haven't checked the World Channel for messages, have you? Our trials yield diverse rewards based on completion, with restoration a common benefit, yet the latter two categories exhibit significant variance. Yours is the pinnacle reward, comprising 3 attribute points and a golden chest. With only Xiaohua and Uncle Lu in our group sharing this distinction. Chen Xiai mused. Are they also recipients of the golden chest? I wonder if they have triggered the advanced trials. Lu Xiaoya continued. Next is the reward of 2 attribute points and a silver chest. Apart from Lu Yang, the 3 of us possess silver chests. At this juncture, Chen Xiai began to grasp the meaning behind Lu Yang's earlier remarks. Indeed, Lu Xiaoya revealed the answer. The least favorable outcome consists of 1 attribute point and a bronze chest, and Lu Yang occupies this tier, ranking lowest in the group. Lu Yang feebly retorted, I am not the weakest. It is merely that you all are exceptionally strong. Most participants in the survival game have received bronze chests. Oh, why must I endure such torment in this group? Xiaohu persisted. You should leave the group. Gu Shun, your presence diminishes our average combat prowess. Lu Yang, exasperated, shot back. Chenib get lost. Your mere sight irritates me. Apart from being a contrarian, what else can you do? You epitomize the phrase strong physique, simple mind. Xiaohua smugly replied. Yet I possess a golden chest, along with 3 attribute points and the advanced trials, which you have never even encountered. Chen Xiai could not restrain his curiosity. Advanced trials? Wang Zixuan interjected with a rueful smile. It is said that advanced trials are encountered only by those who exceed the expectations of the world of Xiao. Few in the entire survival community have experienced them. Xiaohua, your impact is far-reaching. Xiaohua scratched his head, saying, I did not imply you all are weak. I was referring specifically to Lu Yang. It seems my explanation only worsens the situation. Chen Xiai inquired with intrigue. Would you mind sharing what reward you chose for your advanced trial? The contrarian's mind was quick to turn. How did you know that one must choose a reward for the advanced trial? Chingu, do you also possess an advanced trial? Lu Yang let out an incredulous exclamation, feeling profoundly struck, and quickly asked, What? Chingu, do you have an advanced trial? Wang Zixuan remarked with a sense of wonder. Among the 7 of us in the group, 2 are participants in advanced trials. That's impressive. Lu Xiaoya appeared entirely unfazed. As she had always regarded Chen Xiai as formidable, I knew Chingu would certainly excel. That particular Gushan is far from the mark. Indeed, I have participated in the advanced trials. Chen Xiai admitted candidly, initially hesitant to disclose this, believing himself to be the sole participant. Now realizing that while the number of participants is limited, it is not exceedingly rare, he decided to share. He continued, I chose a martial arts technique as my reward. Xiaohua, what did you select? Prior to the trials, many survivors were aware of cultivation matters, yet those possessing martial arts techniques were scarce, rendering it a mere urban legend. Conversations regarding cultivation experiences were infrequent in the chat channels. Furthermore, the progression of martial arts techniques is categorized into 5 levels: beginner, proficient, adept, accomplished, and mastery. Only upon reaching mastery can one impart the complete technique to others. Otherwise, even if one demonstrates the moves and strategies, others can only glean superficial knowledge. The intricacies of force application and essential practices cannot be conveyed verbally. Before Chen Xiai could respond, Lu Yang interjected, Bloodline? Is that akin to what exists in the game? Wang Zixuan also grew anxious. What bloodline? Werewolf? Vampire? Elf? Others had only just learned of Xiaohua's advancement trial rewards. The remaining 3 individuals were relatively indifferent. Their lack of engagement with games and novels rendered them merely curious. However, Lu Yang and Wang Zixuan were different, as they were acutely aware of the implications of such terminology, prompting even the most reclusive among them to stir with excitement. Chen Xiai was equally intrigued by the bloodline that Xiaohua had drawn, with the emergence of the dragon chart. He became increasingly convinced of the profound depths of the X world, where even the dragon god had appeared, making the existence of bloodlines seem entirely plausible. Xiaohua did not conceal his findings. Brother Chen should be aware that the rewards are randomly selected by the system after choosing a broad category. The bloodline I selected ultimately turned out to be the Flame Demon bloodline. Sensing potential misunderstandings, he hastily clarified, according to the system's guidance. The demon in Flame Demon is not synonymous with the demonized creatures. The Flame Demon is an indigenous being, whereas demonized creatures are those mutated by foreign energies. Please do not misconstrue this. The others did not draw any connections, as rewards from the X world surely would not transform individuals into monstrosities. Chen Xiai was more concerned about the abilities. What are the capabilities like? Can they enhance attributes? Xiaohua, however, was uncertain. I have just received it. The abilities must be developed gradually. For now, the power of my fireball technique has increased somewhat, but I have yet to comprehend the rest. Lu Yang's curiosity took a rather odd turn. Will you grow a tail in the future? Will it be red? Will you be engulfed in flames? Are there male and female flame demons? Xiaohua felt a slight constriction in his chest and retorted, "Get lost, you pervert." Lu Xiaoya, on the other hand, expressed a keen interest in Chun Si's martial arts. "Brother Chun, I also obtained a martial art from a treasure chest. Is there anything I should be mindful of while cultivating this technique?" Chun Si had previously mentioned his own sword techniques, diligently honing them, rendering his lack of extraordinary abilities all the more peculiar compared to a plethora of others who possessed them. Upon hearing Lu Xiaoya's inquiry, he first offered his congratulations. "Xiaoya, you are quite fortunate to have drawn a martial art." In his recollection, such techniques were exceedingly rare, as neither Xiaohua nor Lu Aigua had ever acquired a single martial art despite their daily hunting and numerous treasure chests. Confusion washed over him as he struggled to grasp her meaning. Lu Xiaoya elucidated. This time, the survivors who passed the trial all opened chests containing cultivation techniques, albeit with varying qualities. There are even individuals selling martial arts in the trading channel. Chun Si was genuinely astonished. Everyone obtained martial arts? And some are up for sale in the trading channel? In Chapter 69, Strange Objects and Creatures, Wang Zixuan emerged as the group's intelligence analyst. It was unclear what environment he had grown up in, yet his instinct for information was remarkably keen. Most of the techniques were of the zero-tier quality, with a few being rare. There were foundational sword techniques, basic knife techniques, as well as iron cloth and 8-trigram palm, among others, showcasing a wide array of styles. As some individuals expressed dissatisfaction with the techniques they had drawn, such as desiring a sword technique but receiving a hard martial art instead, they began to place them in the trading channel in hopes of exchanging for other types of martial arts, prompting others to follow suit. Unable to contain his curiosity, Chun Si inquired, "Are they exchanging techniques rather than selling them?" Wang Zixuan affirmed, "Indeed, primarily exchanges. The events of the past 3 days have made many realize the importance of martial prowess, and very few are willing to sell their techniques, making them exceedingly expensive." Upon reflection, Chun Si mused, "Indeed, this is an excellent approach. But it holds little value for me as the 3 martial arts I possess are of superior quality and resonate with my essence. Can my golden treasure chest yield martial techniques as well? I wonder what type it might unveil." He felt a surge of eagerness, yet recognized that the timing was not right to log off and open the chest. A thought sparked in Chun Si's mind. Although the exchange of martial arts is of no use to me, it may prove beneficial to the others, as their findings may not necessarily align with their own needs. Observing this, Chun Si continued, "Allow me to share 2 insights regarding cultivation. Firstly, energy fruits found in the wild or within treasure chests can significantly enhance the proficiency of martial arts. Additionally, special structures in the sanctuary, such as training grounds, can also contribute." Lu Yang interjected with a wry smile, "Brother Chun, I've never even heard of these concepts. Perhaps we are not pursuing the same path." Lu Xiaoya chimed in with irritation, "Lu Yang, could you refrain from interrupting? How would you encounter these if you don't venture out to hunt for chests?" "Brother Chun, please continue." "The second point, which I have just recently discovered, is that accumulating 10 attribute points allows one to break through to the first tier. A crucial detail is that I informed everyone that upon breaking through the main attribute, one would undergo a spiritual cleansing. Since the trading channel allows for the exchange of martial arts, you should select techniques that align with your own attributes." Wang Zixuan exclaimed in astonishment. "There is such a setting? I have obtained a basic sword technique and was just about to exchange it. I shall consider my options carefully." Lu Xiaoya expressed her concerns. Indeed, if one settles for subpar training, they may find themselves irrevocably trapped later on. Lu Yang, bemused, remarked, "My abilities are inclined toward perception. Sword techniques cannot enhance that." "Can they?" Xiaohua boasted, "You simply lack insight. Martial arts encompass various forms such as techniques, breathing methods, and visualization methods. To enhance perception, you must seek out visualization techniques." Lu Yang was elated, "So that is how it is. I've gained new knowledge." Xiaohua, with pride, advised, "Do seek counsel from the seniors when in doubt." Chun Si hastily interrupted their banter. "All right, enough of this. You should all contemplate which path suits you best and promptly exchange martial arts. Do not squander any more time." Everyone readily agreed, recognizing the gravity of the situation that could shape their futures, and thus, there could be no delay. Chun Si logged off directly, as he too had numerous matters to attend to. Noticing Xiao Bai vigilantly guarding his side, keeping a watchful eye on the outside, warmth filled Chun Si's heart as he gently patted its little head. "It's all right. The danger has passed. We are nearing the end." Reclining beside the hearth, the flickering flames gradually eased Chun Si's spirit. The consecutive battles, coupled with the earlier hustle, had left him weary. After dining, Chun Si felt revitalized. During this time, he ventured into the trading channel to see if he could procure any martial arts. But as Wang Zixuan had mentioned, following this trial, the survivors understood the significance of strength. The martial arts available for trade were either subject to exchange or prohibitively expensive, rendering them rather futile for Chun Si. However, due to the plethora of chests being opened, the trading channel was filled with an array of peculiar items, from robotic vacuums to talismans for cultivation, from bulletproof vests and blast shields to magical equipment, widening his perspective. The prices were exorbitant. Was this a genuine attempt to sell, or merely a display of ostentation? Shinsei gazed helplessly at the prices of several coveted items, almost tempted to inscribe in the remarks that whoever purchased them would be a fool. Ah, what is this? Suddenly, he caught sight of a particularly intriguing object, a book entitled Monster Compendium. Level, none. Quality, none. Description, a peculiar artifact endowed with the ability to identify attributes. No level. No quality, the Monster Compendium. Had he encountered something similar in a game? Curiosity piqued. Shinsei inquired of the seller, "Sir, how does one utilize this Monster Compendium?" The description is rather vague. The seller, evidently accustomed to such queries, promptly sent an image, a page filled with text containing all the answers Shinsei sought. Can a book write? Answer, no. Is it the same as in the game? Answer, unknown. Amidst a plethora of bizarre questions, he found the method of use. Instructions, acquire a drop of monster blood, place it on a blank page of the Monster Compendium, and the attributes of the monster will manifest automatically, verified by the seller. The accuracy of this information is 100. This is akin to a youthful version of investigation, limited to monsters alone, precluding the examination of other items. Shinsei quickly contemplated how to articulate the functionality of this object, understanding why inquiries abounded, yet purchases were scarce. The investigation and collection functions were supplementary features of the world system, immensely beneficial to survivors. Yet this item not only offered fewer functionalities than the investigation, but also entailed a more cumbersome operation requiring the acquisition of monster blood. Despite the seemingly trivial nature of this item, Shinsei found it an excellent opportunity to test his innate abilities. However, the seller's asking price was unacceptable. "Sir," he stated, "the practical value of this item does not align with its marked price. I have a penchant for collecting eccentric items. Please provide me with another price. Should it be reasonable, I shall take it." The seller, present online, pondered Shinsei's message. How could he quote a price that would not scare him away? Today, the seller had observed a plethora of peculiar items listed in the trading channel, which had sparked the idea to sell. Perhaps he might encounter an unsuspecting fool. Yet, it was clear that such fools were rare. Many inquired, yet upon learning of the item's functionality, all fell silent, and not a single bid was made. He contemplated withdrawing the item, yet he could not afford to frighten off a potential buyer willing to negotiate. Suddenly, an idea struck the seller. My treasure has garnered much interest, yet each person's resources vary. It is cumbersome to quote individually. Thus, I shall ask all interested parties to submit a price intention. You may do the same. In 10 minutes, I will contact the highest bidder. After sending the message, the seller chuckled to himself. As long as your offer does not exceed my bottom line, the item shall be yours. Understanding the seller's intent, Shinsei found it amusing. Would anyone truly participate in a blind auction for such a trivial item? The pool of interested parties would be exceptionally small, and the price could not possibly soar. He decided to playfully submit a bid, carrying a nonchalant attitude towards the purchase, 2 cold medicine capsules. Would he retract his offer altogether? The seller felt a twinge of anxiety, but upon seeing Shinsei's bid, he thought, 2 cold medicine capsules. This deal must be sealed. As Shinsei was about to depart to browse other items, he received a trade request from the seller. Wasn't the result supposed to be announced after 10 minutes? Goodness. Have I been duped? In truth, the seller regretted his hasty decision and wished he had not acted so impulsively. Although Shinsei felt somewhat speechless, he had no intention of retracting his bid. The price he offered was, in his view, quite acceptable. Acquired Monster Compendium 1. Upon extracting it and examining it closely, he found the material of the compendium to be remarkably unique, neither metal, wood, nor paper, yet possessing exceptional resilience. He attempted to tear it, but even with all his strength, he could not damage it. It is worth noting that with his current strength, he could easily bend a steel bar. This material is impressive, but unfortunately, its functionality leaves much to be desired. Shinsei felt a tinge of regret. He had not tested the capabilities of the compendium, as its front page contained instructions for use. Earlier, while flipping through the pages, he had already observed the experiments conducted by its previous owner, and the attribute information was not significantly different from that obtained through the system's exploration. He decided to store it in his warehouse. With such fine material as its main component, it would surely fetch a good price. When the time comes, he would select a plan with a high success rate and mutation rate. Chapter 70, Ability Experiment. After securing the compendium, Shinsei continued to browse the trading channel and subsequently made several purchases, acquiring 3 items of interest. Standard battle boots. Level, 0. Quality, ordinary. Description, leather battle boots. Sturdy and durable, but susceptible to temperature changes and prone to odor. Selling price, 100 wood. Purchased. These boots were produced by the Huameng. After several consecutive battles, his mountain boots had endured too much and had to retire, leaving him with no footwear. As the weather turned colder, he had intended to buy a pair of thick fur boots. However, with no stock available in the market, he settled for a pair of single-layer leather boots as a temporary solution. Basement blueprint. To develop an underground space equal to the area of the shelter. Required materials, dependent on the size of the shelter. Was someone actually selling blueprints? This was Chun-Si's immediate reaction upon seeing the architectural blueprints for sale in the trading channel. Realizing the value of the blueprints, he quickly placed a bid to purchase. The seller, clearly aware of the blueprint's worth, invited buyers to compete in the comments section, leading to fierce bidding that quickly escalated to 1,000 units of wood. Fearing that delays might bring unforeseen complications, Chun-Si boldly offered 2,000 wood to deter competitors, successfully securing the bid before the alliance's procurement session commenced. His strategy proved astute. Shortly after acquiring the blueprint, numerous individuals contacted him, offering an additional 1,000 wood for a quick resale. Chun-Si, however, was resolute in his decision not to sell. Although it was merely a basic architectural blueprint, he firmly believed that all shelter constructions must be of superior quality, especially since additional attributes could be added later. After obtaining the blueprint, the final item he purchased from the trading channel was a batch of first-tier seeds. Demonized soybean seeds. Level 1, quality, premium. Attribute, demonized. Description, originally ordinary soybeans. These have been demonized by acid rain, mutated, and advanced to first-tier seeds. They cannot reproduce or be planted, but consuming them increases one's demonization level. As Chun-Si examined the product attributes, he couldn't help but notice the comment section filled with mockery directed at the seller. It was said that this individual, in a display of carelessness, had neglected to harvest their crops before the onset of acid rain. When they hurriedly gathered their produce today, they discovered that all the soybeans they had planted had been completely corrupted. How unfortunate! The first-tier seeds were rendered useless for planting or consumption, serving little purpose beyond mere counting. Chun-Si felt a twinge of schadenfreude, yet he quickly considered that these seeds might still hold some utility for him. They were indeed quite suitable as synthesis materials, affordable, abundant, and of high quality. The only uncertainty was whether the synthesis furnace could eradicate the corruption. However, given the low cost, there was no regret in discarding them. A single successful synthesis would yield significant profit. The seller was aware that the seeds had effectively turned to trash, yet they were reluctant to simply discard them, given their first-tier status. Thus, they placed them in the trading channel at a remarkably low price, merely 1 unit of food, akin to giving them away. Consequently, Chun-Si acquired them easily after spending a pound of flour. This batch of corrupted soybeans weighed approximately 1 pound, containing 620 seeds. Their once vibrant yellow surface now marred by interspersed black lines. The corrupted soybeans needed to be stored out of reach of little white, and accidental ingestion would spell trouble. Contemplating this, Chun-Si decided to keep 10 seeds aside while placing the remainder into storage, securing the door tightly. He resolved to only take what was necessary for synthesis, ensuring that no excess would be left behind to risk little white's safety. Before returning to the living room, he took a detour to his workspace, listing the freshly produced toilet paper at the price of 2 units of wood, and as before, he arranged a production task of 7,000 units. Upon returning to the living room, he estimated that, according to the chatter in the channel, there were still about 2 hours left until the trial officially concluded. Almost everyone was awake, eagerly awaiting the stroke of midnight. With 2 hours to spare and nothing pressing to occupy his time, he considered testing his earlier hypotheses. Previously, he had contemplated several experiments regarding his innate abilities, but the trial of acid rain had forced him to set those aside. Now, with the trial concluded, he could resume his explorations. Acting on impulse, Chun-Si promptly gathered his materials. He decided to first test whether enhancing the same item was feasible. He retrieved 10 units of iron ingots, using 1 ordinary quality iron ingot as the primary material and supplementing it with ordinary quality iron ingots as well. After repeated attempts to add supplementary materials, he discerned a pattern. A maximum of 9 supplementary materials could be provided. With 1 supplement, the success rate was 10, and the mutation rate was 1. With 2 supplements, the success rate rose to 20, and the mutation rate to 2. Following this logic, filling all 9 supplementary slots resulted in a success rate of 90 and a mutation rate of 9. A success rate of 90 indicates that synthesizing identical items is indeed feasible. However, the question remained, what would the final product resemble, and would this endeavor be worthwhile? One synthesis would reveal the outcome. Primary material, iron ingot, supplementary materials, 9 iron ingots. Success rate, 90, mutation rate, 9, proceed with synthesis. He immediately focused his thoughts to confirm the synthesis. The process went smoothly, and before long, he witnessed the familiar blue light. As the blue glow dissipated, the 10 units of ordinary iron ingots had vanished, leaving behind a single ingot of significantly darker hue on the floor. He felt a surge of anticipation as the system scanned its attributes. Refined iron. Level, Tier 0. Quality, Premium. Attribute, increases durability by 30. Description, this is a piece of refined iron, which, as a raw material, enhances the durability of the finished product. 10 units of ordinary quality synthesize into a premium quality item, providing a stable channel for acquiring exquisite materials, although the yield is disappointingly low, rendering ordinary premium materials unworthy. His eyes flickered with intrigue. Could it be possible that 10 units of premium materials yield 1 rare grade material? Or even Could 10 rare materials produce a perfect grade material? If feasible, it would be immensely advantageous. With this thought, he resolved to experiment with premium synthesis once more. Chen retrieved the enchanted soybean seeds he had just set aside. He felt no regret over the loss, as he had initially intended to test whether the synthesis furnace could eliminate the enchantment, and now he would try both simultaneously. Main material, 1 enchanted soybean. Auxiliary materials, 90 enchanted soybeans. Synthesis success rate, 90, mutation rate, 9. Proceed with synthesis? Chen adjusted his posture, preparing to channel his mental energy. Based on past experience, synthesizing rare items consumed 2 points of mental energy, and he wished to avoid fainting from exhaustion. Upon confirming the synthesis, as predicted, he was abruptly drained of 2 points of mental energy, leaving his mind in a whirl. The orange glow gradually receded, signaling the success of the synthesis. Soon, a pitch-black seed remained on the ground. Chen exercising caution, refrained from touching it, and instead employed a distant probing technique, wary of the potential enchantment. Enchanted soybean. Level, Tier 1. Quality, rare. Attribute, enchantment. Increases 60 magical energy. Description, a rare enchanted item that possesses a strong allure for enchanted beings. Capable of enhancing Tier 1 enchanted creatures with 60 points of magical energy. When consumed by ordinary beings, it directly elevates them to Tier 1 enchanted status. Physical contact does not taint the enchantment. By the heavens, this is the enchanted version of an energy fruit. Chen gazed enviously at the black soybean on the ground, his eyes reflecting profound regret, akin to witnessing a pure maiden fall into disrepute. The sorrow he felt was ineffable. The good news was that 10 units of premium materials successfully synthesized into a rare-grade material. The bad news was that the synthesis furnace not only failed to eliminate the enchantment, but also intensified it. This significantly diminished the utility of the enchanted soybean, necessitating a cautious approach to avoid mixing it with rare items in future syntheses. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could the previous red fruits also be synthesized? Might it be possible to create a perfect grade red fruit? A flicker of regret crossed his mind, but he quickly suppressed it, murmuring, "It is unfortunate that I did not realize it at the time. However, the normal consumption of red fruits has already greatly benefited me. Excess can be counterproductive, and my constitution back then may not have withstood a perfect grade red fruit." Abruptly, he felt a stir of curiosity. I wonder if Song Yaru has used those 6 fruits? With a mental shift, he sent a private message to Song Yaru. "Sister Rue, have you used the red fruits I gave you earlier?" Chen felt a twinge of resignation, thinking, perhaps I shall address similar spiritual fruits in the future. Chen eyes sparkled with astonishment. He had not anticipated Song Yaru's keen sensitivity. It was only upon consuming the 10th fruit that he sensed a distinct shift amidst the surging energy. Song Yaru, too, bore a face of regret. Having consumed 6, she now faced the possibility of never gathering the remaining 4. Chen and Song Yaru procured 2 sets of vine armor. Subsequently, severing their conversation, he fixated on the mutated yellow bean lying on the ground, pondering its purpose. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. Just as he contemplated how to utilize this peculiar bean, a shocking scene caught the corner of his eye, causing his soul to nearly leave his body. He shouted, "Xiaobai, what are you doing? Step away from that bean." It turned out that while Chen was deep in thought, Xiaobai had stealthily approached the mutated yellow bean, intrigued by its mysterious allure that had captivated Chen attention. Chapter 71, The Extreme Cold Test and Names. Startled, Chen swiftly extended both hands, one to grasp Xiaobai, and the other to store the mutated yellow bean, orange, into his inventory. Anger bubbled within him as he exclaimed, "Do you realize how dangerous that was, Xiaobai? If you had ingested that, you would have transformed into something akin to a mutated wolf. You would lose your beautiful white fur, your body would be covered in unsightly bumps, and you'd sprout revolting tentacles. Imagine what the other mice would think upon seeing you like that. Oh dear, what an ugly white mouse." Xiaobai's intellect resembled that of a 2-year-old child, allowing him to grasp the essence of Chen words, especially with the aid of the contract that conveyed the meaning. Instantly, Xiaobai trembled in fear. Sensing the little one's distress, Chen regained his composure and reassured him, all right. Remember this, unless I give it to you. You must never eat such dark and dubious beans. Otherwise, you will have no face to show to the other mice." Xiaobai nodded vigorously, affirming his understanding and promising to refrain from indiscriminate eating. After educating the mischievous little creature, Chen sat down once more and retrieved 2 sets of materials, those previously intended for synthesizing the ice gourd. Only this time, he substituted the thorny vine with the fire demon vine. He wished to test whether this mutation would be controllable. If so, he would establish a stable channel for acquiring first-tier extraordinary plants. Main material, vine armor. Auxiliary materials, vine X3, ice crystal X3, black ironwood X2. Synthesis success rate, 65. Mutation rate, 80. Proceed with synthesis? Gazing at the mutation rate, Chen mused softly. Last time, the same formula yielded the ice gourd seeds. I wonder what this iteration will produce. He confirmed the synthesis. A familiar blue radiance emerged, announcing success. He fixated intently on the azure glow. And upon revealing the synthesized item, he sighed, I knew it wouldn't be so simple. It's not a seed. The elevated mutation rate indicated that the outcome might not necessarily be a seed. The moment he beheld the item on the floor, he recognized that the experiment had not succeeded. The new synthesized item resembled a vine. As Qinsei observed it, the vine on the ground writhed like a serpent. Oh, this vine is alive. Fire Demon Vine Whip. Level, 0 tier. Grade, Elite. Attribute, Fire Demon. Description, a biological weapon, existing between plant and animal, possessing the regenerative and growth capabilities of flora, alongside the bloodthirstiness of fauna. It can parasitize trees, absorbing nutrients for growth or healing, all the while exhibiting an insatiable craving for flesh and blood. It features the attached skill, Fire Demon, which, when activated, envelopes the whip in flames, scorching enemies. Once its energy is depleted, it requires the consumption of blood to replenish. Qinsei gently prodded the vine whip lying on the ground, which wriggled uneasily for a moment. A living weapon indeed. The world of ruins is replete with wonders. The description suggests that this weapon can continue to grow like a plant. Yet he felt a twinge of regret. Its attributes were commendable, accompanied by special skills, but why must it take the form of a whip? His current arsenal consisted of a broad blade, a crossbow, and a serpent skin shield, and with the impending study of the Tsang Hai Yulong too, he simply lacked the capacity to delve into the intricacies of whip techniques. Thus, despite its excellence, this weapon was ill-suited for him. He decided to leave it parasitically beside the magical fire thorn, planning to trade it later when circumstances allowed. Shaking his head in disappointment, he exited the stone chamber, entrusting the magical fire whip to the thorn, instructing it to keep a vigilant watch to prevent any escape. However, he soon realized that his concerns were entirely unfounded. Do you rather enjoy staying here? Qinsei observed, still holding the vine whip, which was straining to inch closer to the thorn. Upon releasing it, the whip energetically swam towards the thorn, exuding an air of impatience. Could it be that, due to the use of thorn vines as supplementary materials, the whip regarded the thorn as kin? He was merely curious and had no intention of probing further. Communication with the whip was impossible, and any conjecture would likely be inaccurate. Even if he understood the reason, it would serve little purpose. Summoning the synthesis furnace, he placed the materials in sequential order. Filled with anticipation as he declared, synthesis confirmed. As his mental energy infused the furnace, it began to rotate slowly, only to be abruptly engulfed by a plume of black smoke. A wave of dread washed over him, for this scene felt eerily familiar. This was precisely how his last synthesis failure had unfolded. Indeed, the furnace vanished amidst the smoke, leaving nothing in its wake. Followed by the system notification. Synthesis failed. Talent upgrade progress 2. The success rate was disappointingly low, making failure a common occurrence. At least he had advanced his talent. Regrettably, resources were scarce, and he could not afford to squander them. He resolved that once he amassed sufficient wealth, he would certainly invest in upgrading his talents. Lost in thought, he glanced at his dwindling mental energy, now reduced to 2 points, and decided against further synthesis. With a wave of his hand, he retrieved the golden treasure chest from his inventory. Rubbing the small creature beside him, he said, Little White, let us wait a moment longer. Another treasure chest is forthcoming, and we shall draw together. Strive hard, so we might conjure a miracle. Chirp. Rest assured, Qinsei felt a surge of joy. He did not entirely believe in the possibility of drawing miracles consecutively, recalling that during his time on Blue Star, every continuous draw merely guaranteed a minimum reward. Akin to ringing in the new year, he simply wished to cultivate a sense of ritual, for life in the world of ruins was rather monotonous. The man and the mouse reclined beside the hearth, awaiting the arrival of midnight in silence. All survivors, the acid rain trial has officially concluded. The current number of survivors stands at 739, 546, 282. Nearly 40 of survivors had perished over 10 days. This was no mere trial. It was a ruthless selection process. Qinsei remained silent, contemplating the grim reality. When he first arrived in the world of ruins, there were over 5 billion inhabitants from Blue Star, and now, 40 of them would remain here forever. The system announcements continued to refresh. The world of ruins is about to enter winter. The extreme cold trial will commence. Qinsei's expression darkened. The acid rain trial had just ended, and now they were to face the extreme cold trial? Was this a deliberate attempt to drive the survivors to their doom? Could it be that my conjectures regarding the ruins world are erroneous? Is it merely a spectacle for them to observe our struggle for survival? A profound sense of unease surged within Qinsei, not solely due to the relentless trials, but also because he had long suspected that the ruins world, in expending such effort to orchestrate survival games, was not motivated by amusement, but rather aimed at cultivating warriors. The recent widespread distribution of techniques indirectly corroborated his hypothesis. However, the incessant challenges now cast a shadow of doubt over his judgment. It was not only Qinsei who felt the impact. The survivalists in the World Channel were in a frenzy over the impending extreme cold trial. Let us perish all. This wretched ruins world seeks nothing but to toy with us, to torment us. Over 1 billion lives were claimed by the acid rain trial. And now we face another extreme cold trial. How absurd. Everyone, remain calm. The trial is inevitable. We shall navigate this storm as it comes. Indeed, we have survived the apocalypse. Shall we falter before a mere cold front? At this moment, Shinsei too found his composure, regardless of the ruins world's intentions. As long as he grew strong enough, there would surely come a day when he could break free from its grasp. With a stern countenance, Shinsei continued to peruse the system announcements. The extreme cold trial will last for 3 months, during which the drop rate for cold-resilient items from chests will increase. A silver lining amidst the gloom. On the 30th day of the ruins world, a monthly trial will commence, featuring a monster siege. Survivalists are advised to prepare in advance to bolster their strength. Damn, more challenges? Shinsei took several deep breaths to suppress the rising ire. For he understood that no matter how furious he became, it would be a futile rage, incapable of affecting the ruins world. Killing mutated creatures will earn merit points. The system shop is now open. Survivalists can use merit points to purchase items. 2 consecutive announcements conveyed a straightforward message. To acquire items from the system shop, one must slay mutated creatures. Shinsei mused. I currently possess 27 merit points. I wonder what I can purchase. However, he refrained from hastily checking the system shop and opted to finish reading the announcements first. We are now distributing evaluation rewards. The top 10,000 survivalists will receive an additional golden mark and 10 merit points. Following this was a private notification. Congratulations to Shinsei for ranking within the top 10,000 overall. Rewards include 1 golden chest, 10 merit points, and a golden name tag, valid for 7 days. A golden chest. Before Shinsei's eyes, a radiant golden chest materialized, drawing his gaze with its dazzling brilliance. The floor was adorned with 2 golden chests, casting a golden hue around them. Ding, ding, ding. Shinsei was momentarily stunned as the system notified him of a flurry of private messages. Could it be that Lu Xiaoya and the others had encountered trouble? He hurriedly opened the messages. Lu Yang, Brother Chun, you're amazing. You are my idol. Lu Xiaoya, Brother Chun, you're incredible. Song Yaru, congratulations. Congratulations. Wang Zishuan, I genuinely envy you. Congratulations, Brother Chun. Xiaohua, Brother Chun, I knew you were formidable, but I had no idea you were this powerful. I would love to challenge you. Lu Aigua, congratulations. You've made us proud. Wang Lei, you're astounding. You must help me, with your assistance. I'm sure I'll succeed effortlessly. Not only were there familiar faces, or those who had previously exchanged messages, but a multitude of strangers fervently sought to initiate private conversations, including several prominent figures from the Survivor Alliance. Shinsei glanced over and noticed a number of tattered young women, seemingly attempting to allure him with their charms. Puzzled, he scratched his head, unsure of what madness had overtaken them. Thus, he approached Lu Xiaoya and inquired, "What are you all congratulating about? I am utterly perplexed." Upon seeing Lu Xiaoya's reminder, Shinsei turned his gaze to his profile panel. By heavens, the cursed ruins world. Chapter 72, A Fortuitous Unboxing. Shinsei fixated on the name displayed on the panel. Now bold, enlarged, and shimmering with golden light, feeling a throbbing ache in his head. What on earth was Ruins World playing at? How was he to scavenge for bargains, or play the role of a cunning fox? The thought that this golden nameplate would persist for 7 days caused his vision to darken. He had never been one to seek the spotlight. Calm down, remain composed. I shall not allow anger to take hold. Shinsei adjusted his settings, silencing all private messages except those from the 6 individuals in his group. As for the private message requests, he no longer had the inclination to peruse them. They were simply too numerous to fathom, and he had no intention of granting approval. For he had no use for those individuals. He would address it when the need arose. Once his mood was restored, he redirected his attention to the treasure chests arrayed before him, their brilliance dazzling his eyes. Xiaobai, come forth. This time, you must exert yourself. Your future as a glamorous club model or a humble steamed bun hinges on your efforts, he declared solemnly, lifting Xiaobai with earnest admonition. Xiaobai had already noticed the treasure chests on the ground, having even nibbled at one moments ago. Upon hearing Shinsei's words, Xiaobai vigorously nodded, indicating his determination to strive. Without hesitation, he placed one of Xiaobai's front paws on the chest and began to open them sequentially. The resplendent golden light compelled both man and mouse to squint, struggling to suppress the instinct to blink, fearing that the treasures within might vanish in the blink of an eye. After a brief moment, the golden radiance subsided, leaving behind 6 luminous orbs radiating blue and orange hues, 2 blue and 4 orange. For rare items, Xiaobai, you are simply magnificent, Shinsei exclaimed, rubbing his slightly dry eyes in excitement. Let us commence with the finest, saving the surprises for later. He then picked up the rightmost blue orb. Peering through its translucent surface, which seemed to contain a blueprint, he crushed it with determination. Alter blueprint, level, 0 quality, Premium attribute. Heavenly Eye required materials. 100 stone description. The core structure of the shelter, capable of housing the shelter's core. Should the altar be destroyed, the shelter shall fall. Accompanied by the Heavenly Eye skill, allowing survivors to summon the Heavenly Eye within the shelter. Currently able to illuminate a radius of 500 meters. An altar. Truly an altar. At last, I can upgrade the shelter. Shinsei laughed joyfully. For he had long since gathered the requisite materials, awaiting only the altar blueprint. He could hardly believe that the first treasure from the chest was his long-desired prize. Glancing at the darkened view outside, he mused, it is far too late today. Tomorrow, I shall rise early to upgrade the shelter. Gently placing the altar blueprint alongside the basement blueprint, both were destined for construction the following day. Xiaobai, let us examine the second one. What is this? Shinsei scrutinized the second exquisite light sphere, within which something vaguely resembled a person. Could it be a doll? His thoughts inadvertently wandered astray. Phantom Armor Guardian type. Level 1. Quality, exquisite. Attribute, self-repair. Description, once a fundamental defensive unit of a certain mage tower, it has been reprogrammed by the ruined world. After bloodbinding, it can execute simple commands and automatically defend the shelter. It possesses the skill of self-repair when its external armor is damaged. It can absorb exquisite iron fragments to gradually restore itself. Shinsei examined the armored figure that had appeared in the living room, estimating its height to be approximately 1.8 meters, similar to his own. The armored entity wielded an iron shield in its left hand and a double-edged greatsword in its right. Its entire form enveloped in medieval Western armor. He lifted the visor of the armor's helmet, only to discover it was utterly empty, void of any occupant. Empty? Merely a set of armor? A phantom armor. Shinsei muttered a few phrases, gradually coming to an understanding. He communicated with the armor through his perception, automatically acquiring the method of usage. This armor was indeed animated by a spirit, requiring a drop of blood to record its master's information in order to activate the spirit. With this thought, Shinsei pricked his finger, allowing a single drop of blood to fall onto the armor's helmet, which was instantly absorbed. The previously dark voids of the helmet's eye sockets suddenly ignited with a crimson glow. Instinctively, Shinsei reached for his blade, as he had developed an aversion to red eyes. Yet he observed the armored figure kneel on one knee, a thought emanating, Master, please issue your command. The armored being promptly straightened. Kneel. The guardian knelt once more. Rise. The entity stood again. Shinsei felt an uncontrollable smile creeping onto his face. With the presence of this level 1 guardian, along with the evolved little vine, he would no longer have to worry about the safety of the shelter when venturing out. As he pondered over names, Shinsei decided, I shall name you. Since you are referred to as Phantom Armor Guardian type, your name shall be one. The Phantom Armor bowed its head. As you command, Master. Shinsei nodded in satisfaction. 1. You shall remain on guard within the stone house for the time being. As you wish. 1 promptly obeyed, striding towards the stone house's entrance, standing beside the wooden door. The red glow in its eyes gradually faded, resembling an antique armor displayed at rest. Seeing one's reliable demeanor, Shinsei's smile widened. The rewards from Xiaobai are truly magnificent. I wonder what further surprises await. Who will the little rooster pick? It's you. Shinsei picked up the orange light sphere beneath his finger, within which the image resembled a blueprint. He crushed it with force, and indeed, a blueprint fell into his hands. Training room blueprint. Level 1 quality, rare. Required materials, 1,000 wood, 1,000 stone, 200 iron. Description, a rare structure for the shelter, capable of gathering spiritual energy, enhancing the efficiency of meditation or breathing techniques. This must be constructed tomorrow, even if it means selling everything to do so. Shinsei declared resolutely. Having experienced the benefits of the training ground, he understood that such a special structure, which could expedite cultivation, would yield benefits the sooner it was built. Upgrading and constructing, the shelter was destined for transformation the following day. In a moment of contemplation, he laid the blueprint alongside the altar's design. Next, he reached directly for the farthest orb on the right. This time, the luminous sphere revealed the image of a book. Could it be a martial technique? Surely, this treasure chest would yield a technique. Upon shattering the orb, an ancient, thread-bound tome fell into Shinsei's hands. He glanced down and confirmed. Indeed, Wugong leg technique. Level, 1st rank. Quality, rare. Attributes, increases movement speed by 60. Enhances kicking speed by 60. Description, this leg technique originates from a renowned general of the battlefield, merging combat strategy with leg techniques. Aptly named after the adept warrior who achieved remarkable feats. The leg technique consists of 5 forms. Direct assault on the yellow dragon, sweeping across 1,000 troops. Flying general seizing the flag, swift retreat through raging currents, and shattering mountains and rivers. Shinsei regarded the ancient tome in his hands with a faint smile. It perfectly complements my shortcomings, leaving no room for exchange. With the acquisition of the Tsang Haiyulong map, his horizons had broadened significantly, rendering him somewhat immune to these lower-tier techniques. His lower body capabilities had always been lacking, and this leg technique arrived just in time. He gently set it aside. For now was not the moment to learn a new technique. Once more, he reached out to shatter the orb on the right, and a fruit materialized in his grasp. Exuding a delightful aroma, he felt his weary body and spirit invigorated simultaneously. An energy fruit. Chen was taken aback and swiftly stowed the fruit in his inventory. Every second it lingered outside drained its energy. Beside him, Xiaobai gazed longingly at the vanishing fruit, eyes filled with desire. Zhugua. Level. First rank. Quality. Rare. Attributes. Increases energy by 3 points. Purifies the essence and marrow. Description. A legendary spiritual fruit capable of augmenting internal energy, requiring consumption by those at peak 0 rank or first rank or risk catastrophic consequences. It purifies the essence and marrow, enhancing physical constitution and healing hidden injuries. After diligently reading the description, Chen Xiai understood it was not yet time for consumption. He should wait until he ascended to first rank for maximum efficacy. Yet another item would occupy a space in his inventory. Since finishing the red fruit and using up the penetrating arrows, his inventory had seen a slight surplus, only to be unexpectedly claimed once more. What a delightful dilemma. There remained one final orb. He would examine it before retiring. Muttering a weary remark, he reached for the last luminous sphere, which appeared to be an item of equipment, and crushed it. Spider silk gloves. Level. First rank. Quality. Rare. Attributes. Web spinning. Resilience. Description. Designed to emulate the garb of an urban wanderer, this combat gear component can emit ultra-strong spider silk, with a maximum load-bearing capacity of 10 tons. Crafted from special synthetic fibers, it boasts exceptional resilience, capable of withstanding cuts from blades of the same rank while feeling lightweight and skin-friendly. Lightweight and skin-friendly? Chun Si's lips twitched as he muttered to himself. Urban wanderer, do you believe I wouldn't know who you are if you remained silent? Though he voiced his complaints, his hands were honest, as he found himself donning the gloves. Clenching his fists with vigor, he brushed against the nearby recliner and fireplace, murmuring, indeed. They are lightweight and skin-friendly. There is no sense of impediment. Every movement is remarkably smooth, to the point that if one were not deliberately attentive, they would scarcely notice the glove's presence. 001 confirmed. The only drawback is that the tactile sensation is obscured when handling objects, yet this minor flaw does not overshadow its merits. Shinsiai found himself increasingly fond of it. He decided not to take it off and to wear it to bed. As he left, he remarked, look at you, dozing off. Chapter 73, Level 3 Shelter. Day 14 of the Wasteland, clear weather, 4 to 5. In the kitchen of the stone house that morning, Chen Xiai held a bowl of rice and stir-fried meat, his expression one of helplessness as he lamented, when will I ever get to taste some vegetables? I long for the flavor of greens. Among those he knew, only Song Yaru had a small quantity of vegetables, which she was reluctant to consume. Having mostly traded them for resources, he felt too embarrassed to take advantage of her generosity and thus refrained from asking. It was already difficult to cultivate crops in the wasteland, and with the onset of the harsh winter, vegetables would become even scarcer. Despite his complaints about the monotony of his diet, his spirits were remarkably high today. The trial of acid rain had concluded without incident, and he had reaped considerable rewards. He was on the verge of upgrading his shelter, truly a time of joyful tidings. He had a multitude of tasks ahead, constructing buildings, upgrading the shelter, clearing nearby corrupted creatures, and honing his swordsmanship. Upon reflection, he realized that the day's schedule was indeed tight and the tasks demanding, prompting him to hasten his meal. Oh, right. He had been so preoccupied with opening boxes yesterday that he forgot to check the system store. Surely those coveted items wouldn't have been snatched up already? Suddenly recalling the newly opened system store, he swiftly activated the trading channel and navigated to it. The system store interface was exceedingly simple, with a line of text at the top center indicating, items refresh daily at midnight. Below was a list of goods available for sale, which was rather sparse, containing only 3 lonely items. Fortunately, each was available in unlimited quantities, eliminating the need for a frantic rush. Corrupted Creature Scanning Scroll. This scroll can scan for corrupted creatures within a radius of 5 kilometers and track them, with a duration of 12 hours. Invitation Scroll. This scroll allows the bearer to invite one survivor to their shelter, with the invited party having the choice to accept or decline, lasting for 12 hours. Survivors could meet face to face. This was the first thought that crossed Chen Xi's mind upon seeing the invitation scroll, followed closely by the realization that relationships among survivors would inevitably become complicated. After a moment of contemplation, he envisioned several possible outcomes of survivors meeting offline. They could either forge sincere cooperation and mutual assistance, or it could devolve into a trap, luring the unwary into a precarious situation. One thing was certain. The previously solitary existence of survival was now fractured, heralding a seismic shift in the dynamics among survivors. If there was an invitation scroll, then it was certainly plausible that a teleportation scroll existed as well. He recalled the teleportation scroll Wang Lei had shown him. If someone were maliciously teleported into his shelter, he trusted that number 1 would surely host them well. Imagining the enemy's arduous journey to his shelter only to be greeted by the despairing visage of number 1 brought a smile to his face as his gaze swept over the final item. Taming Scroll, Level 0. This scroll can tame beasts, compelling them to obey the commands of the survivor, effective only on Level 0 beasts. Wasn't this the very taming scroll I had previously given to Xiaobai? He was quite familiar with this scroll, having specifically researched it before. It was said to be capable of taming Tier 0 beasts, but only if the beasts possessed no resistance or willingly accepted, rendering it a somewhat lackluster tool. However, it did have its merits. Judging by the performance of the little white creature, the scroll should enhance the communication abilities between survivors and their pets. The price tag on the 3 types of scrolls was a modest 5 merit points each. This implied that if he were to purchase a magical creature scanning scroll, he would need to eliminate 5 Tier 0 magical creatures to break even, excluding any treasures or gathering rewards. When considering the overall benefits from treasure chests, gathering, and the safety of the shelter, the scanning scroll indeed offered significant value and was worth acquiring. With these thoughts in mind, he silently initiated a trade request. Acquired magical creature scanning scroll, X1. He only purchased the scanning scroll, as he had already planned to clear the area around the shelter of magical creatures today. The timing of the scanning scroll was impeccable, as it would reduce the search time and greatly enhance the efficiency of his endeavors. As for the invitation scroll and the beast taming scroll, he found no immediate need for them. After breakfast, Chen Xiai prepared to commence his tasks for the day as planned. He retrieved the blueprints from the storage, selecting the basement blueprint from the 3 available. He made his way to the center of the stone house's living room, focusing his thoughts to summon the core of the shelter. He placed the basement blueprint upon the shelter core that floated at his chest. Constructing basement requires 100 wood, 300 stone, and 10 iron blocks. Would you like to proceed? Please select the basement entrance. With the system prompt, a 3-dimensional model of the stone house automatically appeared before him. After careful consideration, he decided to position the entrance in the corner of the bedroom, as it would facilitate easy access and also address safety concerns regarding the storage of important items in the basement. The construction of the basement was completed silently, and it was only when the system notification chimed that he realized the task was finished. The silent construction was remarkable. If the Blue Star construction team possessed such capabilities, they would have completed a Dyson sphere, and the world would not be facing its demise. Awestruck, Chen Xiai did not conceal the core to inspect the basement. Instead, he proceeded to extract the altar blueprint and placed it once more upon the shelter core. Detected altar blueprint requires 100 stone. Please select the construction location. The 3-dimensional model of the stone house reappeared, and unlike before, there was now a 200 square meter vacant basement below. Indeed, it was feasible, with the plan validated. He focused his thoughts and confirmed the altar's location, selecting the basement as the construction site. Understanding the importance of the altar, he resolved to conceal it underground, ensuring that as long as the shelter remained unbreached, the core altar would be secure. The construction of the core altar also took place underground, quietly and unobtrusively. The moment the altar was completed, the shelter core at his chest suddenly vanished, reappearing atop the altar. Chen Xiai had mentally prepared for this, calmly summoning the system panel and navigating to the shelter attributes page that he had not viewed in some time. Shelter, Level 2 Stone House. Infrastructure, Bedroom, Kitchen, Living Room, Storage, Bathroom, Basement. Defensive structures, Fences, Arrow Towers. Resource buildings, Training grounds, Geothermal springs. Upgrade materials, 500 wood, 500 stone, 50 iron, 20 glass, 1 defensive facility. 1 altar, 1 resource building. Detected that the survivor has met the upgrade conditions for the shelter. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? Chen Xiai stared blankly at the system prompt. Perhaps it was due to being hindered by the altar for so long. Although it had only been around 10 days since the last upgrade, he felt as though an eternity had passed. Confirm upgrade, he pronounced deliberately. Survivor, please vacate the shelter. Without hesitation, Chen Xiai immediately turned and led Xiaobai and number 1 out of the stone house, standing 10 meters away as the structure was enveloped in a brilliant white light. The radiance, while dazzling, was not blinding. Through the luminous curtain, he could vaguely perceive the shelter flourishing. The foundation of the shelter has been established. Please confirm the internal layout. Confirm the layout? Chen Xiai was somewhat perplexed upon hearing this prompt. A level 3 shelter allows the survivor to adjust the internal layout. Subsequently, a transparent panel appeared before him. On the right side of the panel were 3-dimensional illustrations representing, from left to right, the basement, the first floor, and the second floor, each measuring 300 square meters. On the left side were selectable infrastructures, including bedrooms, kitchens, bathrooms, and blank rooms. The blank room was a customizable space, not classified as part of the shelter's basic facilities. He could determine the distribution of the shelter's infrastructure according to his personal needs. Chen Xiai, intrigued by this, refrained from immediate action. As he was uncertain about the possibility of making mistakes, he preferred to contemplate thoroughly before proceeding. Firstly, regarding the basement, there was currently only a central altar. Chen Xiai simply relocated the altar from the center to the westernmost wall, creating an open area for future storage of miscellaneous items. Finally, on the second floor, the staircase ascended, facing the west side, which was designated as the living room, while the east side was reserved for a blank room. This layout had undergone numerous adjustments, yet he still felt it was imperfect. After a moment of deliberation, he resolved, this will have to suffice. After all, I have no experience in design and cannot expect perfection. As long as it is comfortable for me, that is sufficient. Based on the Survivor's designed layout, an additional 200 stone, 100 wood, and 10 iron blocks are required. Would you like to confirm? Confirm the upgrade. With Chun Ci's eager affirmation, the shelter rapidly took shape. Chapter 74, Transformation of the Stone Fortress. Shelter upgrade complete. The radiant light that enveloped the stone house dissipated, revealing a 2-story stone fortress. The fortress covered an area of 300 square meters, constructed entirely of bluish-gray rock, seamless and appearing as if it were hewn from a single massive boulder. The water tank atop the roof had also expanded several times in volume, resembling a small stone house perched above. Chun Ci pushed open the wooden door of the fortress, discovering that it had been noticeably thickened and reinforced. Even the claws of ordinary beasts could not breach it, and the door opened and closed soundlessly, prompting him to admire the craftsmanship of the system. On the left side of the hall, there stood a door reserved for the preparation room. He did not pause to inspect it. Instead, he continued down the corridor and entered the synthesis chamber. The synthesis chamber, designed as a blank slate, was utterly empty, devoid of any objects. He was already familiar with the chamber's condition and felt no surprise as he walked directly to the northeast corner, where a wooden panel could be lifted to reveal the staircase leading to the basement. Descending the stairs for 5 meters, he finally arrived in the basement. The space was dimly lit by the faint glow emanating from the core altar. While still shrouded in darkness, it was not entirely devoid of visibility. The basement required stable lighting, a matter he would need to address later, and he made a note of it. A sharp sound echoed as the torch had scraped against the stone floor. The torch ignited, illuminating the basement with clarity. The ceiling was approximately 2-3 meters high, and the walls were constructed of stone. Apart from the core altar, the vast basement contained only a few robust support columns. Remarkably, the air here was not stifling, suggesting some form of ventilation implemented by the system. He gazed at the sole structure within the basement. What purpose did the altar serve? Surely, it could not merely be a dwelling for the core. Chun Ci approached and scrutinized the core altar closely. The altar was a 3-tiered structure, with a base measuring 1 meter in diameter, adorned with 2 smaller concentric circles above it, standing half a meter tall. At its apex rested a luminous sphere, the core of the shelter. As he placed his hand upon the altar, a faint yellow light flickered to life, illuminating the intricate patterns etched upon its surface. Simultaneously, a surge of information flooded Chun Ci's mind, revealing the altar's functionalities. Currently, the altar possessed only 2 capabilities. The first was the ability to instantaneously construct buildings using blueprints, a feature inherited from the previous core of the shelter. The second was the altar's inherent heavenly eye ability, which allowed him to summon the altar's vision whenever he was within the confines of the shelter. Through this vision, he could observe a radius of 500 meters with clarity akin to that of a high-definition camera. Goodness, he exclaimed. He could see into every room of the stone fortress clearly. Fortunately, all permissions were granted to him. Otherwise, it would be a daily live broadcast. As he experimented with the heavenly eye ability, the clarity was indeed remarkable, allowing him to discern the bees flitting about in the courtyard and the little white creature by the fireplace. Beyond these 2 functions, any additional capabilities would require further upgrades to the shelter. Upgrade the shelter? What are the requirements for the next level? Chun Ci murmured, contemplating the shelter's attributes. Shelter, level 3, stone fortress infrastructure, bedroom, kitchen, living room, warehouse, bathroom, basement, study. Defensive structures, fence, arrow tower. Resource structures, training ground, geothermal hot spring. Upgrade requirements, material reserves, 10,000 wood, 10,000 stone, 1,000 iron ingots, 200 glass, 5,000 food. Resource requirements, 2 basic types of resources within a 5-kilometer radius of the shelter, wood, food, stone, or minerals. Item requirements, Lord's Command. Strength requirement, level 1. Very well. None of the criteria have been met. There is much that remains unclear. It seems that an upgrade is not feasible in the short term. Chun Ci, feeling somewhat disheartened, closed the system. First, I must complete the urgent tasks at hand. Speaking of urgent matters, he retrieved the blueprint for the training room and placed it upon the altar. Is it possible to consume 1,000 units of wood, 1,000 units of stone, 200 iron blocks, or 20 cold iron ores to construct a training room? Upon discovering that cold iron ores could indeed substitute for ordinary iron blocks, a smile crept onto his lips, as this felt akin to receiving a discount. Confirm construction. Please select a construction site. The location had long been prepared, situated on the eastern side of the second floor, opposite the study. Chun Ci, located in the basement. could not observe the construction taking place above, and could only await the system's notification in silence. Training room construction completed. He intended to tour his new home before embarking on a quest to eliminate the corrupted creatures. Exiting the desolate synthesis room, he found the door to the workshop on his left. The workshop was significantly larger than before, and the level 3 workbench had notably expanded, resembling a bar snugly positioned against the right wall, capable of accommodating 4 or 5 individuals without feeling crowded. To the left lay an empty goods shelf. Curiosity piqued regarding the new functions of the level 3 workbench. Chen Ci eagerly activated it. He could now issue 3 production tasks simultaneously, a feature he had anticipated, thus not particularly novel. Additionally, he discovered the ability to fine-tune the finished product through manual intervention by the operator. What could this mean? He wondered how this new feature of adjustment would be executed and the extent of its variability. Sitting on the stool before the workbench, Chen Ci chose to produce 10 units of charcoal. As production commenced, the scenery before him transformed as if he had donned a pair of spectacles. A worker appeared to be operating the charcoal kiln at an accelerated pace. Material selection, ignition, burning, air isolation, and placement. All steps were conducted by the system's worker with consistent timing and standards, exemplifying assembly line production, ensuring that each finished product met uniform quality. According to the system's instructions, his role was to manipulate the worker's operations based on the system prompts, adapting to the unique circumstances of each kiln. Of course, he could also disregard the prompts and adjust the worker's workflow independently. However, with the system's guidance, the worst-case scenario would yield a product of ordinary quality. If he could perfect each production step, he could achieve superior quality. The outcome of improvisation, however, remained uncertain. Subsequently, he attempted to produce a wooden table. Originally fixed in size, the table could now be adjusted to varying dimensions to meet diverse needs. Chen Ci murmured with a hint of frustration. The functionality is excellent, but I scarcely have enough time for cultivation, let alone for this. Alas, if only there were free labor available. With a sense of regret, he opened the item production list on the left side, only to find no new items added. Exiting the workshop, he casually filled the fireplace's fuel chamber with the charcoal he had personally produced. Due to the expansion of the stone fortress, the fireplace's consumption had doubled, requiring 48 units of wood daily. Must it be so realistic? With the meager wood supply following the upgrade of the shelter, it feels as though wood prices are bound to rise. He mumbled to himself as he turned and stepped into the preparation room. The preparation room, like the synthesis room, was a blank space he had customized, devoid of anything but his beehive for the Goo King. Taking a moment to craft a weapon rack, it is also necessary to have a table and chairs. The door on the right should lead to the restroom on the ground floor. During the initial layout planning, he had forgotten to allocate space for a restroom on the first floor, resulting in the system integrating it directly next to the maintenance room. Upon opening the wooden door, he indeed found the ground floor restroom, but the subsequent unfortunate news dampened his spirits. System prompt: restroom functionality is compromised and can only be partially utilized. Chen Ci hurriedly checked, only to discover that not only was the restroom on the first floor affected, but the one on the second floor was also rendered unusable. Or rather, could only be partially used. The system indicated that the restroom was divided into a shower area and a toilet, with the shower functioning normally, while the toilet was out of service due to insufficient supporting facilities. Why was the toilet operational in the second-level stone house, yet deemed to require additional facilities in the third? He felt a wave of frustration. The extreme cold test was approaching, and the weather would turn increasingly frigid. Venturing out to resolve such matters would be perilous. This was truly a recipe for frostbite. The reason provided by the system left him at a loss. The cause of this predicament was none other than himself. When constructing the basement, he had focused solely on maximizing space, leading to the hollowing out beneath the stone fortress, thereby preventing the installation of toilet facilities. The system offered a solution. He needed to utilize blueprints for a septic tank and have the system reconfigure the construction. Otherwise, he would be forced to venture outside for relief. With a furrowed brow, Chen Ci exited the maintenance room, traversed the warehouse, and approached the stairwell. To the west lay the kitchen and dining area, which offered little of interest. Aside from the staircase leading to the second floor, the stairwell also featured a locked small wooden door to the north, providing access to the backyard of the shelter. Ascending the stairs to the second floor, the west-facing living room and the east-facing empty room were both devoid of furnishings. The study and training room situated in the middle were similarly vacant. Such a spacious study felt wasteful. The system did not provide any books, and it seemed destined to remain empty for the foreseeable future. He silently resolved that if it remained unused, he would convert it into a storage room. Stepping into the newly constructed training room, Chen Ci immediately sensed a distinct atmosphere. The air within was refreshingly crisp, evoking a sensation akin to being in nature. How delightful! Could this be the presence of spiritual energy? Regrettably, he was soon to venture outside, leaving him no time to indulge in the experience. Staying in the training room seemed to alleviate many of his distracting thoughts. With time pressing, Chen Ci did not continue to explore the remaining 4 bedrooms on the second floor, as aside from the westernmost room, filled with his belongings, The other 3 were merely empty spaces with little to behold. After completing his circuit, the initial exhilaration from the shelter's upgrade began to wane, aside from the increased area. The 3rd-level shelter offered little benefit. Everywhere felt desolate, and living alone became increasingly inconvenient. Chapter 75, Clearing Threats. Outside the shelter's fence, Chen Xiai stood in a daze. Gazing at the desolate wilderness before him, the once boundless wild grass had vanished completely. Gray and black ashes blanketed the ground, and as a gentle breeze swept through, the ashes flowed like ocean waves toward the horizon. After a mixed feelings tour of the stone fortress, he resolved to proceed with his plan to eliminate the corrupted creatures surrounding the shelter. Upon emerging from the sanctuary, I was utterly captivated by the scene before me. It was evident that the acid rain posed a formidable challenge not only for survivors, but had inflicted catastrophic damage upon the flora and fauna of the forest. Alas, it seemed that the most unfortunate victims were the flowers and plants, rather than us survivors. This realization filled me with an ominous sense of foreboding for the future. Given the abundance of ash, one could only imagine the environmental fines that would be imposed. I coughed, feeling the need for a mask as the ash swirled into my mouth. I found a tattered cloth to cover my face, which provided a slight reprieve, and without further ado, I plunged into the swirling gray haze. This seems like a suitable spot, approximately 2 kilometers from the sanctuary. I commanded the hornet swarm to disperse and maintain vigilance, then retrieved the enchanted creature scanning scroll and activated it. To my dismay, the scroll initially appeared blank. However, as I pondered this, a multitude of red dots alongside a singular green dot manifested on its surface, accompanied by usage instructions on the left side of the scroll. According to the guidelines, the green dot represented me, while the red dots indicated the presence of mutated creatures within a 5-kilometer radius. The scroll had embedded an energy marker on these creatures, ensuring their location would be displayed for 12 hours unless they perished. Were there truly so many mutated creatures in the vicinity? The sheer density of red dots on the scroll was overwhelming, and I suddenly felt a sense of peril outside the sanctuary. The concentration of mutated beings was alarmingly high. Beneath the scroll, I noticed a line of explanatory text. The size of the red dots correlated with the strength of the mutated creatures. The larger the dot, the more formidable the creature. Did these clusters of small red dots signify weak packs, while the larger ones represented fierce lone wolves? I would soon discover the truth. Exercising caution, I selected a moderately sized lone wolf, ideal for assessment. After carefully deliberating, I chose one of the medium red dots not far from my position and commanded the hornet swarm to scout ahead while I trailed closely behind. The hornet swarm had now developed the ability to distinguish animal sizes relative to humans, eliminating the previous confusion where giant pythons and rabbits were both classified as colossal beasts. I swiftly drew the scroll to compare the hornet swarm's findings with the locations of the red dots, confirming they referred to the same creature. I instructed the hornet swarm to continue tracking while I slowed my approach. In a short while, I spotted my quarry, though its fur was shedding, obscuring its form. I mused to myself, is that a fox or a marten? I initiated a scan. Mutated grassland fox, level 0 elite, swift, sharp claws. This agile mutated fox, with its low health and defense, posed little challenge. If it were an evolved fox, I might have felt apprehensive, as such creatures retain their intellect and tend to flee, a speed I would struggle to match. Mutated beings, however, do not flee. They are singularly focused on exterminating all normal creatures. Having gathered sufficient intelligence on my foe, I chose not to attack immediately. Instead, I gradually retreated, distancing myself from the mutated fox. Soon, I located a slope upwind and retrieved a hollow metal sphere from my inventory, placing it gently on the ground. I then swiftly concealed myself behind the slope, peering out with a crossbow aimed at the metal sphere. After a while, the enchanted prairie fox emerged from the distance, darting towards the metallic sphere like a bolt of brown lightning. With a swift whoosh, Chen Xiai executed his most proficient triple shot. The foremost crossbow bolt radiated an icy blue aura, unmistakably an ice arrow. Since the night temperatures had dipped below 0, the frost-patterned crossbow had replenished its energy, allowing him to utilize ice arrows without the need for meticulous calculation of their usage. To secure a decisive victory, he opted for the ice arrow without hesitation. In a moment of calculated intent, the fox, with no resistance, lay prostrate on the ground, its blood pooling beneath it. Despite its grievous state, its robust vitality kept it conscious, its crimson eyes fixated on the metallic sphere until it was lifted by a large hand. Acquired merit points, 1. Acquired wooden treasure chest, 1. Remarkable, he mused, marveling at the efficacy of the item. Its allure was indeed substantial, capable of enticing prey from such a distance. He stored the metallic sphere into his inventory, a creation he had commissioned from a metal manipulator earlier that morning, containing within it the enchanted yellow beans he had synthesized the previous day. Observing the fallen enchanted fox, Chen Xiai murmured, if this medium-sized red dot represents the enchanted fox, the other medium-sized red dots must likely indicate small animals, as the primary strength of enchanted beings resides in their physical forms. Enlightened by this thought, he felt a surge of anticipation. If they were indeed small creatures, they would be both trackable and easily dispatched. Today was destined to be a day of bountiful harvest. He needed to gather resources swiftly, for time was of the essence. Acquired premium claws. 2. Premium hides. 1. Still no meat cuts? He muttered with a frown. Placing his findings into his backpack, he hastily selected a target from his scroll and commenced his pursuit. 3 hours later, Chen Ci sat atop a fallen, withered tree, savoring roasted meat extracted from his backpack. The hornet swarm had dispersed its vigilance. As he ate, he reflected on the morning's endeavors. The 5 small creatures he had hunted yielded no meat cuts, confirming his suspicion that enchanted beings did not provide such sustenance. He had collected a total of 8 sharp fangs, for claws, and 10 hides, along with 5 wooden treasure chests. He hoped the chests contained food, otherwise, he would face a food shortage. If hunting did not yield meat cuts, food prices would inevitably rise. After finishing the roasted meat in hand, Chen Ci retrieved his scanning scroll, which revealed 5 red dots remaining, 3 of which were dense clusters of small red dots, while the other 2 were large red dots. One large red dot was situated in the northern mountains, which he decided against pursuing that day. Distance rendered it a low threat to his shelter as the enchanted creature was over 5 kilometers away and time was insufficient. By the time he dealt with the other 4 locations, night would likely have fallen. He resolved to investigate the nearest cluster of small red dots. With determination, he swiftly rose, brushing off the ash from his clothes, and hurried towards his target, stirring a cloud of dust in his wake. Where could the enchanted creatures be? Chen Ci scanned his surroundings with a sense of confusion. Upon reaching the cluster of red dots, he found no trace of the enchanted beings. He was not alone in this. The hornet swarm hovering above had also detected nothing. This must be the location, he thought, pulling out his scanning scroll once more. His green was utterly engulfed by the mass of small red dots. In a secluded environment, devoid of any visible surroundings or celestial bodies above, Chen Ci cast his gaze downward towards the ground, obscured by layers of ash from the flora. With a swift motion, he used his blade to part the thick ash, diligently searching for any signs of life. Suddenly, his eyes sharpened. He had discovered an ant, a creature the size of an adult's thumb. Demonized black ant, level 0 elite. Social, sharp mandibles. So it was an ant. No wonder he had found nothing thus far. Chen Ci swiftly severed the demonized black ant in 2. Yet after a moment of anticipation, the system failed to notify him of any increase in merit points. As expected, his plan to amass wealth had faltered. Such minute insects were devoid of value, and merit points could likely only be accrued by annihilating an entire colony. Furrowing his brow, he pondered how he could eradicate the underground ant colony, given that he lacked the ability to burrow. The method he had just employed, carefully prying apart the ash, would surely prove futile. Not only would it consume an inordinate amount of time, but the ants he encountered on the surface were certainly not the entirety of the colony. Even if he managed to eliminate those, he doubted he would earn any merit points. After much contemplation, his gaze fell upon a few desiccated trees nearby. He resolved to employ a clever ruse. If it failed, he would promptly abandon this endeavor and seek his next target. Chapter 76, The Divine Angler. Chen Ci retrieved an antidote from his inventory, clearing a space for additional items, and began to gather stones until he had amassed 5 units of standard stone blocks. He then wielded his blade to chop down several dead trees, laboriously shaping them into small wooden strips. Selecting a log as thick as a thigh, he painstakingly drove it into the ground near the central red mark. He then retrieved the standard stone blocks, which had been automatically processed by the system, aligning them neatly at the center of the red point. The stone slab was adorned with dry twigs and leaves, its perimeter encircled by thick branches. From his backpack, he produced a torch, igniting it with a swift motion before ascending to the top of the wooden post. Raising a long stick, to which a rope was affixed at one end, he prepared to test his angling prowess. To his surprise, he found that fishing was possible in this location. He retrieved the miraculous metallic sphere from earlier, fastening it to the rope as bait. The demonized yellow soybeans within the sphere possessed an irresistible allure. As soon as he extracted it, he could hear the faint rustling below. Goodness, were they that ravenous? Chen Ci froze momentarily, then hastened his movements, fearing that if he delayed any longer, the swarm of frenzied black ants would overrun him. With the dexterity honed from 2 decades of solitude, he flung the metallic sphere into the air, positioning it directly above the center of the stone slab, gradually lowering it until it neared contact. Balancing himself atop the wooden post, he fixed his gaze on the bait, patiently awaiting the arrival of the ant swarm. Moments later, with keen eyes, Chen Ci spotted the silhouettes of the demonized black ants on the stone slab and adjusted the bait slightly upwards. This action seemed to ignite a signal. A relentless tide of demonized black ants surged forth from all directions. In the blink of an eye, the stone slab beneath the bait was shrouded in a mass of black ants. He lowered his gaze and could no longer see the stone or the branches, only an overwhelming expanse of darkness. Such a multitude. How fortunate he had not been foolish enough to dig into the ant nest. A shiver ran down his spine at the thought of these ants crawling over him. Quietly, he raised the bait once more and waited patiently. The enchanted black ants no longer proliferated, densely covering the stone slab. Their thumb-sized forms, coupled with a rustling sound, sent Chun-Chi's rationality plummeting, nearly inducing a bout of claustrophobia. He felt a renewed sense of relief for not having recklessly destroyed the ant nest earlier. It seemed that the time had come. No sounds of insects could be heard beneath the wooden stake, indicating that the enchanted black ants had concentrated on the stone slab. With this thought, fearing that delay might lead to unforeseen changes, he resolved to act immediately. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed the torch into the designated ignition area, where dry grass and twigs awaited. The advanced technology of the shelter ignited the combustibles swiftly, and the leaping flames spread across the dry branches and leaves on the stone slab. The enchanted black ants sensed the imminent danger. Observing the outer ants beginning to scurry in disarray, Chun-Chi realized that the metallic sphere had failed to suppress their instinctive fear. He hurriedly adjusted the long pole in his hand, lowering the bait to draw the black ants closer. Once the bait was sufficiently near, he delicately maneuvered the pole, enticing the outer ants to crawl toward the center. The plan unfolded seamlessly. Chun-Chi merely had to keep shifting the pole, avoiding the flames while luring the fleeing black ants back to the heart of the swarm, patiently awaiting the flames to engulf the entire stone slab. A delightful aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air, prompting an involuntary twitch of his nose. Upon realizing the source of the scent, a wave of nausea surged within him, his stomach churning violently. How could I face roasted meat now? The thought of it reignited his queasiness, and he turned pale, straining to suppress any further musings about food. Half an hour later, the twigs on the slab had nearly burned away, leaving only scattered embers flickering faintly. A sharp pang of discomfort coursed through him. His back ached, his arms were sore, and his legs felt weak. This was more exhausting than battle itself. As he stretched his body, massaging his aching limbs, the system's prompt chimed in at the opportune moment. Eliminated the enchanted black ant swarm, earned 10 merit points. Obtained 1 bronze treasure chest. What a surprise, a bronze treasure chest. This is promising. If only the other 2 red dots also turned out to be ant nests. Upon seeing the reward for vanquishing the enchanted black ants, Chun-Chi suddenly felt that the discomfort in his arms and legs was inconsequential. If only the remaining 2 red dots were also nests. With a joyful heart, he stowed the bronze treasure chest in his backpack and pulled out the scanning scroll. The scroll indicated a few scattered red dots near the green ones, likely the remnants of the enchanted black ants. The contribution of these enchanted black ants had been significant enough. He decided to spare their lives, for he prided himself on being a compassionate individual. With a smile playing on his lips, he muttered to himself. Yet, it was evident to all that his thoughts were self-serving. The truth was that there was no profit in pursuing these few surviving black ants. Why engage in foolishness when it yielded no reward? Resolving to let the remaining black ants be, he turned his gaze toward the other 2 red dot clusters. What is going on here? The scanning scroll revealed 2 red dots that astonishingly overlapped, forming an enormous cluster of crimson points. If this considerable aggregation of red dots signified a swarm of mutated insects, the encounter of these 2 clusters would likely result in either a merger or a fierce confrontation, with the latter being the more probable outcome. Chun-Chi swiftly deduced that even if the behaviors of the mutated insects had altered, the likelihood of 2 independent groups suddenly amalgamating was significantly lower than that of them engaging in a brutal skirmish. I must hasten to investigate, for these are all bronze treasure chests. He disregarded the need to inspect the campfire further and summoned his skeletal steed, galloping towards the colossal red dot cluster, accompanied by a swarm of bees. The pace of horseback riding was undoubtedly swift, and within a quarter of an hour, Chun-Chi had arrived near the cluster of red dots. Along the way, he confirmed his suspicions. A battle had indeed erupted ahead, as the number of red dots diminished steadily during his journey. Halt, skeletal steed, Chun-Chi commanded, pulling the reins as he gazed ahead. Perched upon a colossal, withered tree, he beheld the combatants and recognized their species. Mutated honeybee, elite, tier 0, with abilities of biting and swiftness. Mutated locust, elite, tier 0, with abilities of biting and gluttony. A wave of honeybees clashed with a swarm of locusts. The honeycomb on the desiccated tree indicated the locusts were the aggressors. Chun-Chi dared not approach too closely. Despite the fierce struggle between the 2 factions, should he venture nearer, they would undoubtedly cease their battle and unite against him. I cannot be the peacemaker. The most unfortunate role is that of the mediator. Though he could not advance, he needed to devise a way to partake in the conflict, not solely for the treasures that awaited the victor, but primarily because he had set his sights on the mutated honeybees, wishing to minimize their casualties. Honeybees, belonging to the stingless bee family, lack stingers but possess formidable mandibles, making them adept at biting, ideal candidates for inclusion in the Goo King bee's hive as primary combatants. As for whether the Goo King bee could refine mutated creatures, it was worth testing, considering the rare opportunity to encounter such suitable primary combatants. Bullhorn Bee King, you shall lead the swarm shortly. Chun-Chi retrieved the swarm controller and communicated his strategy to the Bullhorn Bee King through his senses. Having consumed royal jelly for an extended period, The bullhorn bee king's intellect had significantly enhanced, enabling it to comprehend simple commands. However, this intricate strategy still required the assistance of the swarm controller. After confirming that the bullhorn bee king understood his intentions, he promptly issued the command, "All bullhorn bees, advance." Chun's strategy was relatively straightforward. The opposing factions were evenly matched, while the mutated locusts might possess greater numbers and slightly superior combat prowess. The mutated honeybees could equalize their numerical disadvantage by leveraging their hive for battle. The bullhorn bee's mission was to harass and ambush the locusts from behind, providing indirect support to the mutated honeybees while ensuring minimal damage to themselves. The bullhorn bee king, leading the swarm, took a circuitous route to the battlefield, launching a surprise attack on the locust's rear flank. Witnessing the mutated honeybees scatter the mutated locust swarm with their sudden onslaught, he realized the battle was nearing its conclusion. To prevent the bullhorn bees from coming under attack from the mutated honeybees, he issued a retreat command. The next challenge was to ensure the mutated honeybees willingly entered the Goo King bee's hive, a task he believed would not prove difficult. In the wake of defeat as swift as a landslide, the enchanted locusts were utterly routed by the enchanted wheat bees, scattering in disarray. Witnessing this, Chun smiled lightly. "It is my turn to take the stage." Chapter 77, The Swarm and the Great Turtle. From his backpack, Chun retrieved the Goo King bee box and placed the enchanted yellow beans, orange, within. With a deft flick of the reins, he hoisted the bee box and surged towards the hollow tree that housed the hive. The enchanted wheat bees, having noticed the approaching skeletal steed, swiftly regrouped from their previous engagement, ready to thwart his advance upon the hive. In the blink of an eye, the distance of 100 meters evaporated. As the hollow tree loomed closer, Chun maintained his speed, showcasing a seamless unity of horse and rider before the enchanted wheat bees. With his left leg hooked around the saddle, his body parallel to the ground, at the moment of the skeletal horse's sharp turn, he deftly placed the Goo King bee box firmly near the hollow tree. Just as the enchanted wheat bees prepared to launch an attack on Chun he had already galloped away on his skeletal steed, leaving behind the enticing aroma emanating from the Goo King bee box. As he had anticipated, the enchanted wheat bees did not pursue. Rather, they were irresistibly drawn to the dual allure of the Goo King bee box and the enchanted yellow beans. Goodness, that was swift. Have I perhaps overdone it? The scene before him indeed astonished him. He had predicted the bees would be attracted, yet he had not anticipated such an overwhelming pull, as they were swiftly drawn into the bee box. Nonetheless, the outcome was favorable. And now it remained to be seen whether the Goo King bee box could refine the swarm that had consumed the magical beans. It was time for reaping the rewards. Chun in high spirits, approached the hive, extending his hand to perform the gathering technique. Acquired bee eggs, blue, 500, although there was but a single item collected. It was incredibly useful. Bee eggs served as a reserve for the swarm. The hornbee colony, having just engaged in battle, even if merely through stealthy ambush, had suffered a loss of nearly 100, leaving approximately 1,000 remaining. Bee eggs were never in excess, and the swarm was always in need. As the hive was destroyed by Chun the system acknowledged his eradication of the wheat bee colony. Acquired merit value 10. Acquired bronze treasure chest 1. With a beaming smile, he collected the treasure chest that had appeared where the hive once stood. This marked the 8th chest of the day. A yield he could scarcely have imagined before setting out. This scanning scroll is truly remarkable, he mused, retrieving the scroll. With only one large red dot remaining, its location suggested it was beside the river to the east. Summoning his skeletal horse, he grasped the bee box and rode towards the shelter. 15 minutes later. He softly commanded, bringing the skeletal horse to a halt before the fence. Although the skeletal horse was solely controlled by his will, he felt that a verbal command added a touch of perfection. Unbeknownst to him, Chun had developed a habit of mumbling to himself, perhaps a side effect of solitude. As he nimbly dismounted into the yard, he was captivated by the scene before the stone fortress. Number 1 stood at the entrance, seemingly engaged in some task. As a specter clad in armor, Number 1 possessed no self-awareness, merely executing Chun-Si's orders to defend the shelter. Its presence outside the stone fortress indicated that an unusual circumstance had arisen. However, upon seeing it standing unscathed at the entrance of the stone fortress, Chun-Si surmised that the situation was not dire and had likely been resolved. Curiosity piqued, he approached the fortress while carrying the Goo King beehive. As he drew near, he noticed the blood and the carcass of a chicken on the stone slab at the entrance. Reflecting on the scene, he turned towards the chicken coop beside the fence, peering inside to observe the broken hole and the frayed rope. With a sigh, he remarked, "Indeed, the reserve food has been corrupted. I have been so busy that I forgot to check its condition." Thankfully, there is the Number 1 guardian. After piecing together the circumstances, he hastily made his way to the entrance of the fortress and casually collected the reserve food. Obtained sharp beak 1. A weak chicken is still a weak chicken. Even after corruption, it remains feeble, yielding minimal rewards. Fortunately, there was still a treasure chest. He picked up the wooden chest from the ground and patted the shoulder of the Number 1 guardian, praising, "Well done, Number 1. You have performed admirably. Far better than Xiaobai. Excellent employees deserve rewards. Contemplating the cold armor of the #1 guardian, Chen Ci pondered for a moment, unsure of what could be of use to it. I shall reward you with the title of excellent employee. I will inscribe it upon your armor another day. After painting this grand vision, he beckoned the #1 guardian to enter the fortress, placed the Gu King beehive in the maintenance room, stored the harvest from his backpack in the warehouse, and then promptly vaulted over the wall to exit the shelter. Chen Ci rode his skeletal horse to a stop 500 meters from the large red, commanding the hornbee swarm to scout the area first. After a moment's contemplation, he dismounted the skeletal horse and stealthily followed the swarm closer. Hiss, such a large turtle. From a distance, he spotted a deep green turtle lounging by the riverbank. Its shell the size of a grinding wheel, devoid of any signs of corruption, except for its protruding head crowned with a pair of crimson eyes. Upon recognizing those familiar eyes, he confirmed it was indeed a corrupted creature. Corrupted alligator turtle, rank 0 boss, gravity, defense, rapid recovery. It was a boss monster, possessing 3 abilities. While defense and rapid recovery were understandable, what was this gravity? He gazed at the corrupted alligator turtle with a perplexed expression, realizing that he needed to test it through an attack. Stepping back to distance himself from the corrupted alligator turtle, he glanced at the diminutive horned bee and thought, the horned bee is unlikely to break through its defenses, and I cannot take unnecessary risks. I've got it. His peripheral vision caught sight of the skeletal horse standing idly behind. With a mischievous grin, he commanded the skeletal horse to charge forward and attack. Thud, thud, closer. He fixated on the skeletal horse racing towards the corrupted alligator turtle, anticipating the imminent collision. The corrupted alligator turtle glanced at the skeletal horse with indifference, and suddenly, the front legs of the skeletal horse buckled, collapsing to the ground. The hind legs struggled futilely, the bones rattling ominously. Oh no. The gravity ability increases the gravitational pull within a 5-meter radius. The corrupted alligator turtle can control gravity at least within that range. Chen Ci's expression turned astonished. He had not anticipated such a fantastical ability in this large turtle. This was the first beast he encountered capable of unleashing supernatural powers. Thank goodness I did not act impulsively. Otherwise, I would be the one kneeling in submission. He commended his own vigilance, but soon felt a headache coming on. If the skeletal horse could not withstand the gravitational force, neither could he. How was he to approach the corrupted alligator turtle? If approaching is futile, then the prospect of slaying it is even more remote. After racking his brain without arriving at a viable solution, he scoured his inventory and groaned. Let me see if the explosive stones can prove effective. If not, I shall have to spare its life for now. However, a preliminary experiment was in order. He picked up a pebble of similar size to the explosive stone from the ground, summoned the hornet bees, and directed them to lift the pebble with minimal effort. Maneuvering around the magically corrupted crocodile turtle, the corrupted turtle seemed indifferent to the tiny bees. With a resounding thud, the pebble struck its shell successfully. Witnessing the pebble land on the magical creature, he felt a surge of excitement. This colossal beast indeed paid no heed to the hornet bees, heightening the likelihood of his plan's success. The only remaining issue was the insufficiency of explosive stones. Currently, his inventory housed only 1 explosive stone, whereas he estimated a minimum of 4 would be necessary to vanquish this great turtle. I shall reach out to a few individuals in the group. Surely someone has some to spare? After a series of private messages, only Xiaohua and Lu Ai were reported having and used explosive stones. Without further ado, regardless of whether Xiao Bai understood, he summoned the synthesis furnace, placed the materials within, and promptly confirmed the synthesis. He anxiously watched the blue light dissipate, and the system notification chimed in. Acquired 1 explosive stone. By the heavens, it worked. Long live Xiao Bai. Let's try once more while the iron is hot. 5 would be more secure. Given the initial success, Chen Qi excitedly kissed Xiao Bai, feeling a glimmer of hope in slaying the turtle. Releasing the dazed Xiao Bai, he immediately proceeded to synthesize again. Acquired 1 explosive stone. Truly, fortune favors me. It would be a disservice to this luck if I did not prevail. Gigi, master has gone mad. Xiao Bai gazed at Chen Qi's receding figure with a look of bewilderment. Chapter 78. Slaying the turtle and opening the chest. Chen Qi hurriedly traversed the path, frequently glancing at the scanning scroll. It was still there. The great turtle had not departed. After a while, he panted as he gazed at the corrupted crocodile turtle 100 meters away. Finally, he had arrived. He was utterly exhausted. His lungs felt ready to burst. He needed a moment to rest. Unfortunately, fate did not align with his desires. Perhaps the commotion he caused was too great. For the corrupted turtle abruptly turned its massive body towards him, and upon realizing he was human, it charged forth. Observing the turtle moving at its usual pace, grand yet slow, he sighed. Goodness, that nearly startled me. I had forgotten the turtle's speed was not swift. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he disregarded the menacing approach of the corrupted turtle and stood still to recuperate. It was indeed fortunate that the magical creature had left the riverbank. Should it become startled by the explosion and retreat into the water, it would pose complications. I shall wait for it here for a moment. Crack, crack, crack. As the corrupted turtle moved away, the skeletal horse finally stood, only to charge again at the great turtle. Bang! It fell to its knees once more. Chen-Chi face-bombed. Feeling somewhat exasperated, I forgot to dismiss the skeletal horse. After this brief interlude, he turned and began to draw the turtle westward at a pace similar to that of the corrupted creature, leisurely walking for half an hour. Why has it stopped pursuing? Chen-Chi observed the magical turtle lying down, no longer in pursuit, and felt a twinge of curiosity. The previous magical beasts were relentless. Could it possibly be fatigued? How could it lack endurance? Its gravitational ability should only be capable of increasing gravity, not decreasing it. Otherwise, its speed could not possibly be so sluggish. After several attempts to confirm that the mutated crocodile turtle was devoid of strength, it suddenly accelerated and swiftly darted out of the creature's line of sight. Taking a wide detour, he positioned himself behind the turtle and immediately commenced his plan. He commanded over 200 hornet soldiers to form 5 death squads, each assigned an explosive stone, approaching the mutated crocodile turtle from 5 different directions corresponding to its limbs and tail. Go forth. Our family shall remember your contributions. Regardless of the outcome, I will replenish the hornet ranks. In a solemn atmosphere, Chen-Ci issued the order to commence action. Upon receiving the command, the 5 squads of hornets simultaneously set off, each carrying their explosive stones, soon reaching their designated positions. The mutated crocodile turtle paid no heed to the hornets buzzing around it. Chen-Ci, with a tense grip on the swarm control device, silently commanded, action. The 5 hornet squads executed their charge, navigating through the gaps between the limbs and tail to infiltrate the turtle's shell. At that moment, the mutated crocodile turtle sensed impending danger. A wave of intense crisis surged within it, triggering an instinctive response to retract its head, tail, and limbs into its shell. A yellowish glow emanated from the shell, causing the ground beneath to erupt in a flurry of grass and wood ashes. Chen-Ci observed the smoke and faint light, making a quiet assessment. Unfortunately, there was no time to spare. With narrowed eyes fixed on the mutated crocodile turtle, he commanded the hornet swarm to attack the explosive stones immediately upon entering the crevices. The hornets were to serve as the fuse. Boom, boom. As the words left his lips, a thunderous sound resonated from afar, and a massive wave of air surged forth, carrying the ashes outward. Chen-Ci did not retreat. He stood tall, squinting to witness the explosion. Upon seeing the mutated crocodile turtle shattered into pieces, a wave of exhilaration washed over him. He shouted in excitement, "We did it! We truly succeeded!" As the smoke dissipated and the embers settled, Chen-Ci approached the remains of the mutated crocodile turtle. Goodness, what a tragic sight, literally torn asunder. Before his eyes lay an intact shell, with the scattered limbs strewn about. This shell was remarkable. Such a tremendous explosion had left it unscathed. Touching the rough surface of the shell, Chen-Ci mused, if it had retreated into its shell, I suspect even a first-level creature would struggle to breach it. He wondered what could still be harvested from such a dismembered state. Gain merit points, 1. Acquired turtle shell, red 1, skill stone, gravity 1, turtle egg, mutated 1. Obtained silver treasure chest, 1 incredible, a silver treasure chest. The system perceives this battle as one of significant disparity? Upon reflection, it dawned on him that without the clever tactics and the sacrifice of the hornets, he would have had no means of dealing with the mutated crocodile turtle. The merit points were quite reasonable. For 0-level creatures, it was typically 1 point, while the ant and hornet swarms likely received 10 points due to their sheer numbers. Indeed, he had successfully collected the turtle shell, as it was the most crucial part of the mutated crocodile turtle. The only regret was that the turtle egg had been mutated. It could neither be consumed nor hatched, merely a waste. However, what was the skill stone? Skill stone, gravity upon utilization by the survivor. A rune associated with gravity will randomly manifest within the sea of consciousness, bestowing a related skill. It resembles a fusion of a lottery ticket and a skill book. Could it be that I will acquire the ability to manipulate gravity akin to the enchanted alligator tortoise? The more Chen-Ci pondered, the brighter his eyes shone. Mastery over gravity is indeed a rare ability among supernatural powers, far superior to that of someone's fireball technique. He had initially planned to allocate the bee eggs after the Goo King's beehive refined the wheat bees according to necessity. But with the recent sacrifice of the entire hornet squad, the hive was left with merely over 700 bees. Replenishment was imperative. Upon entering the living room, he beheld Xiaobai, soundly asleep beside the fireplace. Xiaobai, awaken. It's time to open the chests. He cast a somewhat envious glance before abruptly rousing Xiaobai without reservation. How could the master toil while the pet indulged? Today, he had amassed 10 treasure chests, and he was eager to test a tenfold draw, making Xiaobai, the auspicious mascot, a necessary participant. Xiaobai, have you gained weight? You feel a bit heavy. Unfazed by Chen-Ci's teasing, the awakened Xiaobai pondered, what of being plump? The white mouse finds beauty in its roundness. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Xiaobai gestured towards the neatly arranged chests on the floor, conveying a sense of urgency. Open them, or I shall return to slumber. Without hesitation, Chun Si acquiesced, reasoning that one ought not to bicker with a small mouse. Open, let us commence our tenfold draw, starting with these 7 wooden chests. Understanding his intent, Xiaobai instructed Chun Si to set him down, swiftly climbing to the front of the wooden chests, touching each in turn, then looking back at Chun Si. Squeak. Your turn. At once, he tapped 7 times, resulting in the opening of all wooden chests. Acquired 10 gene of noodles, 50 heads of dehydrated cabbage, 50 potatoes, 100 gene of flour, 10 gene of frozen dumplings, 20 gene of rice. Acquired 50 glass, 50 plastic, 50 hemp rope, 1 down jacket, 1 cold weather pants, 1 snow boots. Acquired 1 genuine leather sofa, 1 mountain tent, 1 solid wood coffee table, 2 gene of tea leaves, 1 set of tea utensils, 1 electric kettle. Acquired 1 windproof lighter, 2 meditation cushions, 1 waterproof watch. As the chests vanished, a plethora of items materialized upon the floor. A bountiful harvest, indeed. Although they were commonplace items, their variety and quantity were abundant. Chun Si knelt to meticulously tally the spoils from the chests, first selecting the vegetables. At last, he would savor the taste of vegetables. Tonight's meal must include them. He then picked up a watch. This watch is quite remarkable, a waterproof model. I shall no longer fret over the time. Other survivors often reported the time in the chat channel after acquiring a watch, but as it was not updated in real time, most were only vaguely aware of the hour. Although inconvenient, given that punctuality was not required here, it was bearable. The watch was purely mechanical, with both the casing and strap crafted from metal, while the dial simply displayed hours, minutes, and seconds, devoid of any additional features, presenting a striking simplicity. According to the system notification, it was a military-grade waterproof watch. Oh, the time has been calibrated. It is precisely 5:20. He donned the watch on his wrist and resumed cataloging the remaining items. A heap of food, a collection of clothing. And the tent would be stored in the warehouse for now. The genuine leather sofa and the solid wood coffee table fit perfectly in the living room. Tea leaves and tea sets shall soon adorn the table. Fortunately, no furniture was arranged during the day, lest it be a waste. The sofa, a spacious 3-seater exceeding 2 meters in length, required ample space to be prepared in advance. He moved the armchair beside the fireplace aside, subsequently activating 2 models. The sofa faced the fireplace, while the coffee table was placed between the fireplace and the sofa, adorned with tea leaves, tea sets, and a kettle. Ah, what comfort! With a creak, Chun Si sank into the newly arranged sofa, emitting a contented sigh, while the little white creature beside him let out a pleased sound. It had been far too long since he last reclined on the sofa, savoring moments with his favorite beverage. Alas, those days of leisure were now but a distant memory. Chapter 79, Ling Tian Architecture. Creaking and boxes. Yes, continue unboxing. The remaining ones are all treasures. Little White, you must take this seriously. Chun Si admonished Little White with a solemn expression, emphasizing that while work capability could be debated, the attitude must be impeccable. Creaking, rest assured. The diligent employee Little White affirmed his commitment, albeit with no accountability for the outcomes. Little White, you have grown far more astute since your arrival. This attitude rivals that of a seasoned veteran. Could it be that honey water truly enhances intelligence? Reflecting on the enchanting effects of honey water, he placed the last 3 boxes atop the new coffee table. Let us first open these 2 bronze chests. The silver treasure shall be reserved for a grand finale. He gestured toward the 2 bronze chests. Little White approached the chests, looking up to confirm. Creaking, these 2? Indeed, those are the ones. The exemplary employee Little White diligently examined the 2 bronze chests, swiftly completing his task before scampering back to Chun Si, extending his paws. His little eyes fixed intently upon him. There remains 1 more box. You shall receive it after we have opened them all. Observing Little White's eagerness for payment, Chun Si clarified that he does not accept compensation per piece. Results must be evaluated first, lest there be penalties involved. Ignoring Little White's protests, he opened the 2 treasure chests, revealing 2 streams of azure light that dissipated, leaving 6 luminous orbs on the new coffee table. No rare items were found. Merely items of quality. It seems Little White's luck has not manifested this time. Chun Si expressed a hint of disappointment, recognizing that Little White's fortune may not have activated. Casually, he picked up 1 orb and crushed it, a blueprint fluttering into his hand. Longbow blueprint. Required materials: 1 wood, 1 rope, beast sinew. A blueprint for crafting a longbow. Alas, it arrived too late, as the market is saturated with archers and crossbows, leading to fierce competition and slim profits. Chun Si sighed, noting that the longbow, much like his small round shield, involves simple materials, intense competition, and an abundance of blueprints that exceed demand. He decided to consider it as foundational knowledge for his shelter. Placing the blueprint on the coffee table, he intended to input it into the workstation shortly, casually picking up the 2nd luminous orb for inspection. Inside appeared to be a bottle. He was curious about its contents. Having never acquired a bottle-shaped item before, he crushed the orb with intrigue, revealing a large glass bottle that landed in his hand, containing several small brown orbs reminiscent of childhood candy jars. Beast food. Level 0. Quality: fine. Attribute: Increases growth speed by 30. Introduction. Suitable for zero-tier pets, this item can enhance the growth speed of pets, with a total of 90 pieces. Xiaobai. What were you thinking while working just now? I now suspect you of misusing public resources. Chen Xiai regarded Xiaobai with a skeptical gaze. Xiaobai, however, paid no heed, his small eyes glued to the pet food, resembling a 3-year-old child staring at a jar of candy, ready to cry if denied. Seeing Xiaobai's expression, Chen Xi's lips twitched, and he reluctantly twisted the bottle cap. Under Xiaobai's sparkling gaze, he retrieved a piece of pet food. Here you go. Don't look at me like that. Today's work was subpar, so honey water has been deducted. Unable to withstand Xiaobai's eager gaze, he pushed the pet food towards him and quietly picked up a luminous orb. Inside the orb, 9 fuzzy squares were barely discernible. This image is intriguing. It appears to depict a field. Could it be? A spark of realization flashed in his mind, prompting him to crush the orb for investigation. Spirit field. Level. Tier 1. Quality. Premium. Attribute. Increases growth speed by 30. Gazing at the spirit field model in his hand, his excitement grew with each passing moment. A spirit field? It's akin to a nursery for planting, which means I can cultivate crops. He had envied Song Yaru for a long time. But the thought of seeds dampened his spirits. He had given all the seeds he had obtained to Song Yaru, and there were none available for trade. Now, he possessed land but lacked something to plant. In fact, he had one seed left, the ice gourd seed, which he intended to plant after the acid rain, but had neglected due to his busy schedule. Tomorrow, after setting up the spirit field, he would plant the gourd seed and gradually collect more. One day, he would fill the entire spirit field with crops. Imagining the bountiful harvest ahead, he quickly wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes. Indeed, my luck and Xiaobai's are not bad, although I did not acquire a high-quality item. The spirit field is incredibly precious. Nothing rare could tempt me to trade it. His peripheral vision caught sight of the pet food on the coffee table, and he noticed some peculiar items. Once more, he excitedly opened another luminous orb. Acquired 200 glass. Basic resources, not bad, quite useful. He felt a tinge of disappointment as he realized the stark contrast between the spirit field and the basic resources. After stowing away the glass, he lacked the enthusiasm to continue opening blind boxes and directly reached for the remaining 2 luminous orbs, opening them in one swift motion. Acquired 20 spatial crystals. Acquired bed crossbow blueprint. Required materials, 20 wood, 2 iron blocks, 3 rope, beast tendons. A bed crossbow? If memory serves, it cannot be operated by a single person. So what use is this? Chen Xiai found himself perplexed. Even with the invitation scroll, which only lasted for 12 hours, the bed crossbow required teamwork. Without extensive practice, even if enough people were available, they could not effectively utilize it, as survivors could not remain gathered for extended periods. Perhaps in the future, there will be abilities or scrolls that allow survivors to convene. For now, this formidable weapon should be stored away. It would not be needed immediately. Given the current lack of information, and possibly due to the version not being updated, Chen Xiai chose not to dwell on it too much. He planned to input the blueprint into the crafting table, adding to the foundation of his shelter. After securing the blueprint, he glanced at the 20 transparent crystals resting on the coffee table. Spatial crystal. Level. Tier 1. Quality. Premium. Attribute. Spatial energy. Introduction. A crystalline entity formed by the rendering of spatial energy, imbued with a trace of spatial energy, can serve as a material for construction or equipment. Initially perceived as a precious treasure, the revelation of its true nature as a high-quality material brought a hint of disappointment. Suddenly, a thought struck. This could serve as a synthesizing auxiliary material. If it contains spatial energy, it should be possible to synthesize items with spatial attributes, right? He was in dire need of a spatial item. His inventory was woefully insufficient, and his backpack could only accommodate trivial items, offering no safety and failing to alleviate the burden, rendering it rather futile. Just as Chen Xiai contemplated what materials might yield a chance to synthesize spatial items, a private message from the system arrived. Upon opening it, he discovered a note from Lu Xiaoya. Chenggu, it's time for trading. Please log in. Glancing at his watch, he realized it was nearly 6 o'clock, the usual time for the small group S trading sessions, where they exchanged resources and shared intelligence. Occasionally, he participated. But recently, he had been the host, and it would be quite impolite to bail this time without a valid reason. All right, I'll log in shortly, he replied. Casting a glance at the last silver treasure chest, it would have to wait until evening to be opened. Rather than logging into the system immediately, Chen Xiai prepared a cup of honey water, took a towel, and headed toward the geothermal hot springs. After all, it was not a video conference. What could be more delightful than chatting while soaking in the springs? Lu Yang animatedly recounted, I swiftly drew my bow, and before that creature could react, it was struck down, so clean and efficient. Upon logging in, Chen Xi's attention was immediately drawn to the conspicuous Lu Yang. Have you been out hunting today? He inquired. Lu Yang, basking in the attention, responded, Chenggu, I've not only hunted, but have taken down 4 mutated monsters today, securing a good amount of materials. Oh, and I also found 4 treasure chests. Chen Xiai was somewhat astonished. That's quite an achievement. You ventured out on your own. Xiaohua interjected. If I hadn't told him that the scanning scroll could discern the strength of mutated creatures, he wouldn't have dared to go out. Liu Yang brushed off Xiaohua's comment, as the treasure chest he had gathered today nearly rivaled his entire haul from the previous 10 days. Realization dawned upon Chen Xiai. With the assistance of the scanning scroll, hunting had become less risky and considerably more rewarding. Not wishing to waste time with everyone present, he suggested, let us commence trading. We can discuss other matters later. I suspect everyone will be rather busy in the coming days, so let us not squander time. Liu Yang eagerly chimed in. Allow me to go first. I don't have any new items for sale, but I'm in need of an item or weapon similar to your explosive stone, which I can trade for iron blocks. At that moment, Lu Igua interjected. I just acquired a goblin grenade. If you need it, it's yours. Wang Zixuan, intrigued, asked the goblin grenade. Is it the kind from novels? Lu Igua appeared puzzled. What kind of goblin is in those novels? The description states it's a fundamental weapon of goblin technology, Chen Xiai mused. Also curious whether goblins truly existed or if it was merely a name. The group soon moved past the goblin dilemma, and Xiaohua and Wang Zixuan proceeded to present their items for trade and their respective needs. Xiaohua sought blueprints for defensive structures, presumably to upgrade their shelter. But unfortunately, none of them had any surplus to offer. Prince Xian continued to acquire plastic, while Chen Xiai traded him 50 units in exchange for 200 iron blocks, keeping 20 units for himself as a reserve. Next was Chen Xiai, who had no new items for sale but was in urgent need of a specific object. I require a blueprint for a structure akin to a biogas digester or septic tank. Today, none of the 9 boxes yielded relevant blueprints, and having checked the world channel, no one was selling such items. His inquiry was merely a shot in the dark, primarily to inform a few individuals to remember to keep any similar items they might possess. Unexpectedly, he soon received a fortuitous response. Chapter 80, Transactions and Intelligence. Just after his inquiry, a message from Song Yaru arrived. I have a blueprint for a septic tank. Would it be of use to you? Septic tank blueprint. Level, Tier 0. Quality, Premium. Attributes, increases fertilizer production by 30. Description, capable of purifying wastewater and decomposing pollutants to form organic sludge, which can serve as high-quality fertilizer. Required materials, 200 stones. Song Yaru advised. It can be utilized, preferably if it is plant-related. But you must ensure a continuous supply of fertilizer once the septic tank is operational. Chen Xiai pondered the items he possessed. The only plant-related item was gourd seeds. While Ling Tian also had the magic fire thorn vine. Inspired by the magic fire thorn vine, he remarked, fertilizer is not an issue. How about this? He then shared the description of the magic fire thorn whip. Chen Xiai received an affirmative reply. Xiaohua, an avid gamer, expressed envy upon seeing that it was a growth weapon. Brother Chen, you truly possess a plethora of fine items. Do you have anything similar? Attributes being slightly inferior would not matter. I am in urgent need. No, there is nothing else. This was a stroke of luck, just this one. Chen Xiai chuckled lightly. Just as he thought to rise and fetch the magic fire thorn whip, he immediately realized the impracticality of his current state. It was far too cold to go out there. He hastily added, let us do it after we finish. It's inconvenient for me to retrieve it now. Though curious, Song Yaru did not press further. All right, when it's convenient, send a trade request. Xiaohua, still somewhat hopeful, queried, Brother Chen, is there truly no weapon suitable for me? Chen Xiai replied with exasperation, why would I deceive you? Why not delve deeper into your bloodline studies? I recall that the flame demon possesses overwhelming combat prowess. Xiaohua sheepishly replied, don't even mention it. The flame demon bloodline is exceedingly difficult to develop. One must not rush, lest it taint the mind. Ever since acquiring this bloodline, I have been plagued by nightmares, constantly dreaming of slaying this foe or that one. Liu Yang could not help but interject. You wouldn't be falling into madness, would you? That trope is too kitsch. Better to have a split personality or a mental illness, where one could even slay a deity. A silence enveloped the group, as no one could engage with that topic. They chose to disregard him, simply advising Xiaohua to act within his limits and proceed gradually. Subsequently, Lu Igua and Lu Xiaoya completed their trades in succession, neither having new items for sale. Lu Igua sought to purchase young animals and acquired a resource building, the animal pen, which enables the taming and breeding of animals. Both agriculture and animal husbandry are cornerstones of civilization, and with members capable of embarking on such enterprises, everyone readily agreed to support him, promising to capture any animals they encountered and trade them to Lu Igua. At last, Song Yaru presented a significant new product, a potion she had recently mastered, the revitalizing elixir. Tier 0, Quality, Premium. Attribute, enhances recovery speed by 30. Description, consuming it accelerates mental recovery, though it should not be used excessively. This potion is capable of restoring mental energy. In the hot spring, Chen Xiai gasped softly. The sluggish progress of his synthesis experiments was primarily due to limited mental energy, restricting him to only a few syntheses each day, rendering various ingenious ideas untestable. If he could restore his mental energy, it would effectively double his synthesis attempts and significantly expedite his exploration of abilities. Not only Chen Xiai, But also Xiao Huo with his fireball technique and Wang Zixuan with his eagle eye were affected, being still at tier 0 and lacking energy. They found that casting required mental consumption. Restoring mental energy equated to restoring combat effectiveness. As soon as Song Yaru unveiled the potion's attributes, Xiao Hui eagerly inquired, Sister Yaru, how many potions do you have? What is the price? I desperately need them. His demeanor suggested a willingness to pay any price, and Qin Xiai understood. For the revitalizing elixir was to Xiao Huo what ammunition is to a cannon, enhancing the frequency of his fireball technique. Song Yaru, however, was not one to exploit Xiao Hua, explaining, I currently have only 10 bottles, priced at 50 iron blocks each. The price can be negotiated if traded for seeds. She added, there is no need to trade in large quantities. I can provide a steady supply, but the elixir can only be consumed once a day. Xiao Hua calmed himself, suppressing his impulse. With a continuous supply, there was no need to hoard too much. Moreover, others also required at least 1 bottle. Sister Yaru, I'll take 2 bottles, iron block trade. Qin Xiai then stated, I'll also take 2 bottles, iron block trade. Soon after, others followed suit, each purchasing a bottle. As similar potions were essential, potentially life-saving. Observing that everyone had completed their transactions, Qin Xiai announced, today's trading session concludes here. For any other needs, feel free to contact me privately. He then shifted the focus to intelligence sharing, asking, is there any new information? Everyone set aside their tasks, concentrating on the chat group. For intelligence pertained directly to their survival and prosperity. Noticing that no one had taken the initiative, Qin Xiai spoke up, let me share my findings from today. After a brief pause, he continued, everyone has been out hunting today. You must have seen the state of the wilderness. It can essentially be described as a desolation. And I wonder if it will ever recover. Even if the outdoor ecology were to rebound, it would not be a swift process. At the earliest, recovery might not occur until next spring. This winter will undoubtedly be spent in famine, with starving beasts becoming increasingly perilous. Preparation is essential. Suddenly, another thought crossed his mind. And he added, oh, there is one more thing. I did not collect a single meat slab from the demonic beasts I hunted today. Did anyone else manage to gather any? Lu Yang expressed surprise, I didn't either. Are meat slabs guaranteed drops? Both hunting experts, Xiao Hua and Lu Aigua, subsequently confirmed that they too had failed to collect any meat slabs. Upon witnessing this, Qin Xiai affirmed, since we are all in agreement, it can be reasonably inferred that magical creatures are incapable of yielding meat cuts. The reasons I can conceive are twofold. First, the world of the wasteland may be intentionally reducing the output of meat cuts to induce famine and heighten the challenges of survival. He paused, allowing his companions a moment to ponder. The second possibility is that the flesh of magical beings is inedible, and even the wasteland cannot purify it completely. If this is the case, we are in dire straits. A profound silence enveloped the group, as none dared to speak. They all understood the implication of Chen Xi's words. The flora had already been devastated on a massive scale by acid rain, and if the fauna were to face similar troubles, they might not endure until ecological restoration was achieved. Qin Xi, breaking the stillness, added, of course, this is merely speculation. Let us remain vigilant for any pertinent news. Regardless, we should hunt more in the coming days. Even if we cannot procure meat cuts, treasure chests may yield substantial rewards. Does anyone have news to share? Wang Zixuan inquired. I do, he replied. It pertains to the system marketplace, or more specifically, the invitation scrolls. There have been messages left on the world channel by individuals who were slain after inviting acquaintances. This is not an isolated incident. Whether inviting others or being invited, we must be wary of the risks. Wealth can corrupt the heart. Xiao Hua, upon hearing this, exclaimed in anger, these people deserve their fate. Half of them have already perished here, and they continue to harm their own kind. Such individuals are more despicable than the magical monsters. Lu Aigua added, such individuals will inevitably reap the consequences of their actions. However, Xiao Hua, you must be cautious. Among us, you are the most impulsive and trusting. Exercise vigilance with strangers, and do not be deceived. Xiao Hua dismissed his concerns, saying, I understand, Uncle Lu. I'm not a child. I can discern malice when it appears. Besides, who knows who will kill whom? Seeing Xiao Hua's defiance, Lu Aigua ceased his admonitions, considering that excessive warnings might provoke resistance in a youth of his age. Suddenly, Lu Yang proposed, given that everyone in our group is reliable, there should be no issues. Let us arrange an offline gathering at our convenience. Lu Yang's suggestion was met with enthusiastic agreement from Wang Zixuan and Xiao Hua. Your suggestion is commendable, Lu Yang. It certainly defies your usual demeanor, Xiao Hua remarked. Qin Xi also felt that a face-to-face meeting could further solidify their bonds, and thus concurred, this is a splendid idea. However, now that the examination has just concluded, everyone is quite occupied. We can find a time in a couple of days. I will consult with everyone in the group beforehand. In summary, Qin Xi concluded, we have 3 crucial pieces of information today. First, everyone should make the most of the scanning scrolls and hunt according to their circumstances, stocking up on supplies before the first snowfall. Second, avoid consuming the blood and flesh of magical beings unless absolutely necessary. We must gather sufficient intelligence before making such decisions. Third, remain cautious with invitation scrolls. Do not accept invitations indiscriminately or extend them to others. With no objections raised, Shinsei bid farewell and promptly logged off. Feeling the urgency of his situation, he efficiently finished his honey water, dried off, and felt invigorated. The lengthy bath had alleviated much of his daytime fatigue. After donning his attire, he promptly dashed towards the fence, reaching out to touch the thorny vine of the magic fire, seeking a form of communion. Little vine, what has become of the whip I entrusted to you? The magic fire thorn vine extended a tendril to him, conveying a thought that suggested a brief wait. Moments later, a whip, bound tightly by several robust vines, was presented before him. The vine's voice echoed in his mind, albeit somewhat unclear. He could only decipher a vague sense of grievance. You say it constantly harasses you? Shinsei's expression was predominantly one of astonishment, and he repeated the inquiry several times until the vine mimicked the whip's lewd demeanor, confirming that the vine's expression indeed conveyed harassment. Stunned, he felt a flicker of concern. Could this whip harbor psychological issues? Would it be inappropriate to trade it to Songyaru? He learned from the magic fire thorn vine that the whip's harassment might stem from their shared origin, creating an innate affinity. Very well. I shall advise Songyaru to exercise caution. It should not pose a significant problem. With a look of disdain, Shinsei grasped the magic fire whip and initiated a trade request to Songyaru. She had been waiting and immediately consented. Acquired blueprint for a septic tank. Hesitating, Shinsei sent her a private message. Keep a close watch on this whip. It possesses a bit of a personality. Songyaru, perplexed, assumed he was referring to the whip's bloodthirsty tendencies and casually agreed. Shinsei sensed that Songyaru may not have fully grasped his meaning, lingering in uncertainty about how to articulate it further. Meanwhile, Songyaru was communicating with the magic fire whip through her abilities, and upon gaining some understanding, she could not help but display her delight. This weapon is perfectly suited for me. I can control it seamlessly through my powers, and the skills in my visualization method can also be executed with it. Immersed in her joy, she failed to notice the whip stealthily approaching her. Chapter 81, The Beginning. Upon acquiring the septic tank blueprint, Shinsei immediately descended to the basement, activating the blueprint in the dim light. He had no desire to venture into the yard at midnight to address his needs. Detected that constructing the septic tank requires 200 stones. Would you like to proceed? Detected that adjustments to the shelter's plumbing are necessary, consuming 30 iron blocks. Would you like to proceed? Faced with the sequence of prompts, he readily consented. Motivated by the same reason, he wished to avoid the chilly night air for a bathroom visit. Please confirm the construction site for the septic tank. Skillfully manipulating the three-dimensional diagram of the shelter, he designated the construction site 5 meters behind the stone fortress. The stones and iron blocks in the warehouse vanished instantly, and a 2-square-meter stone structure gradually took shape from nothingness behind the fortress. Aren't septic tanks typically subterranean? What purpose does this small house serve? Pushing the door open with curiosity, he was greeted by the interior of the stone structure, which was divided into 2 sections by a thin stone wall. On the wall, there were user instructions for the septic tank, etched in a remarkably user-friendly manner. The left side of the space lay vacant, the floor adorned with intricate patterns that exuded an air of mystery. According to the instructions, this area served as the fertilizer production chamber, where organic fertilizer generated by the cesspool would automatically accumulate on the floor, eliminating the need for manual labor within the cesspool itself. The only task required was to promptly remove the accumulated material to prevent overflow. How remarkable! Fully automated machinery devoid of human intervention. A veritable boon for capitalists and a nightmare for laborers. Fortunately, I belong to the former. The right side of the space was equally barren, save for a singular black void on the floor, identified in the instructions as the waste intake. Here, he could deposit collected wastewater, refuse, and pollutants to serve as raw materials for fertilizer production. Indeed, to generate more fertilizer, he must gather refuse. Relying solely on the meager pollutants he produced daily would result in the creation of a single unit of fertilizer taking an estimated 10 days to 2 weeks. Was this reasonable? Shinsei mused, begrudgingly acknowledging the logic. Without raw materials, production halts. Even cows require fodder. Having comprehended the workings of the cesspool, he chuckled wryly. This certainly qualifies as a resourceful establishment. The dilemma lies in my lack of time to gather the materials. For now, I must operate with diminished efficiency. I ought to inform Song Yahweh that I am not withholding fertilizer. With this thought, he snapped a photo of the instructions and sent it to Song Yahweh, successfully gaining her understanding of the situation. With the pressing concern of restroom logistics resolved, Shinsei felt buoyant. He hummed a tune as he ventured into the kitchen, soaking a cabbage in clean water, washing 2 potatoes, and retrieving 2 pieces of wild boar ribs along with a handful of red umbrella mushrooms, intending to prepare a hearty stew. He had previously sampled a Northeast stew and found it memorable. He later researched recipes and experimented, yet he could never quite replicate that flavor. Perhaps superior ingredients could compensate for some deficiencies in his culinary skills. Thanks to the recent upgrade of the shelter, the kitchen had expanded significantly, with more cabinets and a larger washing basin, Even the stove had transformed into a dual setup, allowing him to stew and boil simultaneously. In truth, he preferred stew accompanied by steamed buns, but regrettably, his bun steaming skills were mediocre, and he lacked the time to practice. A 996 worker still hoped for a survival scenario that would allow him to evade work, unaware that this was more akin to a 007 situation. Lost in thought, the meal was ready. As he savored the fragrant rice and stew, he experienced a long-lost sense of happiness, indeed surpassing his culinary experiences on Blue Star. Soon, however, his attention was diverted by the World Channel. Indeed, he could not shake the habit of perusing the World Channel while dining, much like scrolling through his phone before. Today, the atmosphere on the World Channel was notably jubilant, with many showcasing their treasure chest rewards, while others expressed regret for not discovering the utility of the scanning scrolls, lamenting as they purchased scrolls in hopes of better fortunes tomorrow. I too must secure my scrolls in advance. What if they do not refresh tomorrow? He promptly placed an order and notified others in the group to make haste with their purchases. Harvested Magical Biological Scanning Scroll X2, Invitation Scroll X1. Following this expenditure, he retained a commendable 44 points of merit, maintaining a comfortable balance. Ding. A private message from the system arrived. Whose message could it be? Hadn't the meeting just concluded? Oh dear, someone save me. The Blood Fiends Alliance intends to come for me the day after tomorrow. In a surprising turn of events, the Bloodslaughter Alliance has issued a death warrant in the regional channel. Chen Ci was taken aback by Wang Lei's proclamation, nearly spitting out his food in disbelief. A death warrant? Was this some sort of gangster tale, or a plot straight out of a martial arts epic? Such cliches were laughable. Nevertheless, he reassured Wang Lei. Do not rush. Let me first check the regional channel. Transitioning to the regional channel, Chen Ci realized he had neglected it for several days, largely due to his disinterest in dealing with the Bloodslaughter Alliance. He had even muted the golden names, finding the incessant notifications quite bothersome. A glance at the upper right corner revealed a mere 347 participants. Their region had indeed become desolate, a far cry from others flourishing with activity. While perusing the World Channel, he had encountered descriptions of other regions, some characterized by unity and resource exchanges, while others were embroiled in infighting and mutual accusations. However, a scenario like theirs, where one faction dominated yet suffered considerable losses, was exceedingly rare. Most regions boasted over 500 members, with some thriving communities exceeding 800. Effortlessly, he located the so-called death warrant Wang Lei referenced, as members of the Bloodslaughter Alliance continued to propagate it. The essence of the warrant was clear. The Alliance had declared a death sentence on several traitors, aiming to demonstrate the grim fate that awaited those who betrayed them. However, the execution would not be immediate. The leader, Zhang Biao, announced that he could not be ruthless without reason. The Alliance would grant the traitors a 2-day grace period to settle their affairs before the executioners would arrive. No wonder Wang Lei was in a state of panic. This was indeed serious. Should the Alliance fail to carry out the execution, their authority would undoubtedly suffer. Chen Ci understood Wang Lei's fear. The news had spread widely, and the conflict had escalated to a point of no return. After gaining a clearer understanding, he inquired, "Your situation appears dire. Have you contemplated how to respond?" In the realm of the market, abandoning one's sanctuary equated to relinquishing one's life, a form of suicide, or worse, murder. Wang Lei would undoubtedly seek to fight back. Chen Ci pondered, "I am uncertain how I can assist you. If you require help, I will extend what assistance I can. Within reason." He silently added a caveat. Should the risks prove too great, he would withdraw, for they were not particularly close. Wang Lei's face lit up with hope. "Thank you. I refuse to accept my fate and wish to fight back. If, only if, you could assist me." Chen Ci furrowed his brow, avoiding this line of conversation. He was reluctant to become embroiled in such matters. Although he held a certain disdain for the Bloodslaughter Alliance, he bore no personal vendetta against them, merely a mutual annoyance. Similarly, his relationship with Wang Lei was not profound. They had conducted only a couple of transactions, each settled promptly. Thus, there was no compelling reason for him to risk his own safety. Wang Lei continued, "I have some merit points left and plan to purchase invitation scrolls today. I will endeavor to gather intelligence. If the Bloodslaughter Alliance sends few members, I will rally my friends to confront them." Wang Lei, perceptive as ever, added, "You continue with your matters, and I will think of a plan. If I need anything, I won't hesitate to reach out." Dreaming, perhaps, he was no savior. On the other side, Wang Lei wore a look of frustration. The interruption in communication over the past few days had left him somewhat disoriented. His recent invitation felt a tad hasty, and he inwardly hoped that it wouldn't arouse suspicion. Chapter 82, The Perfected Physique. Chen Ci swiftly cast aside thoughts of Wang Lei, as their matters were unrelated. After concluding their conversation, he hastily finished his dinner and, after a brief respite, made his way to the training ground. Following his recent epiphany, he understood that practicing the Xianshu blade technique at night yielded additional benefits. Since his days were consumed with hunting, he decided to devote his evenings to training. He retrieved an iron blade from the weapon rack, his spirits soaring. This session felt particularly significant, and no amount of deep breathing could quell his excitement. Grasping the iron blade, he silently executed the blade technique, gradually loosening up his body, yet his mind remained cluttered with distractions. Attempting to force calm only proved counterproductive. It was essential to embrace a natural flow. The more he tried to suppress his emotions, the more chaotic his movements became. Thus, he relinquished the need for restraint, and the blade in his hand felt lighter and more joyous. His fervent heart began to synchronize with the weapon he wielded, leading him into a state of profound oblivion. Unbeknownst to him, his proficiency with the Xianshu blade technique was steadily increasing on his attribute panel. In reality, his strikes grew swifter, with multiple blade shadows manifesting before him, blurring the line between illusion and reality. Gradually, his movements aligned with the visions in his mind. Bow stance, horizontal slash. Shinsei called out softly, the iron blade trembling in his grip as he executed a rapid cut. A flash of white light erupted from the blade, vanishing almost as quickly as it appeared, accompanied by the sound of air being torn apart. With his eyes tightly shut, he returned the blade to its resting position. Feeling the muscles in his face twitch, not just his cheeks, but every muscle, skin, tendon, and bone in his body was engaged in swift motion. His muscles felt like threads being intricately woven and tightened, while his skin became resilient and elastic. The hardness of his bones, the tenacity of his tendons, and the strength of his organs all gradually enhanced. After some time, he slowly opened his eyes, revealing a clarity of vision that was starkly defined. The previous murkiness and bloodshot veins had vanished, reminiscent of a starry night sky, clear and luminous. Is this the limit of my level 0 physique? Shinsei murmured to himself, unable to ascertain the extent of his newfound strength, yet sensing that it had increased at least fivefold compared to before. He lifted the iron blade and lightly traced it across his arm, leaving a white mark, as if slicing through premium-grade beast hide, its resilience palpable. To better control his body, he conducted rudimentary tests of his agility and jumping ability. In terms of speed, he clocked 100 meters in approximately 5 seconds, far surpassing the previous world record on Blue Star. In jumping, both his vertical and horizontal leaps exceeded those of an ordinary human by great margins. I could confidently take on 10 opponents, Shinsei quietly concluded. With just my blade technique, I can adeptly handle any demon. System, display attribute panel. Personal attributes, name, Shinsei, level 0, physique, 10, mentality, 7, perception, 8, energy, 0, techniques, Xianshu blade technique, mastery level 2, diamond breathing technique, entry level 81. Song Hai Yulong visualization, entry level 2, innate skill, synthesis, level 1. Technique, blade aura, illusion and reality transformation. Simultaneously, a series of system notifications refreshed. Profound blade technique mastered, physique 2. Comprehended technique, blade aura. Comprehended technique, illusion and reality transformation. Detected that the survivor's physique has reached 10 points. Would you like to break through to the extraordinary first stage with assistance? The system will provide breakthrough aid. Assistance? He queried with confusion. What does breakthrough assistance mean? Considering the extinction of the extraordinary on Blue Star and the difficulty for its inhabitants to advance beyond the first stage, the world of ruins will offer the power of the world to assist survivors, ensuring a flawless breakthrough. Beyond the first stage, further advancement must be explored independently. Shinsei read through the system's explanation word by word and began to grasp its meaning. Since the inhabitants of Blue Star lacked the experience of their predecessors, the world of ruins would provide assistance during the transition from the 0 to the first stage, ensuring a one-time success for the survivors. However, any subsequent breakthroughs to the second stage would require personal effort, as the world of ruins would no longer intervene. Ridiculous. The dragon in the vast sea had repeatedly cautioned against breaking through using mere physique. Moreover, how could a single attribute breakthrough compare to a triple attribute one? If one were to strive, it must be for supremacy. With the profound blade technique already mastered, the cultivation of this technique could be temporarily postponed. The next priority was to diligently practice visualization techniques, aiming to reach the pinnacle of mental acuity and perception and break through to the first stage. Blade aura and illusion and reality transformation were merely skills related to blade techniques. They would prove useful in actual combat, but held little significance for cultivation. So ensuring they did not fall into neglect would suffice. After contemplating for a considerable time and quietly planning the focus of his upcoming cultivation, Shinsei raised his hand to check the time. It was not yet 9 o'clock. Today's breakthrough had been remarkably smooth. He had initially thought it would take a long time. Perfect. The saved time could be devoted to learning that leg technique. His execution was now absolutely top-notch. Once he made up his mind, he promptly retrieved the manual. The manual for the unarmed leg technique was considerably thinner than that of the diamond breathing technique, and the additional attributes identified by the system leaned towards combat, which was why he had not rushed to learn it. Having learned from his previous experience with the diamond breathing technique, he sat cross-legged and slowly opened the pages of the book. Indeed, it was a transmission of illusion. Bathed in the orange glow of the technique, Shinsei found himself transported to a battlefield, with the setting sun sinking on the horizon. Scattered around were broken weapons and torn flags, pools of blood, and the occasional flicker of flames, all telling tales of a recent fierce battle. The only peculiarity was the absence of any corpses. A soft sound echoed from behind him. Instinctively, Chen Xiai turned around to see a figure clad in armor. Upon sensing Chen Xi's gaze, the figure slowly turned. It was a robust man dressed in general's armor, his features obscured. The silver armor bore numerous marks from blade strikes and arrows, and dark crimson stains of blood clung to various parts of his attire, whether from foes or his own. It was unclear. The man silently observed Chen Xiai, wordless and still. Just as Chen Xiai could no longer restrain his curiosity and was about to inquire, the man propelled himself forward with a sudden motion, arriving before Chen Xiai in the blink of an eye, striking at him with a hand shaped like a blade. Damn! Chen Xiai was startled, raising his hand to block, but alas, it was too late. Before their hands could meet, he was already sent flying. Full of flaws, like injury? The man finally spoke, his voice hoarse and deep, his tone calm, yet laced with mockery. Chen Xiai swiftly rose to his feet, propping himself up with one hand, and rubbed his stomach. The kick he had just received was devoid of any pain. An unsettling premonition washed over him, as if he had already grasped the patterns of this transmission of skills. Indeed, as he stood, the armored man charged once more. Despite being somewhat prepared, Chen Xiai found himself knocked down again after just 2 exchanges. Silently, he rose and approached the man once more. This cycle of rising, falling, and rising again continued in silence, punctuated only by the sounds of their bodies colliding. Chen Xiai felt no irritation. On the contrary, he was exhilarated. This was the first individual to guide him in practical combat. Though the instructional method was somewhat crude, it undeniably imparted knowledge on how to apply his body in battle. Prior to entering this world, he had never engaged in cultivation. From mastering the Xuanqiu blade technique to the diamond breathing method, he had navigated these complexities alone. His experience in actual combat woefully scant. It was a rare opportunity for someone to willingly train with him. And the best part was that this illusion ensured no injuries could befall him, allowing for endless trial and error. How could he not be excited? He lost track of time, unable to recall how many times he had been knocked down. His progress was palpable, from being felled with a single strike. He had now managed to endure 100 exchanges before succumbing. The gains were immense. Once more, he assumed a defensive stance and waited, only to find that the armored man did not attack. Puzzled, he lifted his gaze. Indeed, the armored figure spoke again, raising his hand gently. A sphere of light, the size of a ping-pong ball, materialized in his palm. In a flash, before Chen Xiai could evade, it embedded itself in his forehead. The man's deep, gravelly voice resonated once more. Do not fall into decline. Chen Xiai immediately realized that this illusion was nearing its conclusion. He set aside his contemplation of the information flooding his mind and inquired urgently, "Who are you? What is your name?" "Zhu Qian," he murmured, recalling a similar name he thought he had heard as the illusion twisted and shattered around him. Momentarily taken aback, he quickly refocused on the information within his mind, soon captivated by the techniques of the Wu Gong leg strikes. As he embraced the inheritance, his body instinctively began to execute the leg techniques contained within. In a distant and unknown place, a formidable figure clad in silver armor shifted slightly, drawing the attention of a middle-aged scholar seated opposite him, who immediately sensed the change in his emotional state. "General Zhu, do you harbor concerns?" Upon hearing this, General Zhu's expression returned to its stoic demeanor, and he replied coolly, "It is nothing, merely the fact that a low-tier inheritance from before has been acquired by someone." The scholar inquired with curiosity, "Is it from the batch prepared for the newcomers to civilization? I wonder how many lords will emerge this time, and how many will ultimately remain." General Zhu's tone remained unvarnished. "Even if they become lords, they are but novices, and it may be a long time before they stand before us. It would be wise for you, my lord, to focus more on our lords instead, for the decline has already infiltrated the army. If this continues, the lords of the new civilization may soon encounter you and me in the secret realms." The middle-aged scholar sighed ruefully, glancing out at the towering spire, and fell silent. Chapter 83, The Curious Sand Table. Chen Xiai stood in the center of the training ground, a look of confusion crossing his face as he called out, "Attribute panel. Personal attributes. Name, Chen Xiai. Level, 0. Physique, 10. Mental strength, 7. Perception, 8. Energy, 0. Skills, Mystic Blade Technique, Mastery Level 2. Diamond Breathing Method, Novice Level 81. Ocean Dragon Visualization Chart, Novice Level 2. Effortless Leg Technique, Expert Level 5. Talent Skill, Synthesis, Level 1. Techniques, Blade Chi, Illusionary Transformation." Indeed, it was no mere novice. The proficiency had astonishingly reached the level of expertise. A broad smile spread across his face as he recalled the instinctive application of the effortless leg technique, which felt remarkably fluid. Apart from the final move, shattering the mountains and rivers, which could not be executed due to a lack of energy, the other 4 moves were performed with exceptional skill, revealing a mastery that belied the beginner's status, as though he had been training for an extensive period. This leg technique was not only practical, encompassing rapid assaults, evasive maneuvers, group combat, swift advances, and lethal strikes, but also emphasized utility, devoid of any ostentation. With a sense of admiration, he propelled himself forward, executing a direct strike towards the heart of the dragon, his figure vanishing in a flash, reappearing at the entrance of the stone fortress accompanied by an afterimage. His speed had nearly doubled. He could hardly suppress the upward curve of his lips. After a brief wash-up, he plopped down onto the sofa, inadvertently waking the little white creature who had been sleeping with its head cradled in its paws. Upon noticing the commotion caused by Chen-si, the little one rolled its eyes and turned over, attempting to resume its slumber. With a bemused expression, he prodded the fluffy white ball. Little white. You are a white mouse. Shouldn't you be more active at night? Is it befitting of your ancestors' genes to sleep during the day and night? Annoyed by the incessant poking, Little White extended its short legs, futilely swatting at his fingers, yet it could not deter his mischievous touch. In a fit of frustration, Little White opened its mouth to bite, only to find that not only did it fail to repel Chen-si, but its teeth also ached from the impact. Ha ha! Chen-si burst into laughter, realizing that his skin and bones were surprisingly resilient against the incisors of the white mouse. Although Little White hadn't exerted full force, he certainly had not reached his limit of endurance. Witnessing that its most formidable teeth could not shake Chen-si's grasp, Little White succumbed to despair, sprawling out in resignation. A picture of surrender. Seeing this, Chen-si ceased his teasing and placed the little creature on his lap, enticingly suggesting, Little White, perk up. Let us open a silver treasure chest. You must put in your utmost effort. If we uncover something splendid, I shall synthesize a rare-grade pet food for you. How does that sound? Upon hearing rare-grade pet food, Little White's spirit soared, its small eyes widening with desire, gleaming with a light that could melt frost. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Hurry, hurry, let us open the chest. Observing Little White's fervor, Chen-si couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. The capitalist carrot-and-stick approach truly worked wonders. One must dangle a carrot to motivate the workers. Squeak, faster. Little White, having completed its task, lay atop the treasure chest, urging the capitalist from below. All right, I'll get to it right away. Chen-si swiftly pressed his hand upon the chest, and amidst a swirl of orange and blue light, 3 orbs materialized. One colorless, one blue, and one orange. Oh my, an orange one has truly appeared. But what is this colorless orb? Wait a moment, I know you played a part in this. Let me first see what treasures await before rewarding you. After calming the excitable Little White, he curiously grasped the colorless orb, which seemed to contain a model of some sort. Could it be a shelter construction? What quality does the colorless orb signify? Intrigued, he crushed the orb with a firm grip, and a square sand table fell onto the floor. The sand table was modest in size, approximately 1 square meter, and bore a cartoonish appearance reminiscent of a child's toy. Upon encountering such a whimsical design, Chen-si felt even more perplexed and hastily performed an inspection. Curious sand table, level, none quality, none description. This is a curious object that possesses the ability to automatically record evolving terrains. Curious object? I seem to recall possessing a similarly described item. After a brief moment of contemplation, Chen-si remembered the peculiar monster compendium he had purchased yesterday. It too bore the same lack of level and quality, along with a vague description. What purpose does this item serve? He circled the sand table, scrutinizing it closely, even lifting one side to inspect the base, yet he found nothing of significance. Strange, why is there no user manual? Chen-si scratched his head, recalling the customary method of establishing ownership. Could it be that I must perform a blood oath? He sliced his finger with a knife, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the sand table, fracturing into 8 petals. To no avail. Frustration welled up within him as he witnessed his blood elicit no reaction. This object lacked any instructions, making it impossible to discern its usage. The sand table was not a sentient being and could not speak. Speaking? That's right. There is also mental perception. Suddenly elated, Chen-si hastily placed his hand upon the sand table, striving to attune his senses. At this juncture, he had yet to cultivate a consciousness capable of perceiving beyond his physical form. Thus, unless he shared a contract like Xiaobai, he could only receive information through direct contact. Indeed, perception was achieved. Automatically, instructions for the sand table appeared in his mind. Usage method: leave a mental imprint, after which it will automatically scan the terrain within a 100-meter radius of the imprinter, synchronizing the sand table to form a corresponding landscape. A miniature map? An expanded field of vision? An idea sprang forth in Chen-si's mind. This bore an uncanny resemblance to the mini-map feature in games. Akin to a gaming system manifested in a tangible sand table. He retrieved the monster compendium from his inventory and placed it atop the sand table. But there was no response, no resonance of familiarity. A small map from the sand table, the exploration technique of the monster compendium. Why did they echo game functionalities so closely? What exactly is this curious object? What a remarkable coincidence. By the way, my synthesis furnace also bears a striking resemblance to a game's enhancement system. Such enigmas left him bewildered, his mind throbbing. He decided to abandon these fruitless contemplations. His gaze shifted to the other two luminous orbs, and he picked up the blue orb, crushing it. A scroll fell forth. Exploration technique. Resource transfer scroll. Level. Tier 1 quality. Premium attribute. Reduces loss by 30. Description. Can transfer resources of Tier 1 and below to another location via the scroll. The transfer process may cause some damage to the resource's quantity. Chen Xi's mind raced as he swiftly contemplated the scroll's application. Upgrading the sanctuary necessitated at least 2 types of basic resources within a 5-kilometer radius. If those resources were unavailable, the scroll could be used to transfer them from elsewhere into that range. Naturally, it wasn't solely for upgrading. Relocating resources closer would facilitate easier collection for survivors, allowing them to gather right at their doorstep, thereby reducing travel time and doubling efficiency while mitigating risks. Extremely practical. I shall transfer resources once I locate suitable ones. The transfer scroll was not immediately necessary, so he set it aside and reached for the final and most precious orange orb, which astonishingly contained yet another model. What on earth? Could it possibly be another curious object? Spirit Milk Spring. Level. Tier 1 quality. Rare. Attributes. Fertility. Health enhancement. Introduction. A mystical spring. Infused with spiritual energy and various beneficial components for the human body, promotes strength and longevity when consumed regularly. With the added attribute of fertility, using the spring water to nourish plants can enhance their yield and quality, accelerating their growth. The health enhancement attribute, when ingested over time, fortifies the body and diminishes the likelihood of illness. This appears to be a resource building, distinct from geothermal hot springs. The Mystic Milk Spring seems primarily intended for consumption or crop cultivation, while also conveniently providing water for the shelter. Chen Xi was thoroughly pleased with the versatile Mystic Milk Spring, as it truly is a rare treasure capable of enriching the foundation of the shelter. With a spirit field in front and a spirit spring behind, all that is missing are seeds. It appears that future concerns regarding food and vegetables are alleviated. He looked down at Little White and praised, "Little White, you truly are our family's good luck charm. Everything is splendid." Little White reveled in the praise, yet it did not forget about a certain someone's promise and urged, "Squeak, squeak, squeak, don't forget about the rare-grade pet food." Chen Xi, of course, had not forgotten his earlier commitment. Although he aspired to be a capitalist, he still held on to his principles and would not abandon an excellent employee. He feigned exasperation, saying, I know, I shall concoct it for you right away." As he spoke, he retrieved 10 grains of pet food from a bottle. Upon seeing the noticeable decrease in the pet food supply, Little White appeared somewhat distressed, almost fainting from concern. "Squeak, squeak, squeak, let us concoct it, let us concoct it." I want to look. It covered its eyes with its tiny paws, though the wide gaps cast doubt on its effectiveness. With a sigh, he summoned the synthesis furnace and placed the 10 grains of pet food inside one by one, checking his mental energy beforehand. 6 points, having consumed 2 during the day, and only recovering 1 since he had not rested. The synthesis of items of the same quality boasted a remarkable success rate of 90, ensuring a smooth process. Before long, the orange glow dissipated, leaving behind a singular grain of pet food, now more than double in size. A white flash darted by. It was Little White, whose rotund body swiftly snatched up the pet food with astonishing speed. Chen Xi barely had time to cast an inspection spell before it vanished from sight. "Wait, Little White. Let me check its attributes first." He hurriedly halted Little White, who was already bringing the food to its mouth. Pet food, level, 0 quality, rare attributes, growth promotion, evolution. Description, an exceedingly rare pet food that accelerates pet growth, with a certain probability of unlocking potential and inducing evolution. Upon seeing the attributes of the orange pet food, a classic phrase instinctively surfaced in his mind. Little White Beast, Super Evolution Initiated. Chapter 84, Synthesis Rules. Little White pressed its entire body against the pet food, tugging at Chen Xi's clothing, its wide eyes brimming with a desire to eat. "Squeak, squeak, squeak, can I eat it? Can I eat it?" Hearing Little White's anxious calls made him hesitate, not out of reluctance to part with the pet food, but from concern that Little White's small body might not withstand the potency of the medicine. He restrained the overly excited Little White and said, "Calm down, Little White. Can you sense if you can handle this dosage?" In order to prevent any misinterpretation by the novice, he conveyed his thoughts through a mutual contract. Upon hearing his inquiry, the novice immediately began to nod fervently, emitting a series of squeaky sounds. Observing this, Chen Xi felt a slight sense of relief and returned the pet food, orange, to the novice. In a swift motion, as he opened his palm, the pet food vanished without a trace, and before he could react, it had already found its way into the novice's mouth. Chen Xi gazed in astonishment at the novice's puffed cheeks, marveling at the insatiable appetite displayed. In the brief moment of his distraction, the entire piece of pet food, orange, had been devoured. Burp. The satiated novice let out a sleepy belch, flailing its short limbs like a drunken individual. And with a sudden thud, it sprawled on its back, falling asleep right there on the floor. "Novice, oh novice," Chen Xi gently called, but upon receiving no response, he anxiously prodded its belly with a finger, only to be met with a haphazard push from its tiny claws. It turned out that it had merely fallen asleep. Startling him momentarily, what kind of normal rodent sleeps on its back? Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he carefully lifted the novice and relocated it to a corner of the sofa, which had become its nest ever since the advent of the fireplace and couch. He hoped it would awaken safely after a good sleep and evolve, without the novice by his side serving as a good luck charm. Shinsei felt a twinge of discomfort. He had intended to continue synthesizing but had not anticipated the novice's frail constitution, having been completely incapacitated by a single piece of pet food. As expected, it was a child's temperament. Today, it seemed, it would not awaken. Perhaps it was for the best. After all, if he were to synthesize something remarkable, it would surely affirm his luck. He remained conscious of his lineage, unable to tolerate being referred to as an African. Let us begin with the Monster Compendium. I am curious about what it can synthesize. When Shinsei purchased the Monster Compendium, it was primarily due to its peculiar functions and enigmatic material, ideal for crafting a daring venture. Today's discovery only heightened his interest. Summoning the synthesis furnace from his mind's realm, he placed the Monster Compendium into the main material space. He decided to gather several auxiliary materials to test the success rate. Just as he was about to proceed, a sudden, thunderous buzz reverberated in his mind, as if electricity coursed through his brain, leaving him with a tingling sensation and an overwhelming feeling of emptiness. Suddenly, he understood. The talent for synthesizing wondrous objects was currently unavailable. Goodness, I nearly lost my mind. Couldn't the warning be a little gentler? Furthermore, the wondrous object sand table likely cannot be synthesized either. What secrets do they conceal? Is my method of usage incorrect? Clutching the Monster Compendium in one hand and touching the sand table with the other, he attempted to comprehend the two wondrous objects through tactile exploration. Yet after a lengthy examination, he gleaned no insights. The usage methods of the sand table and compendium were clear and straightforward to him. Despite his meticulous scrutiny, he discovered no discrepancies. What a conundrum. Enough of this. If I ponder any longer, my brain cells will vanish. I shall set these aside and revisit them when time permits. After fruitless endeavors, he resolved not to waste any more time. It was nearly 11 o'clock, and there were still items to be synthesized. Tossing the Monster Compendium onto the coffee table, he retrieved the spatial crystal and his backpack. According to the system's attributes, spatial crystal stones harbor a trace of spatial energy, making them exceptionally suitable for the synthesis of spatial items. The primary material is the base plate, and since I only possess a backpack and items related to spatial properties, I decided to utilize it. I placed 2 spatial crystal stones to observe the success rate. Synthesis success rate, 20. Mutation rate, 50. Proceed with synthesis? Not synthesizing. I added 3 more spatial crystal stones, which elevated the success rate to 50, while the mutation rate remained unchanged. Does 1 spatial crystal stone contribute an additional 10 to the success rate? I added 4 more stones. Unfortunately, the success rate did not rise to 90. It remained stagnant at 50. He was reluctant to gamble on a 50 success rate. The loss of the backpack was secondary as it could be produced again, but spatial crystal stones were scarce, and once depleted, there would be no means of replenishment. I must ascertain why the success rate is so low. I have an inkling that this issue is profoundly significant as it pertains to the principles of talent synthesis. Shinsei occupied 5 auxiliary material slots with 5 spatial crystal stones and began placing the materials he had into the remaining 4 auxiliary slots, one by one, to experiment. The success rate fluctuated only slightly until synthesis success rate, 90, mutation rate, 70, proceed with synthesis? Shinsei jolted with excitement, his gaze fixated on the synthesis furnace. Main material, backpack, auxiliary materials, 5 spatial crystal stones, 3 orange beast skins. Beast skin, rare grade beast skin. I believe I have unraveled the mystery. If my hypothesis holds, substituting it with premium grade beast skin should yield similar results. He replaced the orange beast skin with blue beast skin, resulting in a success rate of 70, which, while lower than anticipated, was still significantly higher than the initial 50. Indeed, if my deductions are correct, the low success rate stems from the primary material. The backpack, being composed of ordinary beast skin, is incapable of withstanding the energy of the spatial crystal stones, thus resulting in a diminished synthesis rate. Incorporating rare-grade beast skin as an auxiliary material would enhance the backpack's capacity, thereby markedly increasing the success rate. Shinsei grew increasingly exhilarated, his expression brimming with fervor, not merely due to the heightened synthesis success rate, but because he had grasped the foundational principles of his talent. In the future, synthesis would not rely solely on chance. He could purposefully select auxiliary materials to improve the success rate. Confirming the synthesis, his excitement gradually subsided, and he eagerly anticipated this synthesis. Imbued with a peculiar intuition, success was certain. He fixed his gaze on the slowly dissipating synthesis furnace, and a palm-sized beast skin pouch fell to the ground. He promptly picked it up and utilized the system to inspect it. Spatial pouch. Level, Tier 1. Quality, rare. Attributes, 0 weight, resilience. The accompanying attribute of 0 weight ensures that the pouch, being petite yet powerful, does not increase the owner's burden when items are stored within. The resilience attribute, crafted from rare-grade beast skin, can withstand attacks of Tier 1 and below without damage. Ha ha ha. Indeed, it is a spatial item. I have finally synthesized a spatial item. I am truly fortunate. Shinsei laughed heartily, although the sole lament was that there was no one to share in his joy. As the spectators at home remained soundly asleep on the sofa, with eager anticipation, he examined the spatial pouch, which indeed appeared as described, rather ordinary, resembling a small leather bag, roughly the size of a palm, with a somewhat drab brown exterior. As he reached into the mouth of the pouch, he immediately sensed a three-dimensional space of 10 cubic meters, currently devoid of any contents. Pondering how to store or retrieve items given the pouch's small opening, he bent down to grasp the monster compendium resting on the coffee table. The moment his fingers brushed against it, he was astonished to find it had materialized within the spatial pouch. How did the compendium get in there? Chapter 85. A significant discovery of talent. Shinsei turned his gaze toward the sand table, repeating his previous action, and in an instant, the sand table also appeared within the spatial pouch. It seemed he was beginning to understand. But how to extract items? He focused his attention on the monster compendium, contemplating its retrieval, and with another flash, the compendium reappeared on the coffee table. So it works like this. As long as I place my hand on the pouch and perceive its space, I can place items within a meter of it, and the same principle applies for extraction. I could even control the position where the items would appear. He suspected that the necessity of placing his hand on the pouch stemmed from his perception needing to remain in contact. Otherwise, he could manipulate items simply by sensing them from afar. With the principle clarified, Shinsei, akin to a child with a newfound toy, excitedly conducted various experiments with different objects, continuously placing and retrieving them, delighting in the process. However, just as he extracted a stool, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness and hastily opened the system to check his attributes, only to discover that his perception had dropped to 4 points. It dawned on him that utilizing the spatial pouch to store and retrieve items consumed his perception. Realizing the spatial pouch was not without its costs, Shinsei, now with merely 4 points of perception, ceased his experiments, having grasped the basic usage of the pouch. The methods of storage and retrieval aligned with his initial conjectures, requiring the synergy of perception. Presently, he could not utilize it without physical contact. There were also several points to consider when retrieving items. Firstly, living beings could not be stored. The attribute description indicated the pouch lacked air. He had tested this with a small insect, which proved impossible to contain due to immense resistance. However, seeds and a few blades of grass could be stored, leading him to suspect that only sentient life forms were excluded. Secondly, objects exceeding the length of the pouch's spatial dimensions could not be accommodated. He had even bound several sticks together for experimentation, yet they remained unyielding. Lastly, items obstructed by other objects could not be stored either. Placing a sheet of paper atop the monster compendium rendered it impossible to be stored within the pouch, and similarly, grass rooted in the ground could not be collected. He had yet to test the maximum weight capacity of items, as he could find nothing sufficiently heavy within the stone fortress. For now, he deemed this point unnecessary. Surveying the keynotes he had recorded, Shinsei nodded in satisfaction. Retrieving the items from the spatial pouch and restoring the room to its original state before entering the workshop, he intended to create 2 shelves at the workbench to place within the spatial pouch, facilitating the organization of smaller objects for easier access. He certainly did not wish to be in a dire situation, poisoned, while rummaging through the spatial pouch for an antidote. The thought of such a dreadful scenario quickened his pace in constructing the shelves. The third-level workstation's manual participation feature allows for the fine-tuning of shelf designs, which are not overly complex and can be crafted swiftly. Shinsei stored 2 shelves in his spatial pouch and placed them against the spatial wall. This arrangement certainly brought about a sense of order. After admiring his handiwork, he stocked the toilet paper produced that day on the shelves and simultaneously issued a production task for 7,000 units. As the toilet paper business currently serves as his cash cow, returning to the sofa, he organized the items in his spatial inventory. Aside from the water of life, Zhugua, glimmering stone, ice-patterned crossbow, and Tang horizontal blade, all other items were moved into the spatial pouch. Weapons remained in the inventory for prompt responses to danger. Retrieving items from the pouch takes approximately 1 second, and sometimes that second can mean the difference between life and death. The water of life follows the same rationale. Zhugua is kept in the inventory to ensure its energy remains intact. The glimmering stone, being explosive, cannot coexist with other items. An accidental detonation during item retrieval from the pouch would be catastrophic. Aside from his initial arrival in the ruins world, Shinsei had never experienced such abundance in his inventory. Although the spatial pouch did not enhance his combat prowess, its 10 cubic meter capacity allowed him to carry substantial resources, significantly improving his survival capabilities. The successful synthesis of the spatial pouch elevated his spirits, igniting an unprecedented desire for research, leading him to become utterly obsessed with testing the synthesis success rates of various items. Even at midnight, he felt no fatigue. Oh, this appears to be something I haven't tried before. Chen Ci, with an inscrutable expression, held a farmland model, the resource building, spirit field, he had just acquired. Can system buildings be synthesized? Surely the synthesis furnace won't deny me again. However, curiosity can be a cat's undoing, and a fervent desire for exploration drove Chen Ci to the brink of recklessness. A little devil in his mind urged him, just try it. What's the worst that could happen? Wouldn't you be curious to discover what it would mean if system buildings could indeed be synthesized? At this thought, Chen Ci felt his heart tighten suddenly, followed by a rapid thumping, as every hair on his body stood on end like an electric shock. The rush of blood flushing his face. Gritting his teeth, he quickly summoned the synthesis furnace and placed the spirit field model in the primary material slot, then promptly closed his eyes, bracing for any backlash from his talent. In the silent stone fortress, he only heard the crackling of the burning charcoal in the fireplace. The anticipated sensation of his soul being invigorated did not manifest. Could it be? A thought surged within him, and Chen Ci abruptly opened his eyes, staring intently at the synthesis furnace. He saw the spirit field model securely positioned in the primary material slot, not expelled by the furnace. Is this real? It truly works. His voice trembled with excitement. The synthesis ability could indeed affect the buildings of the ruins world and facilitate synthesis. In that moment, the significance of his talent soared to immeasurable heights in his eyes. To be honest, Chen Ci had always felt that his synthesis ability did not live up to the unique praise bestowed upon him at Awakening. While he could synthesize equipment and enhancement materials, other survivors could also obtain these from treasure chests. Perhaps he simply had a greater quantity, but others possessed different extraordinary abilities. Only upon observing the Ling Tian model quietly occupying its designated position did he suddenly realize that it was not his synthesis ability that was lacking, but rather his narrow perspective. He had remained confined within the depths of a well, akin to a frog at the bottom. His innate talent surprisingly proved effective against the rules of the zoo world, deserving of a singular commendation. His gaze flickered as he softly mused, so, the monster compendium and sand table artifacts are indeed more precious than system constructions. They must possess unknown utilities with immeasurable value. As anticipated, the scene unfolded before him. The 90 materials could not enhance the synthesis success rate, and the success rate of a single item as auxiliary material was barely 5. This approach was untenable. With such a multitude of materials and 9 auxiliary slots, attempting combinations one by one would take several days to complete. Such a foolish method was inappropriate. The recent success with the spatial pouch indicated that synthesis adhered to certain principles. I must shift my thinking. With what can the Ling Tian harmonize? Suddenly, he clapped his hands. Eureka! The newly unlocked resource structure, the Ling Ru Spring, must resonate with the Ling Tian, sunlight, water, and vegetation. Moreover, since resource structures can serve as main materials, they surely can also function as auxiliary materials. With that, he retrieved the Ling Ru Spring model and carefully placed it in the auxiliary material slot. Chapter 86, Semi-Plane, Part 1. After inserting the Ling Ru Spring model into the auxiliary space, the synthesis furnace emitted a new success rate prompt. Synthesis success rate, 60, mutation rate, 50, proceed with synthesis? Although the success rate was not particularly high, Chen Ci was filled with excitement. Indeed, my line of thought is correct. But why does the Ling Ru Spring enhance the synthesis success rate of the Ling Tian? Is it the connection between Ling Tian and water? Both being resource structures, they should share some compatibility. Unfortunately, I lack any plant or light type structures to verify further. Lacking system structures, he had to contemplate other materials. What could harmonize with both? Ling Tian, Ling Tu. Considering the 5 elements, Ling Tian belongs to the earth attribute, while the Ling Ru Spring is undoubtedly water attribute. Let us try adding wood. The success rate did not change upon adding wood. What could be the reason? Earth, fire, wind, and water? He possessed none of those materials. He could not simply attempt synthesis without caution. A 60 success rate was precarious. The risk of failure loomed large, resulting in a significant loss of 2 resource structures. Wait. During the synthesis of the spatial pouch, the low-quality beast hide had a notably low success rate. Could it be that the quality of the wood was insufficient? Without hesitation, Chen Ci extracted a unit of fine wutia wood and placed it in the auxiliary slot, raising the success rate to 61. After filling all auxiliary slots, the success rate climbed to 68. Indeed, this line of reasoning was valid. Earlier, the wood's quality had been inadequate. However, a 68 success rate was still fraught with risk. He gazed at the fully occupied auxiliary slots, muttering, if only there were a few more slots, the success rate would surely be higher. Absently, he extracted another piece of wutia wood and placed it in the auxiliary slot. Whoosh! It was successfully placed, elevating the success rate to 69. Alas! He immediately checked the synthesis furnace space and quickly identified the issue. One auxiliary slot contained 2 units of wutia wood. How foolish had he been earlier? For a fleeting moment, he felt as though those 2 units of dark iron wood were mocking him. The synthesis furnace had only 9 auxiliary material slots. yet it had never stipulated that each slot could accommodate only one item. It is common knowledge that similar items can be stacked. Nonsense, he thought. I never considered the possibility of stacking. He roared silently within, then sighed softly. I have an inadequate understanding of my own innate abilities, to the extent that I was unaware of such a simple method of utilization. The 2 synthesis attempts this evening had truly enlightened him. Chun Si gathered all the dark iron wood into a single auxiliary slot, continuously increasing the quantity. The success rate for a single type of item has an upper limit. A maximum of 10 units of dark iron wood, beyond which no further increase in success rate would occur. With the wood attribute established, he still needed metal and fire. The metal was easily resolved with fine cold iron. With this thought, he swiftly placed the cold iron into the auxiliary slot. Indeed, the limit was also 10 units, enhancing the success rate by 10. Currently, the synthesis success rate stood at 80, which was already quite high, yet he sensed there remained room for improvement. As for the fire attribute, I only have warm stones to work with. Originally, explosive stones were supposed to embody the fire attribute, but regrettably, I possess none. The warm stones, while tenuous at best, could only reach a maximum of 5 units, thus enhancing the success rate by 5. Synthesis success rate, 85, mutation rate, 60. Confirm synthesis? An 85 success rate would normally compel Chun Si to confirm the synthesis without hesitation, but given the exorbitant value of the 2 resource buildings, he found himself somewhat uncertain. He decided to add another round of different materials, focusing solely on those of fine quality or higher. The options were limited, but he quickly cycled through them. In an experiment he held little hope for, he indeed discovered a material capable of enhancing the success rate. 10 units of spatial crystal could increase the success rate by 10, albeit simultaneously raising the mutation rate by 30. Main material, spirit field. Auxiliary materials, spirit milk spring, dark iron wood 10, cold iron 10, warm stone 5, spatial crystal 10. Synthesis success rate, 95, mutation rate, 80, confirm synthesis? Let the mutation rate be high, as long as the synthesis is successful. Even if it results in a different item, I can accept that. At that moment, Chun Si felt akin to a seasoned stock market investor, fully invested and trapped. As long as the stock did not delist, he would be content with avoiding total loss. Resolute in his decision, he refrained from immediate confirmation and instead retrieved a vial of potion from his spatial pouch and consumed it. This was the awakening potion he had traded from Song Yerii. His current mental strength was only 2 points, which was certainly insufficient for the synthesis demands. Thus he relied on the potion's efficacy to hasten his recovery. Upon consuming the potion, a refreshing energy coursed through his brain, revitalizing his weary nerves as though he had just emerged from a profound slumber. Moments later, his mental strength surged to 7 points. Chun Si, no longer hesitating, settled into position and confirmed the synthesis slowly, yet resolutely. A powerful wave of dizziness washed over him, more intense than any previous experience. A significant amount of mental strength was drawn from the synthesis furnace, compelling him to extend a hand to steady himself against the sofa, lest he topple over. Hiss! What a forceful drain. Of the total 7 points of mental strength, 4 were extracted in one go, consuming more than half of his mental reserves. Chun Si struggled to open his eyes, catching sight of the radiant red glow emanating from the synthesis furnace. His mind settled slightly, recognizing this as a sign of successful synthesis. The red light could signify a flawless item. It was no wonder it had drawn 4 points of mental energy. Under his fervent gaze, the furnace gradually faded, leaving behind a vibrant orb of light. Synthesis successful obtained? Chun Si felt a momentary daze, as if he had misheard the system's prompt. What did it just say? I didn't quite catch that. Amused by his own reaction, he chuckled. After all, this was not an internet system, devoid of the whimsical reductions and enhancements. The system was a manifestation of the will of the X-world, and it was unlikely to possess such vulnerabilities. This left only one possibility. The item was not in the database, and the X-world could not accurately name it. This conjecture ignited his curiosity, prompting him to cast an identification spell. The spell succeeded, and the X-world indeed provided a brief overview of the item's attributes, indicating that while this item was novel, its rank was far inferior to that of the X-world. Chun Si found this entirely reasonable. It was to be expected. If these low-tier materials could synthesize an item surpassing the X-world in rank, that would be truly bizarre. Level, none. Quality, perfect, imperfect. Attributes, celestial sphere and terrestrial place. Rapid growth, increased yield. Description, it contains a half-plane that follows its own rules, rich in fertile spirit fields, making it highly suitable for plant growth. The accompanying attribute, celestial sphere and terrestrial place, exists in tandem with the main world, resonating day and night, unaffected by climate. The internal area can gradually expand by absorbing the world's energy. The accompanying attribute, rapid growth, significantly shortens the growth cycle of plants within the half-plane. The accompanying attribute, increased yield, greatly enhances the fruit yield of plants growing within the half-plane. Warning, due to the lack of spiritual connections to the ley lines, the half-plane will dissipate its spiritual energy and collapse within one day. What on earth is this situation? Initially, upon seeing the attributes of the newly synthesized item, he was incredibly excited. This synthesis could be likened to a miniature world, reminiscent of the golden fingers found in urban farming novels, almost indistinguishable from them. When faced with extreme cold trials or monster sieges, he could simply retreat into the half-plane, and, coupled with the inherent planning bonuses, he would instantly lead a life of peace and abundance, free from worries about food and drink. However, the final warning struck him like a blow. This miniature world had only one day left to live, chilling him to the core. Shinsei reread the attribute details meticulously, hastily inquiring, "System, why will the half-plane collapse? What does it mean to lack spiritual connections to the ley lines? This half-plane is in its infancy, lacking inherent spiritual veins and ley lines. Unable to obtain the world's energy, leading to energy depletion and eventual collapse of the plane." The implication from the X-world was that this half-plane was underdeveloped and would perish from starvation. He felt somewhat bewildered. Shinsei contemplated various possibilities. Perhaps the X-world was rejecting it, or the quality of the synthesis materials was insufficient for proper formation. Yet the X-world clarified that he was overthinking. The half-plane was on the verge of starvation due to its inability to sustain itself. Chapter 87, Skill Stone. The half-plane can connect with spiritual entities to access the ley lines of the X-world to acquire growth energy, thereby sustaining its existence. Shinsei, sensing a glimmer of hope for his demi-plane, eagerly inquired, "What constitutes a spiritual object, and how might one procure it?" The system elucidated that within this demi-plane, which aligned with the natural realm, the most suitable spiritual object is a spiritual plant, followed closely by spiritual stones, spiritual tools, and spiritual beasts. Through the system's definitions of these terms, he grasped the essence of a spiritual object. In simple terms, it refers to extraordinary flora, such as the firethorn vine, which possesses a faint semblance of self-awareness, as well as extraordinary fauna, like Little White. However, he lacked spiritual stones and tools at his disposal. The most compatible option appeared to be the extraordinary plant, suggesting that if he utilized the small vine as the demi-plane's spiritual object, he could suppress the spatial disturbances and connect with the ley lines, thereby ensuring the survival and growth of the demi-plane. Yet, Shinsei hesitated. The firethorn vine played a crucial role in the defensive system of his sanctuary. Replacing it with a spiritual object for the demi-plane would significantly diminish the sanctuary's defensive capabilities. When faced with the assault of the demonic wolf pack, he would find himself severely strained if he were to tackle it alone. "Do I possess any other spiritual items?" he pondered. "Even if they are less compatible, I shall make do." He lowered his gaze and began rummaging through the inventory within his spatial pouch. A skill stone? That would not suffice. Though it bore the name stone, it merely conveyed abilities. A swarm of bees? Too feeble, with essentially zero compatibility. Turtle eggs? Would the system allow this? Its lineage is questionable, thus it seems unfit. What about this seed? He queried, holding the seed of the ice gourd. The system promptly responded. This item has not yet germinated. Its potential for possessing spirituality remains uncertain. In essence, if the gourd were to sprout and exhibit spirituality, it could indeed be utilized as a spiritual plant. A surge of understanding washed over him as he deciphered the system's implications. He could initially experiment with the ice gourd seed. If it failed, he would have no choice but to reluctantly resort to the firethorn vine. Shinsei resolved to plant the gourd seed and observe its germination. Should it prove viable as a spiritual plant, it would herald a joyous outcome. Conversely, if it failed, he would immediately opt for the firethorn vine. At this juncture, he felt akin to a gambler, with substantial stakes on the table, awaiting the final card to be dealt, whether he would face total loss or a modest victory. The choice lay between losing his demi-plane or merely diminishing the sanctuary's defensive prowess. He had no option but to accept the latter. If the gourd seed were to thrive, then that would be splendid. Under the system's guidance, he activated the ice gourd seed with a drop of blood, successfully placing it within the demi-plane. "Now, it is up to your fate." A yawn escaped him. Fatigue washed over him immediately. As his heightened spirits relaxed, he found himself yawning incessantly, his eyelids growing heavy. He squinted at the vibrant orb of light. "I can no longer persevere. I must retire for the night. The system advises against unnecessary movement. So I shall leave it here for now, as there is no one else in this stone fortress." Day 15 in the ruins world, clear skies, gentle breeze. Temperatures ranging from 5 to 10 degrees. As dawn broke, the sun cast a soft glow, illuminating the frost-laden windows of the stone fortress, which exuded an inexplicable air of mystery. In the training grounds before the fortress, a lithe figure moved with grace, wielding a heavy iron blade with an unexpected lightness, demonstrating a mastery that seemed to render the blade an extension of his own will. In the training ground, the early riser Shinsei was preoccupied with thoughts of the semi-plane and the slumbering Xiaobai, which had led to a restless night. Rising early, he checked on Xiaobai, only to find it had merely shifted positions and was still soundly asleep, while the vibrant orbs emitted a dimmer glow, unchanged. Unable to ascertain the situation in the semi-plane, and with the system's probing yielding no results, he resolved to wait half a day longer. Should the gourd seeds remain dormant, he would promptly instruct the firethorn to relocate. He could not afford to wait until the last moment. Unforeseen circumstances could arise, and he would not risk losing the firethorn as well. Observing that the semi-plane showed no immediate signs of alteration, he decided to exercise against the chill of the morning, using this time to vent his pent-up stress. His chosen forms of training were the unarmed legs and the mysterious blade technique, familiarizing himself with their synergy. This practice proved far more efficient than mere running. Clad in a thin combat uniform, he trained for half an hour in the biting wind, and warmth began to rise from his body like vapor. After a considerable time, Chun Si flicked his wrist, letting the iron blade slip from his grasp, landing neatly on the weapon's rack with a precision that caused no tremor. This demonstrated that his swordsmanship had transcended the mundane. Time to eat. With the semi-plane yielding no immediate results, he opted to follow his plan and venture out. The tranquil weather was uncertain, and he needed to stock up on provisions for the winter. The food he sought was not merely rice and flour. Such ordinary sustenance could stave off hunger, but was inadequate for his training. He required prime, perhaps even rare, cuts of meat. Breakfast was quite simple. He reheated the leftover vegetables from the previous day and brewed a pot of clear noodle soup. Yet, he found great satisfaction in this meal. Relishing the cabbage and potatoes in the soup, flavors he had longed for in recent days. After tidying up the dishes, he donned a down jacket and thermal pants. Realizing the cold was unforgiving and his cap-patterned combat uniform could not shield him from the chilling winds. The down jacket was layered over his starfire leather armor, lending him a somewhat bulky appearance. Before setting off, he approached the fireplace, where the semi-plane remained undisturbed, and Xiaobai continued to sleep soundly. This sight brought him a twinge of worry. Everything must go smoothly. There was one final task to attend to before departure. He retrieved the skill stone acquired from the collection of the alligator turtle. It was time for the skill extraction. Why use the term extract? The attributes of the skill stone indicated that the skill runes obtained upon use were random, limited to gravity-related abilities, with the specifics left to chance. Luck had always been his forte. He considered himself truly favored by fortune and, with an honest hand, gently stroked the slumbering Xiaobai. Sitting upright on the sofa, one hand clutching the skill stone and the other caressing Xiaobai, he activated the skill stone. As his perception made contact with the stone, it felt as though he had entered a starry expanse, with brilliant constellations glittering overhead. Before he could take a closer look, a meteor streaked down from the heavens, hurtling straight towards him. Goodness, this skill extraction is a bit daunting, he muttered, finding the spectacle overwhelming, yet lacking any sense of involvement. Could they not learn from the methods of their neighbors? Complaining inwardly, he focused his attention on his consciousness, directing it towards the synthesis furnace. Indeed, it was right there. Initially, only the Zhonghai Yulong diagram revolved around the synthesis furnace, but now an additional skill rune has emerged, also rotating in a circle around the furnace. This skill rune is not a mere flat character. It possesses a three-dimensional quality, resembling a tapestry woven from multiple flat characters. Chen Si observed closely and discerned that the patterns of the skill rune were exceedingly intricate, with no clear beginning or end, appearing as if crafted in a continuous stroke. Despite his diligent efforts to memorize it, he found that as soon as his attention wavered, the details slipped away from his mind. After several attempts, he abandoned the idea of replicating it in reality, realizing that mastery would not come swiftly, resigning himself to the quest for knowledge. Chen Si leaned closer to the skill rune and engaged his mind to perceive its essence. The information embedded within the rune revealed itself to him, and upon gazing at it once more, he comprehended the significance of this particular skill rune: gravitational fluctuations. Skill overview. By activating the rune through perception and supplying energy, with 0th level having no energy, which can be substituted with mental strength, a gravitational fluctuation ring will form within a 5-meter radius around the body. The gravitational multiplier within this ring is random, at the 0th level. Mental strength can only generate a fluctuation ring with a gravity multiplier of either plus or minus 1, lasting for 3 seconds. Thus, if I were to utilize this skill, it is conceivable that there could be a gravity of 1 times in front of me, while a similar gravity appears behind. Does this classify as a control-type skill? He found himself somewhat uncertain about the classification of this skill, yet he could confirm that it was presently applicable only in close combat. Attribute panel. Personal attributes. Name, Chun Si. Level, 0th stage. Physique, 10. Mental strength, 7. Perception, 8. Energy, 0. Skill, gravitational fluctuation. Cultivation techniques. Xiansu sword technique, mastery level 2. King Kong breathing technique, entry level 81. Zhonghai Yulong visualization diagram, entry level 2. Talent skill, synthesis, level 1. Techniques, blade chi. Illusion and reality transformation. The information displayed on the attribute panel aligned with what he had sensed from the rune. If the opportunity arose today, he would certainly put it to the test. Before departing, Chen Si glanced at the system shop, and, noticing that today's scrolls mirrored those of the previous day, he did not linger. He poured honey water into Xiao Bai's bowl, instructed number 1 to guard the premises, and, accompanied by the hornet swarm, vaulted over the fence. Chapter 88. Easy hunting. A gentle breeze stirred the ashes of the wild grasslands, where Chinsiai was galloping on horseback at full speed, with 4 startled antelope ahead. After setting out that morning, he had deliberately kept a distance of 5 kilometers from the shelter before employing the scanning scroll. Regrettably, the number of corrupted creatures within the scanning range was sparse, comprising only 4, and they were widely dispersed. After a day of traversing, he successfully hunted 3, yielding 3 wooden treasure chests along with some beast skins and sharp fangs. Not long ago, he had tracked down the 4th and final corrupted creature. A feline that had lost its fur due to mutation, now grotesquely adorned with repulsive tentacles and a misshapen body. He could not discern whether it was a leopard or a tiger, but its large stature led him to surmise it was likely a tiger. At that moment, the corrupted creature was engaged in a hunt, targeting a herd of 5 antelopes. By the time Chinsiai arrived, the corrupted creature had already taken down 1 prey. With the remaining 4 antelopes fleeing in terror, it was the escaping antelope he now pursued. At that moment, he discerned that these wildebeests were not enchanted but rather normal creatures, suitable for harvesting meat. Responding to the call of flesh, he decisively abandoned the magical tiger and summoned his skeletal steed to commence the chase. The running speed of the wildebeest was comparable to that of the skeletal horse. However, the fleeing wildebeests frequently changed direction, gradually increasing the distance between them and Chinsiai. Nonetheless, he remained untroubled, for earlier, the wildebeests had been stung by a few hornets, and the effects of the paralysis toxin were slow to manifest due to the limited number of stings. It should be sufficient. Prolonged running would hasten the spread of the toxin. He awaited his opportunity. A moment later, the chance he had been anticipating presented itself. 2 wildebeests suddenly stumbled and fell, startling the remaining 2, who hastily turned to flee. Chinsiai immediately charged towards the downed wildebeests, his skeletal horse arcing swiftly as he sat atop and rapidly unleashed crossbow bolts, striking the grounded creatures and alleviating their suffering. The skeletal horse maintained its speed, pursuing the 2 that had escaped. These were the meat rations for his winter, and he could afford to lose none. Gained beast hide, blue, X2, beast tendon, blue, X8. Meat ration, blue, X24. Gained wooden chest, 1. The spoils of gathering matched those of the 2 fleeing beasts, and he had even acquired an additional wooden chest. What fortuitous luck! Among his bounty, he was most delighted by the meat rations, totaling a remarkable 48 pieces, sufficient to rival his stockpile at Stone Fortress. It seemed that the non-enchanted creatures had undergone some degree of evolution. He pondered whether that feline monster had fled. From his spatial pouch, he retrieved a scanning scroll, intending to ascertain the location of the feline aberration. Should it be too distant, he would abandon the pursuit. After all, half the day had passed, and there were 2 concerns awaiting him at the shelter. However, a glance at the scroll transformed his expression. The red representing the enchanted creature was nearly overlapping with the green denoting his own position. The implications were clear. The magical beast was nearby, concealed within the ash of the surrounding flora. Evidently, the creature had sensed his presence and had tracked him from afar. Without pausing to consider the reason, Chinsiai swiftly exchanged his weapon, transforming from crossbowman to sword and shield warrior. His eyes narrowed as he attentively surveyed his surroundings, keenly aware of any movement. At that moment, the queen hornet on his shoulder took flight, summoning the hornet swarm to scatter and scout. It is pertinent to note that, due to the relentless northern winds, the ash from the foliage had accumulated to over half a meter in depth where he stood, further hindered by the gentle breeze stirring the air, greatly affecting visibility. Gaining his bearings, Chinsiai subtly adjusted his stance to the left, preparing to defend against the imminent assault of the magical beast. Realizing that Chinsiai had adopted a defensive posture and that the opportunity for a surprise attack had passed, the enchanted creature ceased its concealment, rising from the ashes and slowly approaching him. Chinsiai calmly appraised the towering beast, which was nearly at his chest height, and silently employed his detection skill. Enchanted black tiger, rank 0 boss, beast roar, scales, sharp claws. This enchanted tiger had yet to complete its mutation. Its scales were not fully developed, revealing a peculiar and grotesque pattern of brown flesh interspersed with black plates. Suddenly, the demonized tiger glared with its crimson eyes and leaped forward like a bolt of black lightning towards Chinsiai. Although taken aback by the tiger's speed, Chinsiai remained unflustered, maintaining his composure. With a fierce determination, he employed the technique of flying to seize the flag, exerting force in his lower limbs to execute the wugong leg. Swiftly appearing beside the demonized tiger, he delivered a powerful shield strike to the side of the tiger's ear. Bang! The demonized tiger was sent sprawling, while Chinsiai momentarily dazed, astonished that such a straightforward attack had proven effective. Regaining his focus, he executed a quick follow-up, appearing before the tiger in a blur, his blade aimed at its throat. Roar! The deafening roar of the tiger sent a jolt of fear through Chinsiai, a wave of intense terror washing over him. His blade faltered, gliding across the tiger's neck. The metal grinding against its scaled hide produced a screeching sound. At the same moment, a massive paw struck him squarely in the chest, delivering a tremendous force. Suppressing the fear surging within, Chen Xiai adeptly retreated, but despite his swift response, 3 distinct claw marks marred his starfire leather armor, leaving him with a slight pressure on his chest. Coughing, he realized the beast's roar had a fear-inducing effect, though uninjured. His face paled at being outmaneuvered by the mutated creature. Yet, he mused, this demonized tiger was unexpectedly feeble. In truth, it was not the tiger's weakness, but rather the substantial enhancement of his own abilities over the past few days. His physique had reached perfection at 10 points. His swordsmanship had matured significantly, and he had supplemented his combat experience through the legacy of the Wugong leg. The demonized beast, relentless in its pursuit of slaughter, had no intention of granting him a moment's respite, charging forward with a menacing gust, the ashes of grass and wood parting like the blades of a sword, resembling a pair of wings behind the tiger. Seeking death, diamond body, Chen Xiai uttered in a low voice, activating the diamond body technique, enveloping himself in a golden energy shield that rendered him akin to a golden statue. With cold determination, he fixed his gaze on the approaching demonized tiger, raising his shield and blade to intercept the tiger's colossal paw, producing a thunderous collision. Chen Xiai braced himself, refusing to yield an inch. The tiger, with its scaly head extended and devoid of protective lips, revealed its decaying gums and sharp teeth, its ferocious roar poised to erupt. Gravity wave. Chen Xiai denied it the opportunity, instantly activating the skill rune within his mind, sacrificing 1 point of mental energy as the gravitational force around him surged. Just as the tiger opened its maw, it was as though a colossal hand had pressed down upon it, stifling its roar mid-utterance, and caught off guard. Its massive form was suddenly pinned to the ground by the intensified gravity. In a flash, Chen Xiai reappeared beside the tiger, channeling all his strength into his blade, which was now enveloped in a radiant white glow. Flash! He bellowed, his horizontal blade descending swiftly. In that fleeting moment, he resembled a multi-armed deity, wielding numerous arms to deliver simultaneous strikes. The blade, cloaked in a sharp aura, effortlessly sliced through the tiger's neck as if it were mere tofu. The afterimage of his blade dissipated. Bang! The sound of the tiger's head thudding to the ground echoed. Acquired merit points. 1. Acquired bronze chest. 1. As the formidable diamond body dissipated, Chen Xiai exhaled a breath of murky air, feeling the tension in his body and nerves gradually relax. He gazed at his spoils, somewhat speechless. How could a boss-level demonized tiger yield only a bronze treasure chest? Did the realm of the ruins deem my victory too effortless? The enhancement of strength is not solely a boon. The rewards are evidently diminished. Nevertheless, I must remain vigilant against mental attacks, as these demonized creatures are prone to such assaults. Fortunately, after achieving a perfect physique, the consumption of the diamond body technique has become bearable. Had I employed it from the outset, the battle could have been resolved in that initial confrontation. After reflecting on the gains and losses of this skirmish, he retrieved a scanning scroll from his spatial pouch, confirming the presence of but a single green dot within. He discarded the scroll and employed his gathering skill on the demonized tiger. Acquired beast tendons, orange, 4, beast hide, orange, 1, claws, orange, 4. Chapter 89, Subplane, Part 2. Little White, are you awake? How do you feel? Upon entering the stone fortress, Chen Xiai found Little White bouncing around a floating, multicolored orb, and he immediately inquired with delight. Approaching, he lifted Little White with a hearty laugh. Haha, this is not merely a creature, it is a treasure. After such a long slumber, let's see if you've gained some weight. He held Little White up to his eyes, preparing to inspect its body. Squeak. No. Little White cried out in alarm, flailing its short legs in a futile attempt to block his intrusive hands. This prompted Chen Xiai to burst into laughter. After their playful antics, he set Little White down on the sofa and then activated his probing skill. Having narrowly escaped, Little White scurried into the corner of the sofa, ignoring Chen Xiai entirely, even forgetting about the vibrant orb. Meanwhile, Chen Xiai's focus was entirely absorbed in Little White's attribute profile. Mutation, Little White Mouse. Level 0. Rank, Boss. Attributes, Good Fortune, Treasure Attraction. Description, an exceedingly rare lucky white mouse, influenced by its master's expectations and the pet food, has undergone evolution, significantly enhancing its intellect and lifespan. It possesses the inherent ability of good fortune, which can bestow luck upon itself and its master. However, note that luck is relative while personal effort is absolute. It also bears the passive ability of treasure attraction, capable of drawing treasures to itself and its master, albeit with a low probability of activation. After perusing Little White's attributes, Chen Xiai felt profoundly moved. All those days of nurturing had not been in vain. The child had indeed thrived under his care, and to his astonishment, Little White's evolutionary abilities had been influenced by him. Overcome with emotion, he declared, Little White, once you acclimate to your evolved form, I shall concoct a rare-grade pet food for you. With tender affection, he gazed at Little White, and at that moment, their eyes met. Ugh! Squeak! They both simultaneously turned away, sticking out their tongues. All right, you win. You can even act coy now. I see you are almost becoming sentient. He changed the subject. Come, let us check on our treasure. The strategy of diverting the topic proved effective, dispelling the awkward atmosphere. Little White S's attention was once again captivated by the colorful orb, and Shinsei took the opportunity to glance towards the subplane. Upon entering, he noted that the subplane remained unchanged, still resplendent with its kaleidoscopic hues. Feeling a twinge of disappointment, he had engaged in playful banter with Little White to alleviate his discontent. Now, with his spirit settled, it was time to unveil the answers. System probe. With a heart full of hope, he awaited the results from the system. The spiritual plant has successfully germinated. Should the essence of the half-plane be consumed to accelerate its growth and connect to the ley lines? What is the true essence of surprise? This is it. Today, two joyous events have converged. Before he could make a decision, the system continued to deliver notifications. Survivor, once the half-plane connects to the ley lines, do not move it lightly until you possess the ability to absorb void energy independently. Please confirm the placement location. Wait a moment, let me sort this out. Shinsei felt overwhelmed by the plethora of new terminology and needed to contemplate carefully. Firstly, the gourd seed had sprouted and exhibited sentience. Yet it was still too immature to be of significant use and required the consumption of half-plane essence to grow. What exactly is essence? Does consuming essence affect the half-plane? Essence is the fundamental energy that sustains the existence of a plane. Consuming essence will shorten the half-plane's existence time. It is imperative to connect to the ley lines as soon as possible. In other words, once the gourd seedling matures, it must be placed in a suitable half-plane location, or else it risks collapsing at any moment due to the depletion of essence. He acknowledged his understanding. System. How is the connection to the ley lines established? How should the location be chosen? Any location within the X world is acceptable, upon confirmation. The spiritual plant will automatically connect to the ley lines. Shinsei grasped the situation. Now, he needed to find a location swiftly, as every passing minute consumed the essence of the half-plane. The placement must undoubtedly be within the confines of the shelter, as movement was not feasible in the short term. Thus confirming his choice. After settling on a location, he promptly declared, System, consume the essence of the plane to accelerate the growth of the spiritual plant. As he confirmed, a dazzling orb of multicolored light burst forth, yet its brilliance lasted only a fleeting 10 seconds before rapidly dimming, appearing even more feeble than before. Exuding a sense of lethargy, he anxiously focused on the dimming half-plane, fearing that if the spiritual plant had not matured, the half-plane might collapse prematurely. Fortunately, the energy consumed by a first-tier extraordinary plant is limited, and the remaining essence of the half-plane was sufficient. Suddenly, his eyes widened slightly. A faint consciousness emanated from the multicolored orb. Could it be the ice gourd? It has reappeared. This time, Shinsei did not let it slip away. He extended his hand above the orb, gently sensing and making contact with that consciousness. Mother dear, a surge of jubilant awareness flooded his mind, and his soul instinctively translated the information contained within. Just as Shinsei strived to decipher the intent of the gourd seedling, the system chimed in with a notification, indicating that the spiritual plant had entered its growth phase and urging him to confirm the placement location. Upon hearing the system's prompt, he momentarily lost focus, severing the connection with the gourd seedling's consciousness. Regaining his composure, he noticed that the original multicolored orb had gradually transformed into a vibrant gourd, gently descending. Instinctively, he reached out to catch it, feeling a strange sensation of bloodline connection surge within him. Shaking his head vigorously, as if to dispel the peculiar thought, he raised his arm, securely cradling the multicolored gourd, and hurried to the synthesis room, lifting the floorboard in the corner to reveal a downward opening. Indeed, the location Shinsei chose for placement was the basement, safe, spacious, and concealed. It was the first place that came to mind. Bathed in the dim luminescence of the central altar, he approached the northern stone wall and softly called out, Ice gourd, let us connect with the earth's veins here. The multicolored gourd, positioned against the stone wall of the basement with its head facing upward, appeared as though suspended in midair. Its vibrant hues gradually faded until they, along with the gourd's vine, slowly vanished, leaving a solitary gourd of many colors dangling in the void. Was this a success? Shinsei felt a twinge of uncertainty and relied on the system, silently invoking an examination of the multicolored gourd. Connection to the earth's veins successful. Please name this item. Indeed, success had been achieved, and it even allowed him to bestow a name, indicating that this item was indeed absent from the system's database. He approached the multicolored gourd and gently caressed its smooth surface, reminiscent of a piece of exquisite ceramic. And as his perception was passively triggered, a vivid image surged into his mind. The perspective of the image resembled a high-altitude view, revealing a vast expanse of land below. The soil, a stark red-black, was devoid of any vegetation, lending an air of desolation. At the center of this land, a splash of color captured his attention, a gourd vine, the sole vibrant hue in this otherwise dreary landscape, infusing it with a hint of vitality. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a glimmer of water within the multicolored gourd vine. It was a circular spring, bubbling forth with crystalline water. The gourd vine seemed to sense his gaze, and a thought emerged, connecting with his perception. Mother, that voice must belong to the multicolored gourd. Wasn't this supposed to be a demiplane? Can I enter? As if responding to his inquiry, the suspended gourd flickered gently, and two transparent gourd vines materialized on the stone wall behind it, forming a portal-like shape. The stone wall between the gourd vines transformed into a radiant doorway. What is this? A teleportation portal? Shenxi's eye scrutinized the suddenly appeared luminous gateway, feeling torn about whether to step through. After all, this was his demiplane. What could be so terrifying? If he hesitated, he would have wasted the synthesis. Gritting his teeth, he took a step forward into the light.